Chapter 1. The Contract with the Giant Panda. Activate the Simplification System. 2.5 years have passed. Qingchen gazed at a plump panda cub sleeping beneath a tree and let out a sigh. Having been reborn into this world where everyone possesses beast companions, he found himself starting from the standard orphan's beginning, devoid of any so-called golden fingers. To make matters worse, during the beast talent awakening 3 days prior, he had failed to manifest any abilities. Thus, with neither money nor talent, he was compelled to attend the breeding facility in Qingchen today, organized by his homeroom teacher, to select a beast companion for a contract. The beasts within this facility were all merely categorized as lifestyle companions. For instance, there were the spirit bees, capable of producing spirit honey, the blue prison chickens, which laid spirit eggs daily, and the giant pandas, which could produce spirit bamboo shoots upon evolving into Panda Kings. While these lifestyle companions lacked formidable combat prowess, beast tamers could sell the products generated by these creatures to sustain their livelihoods. It could be said that becoming a lifestyle beast tamer was the optimal path for ordinary individuals like Qingchen, who were bereft of both money and talent. Let's contract a giant panda, he mused. After all, who among the inhabitants of Blue Star would refuse the companionship of a giant panda? Having come to terms with reality, Qingchen found himself without many thoughts at that moment. Since he had not been granted the golden fingers or extraordinary talents typical of protagonists in Blue Star novels upon his rebirth, he felt compelled to contract a giant panda to fulfill the unrealized dreams of his past life. Otherwise, what significance would this reincarnation hold? Without further ado, Qingchen surveyed the garden filled with panda cubs and immediately set his sights on a chubby, round panda cub that was blissfully asleep. After a few steps, he approached the slumbering cub and gently lifted it up, initiating forceful activation. The panda cub stared at Qingchen in a daze, pondering, "Is this person unwell? Little panda, would you like to be my contracted beast?" As the cub opened its eyes, still bleary from sleep, Qingchen extended his right hand, revealing a complex, radiant contract array shimmering in his palm. In this world, learning to communicate with beasts was the most fundamental requirement and ability. Contracted beast? The panda cub trembled at these words, then shook its head, using its chubby paw to point at its own eyes. "Please, go contract another companion. I was born blind and am not suited to be a beast. I would be a hindrance to you." Upon hearing the cub's words, Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze fell upon the panda cub's eyes. Initially, he had assumed the cub's vacant stare was merely a result of waking from sleep, but to his surprise, it was indeed born blind. While Qingchen was lost in thought, the panda cub seemed to have already understood Qingchen's determination and began to walk alone toward a desolate corner. Watching the cub's retreating figure, Qingchen suddenly broke into a smile that silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to his own when he first arrived in this world. Equally lost and helpless, equally lonely. Thus, without further consideration, Qingchen quickly walked back to the panda cub, gently stroking its little head, and softly said, "Little panda, trust me, become my contracted beast, and I will surely heal you." At Qingchen's words, the cub's heart stirred slightly. Though many beast tamers had sought to contract it, once they learned of its congenital blindness, nearly all had chosen to abandon the idea. Consequently, the panda cub had long since grown indifferent to the notion of a beast contract. However, Qingchen's gentle yet resolute words reignited a flicker of hope within it. "Little panda, please grant me a chance." Qingchen extended his right hand, the brilliant contract array still glowing. After a moment's hesitation, the panda cub placed its pudgy paw upon the contract array. Buzz! With their contact, the contract array was established. Name none. Species, giant panda. Level, juvenile 10. Qualification, silver. Upon completing the contract, an information panel regarding the panda cub materialized in Qingchen's mind. The data was, to put it mildly, meager, extremely meager. Not only was its qualification only at the 3rd tier of beast qualifications, but it also bore no skills whatsoever. However, this was a normal occurrence. These lifestyle companions only awakened to skill when they broke through significant levels. As the panda cub was currently at the juvenile stage, it naturally possessed no skills. Let's give you a name, first Qingchen. How does that sound? Qingchen smiled at the chubby white ball nestled in his arms. Sounds good. The panda cub was quite pleased with the name, tightening its grip around Qingchen's limbs. In truth, it would have liked any name given by Qingchen. Now let's head home. Qingchen gently patted Qingchen's soft back, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At that moment, a neutral mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Qingchen's mind. Beast contract successful system activated. Beast Simplification System, binding successful. Series introduction. Anything related to beasts can be simplified. The sudden mechanical voice left Qingchen momentarily stunned. Yet in the next instant, elation surged within him. A system. The kind of system that existed in the novels of Blue Star, which granted extraordinary advantages, had finally appeared. As the saying goes, geniuses fear Padoan players, and Padoan players fear those with systems. With a system at his disposal, Qingchen's prospect for soaring to new heights were bright. System, please elaborate on your functions. After the initial excitement, Qingchen quickly composed himself and began to inquire about the system's capabilities. However, no matter how he asked, the mechanical voice remained silent, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Could it be that some prerequisite conditions must be met? Qingchen furrowed his brows, pondering if perhaps only by contracting Qingchen could he bind the system. Perhaps he needed to trigger a certain condition for the system to reappear. Beasts, simplification, anything related to beasts can be simplified. Qingchen carefully contemplated the system's previous statements, and then an idea struck him. Retrieve the comprehensive breathing technique, Wanpan distributed by the school. This breathing technique allowed beasts to learn and absorb the spiritual energy of the world to enhance their levels. The levels of beasts were classified as juvenile, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king, comprising 8 major tiers. To elevate a beast's level, it needed to cultivate the breathing technique and absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Detected simplifiable breathing technique. Target, Qingchen. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins for simplification? As the system's voice resonated once more, Qingchen realized he had guessed correctly. As long as it pertains to beasts, anything could awaken the system. However, why did this system require payment? As a system, what need did it have for currency? After a moment of exasperation, Qingchen gritted his teeth and chose to proceed. For someone like him, starting from an orphan's background, 10,000 dragon coins represented a significant portion of his meager fortune. Chapter 2. Simplification Complete. Let's go home. Simplification Complete. Cultivation of Wanpan eating bamboo shoots. As the system's voice rang out, Qingchen witnessed a golden light emanating from the breathing technique in his hand, then directly entering Qingchen's body. Was it successful? According to the system, does this mean that Qingchen can cultivate and grow stronger just by eating bamboo? With this thought, Qingchen was eager to conduct an experiment. It is well known that giant pandas have a natural affinity for bamboo and an inclination for slumber. In a typical setting, a beast tamer would need to train a panda companion to suppress its instincts and devote more time to cultivation. Yet now, the system had simplified Qingchen's cultivation method to merely eating bamboo. The implications of this were profound. Observing a vendor selling bamboo shoots nearby, Qingchen wasted no time and approached to purchase 100 dragon coins worth of bamboo shoots, which he then handed to Qingchen. Eat, devour it heartily. Qingchen, holding the single bamboo shoot in Qingchen's hand, fell momentarily silent. You're quite generous, but if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought there was a truckload of bamboo waiting for me. Nevertheless, grumbling aside, it was time to eat. Thus, Qingchen took the bamboo shoot and began munching away. After a short while, it polished off the entire shoot, roughly the size of a human palm. Now it's time to see the results. With a thought, Qingchen summoned Qingchen's data panel once more. Name, Qingchen. Species, giant panda. Level, juvenile 15. Qualification, silver. 15. Gazing at Qingchen's level rising from 10 to 15, Qingchen felt a surge of astonishment. After all, this was merely from consuming a single bamboo shoot. At this rate, Qingchen would only need to eat 17 more bamboo shoots to break through to bronze level. And considering Qingchen's pace, those 17 bamboo shoots could likely be finished in a day. To ascend from juvenile level 10 to bronze level in a single day, what a remarkable speed. As far as Qingchen knew, it typically took a beast tamer 1 to 2 months to cultivate a beast to the bronze level. Even though so-called prodigious talents require at least a week of effort. Upon this realization, Qingchen could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Isn't it just a contract with a giant panda? Just so you know, this type of beast companion has quite the appetite. Make sure it doesn't end up eating you out of house and home. While Qingchen was still lost in his own thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared and patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, Qingchen saw his classmate, Xiaji. It goes without saying that those present here are all individuals lacking both fortune and talent. Let's go, the homeroom teacher said. We should gather at the base entrance now that the contracts are finalized. He has something to discuss. All right, let's go. Qingchen nodded in agreement. However, before heading to the base entrance, Qingchen took a moment to purchase 2 bamboo shoots from a nearby vendor, which he then tossed to Qingchen. At the base entrance, once all the students had completed their contracts and gathered in line, their homeroom teacher, Wu Feng, finally spoke up. First of all, congratulations to everyone on officially becoming beast tamers. Although you are merely life-type tamers, with a stroke of luck, you might ascend to become battle beast tamers in the future. Upon hearing the phrase battle beast tamer, many students' eyes glimmered with a hint of aspiration. Unlike life-type tamers, battle beast tamers possess immensely formidable combat abilities, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, or even reaching for the stars and stepping on the moon. However, to become a battle beast tamer, both wealth and talent are indispensable. For ordinary individuals like them, devoid of both wealth and talent, aspiring to become battle beast tamers is but a dream. Clearly, Wu Feng was aware of this reality, and thus refrained from elaborating further on the subject, instead announcing another piece of news. In 1 month, there will be a grand competition. The rankings from this competition will directly determine your opportunities to attend prestigious institutions, as well as which ones you may qualify for. Therefore, although you need not report to school for the next month, I hope you do not become complacent. Strive to enhance your abilities and aim for an impressive ranking. After Wu Feng's invigorating words, he noticed that the heads of the several dozen students remained bowed, devoid of any fighting spirit. It is no wonder, as life-type tamers, how could their combat prowess possibly compare to that of their battle beast tamer classmates? Historically, over 99% of life-type tamers have failed to gain admission to esteemed institutions. Do not lose heart, everyone. Although you are life-type tamers, there was a senior of yours who, with the aid of a formidable bull beast, managed to break into the top 100 of the competition and was accepted into a respectable higher education institution. Thus, as long as you can overcome the inherent tendencies of your beasts and encourage them to train diligently, there remains a plausible chance of achieving a commendable ranking in the competition. As a responsible homeroom teacher, even knowing the odds, Wu Feng offered some words of consolation to his students before organizing them onto the bus for their return home. Approximately an hour later, Qingchen disembarked the bus with Qingchen. Come, Qingchen, let us procure some bamboo shoots. Do not hesitate, eat to your heart's content. Observing Qingchen, who had taken quite some time to finish just 2 bamboo shoots, Qingchen, without a second thought, scooped up Qingchen and prepared to enter the adjacent market to purchase a substantial quantity of bamboo shoots. After all, compared to those in the base, the bamboo shoots at the market are considerably more affordable. With 100 dragon coins, one could potentially acquire 10 bamboo shoots at the market. No need, not right now, I'm full. In response to Qingchen's enthusiastic invitation, Qingchen waved its short, pudgy paw and gently patted its round little belly. Did you really treat it like a mere food container? Does it require no digestion? At this moment, Qingchen finally began to grasp the situation. Initially, he had thought that Qingchen's slow consumption of bamboo shoots during the second round was due to shyness or reluctance. But he had not anticipated that it was simply because she was already full. Indeed, he had forgotten that one could reach a state of fullness. Perhaps he should feed Qingchen some digestive tablets? Or, more directly, a laxative. Listening to Qingchen's muttering, Qingchen's little face darkened. You rascal, do you mean to say that this panda's life is of no worth? Ignoring Qingchen's protests, Qingchen headed straight to the market, spending 200 dragon coins to purchase a dozen bamboo shoots. Then, he spent another 30 dragon coins on a bottle of digestive tablets before returning home with Qingchen, feeling quite satisfied. This was a small house, not particularly spacious, yet brimming with warmth. After placing Qingchen on the old but tidy sofa, he set down the bamboo shoots and digestive tablets beside her. Qingchen, don't push yourself. Eat bamboo shoots when you're hungry, and if you're full, take the digestive tablets. Upon hearing Qingchen's words, Qingchen could only sigh. Living Buddhas are not uncommon, but living Yama is a first. Chapter 3, Advancing to Bronze, Skill Focus. After instructing Qingchen pulled out his phone and entered the Beast Tamer forum. As soon as he accessed the page, he noticed a hot post pinned by the administrator. The newly formed bronze-exclusive secret realm outside Qingyang City is expected to open the day after tomorrow. Quickly, Qingchen skimmed through the post's content. A bronze-exclusive secret realm, as the name implies, is a realm accessible only to bronze beast tamers. Qingchen was unclear about how secret realms were formed. He only knew that a secret realm was an independent space, teeming with myriad unknown dangers and opportunities yet to be explored. Many high-quality beasts and rare beast resources in the current alliance were obtained from secret realms. However, it was also true that numerous beast tamers had met their demise within these realms. Time waits for no one. Compared to ordinary secret realms, exclusive ones are exceedingly rare, especially a bronze-exclusive secret realm. Without hesitation, Qingchen made a decision. He must venture into the secret realm. Generally speaking, a bronze-exclusive secret realm means that the strongest combat power within it will not exceed the bronze level. With 2 days to prepare, Qingchen was confident that Qingtuan's combat strength would stand toe-to-toe with any combat beast. Most importantly, the bronze-exclusive secret realm has the highest probability of yielding high-quality beasts. With even the occasional appearance of a king-level beast, this signifies that as long as the beast follows a predetermined evolutionary path, it can ultimately evolve into a king-level beast. Even a beast with golden quality would fetch a price in the millions of dragon coins. Capturing a high-quality beast would be invaluable. Having decided to explore the secret realm, Qingchen perused several posts related to secret realms to gather more information. Meanwhile, Qingchen, with nothing to do, picked up a bamboo shoot and began to chew it slowly. Time passed by gradually. The next day, after Qingchen finished his morning routine, he noticed Qingtuan still lying on the sofa, sound asleep, with drool pooling beneath her. How could it be that in just one night, Qingtuan appeared to have gained weight, her fur noticeably thicker? Just as Qingchen pondered this, his gaze fell upon the empty coffee table. There was not even a single bamboo shoot left, let alone the entire bottle of digestive tablets. Goodness, you really devoured everything. After marveling to himself, Qingchen quickly opened Qingtuan's data panel, fearing she might have overindulged. Name: Qingtuan species, giant panda level, bronze 0, quality, silver skill, focus, beginner, 0, focus. Qingtuan can temporarily shield herself from surrounding influences, slightly enhancing her attention, speed, and strength. Qingtuan had actually advanced to the bronze level. Qingchen couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Unlike the level advancement of beasts, which requires cultivation, the level of a beast tamer is entirely derived from their most powerful beast. For instance, if Qingchen raised Qingtuan to the bronze level, he would automatically become a bronze beast tamer upon receiving the benefits of their contract. Just like the levels of beasts, the levels of beast tamers are divided into apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king level. After becoming a bronze beast tamer, at each major realm, the beast tamer can contract an additional beast. However, since the gap between a bronze beast tamer and an apprentice beast tamer is not significant, Qingchen did not know when exactly Qingtuan had leveled up. Nevertheless, even accounting for the entire night, Qingtuan had ascended from her juvenile phase to the bronze level in merely 18 hours. Such speed was beyond mere rapidity. Just as Qingchen was still in a state of astonishment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded once more. Detected skill focus can be simplified. Target: Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Indeed, the skills of beasts could also be simplified and upgraded. This occurrence of the system was anticipated by Qingchen, so he did not exhibit excessive surprise. Without any hesitation, he chose to proceed. Simplification complete. Cultivation focus sleeping. Receiving the system's feedback, Qingchen found himself momentarily at a loss. The skill was clearly focus, yet it was suggesting cultivation through sleep. You truly understand simplification system, because the system had simplified the cultivation method for the focus skill to sleeping. Qingchen chose not to wake Qingtuan, allowing her to continue her slumber. After all, strengthening her abilities through sleep was still beneficial. Seizing the opportunity, Qingchen decided to head downstairs to purchase more bamboo shoots and digestive tablets for Qingtuan. After all, sleeping or not, she would still need to eat once awake. However, when Qingchen glanced at his balance on his phone, he felt a tightening in his chest. His entire fortune had dwindled to less than 30,000 dragon coins. Although he had awakened the system, each activation incurred a considerable expense. Moreover, now that Qingtuan had advanced to the bronze level, he needed to start preparing for the subsequent path to silver level and the necessary evolution materials. Just jotting down a rough list in his mind revealed that he was in dire need of funds in every aspect. Once Qingtuan woke up, he would immediately head to the Beast Tamer Alliance to certify as a bronze beast tamer and secure the rewards associated with it. Following that, he would leverage his status as a bronze beast tamer to enter the bronze exclusive secret realm and earn some money. After contemplating for a moment, Qingchen established a development plan for the future. This was the only viable choice he could make as an orphan without any external resources to support him. However, there was no need to rush. Qingtuan was still fast asleep. Thus, Qingchen decided to step out for a while. About an hour later, Qingchen returned home, burdened with large and small bags. As soon as he sat down, he noticed Qingtuan's tightly shut eyes struggling to open. It seemed she was about to awaken. True to his expectations, after a moment of arduous struggle, Qingtuan finally opened her eyes, her short, chubby limbs instinctively groping around as if searching for something. Observing this scene, Qingchen gently placed his right hand on Qingtuan's soft belly. Upon feeling the familiar warmth, Qingtuan grasped Qingchen's arm and affectionately rubbed against him. Now that you're awake, let us have some bamboo shoots. Upon hearing this, Qingtuan, who had been nuzzling against Qingchen, suddenly froze. Although she genuinely adored bamboo shoots, even she couldn't consume them in such quantities. Not even the donkeys in the production team would dare to eat like this. Just kidding. Since you're awake, accompany me to the Beast Tamer Alliance. Qingchen affectionately patted Qingtuan's little head, and then the information panel for Qingtuan appeared before his eyes. Chapter 4. Beast Tamer Alliance. Beast Skills. Skill. Focus. Beginner. 10. Proficiency has increased by 10. As Qingchen felt a surge of shock, he couldn't help but raise his brows in surprise. The proficiency of beast skills is categorized into 4 mastery stages: beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. Each time a new mastery stage is reached, the effects of the beast skill are enhanced to a certain degree. At this rate of improvement, in no more than 2 days, Qingtuan would be able to elevate the proficiency of her focus skill to the minor success stage. Qingchen marveled at the system's astonishing capabilities. Generally speaking, the enhancement of beast skill proficiency relies solely on the continuous practice and comprehension by the beast, and the time required for this is measured in months or even years. After a moment of reflection, Qingchen closed the data panel for Qingtuan. Subsequently, he embraced Qingtuan and set out with 2 bamboo shoots in hand. After boarding the bus, Qingchen disembarked over half an hour later and proceeded on foot towards the Beastmaster Alliance. During this time, driven by an innate fondness for bamboo shoots, Qingtuan, despite having overeaten the previous day, silently consumed both bamboo shoots. It seems he underestimated the influence of instinct on the beast. Observing Qingtuan finish the bamboo shoots, Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder that during the beast contract ceremony, the homeroom teacher emphasized that controlling the beast's instincts could lead to remarkable achievements. He wondered how significant the enhancement from a single bamboo shoot would be after advancing to the bronze level. With this curiosity in mind, Qingchen casually opened Qingtuan's information panel. Level: Bronze 0. What? It had no effect whatsoever. Upon seeing the data on the panel, Qingchen furrowed his brows tightly and then considered a possibility. Could it be that as Qingtuan's level increased, ordinary bamboo shoots no longer met its cultivation needs? If so, he would have to try higher-level bamboo shoots. Rubbing his temples, Qingchen speculated, just like the levels of beasts. Many resources related to beasts also have classifications. For instance, bamboo shoots are categorized into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and so forth. It is evident that the higher the level of the bamboo shoot, the more abundant the spiritual energy it contains. And naturally, the price increases. It seems yet another expense has emerged. Qingchen shook his head in resignation. Soon, a grand and imposing structure came into view. The building was only 3 stories high, yet the ceilings were exceptionally lofty. With the first floor nearly 10 meters high, and its width was so great that Qingchen could not see the ends at a glance. The very center of the building stood an ancient-style black and gold gate, with 5 large characters inscribed above: Beastmaster Alliance. The Beastmaster Alliance is a vast official institution established by various countries, including the Dragon Kingdom, specifically for Beastmasters. In addition to the routine registration and updating of Beastmaster information, The Alliance serves as the largest and most authoritative resource trading platform for beast masters, bar none. It possesses numerous ordinary and rare beast resources, whether you seek royal-level beast cubs or royal-level beast skills. The Alliance is likely to have it all. Gently stroking Qingchen, Qingchen stepped into the hall of the Beast Master Alliance. As the sole branch of the Beast Master Alliance in Qingyang City, the hall was always bustling with activity. With a clear purpose, Qingchen did not wander aimlessly but followed the signs to the Beast Master registration area, after waiting in line for a while. It was finally his turn. I would like to update my Beast Master level and certify as a Bronze Beast Master. Qingchen stated straightforwardly. Very well, please follow me, replied the staff member clad in professional attire as they rose from their seat and led Qingchen to a row of rooms behind the service window. Due to the privacy involved in the certification of Beast Master levels, the entire process would be assisted by a machine. Your room number is 601, the staff member said before turning to leave. Carrying Qingchen, Qingchen entered room 601. Upon entering, he was met with a complex machine occupying a space of 3 meters by 3 meters. However, glancing at the operation flowchart nearby, Qingchen quickly grasped the procedure. Approaching the certification machine, he placed his right hand on the scanning pad. Beastmaster information matching completed. Successfully logged in. Immediately, Qingchen's basic information appeared on the machine's screen. Without lingering, he selected the Beastmaster level certification option. Following the prompts, he placed Qingchen's right paw on the scanning pad. Extracting beast information. Extraction complete. Analyzing beast information. Analysis complete. Beast level. Bronze. Beastmaster level certification successful. Bronze Beastmaster. With the mechanical voice echoing, Qingchen's Beastmaster level successfully elevated from apprentice to bronze. Congratulations, Qingchen, on becoming a Bronze Beastmaster. The rewards from the Beastmaster Alliance for achieving the bronze level were displayed. 10,000 dragon coins, first time, 1 choice of bronze level beast skill, 1 time, and a monthly allowance of 3,000 dragon coins. Having anticipated this, Qingchen was not surprised. The dragon coins would automatically transfer to his linked account, requiring no further action. Therefore, the immediate priority was to select a beast skill. As is well known, beast skills are divided into innate and acquired skills. Innate skills can be further categorized into 2 types. One is the skills that a beast possesses from birth, which mostly occurs in rare combat-type beasts. For lifestyle-type beasts like Qingchen, such skills are virtually non-existent. The other type is skills awakened during level breakthroughs, like Qingchen's focus skill upon breaking through to bronze. As for acquired skills, they are learned by beasts through postnatal training. There are also 2 types. One relies on self-comprehension, while the other utilizes existing skill books. It is apparent that beast skill books, like beast levels, are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, royal level, and several other tiers. The disparity in skill effects between each level is akin to a chasm. However, correspondingly, the higher the level of the skill, the more challenging it is for beasts to initiate their training. Yet, for Qingchen, who possesses a simplification system, this is not an issue. Thus, within the vast array of bronze beast skills in the Alliance, Qingchen specifically selected those with high training difficulty yet exceptional effects. Chapter 5. Record Refresh, Storm Rising. After a thorough selection process, Qingchen found himself hesitating among 3 remaining skills. 8 Extremes Crash. Bronze level description. By means of a unique power transmission method, it can unleash a strike far exceeding one's own strength. Learning requirements. None. Just need hands. Even without hands, it works. Price. 100,000 exchangeable. Wave perception. Bronze level description. By emitting and receiving feedback on wave trajectories, it perceives everything in the surroundings. Learning requirements. Must have pores and a brain. Price. 100,000 exchangeable. Instant flash. Bronze level description. Achieves synchronization and resonance with spatial rhythms within a short time, elevating one's speed to the limit. Learning requirements. Certain requirements for the beast physique. Price. 100,000 exchangeable. Given Qingchen's current condition, the best choice was wave perception. As for the others, they could be considered later when finances permitted. Qingchen clenched his fists, reminding himself that he promised to help Qingchen recover. Although he lacked the capability at present, he could still enable it to perceive the world in other ways. With that thought, Qingchen made his decision without further hesitation and selected to exchange for the beast skill wave perception. Bronze beast skill wave perception. Exchange successful. Congratulations, Qingchen. Based on system data comparison, you have refreshed the record for the fastest advancement to Bronze Beast Master in Qingyang City, shortening the original 3-day period to just 16 hours. According to the rules of the Beastmaster Alliance, for refreshing the shortest time to advance to Bronze Beastmaster, you receive the following rewards. 1. 000 Dragon Coins, 1 choice of Golden Level Beast Equipment, 1 time. Please select whether to authenticate this record. Note, the choice does not affect the rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen chose to decline. Given his current situation, being penniless and powerless, if someone with ulterior motives discovered any anomalies, he could end up subjected to dissection for research. Thus, until he had sufficient means of self-protection, it was best to lay low for a while. Furthermore, authenticating the record would only satisfy his vanity, while the potential repercussions would undoubtedly outweigh the benefits. Consequently, Qingchen made his choice decisively. And now it was time to reap the rewards of this unexpected fortune. 1 million Dragon Coins, Golden Level Beast Equipment. As for the 1 million Dragon Coins, let us not even discuss it. For someone like him who was in dire need of funds, it was indeed a timely boon. That Golden Level Beast Equipment, if priced in the market, would be worth several million Dragon Coins. Open the Beast Equipment Selection interface, after filtering through several keywords. Qingchen was still faced with an overwhelming array of options spanning several pages. However, the majority of the equipment required transportation from other Alliance branches, leaving only a scant few pieces of golden-grade beast taming gear currently resting in the warehouse of the Qingyang branch. Heavy rock armor, golden-grade description, a defensive armor crafted from special stones, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Trait, provides resistance against certain psychic attacks. Price, 8 million, exchangeable. Indomitable shield. Golden-grade description, forged from remnants of indomitable stardust metal. Trait, absorbs attacks and self-repairs. Price, 8 million, exchangeable. Golden staff, golden-grade description, entirely golden, possessing an almost indestructible hardness. Trait, amplifies attack power. Price, 8 million, exchangeable. As a lifestyle-type beast, the Qingtuan was neither adept at attack nor defense. Yet, in preparation for the upcoming bronze-exclusive secret realm, Qingchen had no choice but to enhance Qingtuan's offensive capabilities. Gently patting Qingtuan's warm little head, Qingchen soon reached a conclusion. For the exploration of the bronze-exclusive secret realm tomorrow, Qingchen resolutely opted for the available golden staff as Qingtuan's weapon. Subsequently, Qingchen turned back to examine the silver-grade beast skills. After all, he was now a person with $1 million in savings, so money was no object. However, upon discovering that a silver-grade beast skill cost 1 million Dragon Coins, he could only silently revert to the bronze-grade beast skill interface. In a fluid series of swift maneuvers, he promptly acquired the previously coveted 8 extremes burst in full payment. Due to the choice of the golden staff as Qingtuan's weapon, Qingchen was compelled to spend a hefty sum once more to purchase an additional staff technique skill. 6 Harmony Staff Technique, bronze-grade description. A versatile staff technique that can both attack and defend. Learning requirement. Must possess a staff and be able to wield it. Price, 100,000. This brought his total expenditure to 300,000 Dragon Coins. It appeared that this million in Dragon Coins was rather fleeting. Qingchen sighed. It was no wonder that combat beast tamers were worlds apart from ordinary individuals. With such costs associated with cultivating beasts, how many ordinary families could afford it? Finally, Qingchen purchased a batch of bronze-grade spirit bamboo for Qingtuan and opted to have all the aforementioned items delivered home. Once everything was settled, Qingchen left room 601 with Qingtuan and took a ride home. The Shao family, one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyang City. At this moment, within a cultivation chamber rich in spiritual energy, Xiaoliang gazed expectantly at the slumbering figure of his flame-tailed lion. As the foremost individual among his peers in the Shao family. Considerable resources had been mobilized to secure a battle beast in its juvenile phase at level 90 for Xiaoliang, coupled with a plethora of training aids. The goal was to enable Xiaoliang to shatter the record for the fastest ascent to bronze beast tamer in all of Qingyang City. Soon, once the flame-tailed lion awakened, he would break through to bronze level, thus achieving his own success as a bronze beast tamer. From the moment of contract signing until now, merely 30 hours had passed. And it was estimated that the flame-tailed lion would awaken within 10 hours at the latest. At most, 40 hours, which was still less than 2 days, far ahead of the record of 3 days. Soon, the name Xiaoliang would be known throughout Qingyang City. As he eagerly anticipated, Xiaoliang idly opened the Alliance's leaderboard. Glancing at the familiar times recorded, he let out a disdainful scoff. Is that it? Just a bunch of mediocrity. When I make the leaderboard, you'll truly understand what it means to be a genius. With a smirk, Xiaoliang soon fixed his gaze on the second-place position. Second place. Li Xian. Time, 3 full days. Wait a moment. When did Li Xian claim second place? And who is in first? Initially unfazed, Xiao Liang was suddenly jolted awake and hurriedly glanced at the top position on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, he fervently prayed that the record for first place would not be below 2 days. Chapter 6. Find someone. Simplify skill training. First place. Anonymous. Time. 16 hours. 16 hours. Upon seeing this record, Xiao Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. And he muttered repeatedly, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even with the vast resources of the Xiao family and his own A-grade beast taming talent, it was only anticipated that he would manage to shorten the record to around 40 hours. How could this sudden first-place individual possibly ascend to bronze beast tamer in just 16 hours? There must be a glitch in the system. It has to be a bug. Unable to accept that his coveted position had been usurped, Xiao Liang was now in a frenzy. He simply could not believe that anyone in Qingchen City could surpass his genius, possessing greater resources. Thus, Xiao Liang promptly called the Beast Tamer Alliance to report a problem with their leaderboard data. "That's impossible, Mr. Xiao," the staff member replied. Though puzzled, they endeavored to respond politely, considering Xiao Liang's status. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been dismissed long ago. Who do they think they're to question the Alliance's system data? Hearing Xiao Liang's outburst, the staff member felt displeased but remained patient enough to glance at the leaderboard data. Then, he too was taken aback. 16 hours. Indeed, is this a data that a person can achieve? With a mind equally shaken, the staff member promised to provide Xiao Liang with an answer shortly before hanging up and immediately notifying their superior. The superior, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, initially scolded the staff member upon hearing their feedback, but soon found himself staring at the record in disbelief. "What the hell? This is insane." The superior quickly ended the call with the staff member and rushed to the office of the branch leader. The leader of the Qingchen branch, a diamond-grade beast tamer, was one of the most formidable figures in Qingchen City. 16 hours. The branch leader, Mo Nian, scrutinized the data displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Subsequently, Mo Nian activated the system verification mechanism using his branch leader privileges. The conclusion was that the data was indeed accurate. "Find that person for me." Though Mo Nian held the position of branch leader, it was evident that his authority was insufficient to bypass system restrictions and view the real data behind the anonymity. Nevertheless, he had his own methods to track the individual down, albeit requiring some time. After dismissing the middle-aged supervisor, Mo Nian slowly strolled to the window, gazing out at the vibrant streets below, his fist quietly clenching. "Capital City, I will return. Everyone, check the surveillance, check the records." After the middle-aged supervisor returned to his office, he activated a large-scale screening mode, vowing to locate Qingchen. This sudden task drew considerable attention, and various pieces of information began circulating. Thus, word spread rapidly, one person after another, until soon all influential factions in Qingchen City, along with numerous onlookers, were aware of the emergence of a dark horse. Having risen to bronze beast tamer in just 16 hours, they were determined to find this individual. The anonymity indicated a lack of affiliation with any faction, presenting a prime opportunity for recruitment. A bounty was swiftly issued, promising that should the mysterious genius align with them, they would spare no effort in nurturing their talent. 3 days. I want all information on this person. If not, you're all dismissed. As various pieces of information flew around, both online and offline, the long-quiet Qingchen City began to buzz with excitement once more. At this moment, at the center of the swirling public opinion, Qingchen had just returned home. Shortly after arriving, he received a delivery from the Beast Tamer Alliance, which included 4 bronze-grade beast skill books, a golden-grade beast weapon, a batch of bronze-grade spirit bamboo, and digestive health tablets. Eagerly, Qingchen first handed the golden staff to Qingtuan, and then activated the skill wave perception. Upon detecting the possibility of simplifying the skill wave perception, with the target being Qingtuan, a prompt appeared. "Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify?" Hearing the familiar system voice, Qingchen did not hesitate to select yes. The simplification was complete. Training wave perception. Close your eyes. Well, how should one put it? It was indeed quite simplified. Following the same pattern, Qingchen proceeded to simplify the 3 skills, 6 harmony staff technique, 8 extremes collapse, and instant flash. In the end, he acquired 3 entirely new methods of skill training. Training 6 harmony staff technique. Embrace the staff. Training 8 extremes collapse. Stretch. Training instant flash walk. Sleeping, stretching, munching on bamboo shoots, closing one's eyes, embracing the staff, and walking. These actions coincidentally encompassed all of Qingtuan's daily movements. Observing the final results of the skill training simplification, Qingchen could only shake his head and chuckle. Then, with a thought, he summoned Qingtuan's data. Name: Qingtuan race, giant panda level, bronze 0, potential, silver skills, focus, novice, 20, wave perception, uninitiated, 10, 6 harmony staff technique, uninitiated, 10, 8 extremes collapse, uninitiated, 5, instant flash, uninitiated, 5. In such a short span, proficiency had surprisingly risen to 5 and 10. Indeed, it was the system at work. After a while, once Qingchen had reached the novice level in all 4 skills, he would possess a certain degree of combat power. Qingchen watched Qingchen, who was wandering about while clutching the golden staff and occasionally stretching. He knew that this child had a promising future ahead. With nothing pressing to attend to and some resources at hand, Qingchen finally dared to click into the official website of the Beast Master Alliance. Unlike the seamless transition to bronze level that beasts experienced in their youth, advancing beyond bronze required both an evolution path and evolution materials. The former refers to the methods of beast evolution, while the latter denotes the materials essential for the process. After a simple search, Qingchen discovered the cost required for Qingchen to break through to silver level, a total of 300,000 dragon coins. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon a windfall. Otherwise, accumulating 300,000 dragon coins would be a task for the distant future. With this knowledge settled in his mind, Qingchen exited the Alliance's official page and navigated to the Beast Master Forum. Upon entering the page, he was inundated with missing person notices and related discussions. Chapter 7. Enhancement complete. Enter the Mystic Realm. A mysterious dark horse has emerged in Qingchen City, achieving the status of Bronze Beast Master in just 16 hours. With various factions vying to recruit him with generous remuneration, everyone is welcome to provide leads regarding the Dark Horse Beast Master. The Shao family sincerely invites the Dark Horse Beast Master to join. With all beast resources opened up, before long, Qingchen had browsed through all the relevant posts. Only then did he realize the magnitude of the stir he had caused throughout Qingchen City. It was fortunate that he had chosen to remain anonymous. Otherwise, he would have been captured for research by now. Although various factions had offered exceedingly generous conditions, to be beholden to them would mean becoming a mere pawn, inevitably shackled and looked down upon. Without a second thought, Qingchen rejected all the factions in his mind. Possessing the system, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of beast mastery. Why should he sell himself short for trivial gains? Exhaling deeply, Qingchen shifted his gaze to Qingchen, who was munching on spiritual bamboo shoots. He noticed that in this brief time, Qingchen had already mastered the 4 bronze-level skills, and his level had reached bronze 10. Indeed, it was evident that bronze-level Qingchen needed to consume bronze-level spiritual bamboo shoots to elevate his rank. With Qingchen's level-up issue resolved, Qingchen devoted all his energy to the upcoming expedition to the Mystic Realm. First, he needed to purchase an entry quota from the Alliance, costing 10,000 dragon coins. Then, he also bought some healing potions from the Alliance's online store, just in case. Everything was prepared. And now he awaited the opening of the Mystic Realm. A night passed without incident. The next day, just as the sun began to rise, Qingchen set off with Qingchen on a bus to the outskirts. After over an hour of jostling along the road, Qingchen finally arrived at the eastern outskirts of Qingchen City, where the bronze-exclusive Mystic Realm had appeared. Upon disembarking, Qingchen saw many young people, each accompanied by a beast. It went without saying that these individuals, like him, had come for the bronze-exclusive Mystic Realm. However, as the Mystic Realm had yet to open, everyone was gathered outside. Get lost. What trash beast master dares to block my way? As Qingchen took a few steps, he noticed a figure staggering towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to steady the person, who turned out to be a slender youth. The one who had pushed him was none other than Xiao Liang. Though Qingchen had little interaction with Xiao Liang, he recognized him as a fellow student from the same school. And you, a worthless lifestyle beast master, dare to explore the Mystic Realm. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten into a pulp? Haha. Seeing someone dare to catch the person he intended to push, Xiao Liang took the opportunity to insult Qingchen as well. After all, he was merely a lifestyle beast master, bottom-tier trash. What could be done about it? Just as Qingchen was about to speak, the air around them suddenly trembled. Following that, a vertical, multicolored fissure appeared from above, resembling a straight beam of light, an utterly enchanting sight. The Mystic Realm has opened. At that moment, someone shouted, prompting the surrounding individuals to immediately pull out their Mystic Realm crystals purchased from the Alliance. Upon activating the crystals, a spatial fluctuation enveloped them and their beasts, transporting them into the Mystic Realm. In an instant, the previously bustling crowd had thinned considerably. 2 worthless beings. Consider yourselves fortunate. Don't let me encounter you in the Mystic Realm, or I shall break your legs. Xiao Liang had initially intended to teach Qingchen and Qingchen a lesson on the spot. However, seeing the Mystic Realm open, he chose not to waste time on them. After dropping a parting insult, he activated his Mystic Realm crystal and entered the realm. Thank you. Remember my name. By Mingzhu. I won't let him harm you. After solemnly thanking Qingchen, the slender youth also entered the mystic realm. Qingchen stood there, momentarily stunned. What a rather effeminate name. Regardless, unwilling to be left behind, Qingchen swiftly activated his mystic realm crystal.as for Xiao Yang's threat. Should they cross paths in the mystic realm, he would let him know why flowers bloom so vividly, with a rush of vertigo, when Qingchen once again felt solid ground beneath his feet. The scenery before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. He found himself surrounded by charred, lowly trees, barren and solitary, for the time being bewildered. Qingchen could only cautiously explore this unfamiliar space with Qingtuan by his side. After walking in one direction for nearly half an hour, Qingchen still had not encountered any creatures aside from himself and Qingtuan. That moment, a long blue streak at the edge of his vision caught Qingchen's attention. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the source of the blue mark. It turned out to be a boundary line, separating the lake from the land. In the center of the lake, a small island came into view. Could it be that the island was the destination? Yet, how could they possibly get there? Although the distance between the island and the land was not great, it was not something Qingchen and Qingtuan could swim across. Qingchen pondered this. One after another, other beast masters began to arrive. However, like Qingchen, they found themselves at a loss before the stretch of water. Finally, the 11th beast master, Huang Ming, arrived. His beast was a flying creature, the wind sculpture. It seems that the opportunity here belongs to me. Seeing the situation, Huang Ming was overjoyed and, without hesitation, commanded his beast to leap over the stretch of water. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Qingchen and the others, the wind sculpture soared into the lake's territory. The next moment, boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the wind sculpture that had just crossed the boundary. Instantly severely injured, the wind sculpture lightened and plummeted into the lake below. However, the moment it touched the water, numerous arcs of lightning erupted from its body, exacerbating its injuries and causing it to cry out in anguish. The water of the lake was imbued with thunder. What lay ahead of us was not a lake at all, but a thunderous marsh. In an almost instantaneous revelation, the Beastmaster deduced the true nature of the lake before him. It was Thunder Marsh. Instantly, the difficulty of accessing the island surged dramatically, leaving everyone in a state of despair. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, having finally retrieved the Wind Eagle from the Thunder Marsh, was indignantly tossing various items, stones, clumps of earth, and bits of wood, into the marsh in frustration. Then, someone joyfully discovered that any blackened wood could float atop the Thunder Marsh. I understand now. The charred little trees behind us are thunderstruck wood. If we assemble this wood into a small boat, we can cross the Thunder Marsh and reach the island. Upon finding the solution, everyone except the severely injured Huang Ming began commanding their beasts to harvest the thunderstruck wood. Qingchen was no exception. He commanded Qingtuan to strike a thunderstruck log with his golden staff. Zei. So that's how we're playing this. Zei. As Qingtuan's staff struck the thunderstruck wood, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through the golden staff and surged into Qingtuan's body, causing his fur to bristle with static. Wisps of smoke rose from his head. Thankfully, the golden staff had the property of amplifying strength, allowing Qingtuan's strike to successfully break the log. However, the other beast masters were not so fortunate. Although the thunderstruck wood appeared slender, it was remarkably resilient and emitted electric shocks. If one failed to break a piece of thunderstruck wood on the first attempt, they would continuously endure electric shocks from it. Thus, the air was filled with the anguished cries of beastmasters, creating a grand symphony of suffering. In contrast, though every log Qingtuan broke sent a jolt through him, the brief shocks inflicted no significant harm. Consequently, Qingtuan swiftly shattered over a dozen thunderstruck logs. Strangely, when these logs were simply placed together, they naturally attracted one another, forming an inseparable whole. This was advantageous, as it eliminated the need to bind them into a boat. Qingchen looked at the small boat he had fashioned with satisfaction. Though modest in size, it was more than sufficient for himself and Qingtuan. After dragging the thunderstruck boat to the edge of the Thunder Marsh, Huang Ming suddenly approached Qingchen. I wonder if you could take me along. Huang Ming looked at Qingchen with hopeful eyes. Due to the injuries suffered by his Wind Eagle, he was unable to collect thunderstruck wood himself. And seeing Qingchen's ready-made boat, he naturally harbored thoughts of joining. I'm sorry, but I can't accommodate you. Qingchen replied, shaking his head decisively. He was no saint. Why should he take an unfamiliar person along to compete for opportunities? Upon hearing Qingchen's unwavering refusal, Huang Ming's smile froze. and a surge of anger welled up within him. If I hadn't stepped forward to experiment earlier, would you have known that this body of water was actually the Thunder Marsh? If I hadn't thrown wood into the marsh, would you have discovered that it was thunderstruck wood, which can be used to cross the marsh? Now that you've found a solution, you're prepared to abandon me. The one who made this discovery? No way. Think carefully, don't force my hand. Huang Ming warned Qingchen in a low, menacing tone. Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle at this. What obligation do I have to take you with me? Ignoring Huang Ming, he simply pulled the thunderstruck boat past him. You're the one forcing me. Huang Ming glared with malice. He then turned to the other 9 Beastmasters, who were still laboriously chopping wood, and shouted, "Why toil away when a ready-made boat is right in front of you? Just a lowly lifestyle Beastmaster. How dare he seize the opportunity in front of us combat Beastmasters?" Upon hearing Huang Ming's words, Qingchen was taken aback, then half-turned to face him, astonished that such shamelessness existed in the world. Following suit, several Beastmasters looked up at Qingchen almost in unison. Indeed, there's a ready-made boat. Why should we continue to labor? This revelation jolted them awake. He's merely a lifestyle Beastmaster. We could easily eliminate him. Other Beastmasters began to chime in. Exactly, kid, recognize your place. If you're sensible, hand over the boat. Don't force us to take action. The next scene could be quite bloody. Seeing this spectacle, Qingchen realized he had become the target of their ire. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, the instigator, gazed at Qingchen with a condescending and disdainful expression. His flared nostrils seemed to say, "Do you understand the consequences of crossing me? Ah, so this is how we're playing it." Qingchen dropped the thunderstruck boat and fully turned to face the 10 encircling Beastmasters. It felt as though he had become a fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. "Then let us start with you." Without further ado, Qingchen raised his gaze to Huang Ming and gently patted Qingtuan's soft head. He was never one to be overly benevolent. At this moment, Qingtuan recalled the memories of being ostracized and bullied due to his blindness. Thus, he was now filled with fury, and the consequences would be dire. With a surge of perception, Qingtuan immediately outlined everything around him in his mind. He then stepped forward, wielding the golden staff, and struck down heavily upon Huang Ming's injured wind eagle. 8 extremes collapse. This strike, combining the special technique of 8 extremes collapse with the straightforward amplification of the golden staff's power, was immensely forceful. With a resounding crack, the impact echoed through the air, followed by a sickening thud as blood splattered and bones shattered. The wind eagle's skull was utterly crushed by Qingtuan's blow. With the backlash from the Beastmaster contract, Huang Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream. Rolling on the ground while clutching his head, blood streaming from his orifices. Witnessing Qingchen's ruthless action against Huang Ming's beast sent shockwaves through the hearts of the other Beastmasters, causing them to hesitate. Actually, chopping wood isn't so bad. It's a good way to stretch my limbs. However, a few Beastmasters, having realized through their previous efforts that they could not craft a thunderstruck boat with their own strength, thought it better to offend Qingchen directly. After all, they had already crossed him. It was better to go all the way. Most importantly, Qingchen was merely a lifestyle Beastmaster with limited combat prowess. Killing an already injured beast wouldn't scare them off. How naive. Today, I will show you the difference between combat Beastmasters and lifestyle Beastmasters. Go, Swift Shadow Wolf. As he spoke, a swift Shadow Wolf, poised and ready, darted forth with incredible speed, lunging at Qingtuan. It extended its powerful forelimbs, unleashing 6 razor-sharp blades of wind. Although the swift Shadow Wolf was fast, it fell well within Qingtuan's perceptual range. Thus, when the wolf launched its attack, Qingtuan merely stepped forward, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was behind the swift Shadow Wolf. Instant flash. 8 extremes collapse. Qingtuan struck again, this blow shattering the wolf's spine. Whoa! The swift Shadow Wolf howled in agony, collapsing like a puddle of mud, motionless on the ground. Do you want to continue? As the echoes of their brutal encounters resonated, no one dared to underestimate Qingchen any longer. Almost all the Beastmasters instinctively took a few steps back, signaling their newfound respect. Only the owner of the fallen swift Shadow Wolf, Zhao Gang, roared with a savage expression, "You cowardly lot! What are you afraid of? He's just a lifestyle Beastmaster, and he's at his limit. Why don't you attack him and finish him off?" Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the other 8 Beastmasters exchanged disdainful glances. We look like fools to you? You want us to act as your pawns? A beastmaster capable of crippling a stealthy, swift shadow wolf cannot simply be dismissed as a lifestyle master, no matter how much Zhao Gang raged. No one paid him any mind. The group remained silent, observing Qingchen. If he were to continue his ruthless spree, they would have no choice but to respond. Each must bear the consequences of their actions. Each individual shall contribute 100,000 dragon coins, and this matter will be deemed resolved. Qingchen retrieved his phone, activated the payment code, and wore a serene smile as he regarded the 8 beast masters before him. He had no intention of letting this group off the hook so easily. After all, if he were to lack the requisite strength at this moment, his fate would be all too predictable. Do not turn away. You haven't even fought yet, and you concede to a mere lifestyle beast master? What a disgrace. You are nothing but the shame of battle beast masters. Upon witnessing someone pull out their phone, Zhao Gang began to panic. Shouting frantically, he did not wish to be the sole loser in this contest. Yet, it was evident that no one paid heed to Zhao Gang's words. Following the first beast master's transfer, a second and then a third quickly followed suit. The notifications of incoming payments filled his screen. Qingchen's heart blossomed with joy. 8 individuals, totaling 800,000. This sum surpassed all of his previous possessions combined. Now, as he gazed upon this group, they appeared increasingly endearing. Truly, they were his fortune bringers. Once it was confirmed that all had completed their transfers, Qingchen finally had time to address the incessantly nagging Zhao Gang. He instructed Qingtuan to place the staff atop the already severely injured shadow wolf's head, then turned to Zhao Gang and said, "You, 200,000. Otherwise, the fate of this shadow wolf shall mirror that of the wind eagle just now." Listening to Qingchen's threatening words, Zhao Gang felt his anger surge. Not only had his beast been grievously harmed, but now he was being threatened again. Furthermore, why was the price double that of others? "Do you even know who I, Zhao Gang, am?" Ignoring Zhao Gang's bluster, Qingchen decisively commanded Qingtuan to act. Without hesitation, Qingtuan swung the golden staff, poised to strike down upon the shadow wolf's head. "Stop, stop, stop. I'll pay. I'll pay." Seeing Qingchen's unwavering demeanor, Zhao Gang was thrown into disarray. He understood that should his beast perish, the backlash of the contract would severely impact his soul. The consequences ranged from becoming a simpleton to enduring years of potential recovery. They were currently in a pivotal period for the growth of beast masters. Sustaining a soul injury now would be catastrophic. The price of 200,000 seemed trivial compared to the future of a beast master, especially since those who could become battle beast masters often hailed from affluent families. Upon receiving Zhao Gang's transfer, Qingchen dismissed the group entirely and tossed the thunderstruck wooden boat onto the Thunder Marsh. As expected, the boat floated steadily atop the water. Thus, Qingchen, holding Qingtuan, boarded the small vessel and began to paddle towards the island using the oars crafted from thunderstruck wood. As Qingchen departed, the remaining beast masters finally dared to exhale deeply. Such an extraordinary lifestyle beast master would surely emerge as a dark horse in this year's school competition. Humph. Once we exit the secret realm, do not let me discover who he is. Indeed, the wealth of the Wang family is not easily acquired. On the Thunder Marsh, as time passed, Qingchen drew ever closer to the small island in the lake. That moment, he noticed a few distant figures rapidly approaching the island. They were likely beast masters who had set out from elsewhere. Upon reaching the island, a conflict seemed inevitable. Qingchen's expression turned grave. To some extent, those who made it to the island had passed the first round of assessments and possessed valuable items. After some time, Qingchen finally set foot on the island. The so-called saying, "The mountain is closer than it appears," held true. While the island seemed near from the land, it was still quite a distance away. Moreover, the island itself was vast, which explained why Qingchen only noticed other beast masters as he drew nearer. Upon arriving on the island, he found it teeming with lush trees and shrubs, a stark contrast to the barren and charred landscape of the mainland. Notably, the island's shape resembled that of a mountain, with its central area rising continuously. Is the summit our destination? Qingchen speculated as he gazed at the distant peak, before setting off with Qingtuan on the path up the mountain. However, having barely walked 100 meters, a flash of lightning suddenly struck from the void, aimed at Qingtuan. Fortunately, due to the unfamiliar environment, Qingtuan had kept its skill, wave perception, activated, allowing it to react swiftly as the lightning appeared. It executed a swift roll to evade the thunderous assault. Observing this, Qingchen promptly realized, it's a beast. Unlike contracted beasts, these aberrant creatures could not be bound to humans and harbored a deep-seated enmity towards them. Thus, when encountering such beasts, there were usually only two outcomes: either the beast perished or the beast master did. Naturally, Qingchen wished for the former, so he instructed Qingchen to probe the direction from which the lightning had come. Before long, a small white spirit fox, approximately 1 meter in length, dashed out from the nearby bushes, racing towards another thicket. Without hesitation, Qingchen activated its skill, covering the distance to the spirit fox's rear in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike of the staff, thud, the spirit fox collapsed, only for its form to inexplicably vanish, leaving behind a thumb-sized crystal in its place. The bronze spirit crystal, rich in spiritual energy, could nourish beasts for their training. After picking up the crystal, Qingchen placed it in his pocket. Although Qingchen did not require the crystal for cultivation due to the simplified system, it could still be sold. This small bronze spirit crystal had a market value of 10,000 dragon coins. Chapter 10. The dual-tailed spirit fox, a silver aberrant beast. With the crystal in hand, Qingchen knew that the true exploration of the secret realm had begun, according to the posts he had previously perused. Most explorations of secret realms revolved around beast masters commanding their beasts to battle aberrant creatures and collecting the fallen spirit crystals. If luck was on their side, they might even uncover rare resources for beasts. Though the odds were slim, thus, following the uphill path, Qingchen embarked on his first secret realm exploration. Thanks to Qingchen's skills, wave perception, and instant flash, virtually no ambush could escape its detection. Not a single aberrant beast discovered by Qingchen could evade the strike that followed its instant flash. Meanwhile, Qingchen trailed behind, continuously gathering spirit crystals. 23rd crystal. Qingchen counted diligently, then looked ahead. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached a position halfway up the mountain. So far, he had not encountered anything out of the ordinary. He touched his earlobe, wondering if he might be fortunate enough to stumble upon rare beast resources. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Qingchen beheld, emerging from a dense thicket, an unusual spirit fox nearly 2 meters long, strolling leisurely into view. This spirit fox was evidently different from those encountered previously. Not only was it larger, but its fur was also distinctly divided into red and white colors. More importantly, this spirit fox possessed 2 tails. Something out of the ordinary must be afoot. With heightened vigilance, Qingchen and Qingchen entered a rare state of focus, enhancing their strength, speed, and defense. The dual-tailed spirit fox regarded the pair, seemingly unfazed, and a subtle smile graced its lips as it raised both tails high. The tips of its tails, one blue and one red orb of light, rapidly coalesced. Attack! Qingchen, noticing the dual-tailed spirit fox gathering energy for its skill, Qingchen resolved not to become a sitting duck and signaled Qingchen to strike first. Qingchen, without hesitation, gripped the golden staff and advanced purposefully. That moment, the dual-tailed spirit fox sprang into action. One of its tails quivered slightly, and the blue orb atop it transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Qingchen. Instant flash. Observing the impending lightning strike, Qingchen executed its skill, evading the attack. In the next instant, Qingchen found itself in front of the dual-tailed spirit fox, prepared to deliver a blow, only to witness the other tail springing into motion. Be careful. From a distance, Qingchen could not help but shout a warning. Yet, Qingchen, already within striking range, sensed a wave of intense heat surging towards it. It was fire. However, it was too late to use instant flash again. Thus, Qingchen could only rapidly twirl the golden staff as if it were a pinwheel. 6 harmonies. Beast, the swiftly rotating golden staff, at this moment, resembled a circular shield, forming an impenetrable barrier before Qingchen. However, when the fiery assault of the 2-tailed spirit fox descended, the immense force it harbored still compelled Qingchen to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, having cast a defensive skill, Qingchen emerged relatively unscathed, aside from some singed and charred fur. What? A silver aberration? Qingchen, receiving Qingchen's feedback, wore a grave expression. Logically, the golden staff, classified as a golden tier weapon, inherently possessed a certain degree of defensive capability due to its material. Additionally, Qingchen had deployed defensive skills while in a focused state. Yet, despite these layers of protection, Qingchen still sustained damage from the 2-tailed spirit fox's abilities. This leads to the conclusion that the 2-tailed spirit fox's attack undoubtedly surpassed the bronze tier, entering the realm of silver. Only thus could Qingchen have faced such adversity. Conversely, the 2-tailed spirit fox Upon witnessing a mere bronze guardian withstand 2 of its attacks, displayed a slight change in demeanor. The reason it dared to appear so brazenly was its certainty that a bronze guardian would be utterly no match for it. Yet, given the current circumstances, the outcome was far from assured. It indeed risked a misstep. Thus, the anxious two-tailed spirit fox, shedding its earlier composure, once more gathered 2 glowing orbs at the tips of its upright tails. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning surged through the void. Its speed was such that most guardians would scarcely have time to react. However, armed with both wave perception and focus, Qingchen effortlessly evaded the two-tailed spirit fox's assault. The two-tailed spirit fox was no fool. Recognizing its attack had missed, it understood that launching further assaults would only deplete its own spiritual energy. Yet, in a flash, a cunning spark ignited in the two-tailed spirit fox's eyes as it quickly devised a countermeasure. This formidable panda was not to be trifled with. But what of that human? With that thought, the two-tailed spirit fox unleashed a fireball charged with fiery energy towards Qingchen, swiftly coalescing another thunderous orb. It aimed to ensure that the panda would be unable to defend itself while protecting the human. With a roar, the fire attack from the two-tailed spirit fox surged forth, akin to a famished wolf lunging at Qingchen. Alarmed, Qingchen had no choice but to roll aside in a desperate attempt to evade. Whether he would succeed in dodging was uncertain. In a moment of peril, Qingchen once more spun forward with the golden staff. Placing it before Qingchen, whoosh! The clash between the golden staff and the fiery force erupted in a cacophony of intense friction. Given that Qingchen was right behind, Qingchen dared not recoil to absorb the impact. Gritting its teeth and braving the fiery onslaught, after a while, the howling flames gradually lost their vigor and dissipated. Qingchen then relaxed, leaning wearily against the golden staff. Enduring a direct confrontation with the silver aberration's attack was still a formidable challenge for it at present. However, just as Qingchen laid down the golden staff, the next attack from the two-tailed spirit fox followed in quick succession. Lightning flashed. Qingchen intended to use a swift move, but Qingchen stood directly behind. Thus, Qingchen had no choice but to swing its staff, channeling all its strength forward to strike against the incoming lightning. 8 Extremes burst. With a roar echoing in its heart, Qingchen's golden staff collided fiercely with the oncoming lightning. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. As Qingchen shattered the lightning force with a single blow, the dispersing arcs of electricity surged wildly into its body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. To avoid further entanglement with the two-tailed spirit fox and to deliver a decisive blow, Qingchen disregarded the fact that it was currently surrounded by countless arcs of lightning, its body tingling. Gritting its teeth, it took a step, transforming into fleeting afterimages that vanished. Swift move. In the astonished gaze of the two-tailed spirit fox, Qingchen's figure, gripping the staff with both hands, suddenly materialized. In that moment, the two-tailed spirit fox, drained of its previous strength, could only watch helplessly as Qingchen's staff came crashing down upon it. 8 Extremes burst. Bang. Crack. The 2 piercing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Following this, the two-tailed spirit fox's body collapsed feebly to the ground, before bursting into a myriad of light particles that gradually faded away. In its place, a palm-sized badge remained. What is this? Qingchen picked up the badge, feeling its considerable weight in his hand. However, he was unable to discern its significance at that moment. Thus, he could only stow away the enigmatic badge for now and swiftly retrieve several healing pills to feed to Qingchen. It was imperative to enhance his strength. Only upon reaching the golden tier could a beastmaster link with their beast skills, thereby establishing a certain level of combat prowess. After the recent battle, Qingchen felt an urgent desire to grow stronger, for until one reached the golden tier, each breakthrough in a beastmaster's level did not significantly enhance their combat ability, merely improving their physical attributes. Only upon attaining the golden tier could a beastmaster choose to connect with their beast skills, allowing them to unleash their beast's abilities and attain extraordinary combat power after a brief period of recuperation. Qingchen set forth once more with the now rejuvenated Qingchen. Yet, scarcely had he traveled 10 meters when a robust lion appeared before him, its tail adorned with flickering flames. The flame-tailed lion. A top-tier entity among combat beasts, quite a stroke of luck for a lifestyle beastmaster to encounter this here. However, upon meeting this young master, your fortune shall come to an end. Behind the flame-tailed lion, a familiar figure emerged. Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang, observing the disheveled Qingchen, couldn't help but sneer. Lifestyle beastmasters are utterly useless, reduced to such a state against those bronze spirit foxes. Flame-tailed lion, finish him. With a pat on the back of the flame-tailed lion, Xiao Liang wore a look of amusement as he watched Qingchen. He did not recognize Qingchen, nor did he have any past grievances against him. However, Qingchen's audacity to support someone he intended to topple outside the secret realm warranted a price to be paid. Roar! Responding to Xiao Liang's command, the flame-tailed lion unleashed a furious roar, baring its menacing fangs. Then, it lunged forward, akin to a boulder rolling with ferocity towards Qingchen. Meanwhile, Qingtuan seized the moment, brandishing the golden staff to shield Qingchen. Focus! Qingtuan instantly entered a concentrated state, easily discerning the flame-tailed lion's vulnerabilities through wave perception. Subsequently, Qingtuan's body shifted slightly as it prepared to unleash the 8 Extremes burst technique against such a formidable flame-tailed lion. Qingtuan was confident it could deliver a crushing blow. Just as the staff was about to strike, a cold voice echoed from behind Qingchen. "Chang Lingyu, light feather fall." In an instant, feathers resembling luminous spears cascaded from the void like a torrential downpour, charging towards the flame-tailed lion. Flame-tailed lion's roar. Confronted with the overwhelming barrage of light feathers, the flame-tailed lion inhaled deeply before unleashing a torrent of flames that consumed the incoming feathers entirely. Then, at Xiao Liang's signal, the flame-tailed lion leapt back to his side, its gaze fixed intently on Qingchen's rear. Simultaneously, Qingchen turned to face behind him. A slender boy appeared seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by a pale blue flying crane beast, gently flapping its wings. Qing Linyu, equally formidable as Xiao Liang's flame-tailed lion. By Mengzhu, as Qingchen regarded the newcomer, the name surfaced in his mind. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth would possess such a remarkable beast, indicating he was no ordinary individual. "That I told you. I won't allow him to harm you." By Mengzhu approached Qingchen, and with a flutter of its wings, the Qing Linyu positioned itself before Qingtuan, its eyes fixed on the flame-tailed lion. "I wondered how a lifestyle beastmaster could reach this point. It turns out someone is assisting you. But is this truly your confidence? That's still insufficient." As he spoke, Xiao Liang prepared to command the flame-tailed lion to attack once more. He did not believe there was anyone in Qingyang City who could rival him. "Let us put that to the test." On the other side, before Qingchen could respond, Bai Mengzhu interjected. He was eager to see if the so-called number 1 in Qingyang City, Xiao Liang, had any substance behind his claims. At the moment when tensions were palpable between the two parties, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. Gazing at the two erect tails, it became evident that it was yet another two-tailed spirit fox. However, upon its arrival, the two-tailed spirit fox was momentarily taken aback by the 3 beast masters before it. This was unexpected. According to the information just received, there should only be 1 panda cub present. How did a lion and a flying crane come to be here as well? Sensing the unusual atmosphere, the two-tailed spirit fox swiftly turned and fled. It was not foolish. Although it had attained a silver rank, it could only be considered a mid-tier combatant among its peers, and the 3 beast masters present appeared formidable indeed. Thus, the two-tailed spirit fox wisely opted for the best course of action: retreat. However, while it was easy to arrive, leaving proved to be a challenge. Xiao Liang and Bai Mengzhu were both taken aback at the sight of the two-tailed spirit fox. Throughout their journey, they had only encountered single-tailed spirit foxes. The appearance of a two-tailed spirit fox was a clear indication of something extraordinary. The presence of such an unusual creature often signified a unique opportunity. Therefore, noticing the situation, Xiao Liang chose not to engage further with Qingchen and instead waved his hand, instructing the flame-tailed lion to pursue the two-tailed spirit fox. He then followed closely behind the flame-tailed lion, gradually vanishing from Qingchen's view. "Classmate, you shouldn't go any further. If you continue up, you're likely to encounter numerous others. With your strength, it would be quite difficult to escape." Bai Mengzhu cautioned Qingchen before signaling Qing Linyu to follow the fleeing two-tailed spirit fox. He was unwilling to easily let go of such a rare opportunity. Observing Bai Mengzhu and the others depart in succession, Qingchen shrugged helplessly. "What, do they all think I'm weak, due to already obtaining a badge?" Qingchen chose not to pursue the two-tailed spirit fox any longer and continued his ascent towards the mountain's peak. He had a strong intuition that the summit was the ultimate destination of this secret realm. Chapter 12. Reaching the summit, the pyramid. As he pressed on, Qingchen did not encounter the two-tailed spirit fox again. A single-tailed spirit fox was hardly capable of obstructing his progress. During this time, he gradually came across other beast masters. Some were astonished by Qingchen's fortune, marveling at how a life-type beast master had managed to reach such heights. while others, upon seeing that Qingchen's beast was merely a life-type giant panda, began to entertain ulterior motives. After all, having reached this position, one would surely possess some valuable resources, right? Thus, some beast masters prepared to ambush him, deeming a life-type beast master an easy target. However, the fantasies of these would-be robbers were swiftly crushed by Qing Tuan's devastating strike. Not only did their beasts suffer severe injuries, but one individual also lost a staggering 300,000 dragon coins. Given the stakes at this level, it was only reasonable for the costs to be high. As Qingchen observed the fifth beast master being defeated, he generously offered a smile before continuing onward. After a little more than half a day, he finally reached the mountain's peak. Before him stood a massive light dome, shaped like an inverted bowl and radiating a soft blue hue. Outside this dome, a few beast masters lingered, some staring in a daze, while others commanded their beasts to attack, though it was evident that none could breach the enormous light barrier. As Qingchen approached, he noticed 10 stone pillars over a meter tall standing outside the light dome, each topped with a palm-sized indentation. 3 of these pillars already housed badges. Observing this scene, Qingchen felt a surge of realization. Could this be the purpose of the badges? Holding on to this speculation, he looked around and spotted 3 distinguished beast masters, each surrounded by a faint white halo. Don't bother looking, classmate. Those badges must be obtained from the two-tailed spirit fox, even if you were fortunate enough to encounter one. They possess silver-level strength, far beyond what a mere life-type beast master like you can contend with. Though you've made it this far, showcasing some luck and strength, you still pale in comparison to those prodigious beast masters. One of the onlookers remarked, observing Qingchen circling the 10 stone pillars. At that moment, several other beast masters arrived, including Xiao Liang and Bai Qingzhu. It was unclear what encounters they had faced, but both bore visible injuries on their beasts. The ultimate treasure of this secret realm belongs to me, Xiao Liang declared as he pressed his badge into the indentation atop one of the stone pillars, casting a sweeping gaze over all the beast masters present until he spotted Qingchen. Damn it, why won't this useless life-type beast master just disappear? Before Xiao Liang could act, Bai Mengzhu placed her badge into the stone pillar and stepped beside Qingchen, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Liang. The meaning was clear. If he sought a fight, let it come. However, given that the flame-tailed lion was already wounded from its battle with the previous two-tailed spirit fox, and with the final treasure of the secret realm so close at hand, Xiao Liang could only grit his teeth and bide his time, planning to settle scores with Bai Mengzhu after they exited the secret realm. Classmate, didn't I tell you that with your strength, climbing to this peak is fraught with danger? It's fine. Look, I made it up here safe and sound, didn't I? Qingchen replied with a light-hearted chuckle, sensing Bai Mengzhu's concern. Taken aback by his confidence, Bai Mengzhu found herself momentarily speechless. After all, Qingchen's assertion was indeed accurate. As Qingchen and Bai Mengzhu conversed, more beast masters continued to arrive, including several who possessed badges. In no time, 9 badges had been gathered on the 10 stone pillars. Who would claim the final badge? Let us wait and see. Among the 9 already gathered, I recognized the top students from various academies and the leading figures from major factions. It's likely that the final individual will also be someone prominent within Xinyang City, as the crowd speculated. Qingchen felt the moment had arrived. Initially, he had refrained from placing his badge to avoid unnecessary trouble. But now that he was the last remaining, there was no reason to hide it any longer. However, as Qingchen approached the stone pillar, the onlookers couldn't help but snickered. Is that kid out of his mind? That's not how you draw attention. To put it bluntly, if a life-type beast master possesses a badge, I'd eat my hat. Before the last comment could finish, Qingchen produced his badge and inserted it into the indentation atop the stone pillar. Buzz. The seemingly ordinary badge began to radiate a brilliant glow. Moments later, the luminescence expanded, forming an oval barrier that enveloped both Qingchen and Qingtuan. How is this possible? At the sight of this spectacle, all the surrounding beast masters were left in shock. Even Bai Mengzhu felt her heart skip a beat. Qingchen, a life-type bronze beast master, possessed combat prowess rivaling that of silver-level beasts. What had she been discussing with him all this time? At this thought, Bai Mengzhu nearly wished to dig a hole and bury herself. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Qingchen strolled back to Bai Mengzhu's side. When she questioned him, he merely smiled and replied, "Just a stroke of luck." Before Bai Mengzhu could inquire further, The once soft blue barrier suddenly transformed into a transparent hue. Yet, the barrier remained intact, merely shifting to a transparent color, still preventing the beast masters from entering. As the blue barrier became transparent, an ancient, towering pyramid emerged before all onlookers. Opportunity. The final opportunity surely lies within the pyramid. Gazing at the majestic pyramid, every beast master felt a shiver of excitement. Without hesitation, encased in the protective glow, Qingchen reached out to touch the now transparent barrier. To his astonishment, he discovered that his right hand could easily pass through the transparent shield, exhaling deeply. Qingchen embraced Qingtuan and stepped boldly into the barrier. Seeing this, Bai Mengzhu and the others followed suit, each bringing their beasts through the barrier. As their eyes adjusted, they beheld a pyramid towering hundreds of meters high. The structure appeared ancient, its surface etched with the scars of time. What treasures lay within? High-quality beasts, or perhaps rare resources for beast masters. Chapter 13. Exploration within the pyramid, the Thunder Emperor's secret. At this moment, Qingchen gazed upon the colossal pyramid, as if beholding an immense blind box treasure chest. Brimming with anticipation, collecting his thoughts, Qingchen surveyed the surroundings and then discovered several entrances, each shaped like a towering arch. Situated in the center of the pyramid, without a moment's hesitation, he led Qingtuan and casually selected one of the entrances, stepping inside. Observing this, the others also chose their respective entrances to enter. Beyond the entrance lay a narrow corridor, devoid of any illumination, growing increasingly dark as one ventured deeper, rendering one's hand invisible in the shadows. Fortunately, Qingtuan possessed the skill of wave perception, making this seemingly daunting corridor a trivial challenge for Qingchen. With Qingtuan sensing the feedback from the waves, he constructed a map of the pyramid's passageways in his mind and guided Qingchen further in. Meanwhile, outside the pyramid, those who lacked the qualifications to enter were left to reluctantly accept their roles as spectators. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. 10 pillars of light shot up into the sky from the pyramid. What could this mean? Could it be that these 10 pillars represented the 10 beast masters who had entered? If so, I wager the first to be eliminated will be that life-type beast master. So do I. 1. Although the significance of the 10 pillars remained unclear for the moment, the onlookers had no choice but to serve as spectators, eager to see who would emerge victorious in the end. Inside the pyramid, as Xiao Liang and the others all entered, it seemed that some sort of program had been activated. The originally straight corridor began to branch into multiple paths, each leading to different destinations. For instance, under the illumination of the fiery tail of the flame-winged lion, Xiao Liang proceeded with great caution. However, after navigating a few forks and stepping into a room, he was confronted by 2 silver-tier mummies. Meanwhile, Bai Mengzhu, upon entering a dead end, discovered 2 silver-tier zombies waiting for him at the end. Returning to Qingchen, thanks to Qingtuan's guidance, he continued to navigate the winding paths. After a considerable time, Qingchen finally spotted a glimmer of blue at the end of his vision. Approaching the blue cautiously, he discovered that it emanated from a square room. The room was empty, yet the walls flickered with a faint blue light. What could this be? Qingchen pondered, and Qingtuan also received no additional wave feedback. Thus, Qingchen had no choice but to enter the room with Qingtuan, preparing to examine it closely. However, the moment Qingchen stepped inside, a stone tablet suddenly descended, completely sealing off the exit. Inside the room, Qingchen furrowed his brow. Soon, the surface of the fallen stone tablet began to gather text. Still glowing blue, the overall message conveyed that only by comprehending the incantation could one leave this place. Furthermore, any attempts to move the stone tablet would be futile, as it was imbued with endless thunderous power. An incantation? What kind of incantation? Qingchen felt somewhat bewildered and shifted his gaze to the walls. Then, a familiar mechanical voice resonated. Detected simplifiable skill. Thunder Emperor's incantation. Target, Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 dragon coins to simplify? Upon hearing the system's voice, Qingchen's eyes flickered. Could it be that the blue flashes on the wall were the incantation mentioned on the stone tablet, and that the so-called incantation referred to a beastmaster skill? With this thought, Qingchen did not hesitate and chose yes. Fortunately, he had reaped a bounty in the secret realm. Otherwise, he might not have been able to afford the system's request. Speaking of which, previously, simplifying a bronze skill only required 10,000 dragon coins, yet now it had increased 100-fold. This hinted at the high level of this Beast Master skill, Simplification Complete, cultivation of Thunder Emperor's incantation struck by lightning. Seeing such a straightforward and brutal method of cultivation, Qingchen could only look at Qingtuan with an expression of innocent bewilderment. You've worked hard. At this moment, Qingtuan, receiving the information, could only manage a stiff grin. I may not be human, but you truly are a dog. Nevertheless, in order to master this advanced skill and find a way out, Qingtuan had no choice but to muster his courage and reach out to touch the stone tablet. There was no alternative. At that moment, the only source of thunderous power in the entire room was this stone tablet that had previously issued a warning. Zing! As Qingtuan's small, chubby paw made contact with the stone tablet, a powerful current surged forth, coursing through Qingtuan's entire being in an instant. This caused Qingtuan to explode into a frenzy, smoke billowing from his pores. Skill, Thunder Emperor's incantation, Novice 5. The effects were immediate. Being struck by lightning yielded a proficiency gain of 5, prompting Qingchen to encourage Qingtuan. Keep it up, just 19 more strikes to go. Upon hearing this, Qingtuan felt a surge of determination, his fists clenching. However, there was no escaping the lightning that needed to be endured. After taking a breath, Qingtuan reached out once more to touch the stone tablet. In the next moment, another bolt of lightning erupted, causing Qingtuan's previously straight fur to curl wildly. After expelling a puff of black smoke, he reached out again. Crackle, crackle. For a short period, the enclosed room was illuminated by flashes of light. In the end, Qingtuan lay exhausted on the ground beside the stone tablet, and once he regained a bit of strength, he moved his hand to touch the stone tablet once more, displaying a complete disregard for the consequences. After being struck by lightning multiple times, it was understandable that anyone would feel despondent. Finally, after the 20th lightning strike, the cultivation of the Thunder Emperor's incantation reached the novice stage. In that instant, Qingtuan felt a mystical power of thunder emanating from within, continuously nourishing his flesh, veins, and bones. Concurrently, more text began to gather on the back of the stone tablet. The gist of it was that achieving comprehension of the Thunder Emperor's incantation within half an hour indicated a high compatibility with it. And according to the rules, a true Thunder Core would be granted. True Thunder Core? What could that possibly be? Before Qingchen could ponder further, the blue light flashing on the walls of the room suddenly began to levitate, converging towards the center of the room. Even the stone tablet, infused with inexhaustible thunderous power, emitted a blinding thunderous light that surged towards the center. After some time, the extraordinary phenomenon within the room gradually subsided, replaced by a floating sphere of thunder. It was about the size of a baby's fist, surrounded by numerous arcs of lightning. Is this the true Thunder Core? Qingchen observed the sphere of thunder closely, curious about how to retrieve it. Just then, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, the true Thunder Core bypassed Qingchen and directly entered Qingtuan's body. Chapter 14. The Final Encounter. The Arena. How is it? Qingtuan, watching the true Thunder Core enter Qingtuan's body, Qingchen felt a wave of anxiety. After all, that was a compressed entity harboring boundless thunder. If it were to go out of control, the consequences would be dire. Qingtuan was also aware of the gravity of the situation, so he calmed himself to carefully sense the core within. Finding no abnormalities, the true Thunder Core that had entered his body was now radiating a gentle thunderous power, subtly refining his physique. Over time, his body's resilience would undoubtedly reach a new level. Moreover, Qingtuan had a premonition that if he practiced the Thunder Emperor's incantation, he might be able to harness a portion of the true Thunder Core's power, serving as a formidable trump card. With Qingtuan's feedback, Qingchen finally relaxed. Subsequently, the stone tablet that had previously blocked the exit began to rise slowly. Was it over? Or was it just the beginning? Qingchen looked at the now open exit, pondering his thoughts. After all, it was already remarkable for a bronze secret realm to yield a high-tier Beast Master skill, let alone a rare Beast Master resource like the true Thunder Core. Although Qingchen was still unaware of the true Thunder Core's purpose, it was evident that this item was extraordinary, its value surely at least equivalent to that of a golden tier. As he stepped out through the opening, Qingchen continued to rely on Qingtuan's wave perception skill to advance further. Outside the pyramid, the 10 towering pillars of light suddenly shattered, leaving 5 in ruins. Then, amid a chorus of astonished gazes, 5 bloodied figures appeared, tumbling on the ground in disarray. Look, it's Su Yang, the top student from Qingyang No. 1, and their Feng Feiru, one of the top 3 students from Qingyang No. 3, not to mention Li Meng, the current top of the Li family. one of the three great families of Qingyang. As I gazed upon the figures rolling on the ground at this moment, the surrounding beast tamers widened their eyes in astonishment. Each individual within that group could be deemed a paragon among their peers, a true prodigy amongst prodigies. Yet, in this instant, they all found themselves in such a dire predicament. One couldn't help but wonder what horrors lay concealed within this pyramid. Why had these formidable individuals been eliminated, while that lifestyle beast tamer had yet to emerge? Surely, it couldn't be that his prowess surpassed these exceptional talents, could it? The only plausible explanation left was that his luck was remarkably fortuitous. With a reminder from someone, it dawned upon all that there still remained a lifestyle beast tamer within the pyramid. At this moment, an absurd thought suddenly surfaced in the hearts of several beast tamers. Could it be that the ultimate victor would be that lifestyle beast tamer? Inside the pyramid, after traversing a short distance, Qingchen noticed a brilliant white light emanating from a nearby corner. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the source of the light, stepping into what revealed itself to be a circular, transparent space. Directly ahead lay an expansive circular platform, estimated to be the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Further ahead, he spotted another smaller circular transparent area, totaling 4 in all. Within one of them stood a square-faced boy, accompanied by a dragon-shell crocodile turtle, quietly crouching beside him. Upon seeing Qingchen, the boy's expression shifted to one of disbelief that he had fought and defeated 2 silver-level exotic beasts to earn his place here. What right did Qingchen, a mere lifestyle beast tamer, have to be present? Was it skill or mere chance? The square-faced boy silently scrutinized Qingchen, his thoughts swirling within. Just then, another figure appeared within the transparent space, a girl. Her beast was a towering white bear, muscular and imposing, resembling a small mountain. Following that, Xiaoliang and Bai Mengzhu appeared in the remaining 2 transparent spaces. Upon catching sight of Qingchen, both were taken aback. They certainly hadn't anticipated seeing him at this stage. A lifestyle beast tamer. Unbelievable. Xiaoliang fixed his gaze on Qingchen, a sense of unease beginning to brew within him. At that moment, the transparent barrier before them suddenly rippled. Qingchen reached out to touch it, only to discover that he couldn't penetrate the barrier. However, when Qingchen extended its hand, it effortlessly breached the barrier. It seemed only the beast could pass through. With that thought in mind, Qingchen instructed Qingchen to cautiously explore outside. As Qingchen fully exited the transparent space, the barrier returned to calm. Qingchen, relieved to find that his bond with Qingchen hadn't severed, let out a quiet sigh. With Qingtuan's departure, the other 4 transparent spaces also saw the emergence of 4 beasts. Kid, your luck ends here. Xiaoliang commanded his flame-tailed lion to approach Qingtuan, baring its teeth. Meanwhile, Qinglingyu, under Bai Mengzhu's signal, stepped beside Qingtuan, facing off against the flame-tailed lion. The remaining dragon-shell crocodile turtle and sacred white bear stood aside, watching the unfolding drama. After all, when the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. They were content to pick up the spoils. However, it was evident that Xiaoliang was no fool. He understood that while he could defeat Qinglingyu, the cost would be significant. If he encountered the dragon-shell crocodile turtle or the sacred white bear afterward, his chances of victory would be slim. Having come this far, Xiaoliang refused to allow himself to falter at the final juncture. Thus, he quickly proposed to the 2 observers, "Why don't we 3 join forces and eliminate these 2 competitors first? After all, although one is a lifestyle beast tamer, reaching this stage is no small feat, whether by luck or skill. Neither of you would want to suffer an unexpected defeat, would you? Moreover, it's clear they are allied, while we 3 would be at a disadvantage fighting separately." Upon hearing Xiaoliang's words, the square-faced boy felt a flicker of temptation. He had always found it peculiar that a lifestyle beast tamer like Qingchen had made it this far. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate Qingchen seemed wise. With that thought, the square-faced boy no longer hesitated and directed his dragon-shell crocodile turtle to position itself beside the flame-tailed lion, indicating his allegiance. "Classmate, it's time to make a choice. You don't think we would allow you to play the fisherman, do you?" Having chosen sides, the square-faced boy began to pressure the girl who had yet to declare her allegiance. After pondering for a moment, she ultimately decided to join Xiaoliang's team, as aligning with Qingchen's side was uncertain, while joining Xiaoliang guaranteed victory. In this scenario, even a fool could discern the optimal choice. Thus, the arena displayed a clear 3-against-2 situation. Qingchen, I fear you may not survive this round. Chapter 15. 3-against-2, The Wrath of Thunder. Listening to Bai Mengzhu's words, Qingchen couldn't help but smile. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of gratitude. Despite knowing that standing with him would likely lead to defeat, they chose to stand firmly beside him. Honestly, it was quite touching, were it not for the fact that this boy was male. Qingchen might have suspected he harbored feelings for him. Could it be that this lad? Do not worry. If you cannot protect me, then I shall take it upon myself to safeguard you. Casting aside such convoluted thoughts, Qingchen focused his mind, and Qingtuan brandished the golden staff, stepping forth to confront Qinglingyu. Its round, resplendent eyes narrowed slightly, unflinching in the face of the three battle beasts before it. Attack! Seeing Qingchen daring to send a lifestyle beast forth in provocation, Xiao Liang and the other two wasted no time in issuing commands. They were eager to discover what qualifications a mere lifestyle beast tamer had to reach this stage. Roar! The flame-tailed lion unleashed a ferocious roar, its body darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging straight at Qingtuan. Observing this, Qinglingyu flapped its wings, unleashing a flurry of radiant feathers raining down upon the flame-tailed lion. Featherfall, the air was filled with the sound of countless feathers slicing through the atmosphere. And us, dragon shell crocodile turtle, dragon shell shield, sacred white bear, divine fist. In an instant, an illusory shield materialized in the air, blocking the radiant feathers deployed by Qinglingyu. Immediately thereafter, the pristine sacred white bear charged forth from behind the shield, delivering a powerful punch imbued with holy light straight at Qinglingyu. Be careful! Seeing this unfold, Qingtuan instinctively moved, but was halted by the flame-tailed lion's fiery roar, immobilizing it in place. 6 harmonies. Beast! Qingtuan twirled the golden staff, forming a defensive barrier before it to withstand the impending fiery assault. However, this delay forced Qinglingyu into a precarious position, being relentlessly pursued and pummeled by the two powerful beasts. Although Qinglingyu benefited from its ability to fly and was temporarily unharmed, its situation was nonetheless dire. Being relentlessly battered by the two beasts, a swift resolution was imperative. Qingchen's thoughts concluded on the battlefield. Qingtuan recognized the gravity of the situation. After successfully blocking the flame-tailed lioness attack, Qingtuan swiftly appeared before the flame-tailed lion, intent on eliminating one opponent first. Seeing Qingtuan suddenly materialize in front of the flame-tailed lion, Xiao Liang was equally astonished. No wonder he had progressed this far. It seemed he possessed an eerie mastery of movement skills. Though surprised, Xiao Liang was prepared. After all, he was a prodigious beast tamer capable of defeating 2 silver-level beasts. While he might be a bit arrogant, his strength was certainly not something Qingchen had previously encountered among other beast tamers. Fiery whip. As Qingtuan closed in, the flame-tailed lion began to whip its fiery tail violently. In the next moment, sparks erupted. The flames traced a path, coiling around the flame-tailed lion and forming an impenetrable wall of fiery whips. Unfazed by the flame-tailed lion enveloped in a fiery shell, Qingtuan raised the golden staff high and coldly commanded. 8 extremes collapse. With a swift motion, the golden staff descended with overwhelming pressure, akin to a small mountain, crashing down. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion reverberated through the air. In the following moment, Qingtuan's staff smashed through the flame-tailed lion's fiery whip defense. Scattering sparks in all directions, the staff continued its relentless descent, striking the flame-tailed lion's right shoulder with immense force. Howl! The flame-tailed lion emitted a cry of anguish before swiftly retreating. Observing this, the Qingtuan pressed forward in pursuit, intent on rendering the flame-tailed lion completely powerless. Thus, Qingtuan swung his staff once more. Meanwhile, on the transparent platform, Xiao Liang could only shout urgently, "Save me!" in the blink of an eye, as Qingtuan's staff was about to descend. A solid dragon armor shield materialized before the flame-tailed lion. Bang! As Qingtuan's staff struck down, ripples spread across the surface of the dragon armor shield. Seizing this opportunity, the flame-tailed lion leapt away from Qingtuan, joining the fray against the Qinglingyu. The panda's attacks were devastating, likely enhanced by the weapon in its grasp. Dragon armor crocodile, entangle it. We will assist you after dealing with the Qinglingyu. The square-faced boy nodded slightly at these words. Indeed, the dragon armor crocodile excelled in defense, and even with the assistance of the sacred white bear, it would be unrealistic to swiftly subdue the Qinglingyu. It was better to use it to block Qingtuan and allow teammates to clear the field first. Witnessing the shift in strategy, Qingchen furrowed his brow. The dragon armor crocodile, being a combat beast highly adept at defense, would be difficult to breach in a short time. On the other side, with the flame-tailed lion's arrival, The situation for Qing Lingyu became increasingly dire. Qingchen, I cannot hold on much longer. Bai Mengzhu gritted her teeth tightly. The strength of Qing Lingyu was roughly equal to that of the sacred white bear, but it was able to temporarily restrain the latter and the dragon armor crocodile thanks to its flying capability. However, now, with the more formidable flame-tailed lion entering the fray, Qing Lingyu found itself in a precarious position, struggling to maintain balance. Qing Tuan, unleash your trump card. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Qingchen did not hesitate any longer and issued a final command. Upon hearing this, Qing Tuan abruptly retreated, raising both hands high with the golden staff. The square-faced boy's heart stirred, realizing that Qing Tuan was about to unleash a powerful move, prepare the strongest defense. Qing Tuan tightened his grip on the golden staff and summoned the core of true thunder within the next moment. The core pulsed with an unending stream of thunderous energy, converging in the palms of Qing Tuan before being infused into the golden staff. Crackle, crackle. Numerous dazzling arcs of lightning began to manifest on the golden staff, whipping through the surrounding void. Sunfall. After charging to its peak, Qing Tuan swiftly pivoted and brought the golden staff crashing down toward the dragon armor crocodile. Splash. The accumulated thunder surged from the golden staff like a torrent breaching a dam, rushing toward the dragon armor crocodile. Faced with such an onslaught, the dragon armor crocodile did not dare to underestimate it. Immediately summoning its strongest defense, indestructible dragon armor, brilliant golden light erupted from deep within the dragon armor crocodile, enveloping it in a radiant statue-like appearance, akin to an indestructible golden body. In the next moment, the dazzling torrent of thunder descended as expected, ravaging the golden dragon armor crocodile. Chapter 16. Minor completion, stone egg. Within the thunderous current, the once resplendent golden glow on the surface of the dragon armor crocodile began to visibly wane. Gradually, cracks appeared on its golden exterior. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of fissures covered the dragon armor crocodile, resembling a porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a crisp, alarming explosion rang out. Golden fragments scattered across the ground, and the form of the dragon armor crocodile abruptly vanished. On the other side, the square-faced boy felt a surge of veins on his forehead. About to cry out in alarm, but his entire being inexplicably disappeared. It was as if he had never existed. The dragon armor crocodile was not dead. It had been teleported away, perhaps due to the protective rules of this place. Inside the transparent space, Qingchen received feedback from Qing Tuan that he understood that just as the thunderous force was about to annihilate the dragon armor crocodile, it had vanished, before Qingchen could ponder deeply. On the arena, although Qing Tuan had successfully defeated the dragon armor crocodile, Qing Lingyu had also been cornered by the flame-tailed lion and the sacred white bear, he observed as the sacred white bear thrust its right paw forward, unleashing a wave of pure white holy light aimed at Qing Lingyu's wings. After narrowly dodging the holy light shockwave, Qing Lingyu found itself unable to evade the fiery assault from the flame-tailed lion. Thus, amidst the raging flames, Qing Lingyu's form vanished. Bai Mengzhu, watching Bai Mengzhu's figure disappear before him, Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. Although this arena had special protective rules ensuring that beasts would not truly perish, and thus their tamers would not suffer genuine harm, it was regrettable that Bai Mengzhu had been targeted due to her association with him, leading to her unfortunate defeat. With this thought, Qingchen's fury intensified. Qing Tuan, eliminate them. Sensing Qingchen's wrath, Qing Tuan unleashed all its might. It lifted its gaze toward the flame-tailed lion and the sacred white bear, then took a light step forward, its form becoming a blur. In an instant, Qing Tuan crossed a distance of several meters, silently appearing before the flame-tailed lion, then raised the golden staff and struck down. 8 extremes collapse. Under the unique technique of 8 extremes collapse, the strike of the golden staff left behind a series of staff shadows. As the golden staff descended, the staff shadows merged into the staff, continuously amplifying its power. Boom! Like thunder erupting from the ground. A tremendous sound echoed, and the flame-tailed lion's form shattered before Qing Tuan. In the transparent space, Xiaoliang felt a wave of fear wash over him for the first time upon witnessing this scene. Ignoring the distance of several meters, a silver-level attack method unleashed by such a beast could no longer be withstood by any bronze-level beast. Overcome with fear and disbelief, Xiaoliang's figure also vanished in an instant. At this moment, only the diminutive Qing Tuan and the nearly 2-meter-tall sacred white bear stood facing each other. After the previous 2 battles, the beast tamer girl understood that despite the sacred white bear's significantly larger size, Its actual combat power was far inferior to that of the panda. After all, she had no confidence that the sacred white bear could forcibly breach the dragon armor crocodile's defenses. Thus, after a brief silence, the beast tamer girl chose to concede. She did not wish to risk her beast, the sacred white bear, perishing, nor herself becoming a fool in pursuit of the unknown. As she conceded, a beam of light enveloped her, transporting her away. Now, the entire space contained only Qingchen and Qingtuan, one human and one beast. It seemed that the girl was unaware of the arena's rule protecting against death, seeing the beast tamer girl so decisively choose to concede. Qingchen, after a moment of shock, grasped the key to the situation. He then focused his attention on Qingtuan. Just moments ago, Qingtuan's instantaneous strike and 8 extremes collapse had astonished even him. For such power could not possibly stem from mere beginner-level mastery, unless Qingchen's thoughts stirred, and the data for Qingtuan appeared before him. Name: Qingtuan species, giant panda level, bronze, 30, potential, silver skills, focus, minor completion, 5. Wave perception, minor completion, 20, 6 harmonies staff method, minor completion, 5. 8 extremes collapse, minor completion, 0. Instantaneous flash, minor completion, 0. Thunder Emperor technique, beginner, 10 indeed. Upon seeing that except for the recently learned Thunder Emperor technique, which remained at beginner-level proficiency, all other skills had reached minor completion, Qingchen felt a surge of joy. When he had checked Qingtuan's data earlier in the morning, only the focus skill had achieved minor completion. However, after spending the majority of the day exploring the secret realm, Qingtuan's proficiency in other skills had gradually increased. It was just that Qingchen had not had the time to check Qingtuan's data panel earlier, so he had overlooked it. Clearly, both instantaneous flash and 8 extremes collapse were skills that had just recently broken through, allowing them to give the beast tamer girl a formidable first impression and, through a fortunate misalignment of information, to achieve victory without a fight. A sudden cacophony pierced the air, capturing Qingchen's attention. In his line of sight, the once smooth surface of the arena began to shift and undulate in small segments. Before long, a black pillar, exceeding a meter in height and uneven in texture, emerged from the center of the arena. Atop this pillar rested a circular, enigmatic object, just as Qingchen was about to instruct Qingtuan to retrieve the mysterious circular object. The transparent barrier before him shimmered once again. Tentatively, he extended his right hand and was astonished to find that this time, his hand could pass through the transparent barrier. Without hesitation, Qingchen stepped through the barrier and approached the black pillar. With Qingtuan trailing closely behind as he drew nearer, Qingchen discerned that the circular object resembled a stone. It was oval-shaped, about the size of a duck egg, of a deep gray hue, and its surface was riddled with fine cracks. It appeared to be nothing extraordinary, more akin to an unremarkable pebble. Was it always this way, or had it been weathered by the passage of time? Qingchen grasped the stone egg in his hand and felt its texture, which indeed felt like stone. With no immediate answers, he casually placed the stone egg into the backpack slung over his shoulder. Soon after, the black pillar, now devoid of the stone egg, began to transform once more. Within half a minute, a door frame, tall enough for a person to walk through, took shape, its interior swirling with a kaleidoscope of colors. Was this a teleportation array? Pondering this mystery, Qingchen stepped into the dark portal, accompanied by Qingtuan. Outside the pyramid, the crowd gasped as one of the 2 towering beams of light abruptly shattered. A collective tremor coursed through the onlookers. The moment of revelation was at hand. The identity of the final victor of the Bronze Secret Realm would soon be unveiled. Buzzing with anticipation, the air trembled. Suddenly, a figure staggered into view. What? It was none other than her, the top student from Yizhong and Qifeng City, Yang Yin. Could it be that the ultimate victor was that lifestyle beast master? How is that even possible? How could a lifestyle beast master defeat so many prodigies? Noticing the murmurs of disbelief, Yang Yin wasted no time. She activated the secret realm crystal on her person and exited the realm. Clearly, there was little left to explore in this realm, and lingering any longer would only be a waste of time. More importantly, Yang Yin found it difficult to accept that she had been bested by a lifestyle beast master. Thus, weighing her options, she chose to leave, preferring to avoid the shame. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yang Yan's departure, Xiao Yang's expression darkened ominously. Although the arena had rules to protect against fatal injuries, he had still sustained a considerable amount of damage. While it was not severe enough to equate to the death of a beast master, a full recovery would take at least a week. What infuriated Xiao Liang even more was the fact that the final treasure of this secret realm had fallen into the hands of a lifestyle beast master right before his eyes. How could he explain this to others, that he had lost to a lifestyle beast master? Who would believe that? Fuming with rage, Xiao Liang activated his secret realm crystal and exited the realm. The crowd, observing Yang Yin and Xiao Liang's successive exits from the secret realm, could hardly contain their curiosity. Their interest ignited with even greater fervor. They were eager to uncover what had transpired within the pyramid. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Bai Mengzhu cleared his throat a few times, drawing the attention of many around him. Initially, he had been anxious about the outcome and had little interest in the gossip surrounding him. However, now that he knew Qingchen was the ultimate victor, Bai Mengzhu had much to say. With Bai Mengzhu's vivid recounting, the crowd began to grasp the entire sequence of events. You mean to say that when that giant panda gets angry, it transforms into a 3-meter-tall Buddha panda and then takes a swing at the children? But wait, you just said that the panda has 6 arms and can ride the clouds. And you also mentioned that the panda shouts before battling, shattering the darkness with thunder? Standing quietly among the crowd, a boy with a square face merely smirked at Bai Mengzhu's exaggerated narrative, shaking his head in disbelief. He subsequently activated his secret realm crystal and exited the realm. After all, he had been outmatched, and there was little point in further discussion. As the crowd buzzed with half-belief and astonishment, the last remaining beam of light atop the pyramid abruptly vanished. Look, the beam has disappeared. I must see if that lifestyle beast master truly possesses 6 arms and is as formidable as claimed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qingchen's figure gradually materialized. The moment he appeared, he sensed a mixture of curiosity, disbelief, admiration, and a hint of apprehension in the gazes directed at him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Mengzhu raised his hand high, vigorously waving it. Seeing Bai Mengzhu again brought relief to Qingchen, and he quickly approached him. As he walked, the surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back, aware that while Bai Mengzhu's account was undoubtedly embellished, Qingchen had indeed triumphed over 3 of the most gifted individuals. Never had he imagined that a combat beastmaster would yield to a lifestyle beastmaster. Yet, could Qingchen still be classified as merely a lifestyle beastmaster? Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, Qingchen immediately inquired about Bai Mengzhu's injuries. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Bai Mengzhu waved dismissively, then gently patted the somewhat listless Qingtanju by his side. This is my fault. These bronze spirit crystals are a small token of compensation. Please accept them. As Qingchen spoke, he retrieved a handful of bronze spirit crystals from his bag, offering them to Bai Mengzhu. Bai Mengzhu merely rolled his eyes. Although he was uncertain how Qingchen had managed to cultivate a lifestyle beast master to such an extraordinary degree, the very fact that he had contracted a lifestyle beast master hinted at Qingchen's familial background. Thus, after leaving a single remark, Bai Mengzhu activated his secret realm crystal and exited the realm. Perhaps next time, he mused. Watching Bai Mengzhu depart the secret realm, Qingchen smiled, realizing he had found a friend worth cultivating a deeper connection with. We shall meet again, he nodded, then activated his own secret realm crystal to leave. That he believed that all the opportunities within this bronze-exclusive secret realm had been secured in his grasp. Beyond the secret realm, the lively atmosphere of the morning had diminished significantly, with only a handful of individuals lingering outside, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, as a figure emerged, those who appeared to be idle began to quietly converge around him, forming a circle around the newcomer. Finally, I've tracked you down, brat. Qingchen, is it? Who gave you the audacity to extort me within the secret realm? I will make you understand that the wealth of the Wang family is not so easily acquired. As soon as Qingchen exited the secret realm, a cacophony of taunting voices assailed his ears. The previously open space before him gradually filled with figures. Observing this, Qingchen's gaze darkened. He anticipated such shamelessness from these individuals, who had sent their underlings to confront him, only to appear themselves. Are you all intending to blatantly violate the Alliance regulations? Qingchen coldly retorted, facing the aggressive crowd. The Beastmaster Alliance had long established rules to maintain public order, forbidding any Beastmasters from engaging in private combat, with violators facing severe penalties from the Alliance. But what if the one instigating the fight is a madman? How would you respond then? Just as the crowd hesitated, intimidated by the Alliance's regulations, a mocking voice suddenly interjected. The crowd parted, allowing Xiao Liang's figure to emerge, flanked by several middle-aged men. Among them, one gaunt man, little more than skin and bones. suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, a fluffy, 1-meter-long black spider materialized out of thin air, the Beast Master space. Seeing this development, Qingchen's heart sank. Only silver-ranked Beast Masters and above could store their beasts within the Beast Master space and summon them for battle at will. The display of power from the emaciated man indicated that he was at least a silver-ranked Beast Master. Chapter 18. Defeating Silver. Identity revealed. Kill him. The emaciated man fixed his gaze upon Qingchen, a bloodthirsty grin twisting at the corners of his mouth. His name was Li Kuei, a ruthless assassin covertly nurtured by the Shao family, born solely to vent their private grievances, fully aware that he could not escape the League's retribution. Li Kuei now reveled in madness, eager to drag Qingchen down with him into the abyss. At the behest of his master, the grinning demon spider's 8 thick, furry legs sprang into action, and in a swift descent. Its massive form loomed over Qingchen, gazing at the contorted face on the spider's abdomen, which seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. Qingchen felt a wave of dread wash over him. This creature was venomous. As he retreated, he commanded Qingtuan to engage in battle. If the grinning demon spider were merely of silver rank, there was a chance Qingtuan could prevail. Focus. Qingtuan locked eyes with the grinning demon spider, entering a state of intense concentration that elevated all attributes instantaneously. With a nimble step, its entire form blurred and vanished. When it reappeared, Qingtuan was already before the grinning demon spider. 8 Extremities collapse. The golden staff, accompanied by shadowy trails, struck down ferociously. In that critical moment, however, the grinning demon spider unleashed a barrage of grayish-white webs from its lower abdomen, enveloping Qingtuan in a sticky, suffocating embrace. Web binding. The spider's silk, imbued with immense stickiness and resilience, crushed Qingtuan's strike back. Furthermore, the tremendous force of the webs propelled Qingtuan back to the ground, firmly ensnaring him. Li Kuei beheld Qingtuan ensnared. His grin widened with malicious delight. Thankfully, young Master Xiao Liang had forewarned him about the panda's capabilities. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard and faced dire consequences. But now he could indulge in his slaughter. Go forth, Razor Mantis. With a snap of his fingers, a half-meter-long green mantis materialized from thin air. Its powerful arms bore terrifyingly sharp blades. The Razor Mantis, with a slight exertion of its legs, vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it stood beside Qingtuan. Raising its glimmering arms, swish, the blades descended. As many in attendance shielded their eyes in anticipation of the impending carnage, Qingtuan, wrapped in webs, suddenly erupted with boundless, violent thunder. The peak of thunder, a surge of thunderous power burst forth from Qingtuan, penetrating the web and stunning the Razor Mantis in place. Following this, the webs that had bound Qingtuan disintegrated into a cloud of black ash, dissipating into the air. Then, the Razor Mantis beheld the apex of Qingtuan's golden staff, where a dazzling, blazing sun of thunder began to coalesce. Falling sun, Qingtuan shouted internally, and with a swift motion, he brought down the staff, hurling the radiant thunderous sun towards the Mantis's diminutive head. The Razor Mantis, paralyzed by the thunder, could only watch helplessly as the destructive force drew ever closer. No, no, no. Its eyes widened in terror, its mind blank in the face of impending doom. How could it comprehend that it had come to reap torment only to find itself facing death? Before the Razor Mantis could process its fate, Qingtuan's assault descended. Crash. Thunder raged. The torrent of thunderous energy shattered the Mantis's head like a wave crashing against the shore. Meanwhile, Li Kuei, afflicted by the backlash of his fallen beast, clutched his head in agony. Yet, as a silver beast master, his spiritual strength far surpassed that of a bronze beast master. Thus, the loss of a single beast did not render him powerless. Grinning demon spider, attack. As commanded, the grinning demon spider prepared to strike, only to find Qingtuan had vanished from its sight. While the spider searched for Qingtuan, he had already utilized the blinding thunder as cover, executing a blink skill at the moment he shattered the Razor Mantis's head. Thus, Qingtuan now hovered above the grinning demon spider. 8 Extremities collapse. As the staff shadows merged with the golden staff, an overwhelming pressure surged, causing the grinning demon spider to tremble. Yet, it was too late. Just as the spider sensed the impending doom, Qingtuan's golden staff fell with unrelenting ferocity. Boom. Splatter. The staff descended with the force of thunder. In the next instant, the spider's swollen abdomen erupted in a violent explosion. This transaction is not something that just anyone would dare to undertake. Observing the reactions of those around him, Qingchen expressionlessly touched his earlobe, although he had anticipated this outcome. The reality still left him profoundly disappointed. These families, who only prey on the weak, wished to join forces with him. Ha ha ha. Qingchen, do you even realize what you are saying? To teach me, Xiaoliang. Behind me stands the Xiao family. Do these worthless beings think they are worthy? Do you believe that this young master could make them eat excrement, and they would have to pick it hot? Amidst the silence of the crowd, Xiaoliang could not help but voice his scorn. However, this widespread verbal assault caused many brows to furrow slightly. After all, Xiaoliang was merely Xiaoliang, an unproven genius bronze beast master, and did not represent the entirety of the Xiao family. Thus, in a game where the bold thrive and the timid perish, some smaller factions decided to take a gamble. Others, while not able to rival the Xiao family, were nonetheless not overly intimidated by a junior from the family. Therefore, after Xiaoliang's boastful remarks, a few individuals quietly stepped forward, gazing at him. What do you intend to do? Are you provoking my Xiao family? Witnessing the shift in circumstances, Xiaoliang felt a jolt of surprise. He hastily commanded his surrounding guards to form a tighter circle around him. Xiaoliang, your beast masters have brazenly committed acts of violence, violating the League's ironclad rules. Indeed, we shall represent the League and the Xiao family to teach you a lesson. Lest you further tarnish the family's reputation. Although they decided to take action against Xiaoliang, the crowd was still apprehensive about entering into an irreconcilable conflict with the formidable Xiao family. Consequently, they quickly reframed the situation, targeting only the errant Xiaoliang rather than the entire family. Easier said than done. I've already notified the family's strongmen. None of you trash will escape. Hearing their words, Xiaoliang merely sneered coldly, retreating into the protective circle of his guards. The crowd was taken aback by this. Nevertheless, at this point, retreating or backtracking would only result in dissatisfaction on both sides. Thus, they turned to Qingchen and said, Young friend Qingchen, we hope you will honor your word, of course. Observing the farcical scene, Qingchen's esteem for these factions had already plummeted to zero yet, compelled by circumstance. He could only acquiesce for the moment. With Qingchen's affirmation, the crowd's thoughts coalesced, summoning their beasts into existence. Instantly, the atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then, all the beasts surged forth, charging toward Xiaoliang's position. How audacious! Just as the multitude of beasts approached Xiaoliang's circle, a voice descended from above, imbued with immense authority, halting the beasts in their tracks. Qingchen looked up to find a middle-aged man in a suit hovering in the air above him. If it weren't for the linked beast skills, this suited man must be a platinum beast master. Xiao family, Xiao Kun. Soon, someone recognized the identity of the suited man. Xiao Kun, one of the top 10 platinum beast masters of the Xiao family. His strength ranking among the top in the entire Qingyang city. With such a platinum powerhouse as Xiao Kun present, it seemed this farce was destined to conclude as the crowd contemplated this. However, two more formidable presences comparable to Xiao Kun suddenly emerged in the air. One was a burly man in a tank top, and the other a voluptuous middle-aged woman in a dress. Su family, Su Yang. Li family, Li Mei. These two were also renowned platinum powerhouses, hailing from the three great families of Qingyang City, the Su and Li families. Su Yang and Li Mei glanced down at Qingchen, momentarily failing to discern his exceptional qualities. However, according to intelligence, he seemed to align with the identity of that mysterious dark horse beast master. Xiaoliang, emboldened by the Xiao family's status, dares to commit violence openly. It appears he is poorly disciplined. Since the Xiao family cannot manage you, we, as elders, shall intervene to teach you a lesson. After exchanging glances, Su Yang and Li Mei directed their hands downward toward Xiaoliang, preparing to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoliang felt every hair on his body stand on end. This was an attack from two platinum beast masters, just as he was gripped by terror. A thin blue barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the attack from Su Yang and Li Mei. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Xiaoliang shouted, "With my Xiao family's elder strongmen present, do you still dare to harm me?" In the air, Su Yang and Li Mei chose to ignore Xiaoliang's provocation, turning their attention simultaneously to Xiao Kunat that moment. Xiao Kun maintained the same faint smile that had adorned his face upon arrival. Matters concerning my Xiao family are not for the likes of you two to interfere with. Upon hearing this, the space beside Su Yang began to warp slightly, indicating that they were preparing to summon their beasts for a true showdown. Xiaoliang kneel. What? Before Xiaoliang could comprehend, he felt an immense pressure suddenly bear down on his shoulders. Thud. Taken unawares, his knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. Directly in front of him stood Qingchen. Young friend Qingchen, I wonder if this conveys my Shao family's sincerity, as Shao Kuan's words fell. Astonishment enveloped the crowd. No one had anticipated that Shao Kuan would resort to such measures. Qingchen, momentarily at a loss for words, was struck by silence. Observing Qingchen's stillness, Shao Kuan flipped his right hand, and a flash of red light darted forth. Subsequently, the previously writhing Li Kuei seemed to be struck by lightning, his body stiffening. Devoid of life, that My family's guards acted thoughtlessly, clashing with a young friend, thereby violating league regulations. Shao Kuan shall personally rectify this. Young friend Qingchen, do you harbor any grievances? After Shao Kuan spoke, he attempted to move, only to find Su Yang and Li Mei still firmly blocking his path. What is it, my two esteemed guests? Do you truly wish to engage in battle with my Shao family? Or do you believe that I, Shao Kuan, am a soft target, ripe for the picking? Shao Kuan's smile faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. His earlier actions had sufficed to shield the Shao family from various accusations. At the very least, no one could publicly fault them. Hearing Shao Kuan's words, Su Yang and Li Mei hesitated. Under Shao Kuan's meticulous handling, they found themselves at a loss for valid reasons to retaliate. After a brief standoff, Su Yang and Li Mei finally stepped aside. Observing this, Qingchen quietly clenched his fist. It seemed that today, the Shao family would not escape unscathed. Just as Qingchen resigned himself to this fate, a new voice suddenly resonated through the air. Though quiet, each word was distinct, penetrating the ears of every individual present. While the Shao family has personally dealt with the guard who violated the league's rules, there are still penalties to be imposed. As the final word echoed, an amiable elderly man with a head full of white hair appeared beside Qingchen. The lord of Qingyang Palace, Missouri Nian. Upon seeing the elder, both Shao Kuan and Su Yang immediately descended from the air, bowing slightly in respect. After all, this seemingly genial elder was one of the few diamond beast masters in Qingyang City. He was also the one who single-handedly exterminated nearly 1 million beasts attempting to invade Qingyang City. It has been quite some time since I encountered a talent like you, young friend. Qingchen, if you do not mind, would you be willing to become this old man's student? A stone thrown into a pond creates ripples. When Mo Nian uttered this sentence, the surrounding crowd collectively gasped. Mo Nian, a diamond summoner, personally taking on a disciple. These words combined were undoubtedly a bombshell. Even Shao Kuan and the others were momentarily stunned. While there were diamond beast masters within the three great families, even if Qingchen joined them, he would never receive direct instruction from a diamond beast master. This underscored the immense value of Mo Nian's offer, far surpassing that of joining any of the three great families. Lord Mo, Qingchen initially contemplated a refusal, but the events of the day had made it abundantly clear, without commensurate strength, a powerful background served as the best shield. If he did not become Mo Nian's disciple, similar incidents would undoubtedly recur in the future. When that time came, who would protect him? Moreover, with his identity already exposed, without Mo Nian's protection, even if he miraculously escaped today, he would face insurmountable difficulties ahead. Therefore, after careful consideration, Qingchen solemnly declared, Lord Mo, I am willing. Student Qingchen pays respects to the teacher. Upon witnessing Qingchen performing a respectful bow, a smile graced Mo Nian's face. He had contemplated the possibility that if Qingchen were unwilling to become his student, he would only be able to assist him in overcoming his current predicament. As for what challenges lay ahead for Qingchen, he felt no obligation to intervene. Fortunately, Qingchen proved to be an astute individual. Ha! Splendid. Since he is now my student, no one within Qingyang City shall compel you to do anything against your will. After finishing his laughter, Mo Nian noticed a pure white kitten emerging from an unknown location. Upon seeing the kitten, he remarked, Xiaobai, accompany Qingchen for now, and bring him to see me tomorrow. After his instruction, the kitten named Xiaobai leapt onto Qingchen's shoulder and curled up to sleep. Observing this, Mo Nian could only shake his head with a wry smile. That he then addressed Qingchen, saying, Make sure to rest well tonight. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow. Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement, and, at Mo Nian's gesture, took his leave. As Qingchen departed, the expressions of the remaining onlookers turned sour, preparing to exit. No one had anticipated that a mere contest for a prodigious copper beast master would unearth a formidable figure like Mo Nian. Meanwhile, Xiao Liang was being assisted to his feet by his guards. However, at that moment, Xiao Liang trembled, his face flushed with humiliation. He had knelt before a mere life-type beastmaster in public. Such a profound disgrace. Qingchen, the humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. As Xiao Liang pondered this, he intended to follow the crowd out, supported by his guards. Everyone just planning to leave. Do you truly believe that the League's rules are mere formalities? Or do you think I, Mo Nian, am insignificant? Mo Nian scoffed at the crowd attempting to exit as if nothing had transpired. Subsequently, under Mo Nian's overwhelming authority, every faction that had shown hostility towards Qingchen was compelled to inflict self-harm, leaving behind some reparatory resources before departing with pale faces. Under Mo Nian's watchful eye, no Beastmaster dared to be lenient, resulting in grievous repercussions for themselves. It would be quite a while before they regained their full strength. The amassed resources would indeed serve as a fitting token of introduction. Mo Nian surveyed the mountain of resources within the Beastmaster's space, nodding in satisfaction. On another note, upon returning home, Qingchen collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a long sigh. The series of events during this expedition to the secret realm had been utterly unforeseen. Although he had unwittingly taken on a mentor, it seemed to be a commendable choice. Qingchen picked up his phone and began searching for information about Mo Nian, wishing to understand his teacher better. As anticipated, those who achieved the status of Diamond Beastmaster were anything but ordinary. In his youth, Mo Nian was also a prodigy, having shattered numerous cultivation records and secured victories in various competitions. He had once led the Dragon Kingdom team to the finals of the Continental Beastmaster Alliance competition, only to narrowly lose to the Sakura Kingdom. The reasons for his subsequent move to Qingyang City to become the Hall Master remained unclear. In the third year of his tenure, a rare beast tide erupted in Qingyang City, and Mo Nian single-handedly slew 1,000,000 beasts, safeguarding the city from impending doom. After that battle, no one within Qingyang City dared to underestimate or oppose Mo Nian. As Qingchen absorbed this information, he marveled at Mo Nian's formidable past. Beside him, the curled-up Xiao Bai merely smiled lightly, seemingly unimpressed. Yet, it was understandable, for it had slain at least 500,000 beasts during that battle. The next morning, Qingchen groggily awoke from the sofa and promptly rushed to freshen up. Upon returning to the living room, he discovered Qing Tuan and Xiao Bai had snuggled up and were sleeping together. Rise and shine, we must go find our teacher. Qingchen gently patted both Qing Tuan and Xiao Bai. The two beasts rubbed their heads and reluctantly opened their eyes. Meow, Xiao Bai lazily called out before leaping on Qingchen's shoulder, curling up once more to sleep. Meanwhile, Qing Tuan stretched and casually grabbed a spirit bamboo shoot to munch on, having gone to bed too early the previous night without eating much. Thus, upon waking, its first priority was to satisfy its hunger. Observing this, Qingchen helplessly cradled Qing Tuan in his arms and hurried out the door, not wishing to arrive late and leave a poor impression on his mentor. After hailing a cab, Qingchen soon arrived at the entrance of the Beastmaster Alliance. Gazing at the impressively grand structure, he sighed inwardly before swiftly entering the alliance and approaching the front desk. Thanks to Mo Nian's prior arrangements, the front desk staff greeted Qingchen respectfully upon his arrival and escorted him to the Hall Master's office. After navigating several twists and turns and passing through numerous security doors, the staff finally halted at the entrance of an office. Student Qingchen, the Hall Master is waiting for you inside. I'll take my leave now. After delivering Qingchen safely, the staff departed discreetly. After thanking the staff, Qingchen knocked on the office door. Come in. As Mo Nian's gentle voice resonated, the door swung open. Qingchen stepped into the office, his eyes widening in astonishment. The office was spacious, yet sparsely furnished, adorned in a classical style, with a large window bathing the room in ample light. Please, have a seat. Mo Nian gestured for Qingchen to sit at a nearby tea table before preparing tea. After a few cordial exchanges, Mo Nian handed Qingchen a storage ring, saying, Since you have chosen to take me as your mentor, a token of our meeting is in order. Upon seeing the ring, Qingchen promptly stood to express his gratitude before accepting it. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. Mo Nian chuckled softly in acknowledgement and then remarked, Let us visit the training room. I have yet to witness this little one in action. Casting a glance at Qing Tuan, he rose and led Qingchen towards the training room. Throughout this time, Mo Nian refrained from inquiring how Qingchen had ascended to the rank of Copper Summoner in a mere 16 hours without any Beastmaster talent or resources. Nor did he question how Qingchen had cultivated a life-type beast to such formidable strength. Mo Nian understood that everyone possessed their own opportunities and secrets. Moreover, he had encountered individuals like Qingchen before, those whose abilities defied common understanding. In his previous organization, he had met many such extraordinary beings that as they conversed, they arrived at the training room. a completely enclosed space roughly the size of a basketball court. Inside stood a metallic humanoid figure. Its chest adorned with a palm-sized display screen. Let the little one unleash its full strength upon the figure, Nian instructed. Qingchen commanded Qingtuan to attack with all its might. In response, Qingtuan gripped the golden staff tightly, its perceptive abilities radiating outward, and with a focused gaze, it entered a state of concentration. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing behind the humanoid figure, raising the golden staff high. It unleashed its attack. Ba Ji Chong, the staff's shadow multiplied as it descended with force. Clang! A piercing sound of metal striking metal echoed through the room as the display screen on the metallic figure began to register the digits. 100. 200. 300. Ultimately, it froze at 500. Upon seeing the attack value of 500, Nian's eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, the attack value for Copper Beastmasters would be below 100, while that of Silver Beastmasters typically ranged from 100 to 1000. Clearly, Qingtuan's full-strength strike had reached the mid-level standard of a Silver Beastmaster's attack. It was no wonder it could dispatch 2 Silver Beasts. Such a feat was indeed rare. Hear the word rare from Nian. A Diamond Beastmaster was an exceptionally high accolade. He had witnessed Copper Beastmasters exhibit the combat prowess of Silver once before, but those were always extraordinary combat beasts. This was the first time Nian had encountered a life-type beast like Qingtuan capable of delivering an attack value of 500. Teacher, this is merely Qingtuan's standard full-strength attack. Since he has already taken Nian as his master, Qingchen has no intention of concealing his talents. He understands that only by demonstrating his formidable potential will he attract greater attention and investment from Nian. Oh, under Nian's curiosity, Qingtuan's entire being began to emanate an endless fury of thunder. Following this, Qingtuan raised the golden staff high, and at the tip of the staff, a dazzling orb of thunderous light surged and coalesced. Thunder's zenith, the great sun falls. With a single strike, the thunderous sun cascaded down the staff like a deluge breaking its dam, pouring forth with relentless vigor, recklessly washing over the golden automaton. The display screen on the automaton's chest flickered wildly with numbers. It soon surpassed the previous limit of 500, racing towards 600, then 700, 800, and finally hitting 900. Upon witnessing the final value, even Nian, a Diamond Beastmaster, couldn't help but silently exclaim in awe, "This child is truly terrifying." 900 is already nearing the pinnacle of Silver Beast Mastery. To Nian's knowledge, only the extraordinary beings within the top 100 of the Beastmaster rankings could achieve such an alarming level of progression. Yet, with countless beasts in the world, how difficult it is to rank among the top 100. In fact, within the entire Qingyang city, no beast within the past decade has made it to the top 100 of the Beastmaster rankings. This illustrates just how exceptional those beasts are that can ascend to such heights. Nevertheless, the panda beast before him has already reached a level of combat prowess that can rival the top beasts on the rankings. How astonishing! After regaining his composure, Nian instructed Qingtuan to showcase his speed, defense, and other attributes. Following a series of tests, Nian had a comprehensive understanding of Qingtuan's capabilities. Qingchen, for the next few days, you shall reside in the sub-temple to undergo specialized training. In 3 days, we have an exchange match with the neighboring Qingfeng City sub-temple, and the bronze tier battles will be entrusted to you. If you win, there will be an elemental origin as a reward. Chapter 22. Elemental Origin, Qingtuan's Evolution Path. Elemental Origin. Upon hearing these 2 words, Qingchen's heart stirred. This is a remarkably rare resource for Beastmasters, enabling a beast to master an additional elemental power. For instance, if Qingtuan were to acquire an elemental origin of thunder, he would be able to manipulate thunder at will, even without relying on the true thunder core. With this in mind, the championship of the bronze tier is surely within his grasp. Seeing the fervor in Qingchen's eyes, Nian knew there was no need for further motivation. Qingchen was already brimming with enthusiasm. Thus, after summoning a staff member to assist Qingchen with his accommodation, Nian began strategizing on how to conduct specialized training for Qingtuan. Upon arriving at the accommodation room and bidding farewell to the staff member, Qingchen eagerly donned his storage ring. With a mere thought, he entered the internal space of the ring. This is astonishingly extravagant. Gazing at the piles of spirit crystals of various ranks before him, Qingchen could hardly contain his drool. Although Qingtuan's cultivation did not require spirit crystals, they could be sold, roughly estimating There were at least 200 to 300 spirit crystals here, including silver and gold spirit crystals. In terms of value, these spirit crystals could easily amount to tens of millions of dragon coins. Additionally, the storage space contained some rare metals and various elixirs, along with a plethora of beast resources. The total estimated value approached 10 million dragon coins. Is this the benefit of becoming a disciple? A single gesture amounts to 20 million dragon coins. Exiting the storage ring, Qingchen couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. How long would it take to amass such wealth on his own? Shortly thereafter, Qingchen flipped his right hand, and a booklet appeared in his grasp. It contained the necessary evolution path for Qingchen to ascend to silver rank and become the Panda King. His master is indeed considerate. Having even thought of this detail, for the first time, Qingchen felt Emon Yin's kindness. After all, as a diamond beast master, it was already generous of Emon Yin to provide him with these beast resources. Yet he had also considered Qingchen's need to evolve to silver rank by preparing the evolution path and materials in advance, though the value of this path pales in comparison to the pile of beast resources. It reflects genuine thoughtfulness. After silently committing it to memory, Qingchen opened the booklet detailing the evolution path for the Panda King. Consume earth essence continuously for a month, cultivate in the spirit bamboo nurturing ground, and absorb the essence of the spirit bamboo's growth and transformation. The manual was brief, but after reading it, Qingchen could only shake his head. According to the evolution path outlined, Qingchen would require at least an additional month of preparation for evolution upon reaching bronze level 100. With a significant risk of failure during this period, fortunately, we have the system. Just as the thought crossed Qingchen's mind, a familiar mechanical voice rang out. Detection complete. Simplifiable evolution path. Target. Qingchen. Would you like to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify? Without hesitation, Qingchen chose to proceed. Simplification complete. Panda King evolution path. Condition 1. Personal level must reach bronze 101. Condition 2. Must consume 1 golden level spirit bamboo. 01. Truly miraculous. The system has transformed what was once a convoluted evolution process into a simple task of consuming a single spirit bamboo. Qingchen exclaimed in admiration for the system. However, upon checking the price of a golden level spirit bamboo, his expression shifted. What kind of spirit bamboo demands 500,000 dragon coins each? This can hardly be called a spirit bamboo. It should be termed a luxury item. To put it in perspective, the previous evolution for Qingchen to silver rank, including the cost of the evolution path, only amounted to 300,000 dragon coins. He had thought himself a wealthy individual with 20 million dragon coins at his disposal, only to realize that this wealth would only suffice to purchase 40 golden-level spirit bamboos. With a wry smile, Qingchen acknowledged that he would need to make the purchase nonetheless. Just as he was about to place the order, the system's voice echoed once more. Detection complete. New evolution path available for simplification. Target. Qingchen. Would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify? A new evolution path? Qingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The evolution path for the giant panda to become the Panda King has been proposed for at least 300 to 500 years. During this time, numerous researchers have dedicated themselves to discovering any alternative evolution paths for the giant panda. Yet, regrettably, after hundreds of years, no conclusive findings have emerged. Now, however, the system is indicating that Qingchen has a new evolution path. Yes, 1 million dragon coins may be a considerable sum for Qingchen at this moment. But if it unlocks a completely new evolution form for Qingchen, then the expenditure is certainly justified. Simplification complete. Thunderous Panda evolution path. Condition 1. Must possess true thunder core. 11. Condition 2. Must possess 1 thunder elemental origin. 01. Condition 3. Personal level must reach bronze 100. 01. Upon reviewing the system's newly simplified evolution path, Qingchen felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. It was evident that this new evolution path emerged due to the true Thunder Core. Currently, Qingchen's level had reached bronze 30, and he should only need 3 to 5 more days to reach 100. Thus, the only missing element is the Thunder Elemental origin. With this realization, Qingchen became even more determined to secure victory in the exchange match in 3 days. With some free time on his hands, Qingchen stepped out of his room, intending to exchange the spirit crystals he possessed for dragon coins. After all, the spirit crystals held no value for him. It would be better to convert them into dragon coins sooner rather than later, to avoid the embarrassing situation of the system triggering a simplification prompt while he lacked funds. Arriving at the service hall, Qingchen followed the signs to the exchange counter and casually chose a window to Q.at. That moment, a fierce argument erupted from another line, drawing Qingchen's attention. Sume, is this how you treat me? I gave up the opportunity to attend a better Beast Master Academy for you when you promised we would always be together. But merely a year later, you now want to leave me for money? A handsome youth, his face flushed with indignation, confronted a man and woman across from him. The man sported a considerable belly, while the woman was undeniably attractive. Upon hearing the youth's words, the portly man merely chuckled derisively, while the woman responded coldly, Shinsi, I was young then and knew nothing. Besides, I'm striving to become better now. What gives you the right to deny me happiness? Should I be doomed to follow you? A poor boy, mediocre man, truly disappointing. Chapter 23. Interlude, Double Acquisition. Mediocre man, truly disappointing. The 6 words pierced Shinsi's heart deeply, prompting him to retort almost hysterically, am I really a mediocre person? Although I have contracted a mundane beast. A life-type ox, I have still managed to secure a place among the top 100 in the grand competition at our second school. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's heart stirred. Could it be that this boy was the senior that their previous homeroom teacher, Wu Fang, had mentioned? With this connection established, Qingchen's interest in the unfolding drama intensified. At that moment, a girl named Sume merely rolled her eyes, remaining indifferent as she coldly stated, so what? You are merely indistinguishable from the crowd now. What sets you apart from that waste of a life-type beast master over there who has contracted a giant panda? Suddenly, Qingchen found himself at the receiving end of Sume's scorn. Leaving him momentarily stunned, he quickly furrowed his brow and replied, Miss, what did you just say? Sume, upon hearing this, erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Qingchen and shouting, Who are you calling miss? Your entire family are misses. You, and your impoverished ilk, lacking ambition, want to drag a girl striving for improvement back into your filthy mire. Is it wrong for us girls to aspire to beauty? I didn't even ask you for any compensation for my youth, and yet you still dare to slander us as mercenary and shameless. Sume's tirade elicited laughter from Qingchen. His expression turned icy as he calmly retorted, yes. Our youth as boys is not youth at all. If your youth can be compensated with money, then I believe calling you miss is quite fitting that we are all merely selling ourselves. Why put on such airs? What are you trying to portray? High definition. 1080p. As soon as Qingchen finished speaking, many boys in the vicinity could not help but applaud. Well said. Why is our youth not considered youth? The applause thundered. In stark contrast, Sume found herself at a loss for words, her finger trembling violently as she pointed at Qingchen. Just then, in the midst of this deadlock, the portly boy finally stepped forward. He pulled Sume back into his embrace, gave her a comforting pat, and then addressed Qingchen, saying, My woman is not someone a mere waste of a life-type beast master like you can insult. How about this? You apologize, and I will purchase the spirit crystals you wish to exchange at double the price. Upon hearing the portly boy's words, the audience erupted in derisive laughter. However, to everyone's surprise, the previously eloquent Qingchen nodded with a smile. Wow, I misjudged this kid. They had thought him to be a paragon of virtue, but now he seemed to be spineless. Humph, I retract my applause. They thought. Then, amidst the portly boy's broad grin and the disdain of those around, Qingchen slowly produced a bronze spirit crystal. Is this it? I'll offer 10, the portly boy thought, initially concerned that Qingchen had hidden several bronze spirit crystals. However, just as he was preparing to boast further, Qingchen, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out 10 more bronze spirit crystals. At this moment, the portly boy swallowed his words. Just 10. He began, but before he could finish, he saw Qingchen pull out a large handful of bronze spirit crystals, estimating around 50 crystals, worth 500,000 dragon coins. But if it was double, that would be 1,000,000. After a quick calculation, the onlookers gasped in shock. An apology could yield a profit of 500,000 dragon coins. I admit, I may have spoken a bit too loudly, but really, asking for an apology is not a big deal. However, as everyone remained in stunned silence, Qingchen produced yet another handful of bronze spirit crystals. This batch seemed to contain nearly 2 million dragon coins. The portly boy instinctively gulped. 2 million was not an insignificant sum for him, as even though he came from a wealthy family, that money was not solely his to spend. Ignoring the portly boy's astonishment, Qingchen reached into his pocket again. This time, he pulled out a smaller quantity of spirit crystals. Perhaps 60 or 70. Yet, when added to the previous total, it surpassed 200. amounting to over 4 million dragon coins. Do you think you can handle these bronze spirit crystals? Qingchen fixed his gaze firmly on the portly boy. And before he could respond, he produced another large handful of spirit crystals, estimating around 60. However, the aura contained within was 5 times that of the earlier crystals, silver spirit crystals, each worth 50,000 dragon coins. Just these silver spirit crystals alone were worth over 3 million dragon coins, doubling that results in over 6 million. Adding to the initial bronze spirit crystals, the total value of what Qingchen had presented had surpassed 10 million dragon coins. Bang! At this moment, the portly boy could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. Sumei's face was ashen. She could not fathom how a life-type beast master could possess such an abundance of spirit crystals. As for the surrounding spectators, they were completely numbed. 10 million dragon coins. That was a number they had only seen at the T&D bank. I can't believe the fool was me, Sumei thought. It seems it's time to return to Gotham. Batman shouldn't catch me now. Just when everyone thought this farce was about to conclude, Sumei stood up once more, pointing at Qingchen and declaring, "How could a worthless life-type beast master possess so many spirit crystals? The only explanation is that those crystals are either fake or he acquired them through illicit means. I, Sumei, vouch for my own innocence and hereby report him. Someone arrest him." Hearing this, Qingchen laughed in anger. "Innocence? Your face is changing from pale to red. I initially thought you were merely foolish, but it seems you're also malicious." With that, Qingchen produced the last 40+ gold spirit crystals. As those crystals, infused with a spirit energy more potent than that of the silver crystals, were revealed, the crowd fell silent. Gold spirit crystals, worth 100,000 dragon coins each. Over 40 crystals totaled over 4 million. Doubled, that's over 8 million. In total, nearly 20 million. A clear male voice then rang out, "Qingchen, why must you personally come to exchange spirit crystals for such a trivial matter?" The appearance of this voice captured everyone's attention. They turned to see a gentle-looking boy in work attire striding quickly towards them. It's him, Xiahong, the head of the Qingyang branch. Xiahong, a gold beast master by trade and in his position, commanded respect even from platinum beast masters. I understand the reasoning, but why does such a person seem to treat a life-type beast master with such deference? The crowd was bewildered, ignoring the astonishment of those around him. Xiahong approached Qingchen respectfully, saying, "Qingchen, the branch master is looking for you. I will handle the matters here." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The branch master, the individual Xiahong referred to, was none other than the master of Qingyang. A diamond beast master, such a high-level figure wished to meet a life-type beast master. Moreover, based on Xiahong's tone, the relationship between this life-type beast master and the branch master was undoubtedly extraordinary. Without acknowledging the astonished crowd, Qingchen thanked Xiahong and departed first. Observing Qingchen's retreating figure and the bewildered expressions of those around him, Xiahong merely shook his head slightly. He then turned to face the trembling portly boy and the pale-faced Sumei, his expression shifting from gentle to one of commanding authority to a worthless life-type beast master. Xiahong repeated Sumei's words in a low voice before coldly stating, "Do you know who he is? He is a student of the branch master." With that, gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd once more. As they turned their gaze back to Qingchen's silhouette, their expression shifted to one of fear. A student of a diamond beast master. To offend him would be to invite disaster. With a thud, upon hearing those words, the rotund young man, who had finally managed to stand, fell to the ground once more. The mere recollection of his earlier statement sent a chill racing down his spine. It's all your fault. You wretched person. If it weren't for you, how could I have dared to confront the student of the hall master? With nowhere to vent his frustration, the hefty youth could only unleash his emotions upon Sumei. Listening to him, Sumei felt a mix of anger and helplessness. After all, her future depended on this portly individual. Yet, to swallow her indignation was no easy feat. Thus, she spoke again, her voice soft but audible enough for those around to hear. "She is merely a practitioner of domestic beast mastery. If it weren't for her fortunate favor from the hall master, what qualifications would she have to stand above us?" Clearly, Sumei's words were intended to incite animosity towards Qingchen. Xiahong, too, caught the underlying tone of Sumei's remarks. He shook his head with a wry smile and then fixed his gaze on Sumei, saying solemnly, "It seems Qingchen's earlier assessment of you, both foolish and malicious, was spot on. Listen closely. Qingchen, a student of the hall master, ascended to the rank of bronze beast master in just 16 hours. In yesterday's exclusive bronze secret realm, He outperformed numerous prodigious beast masters from Qingyang and Qifeng cities, including the renowned Xiao Liang, who was hailed as the first among the youth of Qingyang. He was also among those defeated by Qingchen. With those words, a storm of astonishment erupted. It turned out that the dark horse beast master who had taken the internet by storm was none other than him. All of them were practitioners of domestic beast mastery. Why was he so exceptional? The crowd exchanged glances, left speechless, only able to lament the stark disparities between individuals, more pronounced than that between humans and pigs, upon learning of Qingchen's past achievements. No one dared to speak further. They merely regarded Qingchen's receding figure with newfound respect. After all, one does not become a student of the Hall Master without possessing genuine skill. Subsequently, Xiahong ordered for the rotund young man and Su Mei to be taken into custody. After all, causing a disturbance in the alliance was a serious matter. However, having offended Qingchen made it all the more severe as Su Mei and her companion were led away. Qingchen's silhouette vanished completely from view. Thus, this minor episode came to a definitive close. On another note, Qingchen returned to the training room. Teacher, he greeted with a respectful bow. Onion smiled and nodded before saying, I have just set up a simulated secret realm for you. For the next 3 days, you shall train diligently within it. A simulated secret realm, as the name implies, is a man-made environment, a product of technological advancement. By providing various parameters, one can generate corresponding trial challenges. Compared to natural secret realms, simulated ones offer an absolutely controllable and safe space for various specialized training. Of course, the cost to activate such a realm is not insignificant. Even the most basic bronze simulated realm costs a staggering 100,000 dragon coins per hour. Thank you, teacher. Qingchen understood that besides the cost, the more crucial aspect was the parameter settings. Only by training specifically to address the weaknesses of the beast could the simulated realm's potential be fully realized. Without teacher Onian's guidance, it would be quite challenging for him to quickly identify Qingtuan's current shortcomings and address them through targeted training. It can be said that Onian's intervention significantly accelerated Qingtuan's growth. Now focus on your training. I won't disturb you further, but remember, moderation is key. Balance work and rest, Onian advised before turning to exit the training room. After bidding farewell to Onian, Qingchen promptly activated the simulated secret realm within the training room. He was curious to discover what specialized training Onian had prepared for him. The mechanical voice signaled the activation of the simulated realm. The previously flat floor began to shift and transform rapidly. Simultaneously, the white walls surrounding him began to take on color. In just a few minutes, a deep, silent, and chilling cave appeared before Qingchen. At the far end of his vision, several dozen meters away, stood a stone pedestal upon which rested an unknown gem. However, the path to the pedestal was currently obstructed by a number of quietly slumbering crocodiles. Unlike ordinary crocodiles, these creatures had long, sharp teeth protruding menacingly from their jaws. Saber-toothed crocodiles, a formidable combat beast, equal to the flame-tailed lion. This challenge would test agility and speed. Qingchen swallowed hard as he surveyed the daunting scene. Even though these saber-toothed crocodiles were only of bronze rank, there appeared to be at least 30 to 50 of them. If all of them were to awaken, Qingtuan's current strength would surely be torn to shreds. It seems the teacher has recognized Qingtuan's reliance on a single skill for speed. However, the instantaneous flash skill is ultimately quite taxing and cannot be employed repeatedly for extended periods. Thus, in the event of an ambush or when facing beasts skilled in speed, Qingtuan would find himself at a disadvantage. In a flash, Qingchen deduced Onian's intentions. He couldn't help but marvel at the keen insight of a diamond beast master. Just by observing Qingtuan once, she had discerned his weaknesses. Without further hesitation, Qingchen directed Qingtuan to embark on the trial journey. Chapter 25. Trials, Mastery of Control. Whoosh. Instantaneous flash, without taking an alternate route. Qingchen wished to observe how far Qingtuan could progress under normal circumstances. Qingtuan's figure flickered and instantly covered nearly a third of the distance. However, before Qingtuan could take another step, the surrounding saber-toothed crocodiles were startled awake by his presence. Thus, just as Qingtuan prepared to lift his leg, one of the saber-toothed crocodiles lunged forward, its elongated, sword-like fangs aimed directly at Qingtuan's neck. Fortunately, Qingtuan had activated his wave perception, granting him a 360-degree view of his surroundings. Therefore, even though the saber-toothed crocodile attacked from behind, Qingtuan deftly evaded the assault. However, this delay allowed more and more saber-toothed crocodiles to awaken around him. 1, 2, 3 Soon, Qingchen was surrounded by an increasing number of saber-toothed crocodiles. 8 Extremes Crush. To avoid being encircled, Qingchen decisively unleashed his full strength to eliminate one saber-toothed crocodile. As the shadows of his staff descended, even the saber-toothed crocodile, known for its robust defenses, fell lifelessly beneath Qingchen's strike. Yet, before Qingchen could capitalize on the opening created, another saber-toothed crocodile pounced, closing the gap, due to the brief exertion from the 8 Extremes Crush. Qingchen found himself momentarily drained. After barely withstanding several waves of attacks from the saber-toothed crocodiles, he was ultimately pierced by one of their fangs. Failure, Beast Master Death, with the mechanical voice echoing within the simulated realm. Qingchen was teleported back to his original position, while the previously ferocious saber-toothed crocodiles returned to their initial state of quiet slumber. Qingchen's explosive combat prowess was indeed formidable, yet his endurance in sustained combat was relatively average. Furthermore, although his skill proficiency was high, the system's limitations meant he lacked practical combat experience. After this trial, Qingchen recognized numerous issues currently afflicting Qingchen. He couldn't help but once again commend Emonian, the Diamond Beast Master, for her unique experience and methods. It became clear that if Qingchen could benefit from the simulated realm set up by Emonian, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly see significant improvement. After resting for a while, Qingchen, now at peak condition, prepared to take on the trial once more. This time, he opted not to use the 8 Extremes Crush, a skill that, while capable of temporarily augmenting attack power, would leave him momentarily fatigued. Instead, he relied on his wave perception to anticipate enemy movements and the amplifying properties of his golden staff to engage in combat with the saber-toothed crocodiles. Although he managed to sustain himself longer than during the first attempt, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of dozens of saber-toothed crocodiles, succumbing to exhaustion. Failure, Beast Master Death. Despite experiencing 2 defeats, both Qingchen and Qingchen remained undeterred. After all, Qingchen had only recently ascended to the bronze rank just 3 days prior. To have contended with dozens of bronze saber-toothed crocodiles for such an extended duration was, in itself, a miracle. Had it been a flame-tailed lion, it would likely have been reduced to shreds in mere moments. Thus, both Qingchen and Qingchen maintained a positive outlook, ready to confront the challenges presented by the simulated realm. As soon as Qingchen had fully recovered, the third trial commenced once again. Continuing on to the 4th, 5th, and 6th attempts, it is uncertain how many times they have surged forward. The progress of Qingchen has escalated from 1/3 at the outset to half. Qingchen, let us take a moment to rest and resume tomorrow. Observing that it was already late into the night, Qingchen waved his hand, intending to conclude today's trials. However, Qingchen conveyed its own desire to continue, wishing to attempt 2 more times. Thus, Qingchen understood why Qingchen, despite being born blind, appeared plump and exceptionally spirited when he first laid eyes upon it. It was not merely due to the harmonious nurturing of its panda kin. The law of the jungle prevails everywhere. Initially, Qingchen was indeed bullied and isolated, which compelled it to strive incessantly to grow stronger. Ultimately, despite its blindness, Qingchen's combat prowess became formidable, leading to a life of comfort in subsequent days. It was merely due to the simplification system that Qingchen appeared to be relaxed beside Qingchen. Having come to understand Qingchen's past, Qingchen said little, gently ruffling Qingchen's head, and then allowed it to commence its trials anew. In the Lord's office, Emonian sat at the helm, gazing at the luminous moon, his eyes heavy with contemplation. After a considerable pause, he withdrew his gaze to the display screen before him, which revealed the various trial data from the artificial secret realm where Qingchen was located. Still continuing at this late hour, Emonian nodded imperceptibly. Upon examining the detailed data, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Surpassing half of the distance. This progress is far swifter than I anticipated. It seems that the panda possesses more than the 2 skills I initially perceived. After scrutinizing further trial data, Emonian turned his gaze back to the night sky, where the moon now bore a faint crimson hue. On the following day, reinvigorated, Qingchen and Qingchen launched another assault on the artificial secret realm. With each successive trial, Qingchen honed its combat skills, steadily improving its progress. 1/2, 3/5, 7/10. Qingchen's form was drawing ever closer to the gem atop the stone pedestal. Soon, night fell once more, and Qingchen continued its endeavors by the current pace. Qingchen was confident that by tomorrow, Qingtuan would be poised to seize the gem. On the third day, after a morning filled with failures, Qingtuan embarked on its first trial of the afternoon, having recently replenished its energy. Qingtuan felt an overwhelming surge of vigor coursing through its body. This time, I shall succeed. In an instant, with a single hand gripping the golden staff, Qingtuan stepped forward, vanishing into thin air without leaving even a trace of a shadow. When Qingtuan reappeared, it had already traversed most of the sleeping saber-toothed crocodile, with the gem now within reach. Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized that this was the manifestation of the skill Instant Flash having reached mastery. Mastery, only a step away from perfection. On the other side, thanks to the breakthrough in proficiency, Qingtuan executed Instant Flash with newfound stealth and ease, seizing the opportunity while the surrounding saber-toothed crocodiles remained oblivious. Qingtuan took another step forward. This time, when Qingtuan vanished and reappeared, it stood beside the stone pedestal. Success. With a swift motion of its left hand, Qingtuan grasped the gem from the pedestal. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 26. The Bone Sword Crocodile, Emonian's Shock. The ground beneath Qingtuan's feet began to crack violently, a myriad of fissures spiderwebbing across the surface. Instinctively, Qingtuan, attuned to the vibrations, leaped backward just as a monstrous, menacing head erupted from below, two elongated fangs glinting ominously. The saber-toothed crocodile, merely a silver-ranked saber-toothed crocodile, in contrast to the bronze-ranked one Qingtuan had faced previously. This silver saber-toothed crocodile was not only considerably larger, but also encased in a dense layer of hard scales, with bony spines jutting from its joints. The evolved form of the saber-toothed crocodile, the bone sword crocodile. Seeing the bone sword crocodile emerge from the earth, Qingchen's expression turned grave, understanding that this was Emonian's ultimate test. Roar. The gravity tail slam. The bone sword crocodile, enraged by its missed ambush, swung its massive tail, adorned with countless sharp spines, crashing down towards Qingtuan. In a prolonged battle, Qingtuan might have felt some trepidation. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, Qingtuan had never feared anyone. Thus, facing the oncoming gravity tail slam, Qingtuan simply tightened its grip on the golden staff, stepped forward, and brought its arms down. 8 extremes crash. The staff's shadows intertwined, its descent akin to thunder. This blow from Qingtuan exuded an unprecedented might. In the next moment, a deafening clash resonated throughout the area, visible shockwaves rippling from the point of impact. However, after a brief standoff, the bone sword crocodile's tail could no longer withstand the force. Abruptly splitting open in several places, blood sprang forth. Roar. The bone sword crocodile recoiled in pain, retreating while casting a bewildered glance at the relatively diminutive Qingtuan, barely over half a meter tall and smaller than its own mouth. How could such a size unleash such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Qingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. In his mind, Qingtuan's data panel materialized. Name: Qingtuan race, giant panda level, bronze, 90, potential, silver skills, focus, mastery, 10. Vibration perception, mastery, 5, 6 harmony staff technique, mastery, 5, 8 extremes crash, mastery, 0, instant flash, mastery, 0, Thunder Emperor technique, novice, 90. Indeed, apart from the Thunder Emperor technique, which was still a short distance from mastery, all of Qingtuan's other skills had attained the pinnacle of mastery. As Qingchen comprehended this, the bone sword crocodile recognized that it might not be a match for Qingtuan. With a mighty roar, it commanded the bronze saber-toothed crocodiles to encircle Qingtuan. Yet, seeing this unfold, Qingtuan remained unperturbed. Its round, glistening eyes sharpened as it entered a focus state. Under the enhancement of this focus, the incoming saber-toothed crocodiles moved at a sluggish pace within the realm of vibration perception. In an instant, Qingtuan discerned a route to evade the encirclement. Then stepped forward. Instant flash, like a gentle breeze sweeping through. It disregarded all obstacles. When Qingtuan reappeared, it had silently positioned itself atop the bone sword crocodile's head. Then, a staff descended. 8 extremes crash. 9 shadows of the staff suddenly emerged behind the golden staff. As each shadow merged with the golden staff, its descent accelerated. When the 9th shadow fused, the golden staff, propelled by an indescribable velocity, struck the bone sword crocodile's head with ferocity, with the overwhelming force contained within the golden staff erupting forth. The bone sword crocodile's sturdy scales shattered like delicate porcelain, raining debris upon the ground. The torrential power surged forth, tearing through the bone sword crocodile's skin, flesh, veins, and bones. Ultimately, The bone sword crocodile's head was utterly deformed. Its vitality extinguished in an instant. Success. The bone sword crocodile is dead. Within the artificial secret realm, the familiar mechanical voice resonated, yet the announcement was markedly different from the previous 2.5 days. Simultaneously, in the Lord's office, Yin, who had been attending to affairs, suddenly noticed an alert on the display screen. Upon inspection, he discovered that Qingchen had successfully passed through the artificial secret realm he had set up. How is this possible? Yin's brows furrowed in disbelief as he processed the information. He had never anticipated that Qingchen would clear his design trials within 3 days, according to his plan. If Qingchen merely touched the gem within that time frame, it would be deemed a success as for the bone sword crocodile. He had calibrated its level to be that of a silver perfection. To differentiate the combat prowess of beasts, the League had subdivided each major rank into 4 stages, 0 to 30 for early stage, 30-60 for mid-stage, 60-90 for late stage, and above 90 for perfection. The silver perfection bone sword crocodile, with its formidable attack and defense, could even contend with an initial gold-ranked beast. Given Qingtuan's performance 3 days prior, it seemed implausible for it to contend with the bone sword crocodile in such a short span. How then did Qingchen manage to conquer it? Perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation, Yin decided to set aside his current tasks and briskly made his way towards the training room. The performance exhibited by Qingchen truly left him, a diamond beast master, in a state of bewilderment. This sensation was reminiscent of his time in that organization of misfits. Soon enough, Yin arrived outside the training room. After exchanging greetings, the recently emerged Qingchen opened the door, allowing Yin to enter the training facility. How did you accomplish this? Yin inquired directly, without any preamble. Qingchen, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to reveal that Qingtuan had mastered the skill to a remarkable degree. What? Mastery level? Yin exclaimed in rare astonishment that it was indeed difficult for him to fathom what kind of talent could elevate a skill from utter novice to mastery within just 5 days. No, it might be more than one skill. Thus, Yin cautiously probed further, only to receive an even more incredulous answer to no, it's just 3 skills that have reached mastery level. Avoid causing too much of a sensation. Qingchen had chosen only the 3 most noticeable skills to report. Nevertheless, even with this clarification, Yin was left utterly astounded. It is important to note that for a typical beast master, achieving mastery in a skill could take 5 to 10 years, if not longer. Very well, Yin said, at a loss for words but nodding repeatedly in affirmation. Chapter 27, The Exchange Competition, The Bet. After further discussions, Yin instructed Qingchen to take Qingtuan back to rest well in preparation for the following day's exchange competition. Watching Qingchen's departing figure, Yin let out a sigh. Initially, he had intended to nurture Qingchen closely, but given Qingchen's rapid growth and extraordinary talent, keeping him around felt somewhat wasteful. Tomorrow, let us see if you can seize the opportunity, Yin thought. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, though he remained uncertain of his thoughts. Back at home, after 2 days of intense training, both Qingchen and Qingtuan collapsed onto the sofa. Qingtuan, with no time to even eat her spiritual bamboo shoots, nestled into Qingchen's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Now at level 90 bronze, Qingtuan would likely reach level 100 bronze in a couple of days. The championship of the exchange competition must be won. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qingchen's eyelids grew heavier. In his dream, he envisioned Qingtuan transformed into a god of thunder. Wrapped in endless destructive lightning, holding a golden staff, each strike summoned thunderous roars, wreaking havoc upon the world. This sleep was profound for Qingchen. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already the dawn of a new day. After washing up and having breakfast, Qingchen prepared to head to the Alliance when he received a message indicating that a designated driver would be picking him up. With this unexpected free time, Qingchen instinctively opened the Beast Master Forum. Today, the exchange competition between Qingyang and Qingfeng cities would take place. Which city's talented beast masters would emerge victorious? Upon seeing this trending post, Qingchen immediately clicked to delve into the details. After all, he had been preoccupied with training and hadn't had the opportunity to familiarize himself with the nature of the exchange competition. After perusing the information for a while, Qingchen gained a basic understanding of the exchange competition, and it became clear why the rewards for the victors were so lavish. In essence, the exchange competition served as a means to vie for resources. The current competition between Qingyang and Qingfeng cities was sparked by the emergence of a mysterious secret realm at their border. An unexplored secret realm was akin to an uncharted gold mine. It's worth immeasurable. In a bid for ownership of this mysterious realm, the two cities organized the exchange competition. Naturally, the winner would claim ownership of the secret realm. From the post, Qingchen also learned that Qingfeng City had made preparations as well, boasting a prodigious beast master claimed to be a once-in-a-century talent. However, there was currently no detailed information available online regarding this prodigy. Just as Qingchen was scrolling through the posts, a notification popped up. The driver had arrived. Thus, carrying Qingtuan, Qingchen stepped outside and into the vehicle. After an hour's journey, he found himself at the largest outdoor stadium in Qingyang City. Backstage, as Qingchen entered, he encountered a familiar face, Xie Hong. "Qingchen, I will be the team leader for our Qingyang City's exchange competition today," Xie Hong announced. Upon hearing this, Qingchen politely returned the greeting. Under Xie Hong's guidance, Qingchen was led to the resting room. Inside the resting room, besides the staff, there were two acquaintances of Qingchen, Xiao Liang and a square-faced boy. To introduce them briefly, Xiao Liang from the Xiao family, Beast Master of the Flame-Tailed Lion, Wei Yu from the Daylight Beast Master Pavilion, Beast Master of the Dragon-Armored Crocodile. After Xie Hong provided the introductions, he read out Qingchen's basic information before leaving the resting room, oblivious to the strange expressions on the faces of the others. Humph. Xiao Liang, upon seeing Qingchen, naturally wore a scowl. As for Wei Yu, he merely scratched his head before nodding at Qingchen. Noticing this, Qingchen said nothing in response. After acknowledging Wei Yu, he settled into a chair with Qingtuan in his arms and glanced up at the screen on the wall. That moment, the screen displayed a view of the main arena. This expansive venue could accommodate 30,000 spectators, and aside from the central battlefields, which were temporarily vacant, every other space was filled with an audience. Witnessing such grandeur, Qingchen couldn't help but be taken aback. Initially, he had assumed the exchange competition would be a small-scale, internal-friendly match. However, after researching in the morning, he began to sense that this exchange competition would be anything but ordinary. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, he realized the magnitude of this event. Is this the shock of a country bumpkin who has never seen the world? Xiao Liang sneered, observing the astonishment on Qingchen's face. Although Qingchen had the backing of a Diamond Beast Master, Xiao Liang also had a Diamond Beast Master supporting him, thus feeling no particular fear towards Qingchen. Feeling bold, Qingchen shot a cold glance at Xiao Liang, his voice low. You were lucky to defeat me last time, merely because my flame-tailed lion had just advanced to bronze," Xiao Liang retorted, his forehead twitching at the memory of his past defeat. This time, he was determined to prove himself and show everyone who the true number one in Qingyang City was. Not convinced? Then let's have another match after the exchange competition. Qingchen gently patted Qingtuan's fluffy head and turned to face Xiao Liang. "A defeated clown, who gives you the courage to act so brazenly before me?" "Fine, but the loser must publicly call the winner father." Upon hearing Qingchen's challenge, Xiao Liang eagerly accepted. He was eager to wash away the shame of his previous loss. And with Qingchen presenting the opportunity, he had no reason to decline. To ensure Qingchen wouldn't back out, Xiao Liang insisted they both post their wager on their respective social media platforms. After posting, Xiao Liang smirked at Qingchen, as if victory was already in his grasp. This time, he was determined to step over Qingchen and reclaim the title of Qingyang's finest. Meanwhile, Qingchen remained nonchalant, continuing to watch the content on the screen, relishing the prospect of his opponent's self-inflicted humiliation. As for Wei Yu, after feeling awkward, he chose to remain neutral and silent, having no particular ties or conflicts with either side. In the midst of this silence, the exchange competition between Qingyang and Qingfeng cities began to unfold. Main venue. After the hosts exchanged a series of polite opening remarks, they commenced announcing the rules of the competition. This exchange competition was divided into three major categories: bronze, silver, and gold. Each major category was further subdivided into three smaller matches, conducted under a best-of-3 format for 1v1 battles. Ultimately, victories were determined based on a point system. First considering the major category points, then the minor category points. Next to take the stage was the gold category, with the competing parties introduced: Qingyang City, Lufeng, Qingfeng City, Heping. Chapter 28. The First Battle. The Beast Master System, a rare grassroots prodigy, after revealing his prowess at the initial stage of the Silver Realm, was taken under the wing of the Bai family, the foremost clan in Qingfeng City. Both individuals are renowned for their extraordinary talents. However, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious in today's battle. As the host concluded and exited the stage, two figures gradually stepped forth from either side of the vast arena. One, tall and imposing, with slightly curled long hair, exuded an air of nonconformity. The other, with a close-cropped hairstyle and dark skin, was none other than Lu Feng, and He Ping let the battle commence without further verbal sparring. Lu Feng's words hung in the air. Suddenly, a petite black figure darted forth like a flash of lightning from behind Lu Feng. It was the Lightning Cat, the beast he had contracted upon ascending to the rank of Golden Beast Master. Known for its incredible speed, the Lightning Cat also possessed claws with the piercing power to penetrate anything. One could say it was a born assassin. Observing Lu Feng's move, the spectators in the stands erupted in cheers. As a well-known genius beast master, Lu Feng's reputation had long been under scrutiny and admiration from various factions. In the face of Lu Feng's proud offensive tactics, He Ping remained unfazed, with a mere thought. A peculiar beast, resembling a mound of earthy stones and standing over a meter tall, suddenly materialized, as steady as a mountain. Following He Ping's command, this strange beast plunged its hands into the ground, and a yellowish protective shield emerged within a 10-meter radius, enveloping He Ping and itself in a 360-degree barrier. This was the Mountain Beast, an exceedingly rare elemental beast, positioned in the second tier. Just behind the top 100 of the beast ranking, it was through a fortunate encounter that He Ping had contracted the Mountain Beast, propelling him from obscurity to prominence. Among the spectators, many hailed from Qifeng City. Thus they were somewhat aware of He Ping's ascent on the arena floor. Due to the Mountain Beast's protective barrier, the Lightning Cat, which had been lurking in the shadows, found itself momentarily unable to strike. While it could breach the Mountain Beast's defense, doing so would inevitably reveal its position, and He Ping was not merely a bronze beast master, limited to controlling a single beast in combat. If it were to expose itself, another beast would surely retaliate in an instant. Lu Feng, too, recognized the Lightning Cat's predicament, yet he was not a mere bronze beast master either. Thus, as his thoughts flowed, a colossal white sacred elephant appeared on the arena, its skin seemingly coated in a layer of smooth, lustrous jade. The 8-part sacred elephant, Lu Feng's first contracted beast, known for its terrifying strength and defense. Witnessing Lu Feng summon yet another beast, He Ping no longer held back. He simultaneously unleashed his remaining two beasts, the poison flame bee and the ice blue scorpion, in the background. Qingchen and the staff were closely monitoring the battle between the two genius golden beast masters through the large screen. Why hasn't Lu Feng summoned his final beast yet, despite He Ping going all out? One staff member exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, such arrogance could lead to disgrace if he loses. In the room, several staff members anxiously observed the unfolding situation. While Wei Yu, affiliated with the Sunlight Beast Pavilion, interjected helplessly, "Don't speak without understanding. Look closely beneath the 8-part sacred elephant. Isn't there a tiny black ant the size of a palm? That is the heavenly horn ant, which our pavilion master painstakingly acquired for brother Lu Feng. Though it appears small, its power rivals that of the 8-part sacred elephant." With pride, Wei Yu cast a glance at the staff members, who still wore expressions of disbelief. An ant with horns on its head. Can it truly be so formidable? Noticing their skepticism, Wei Yu opted against further explanation and continued to watch the large screen intently. Qingchen, who had overheard Wei Yu's comments, nodded in understanding that if that were the case, Lu Feng's beast system must favor aggressive tactics. As the rank of beast master continued to rise, the variety of beasts he could contract would expand as well. Consequently, each beast would be selected based on its overall attributes to establish the most suitable system. This would allow for a synergistic effect, akin to 1-1 equaling 2. For instance, Lu Feng's trio of beasts, the Lightning Cat, the 8-part sacred elephant, and the heavenly horn ant following his logic for constructing a beast system. His combat strategy would involve the 8-part sacred elephant and heavenly horn ant breaking through and dismantling his opponent's defensive formation, while the Lightning Cat would strike from the shadows to reap the rewards. In stark contrast, He Ping's beast system evidently leaned towards a cannon-type strategy, utilizing the Mountain Beast for collective protection. He could launch long-range assaults with the Poison Flame Bee and Ice Blue Scorpion. If he were to develop further, he would need to contract a beast capable of finishing off opponents to perfect his system. What kind of beast system should I construct? After analyzing Lu Feng and He Ping's systems, Qingchen fell silent, contemplating his own. According to the curriculum, the most versatile beast system should encompass offense, defense, and support. Yet versatility often implies mediocrity. lacking any distinct strengths. Thus, in practical beast system construction, few beast masters would adhere strictly to textbook principles. Instead, they would lean towards creating more personalized systems, just as Qingchen was preparing to ponder further. A sudden gasp from the staff behind him interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, he raised his eyes to the screen dot on the arena. As Lu Feng and He Ping summoned their respective beasts, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. As anticipated, within the protective barrier of the mountain beast, the poison flame bee and ice blue scorpion unleashed their long-range skills, inundating the arena with a deluge of skill projectiles directed at the 8-part sacred elephant and heavenly horn ant. Saint Elephant's Might. In response, the 8-part sacred elephant faced the onslaught like a soldier clad in heavy armor, its body radiating a dazzling holy light as it charged fearlessly. Heavenly Horn's shadow. Meanwhile, the heavenly horn ant, after a fierce internal battle, manifested a colossal illusion of itself that expanded tenfold, sweeping its horn against the incoming waves of energy. Chapter 29. A stalemate. Match point. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the heavenly horn ant's sweeping strike cleaved through the barrage of energy projectiles. Damn it. He Ping's heart sank, realizing the impending defeat. He understood that he had only gained the title of Genius Beast Master after contracting the mountain beast. This meant that his first beast, the ice blue scorpion, while a combat beast, was rather unremarkable. Thus, when pitted against a prodigious opponent like Lu Feng, who had support from the outset, He Ping's first beast was inherently disadvantaged. As the heavenly horn ant shattered the ice blue scorpion's ranged assault, the conclusion unfolded as He Ping had foreseen. Upon reaching the barrier erected by the mountain beast, the heavenly horn ant unleashed its horrific strength. Effortlessly tearing a gaping hole in the shield, it pressed onward, and with the poison flame bee and ice blue scorpion being primarily ranged attackers, they faltered under the threat posed by the approaching heavenly horn ant. In that moment, the lightning cat, which had been lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity to strike, toppling He Ping's cannon-type strategy. I concede. He Ping lowered his head in defeat, perhaps against most beast masters. He Ping could mask the ice blue scorpion's inherent shortcomings with the mountain beast's unique traits. However, facing an opponent of equal rank, even if the mountain beast held an advantage, it could not single-handedly turn the tide. Moreover, the most daunting aspect was that this would forever remain He Ping's Achilles heel as his level increased. This flaw would become increasingly critical. Aware of this, He Ping felt a profound sense of despair. Nonetheless, with He Ping's concession, Lu Feng claimed victory in the first match of the exchange competition, marking Qingyang's first point. Nice. Qingyang is invincible. Lu Feng is invincible. I acknowledge that the barking of the dog was somewhat excessive just now. I underestimated that ant. What good is an apology if it were to be effective? What purpose would the police serve? Unless, of course, you refrain from consuming the eggs laid by my brother for an entire week. As Lu Feng secured another point, the audience from Qingyang City naturally erupted in exuberance. In contrast, the spectators from Qingfeng City appeared somewhat dejected. However, it was merely the first match. There was still hope. At the center of the podium sat Mo Nian, the master of Qingyang Palace, and El Xian, the master of Qingfeng Palace, both of whom were rare female leaders. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's victory, Mo Nian's brow subtly relaxed, and her lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, El Xian maintained her usual stoic expression, as if the loss had not been incurred by Qingfeng City at all. A splendid performance, indeed, was yet to fully commence. El Xian mused inwardly. The second match commenced with the appearance of Xiaorenqi from Qingyang City, accompanied by his beasts, the heavenly fire chinchilla, the crimson fire ape, and the fire departure eagle. Clearly, he had constructed a beast system centered around the fire attribute. From Qingfeng City, Huang Yaoyao entered the arena with her beasts, the water cover shark, the heavy water dolphin, and the water spirit rhinoceros. Coincidentally, her beasts were built around the water attribute. Thus, the outcome of this second match was predictable. Water extinguishes fire. Huang Yaoyao of Qingfeng City emerged victorious, leveling the score, in the face of Qingyang City's defeat in this match. Not only the spectators from Qingyang, but even Mo Nian were consumed by a singular thought. How fortuitous, how unfortunate. It was not that Xiaorenqi lacked strength. Rather, he seemed considerably more formidable than He Ping from the previous round. Yet, fate dealt him an unfortunate hand, pitted against a beast master whose water system countered his fire-based strategy effectively. Returning to the tie-breaking third match, with both teams at an equal score, Qingyang City fielded a beast master who had constructed a physical assault system. Qingfeng City countered with a relatively versatile beast master, possessing one beast for offense, one for defense, and one for support. The battle was fiercely contested, with neither side conceding ground for an extended duration. Ultimately, it was Qingfeng City's defensive beast that could not withstand the onslaught, resulting in a narrow defeat. The score stood at 2-1. Qingfeng City claimed the first significant point, as the host passionately announced the final score of the golden match. The audience from Qingfeng erupted in fervor, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. In contrast, the spectators from Qingfeng could only manage a resigned pout, aware that skill had triumphed before their very eyes, rendering rebuttal futile. Soon after a brief intermission, the second significant round of the exchange match, the silver match, commenced. Unlike the dynamic and thrilling golden match, the silver beast masters were limited to contracting only 2 beasts, falling short of the minimum 3 required to establish a complete beast system. Consequently, the silver beast masters could only be said to have a nascent form of a beast system, rendering the match somewhat more subdued. However, the results were increasingly unpredictable. In gold and above, victories often hinged on the construction of beast systems, while in silver and below, the lack of a fully developed system introduced numerous variables. In the first small silver match, Qingfeng City secured 1 point. In the second, they claimed yet another. Finally, in the third small match, Qingfeng City managed to reclaim a point. The score now stood at 2-1. Congratulations to Qingfeng City for leveling the score. Thus, the next decisive battle would rest upon the exchange teams of the bronze level. The host's announcement incited a clamor among the audience. It is worth noting that while the exchange matches featured gold, silver, and bronze categories, the bronze matches had traditionally served merely as a decorative conclusion, seldom influencing the overall outcome of the exchange. Yet now, they were faced with a rare circumstance where the results of the bronze matches would determine the victor of the entire exchange. At the podium, in light of the final 3 small bronze exchange matches, both Yin and Xian sat poised, exuding an air of confidence. Has that old man not heard of the remarkable prodigy emerging from Qingfeng City? How can he remain so composed? Or does he believe that the unknown lifestyle beast master possesses the overwhelming strength to utterly dominate the younger generation of Qingfeng? Xian, catching a glimpse of Yin's unflappable demeanor, couldn't help but wonder where her confidence stemmed from. Nevertheless, she relished the idea of Yin's eventual shock upon defeat. Imagining the bewildered expression on Yin's face, Xian instinctively shifted her posture, preparing herself for an exhilarating spectacle. On the other hand, Yin, though aware of Xian's movements, remained unfazed. Ever since the creation of the artificial secret realm, he had placed immense trust in Qingchen. Unless the legendary prodigy from Qingfeng City had contracted beasts from the top 100 of the beast rankings, he could scarcely conceive of how Qingchen might falter. Chapter 30. A draw. Xiao Liang takes the stage. Next, let us welcome the participants of the bronze match of the exchange competition. From Qingfeng City, Wei Yu. From Qingfeng City, Xia Geng. As the announcers concluded their introductions, Wei Yu emerged slowly from the entrance. Casting a distant glance towards Xia Geng, with sharp features and spectacles, appeared to be a delicate scholar. Yet, perched upon his right shoulder was a hawk with an intense gaze. Xia Geng hailed from Qingfeng City's premier beast academy, the Silent Wind Beast Academy. The beast upon his shoulder was the renowned Gale Hawk, famed for its astonishing speed. The dragon armor crocodile turtle. You say? This match could prove challenging, Xia Geng thought as he regarded Wei Yu's formidable dragon armor crocodile turtle, his brow furrowing slightly. The Gale Hawk excelled in rapid assaults, yet against a beast like the dragon armor crocodile turtle, which specialized in defense, it found itself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, despite the hurdles, it was imperative to try. Thus, the Gale Hawk unfurled its wings, charging toward Wei Yu with a rush of wind. Under Wei Yu's command, the dragon armor crocodile turtle stepped forward, conjuring a defensive shield in the path of the incoming Gale Hawk. Bang! Although the Gale Hawk shattered the defense conjured by the dragon armor crocodile turtle, its speed was significantly diminished, forcing it to alter its trajectory in search of a new opportunity to attack. In contrast, the dragon armor crocodile turtle, lacking any long-range offensive capabilities, refrained from initiating an assault, instead biding its time for the next strike from the Gale Hawk. In the backstage area, a voice rang out. Defensive beasts are utterly useless. They can only take hits without retaliating. What purpose do they serve? Had I been in that position, Qingfeng City would have already secured a point. In the room, Xiao Liang scoffed at Wei Yu's performance. Casting a glance at Qingchen, he then turned to the nearby staff. disdainfully remarking, "I see you all lack judgment. Why select anyone to compete, comparing them to me?" Upon hearing Xiao Liang's biting remarks, the staff instinctively prepared to retort. Yet, due to Xiao Liang's influential background, they could only flush red and remain silent. Pleased with their reaction, Xiao Liang nodded in satisfaction. He relished seeing others' frustration with him, knowing they could do nothing, just as Xiao Liang reveled in his smugness. An ill-timed voice interjected, keep pretending, but when you step onto the stage, don't be surprised if you're silenced by the opposition." The speaker was naturally Qingchen, who had never feared Xiao Liang even before receiving Mo Nian's guidance. Now, with Mo Nian's support, he felt emboldened. Xiao Liang's expression darkened at the retort, ready to retaliate. Observing this, Qing Tuan, standing beside Qingchen, clenched his golden rod, preparing to intervene. Now, gentlemen, backstage brawls are not permitted." As tensions rose, Xiahong unexpectedly entered the room. Due to Xiahong's strength and status, Xiao Liang could only wave his hand, signaling the flame-tailed lion to settle down. Qingchen also extended a gesture of goodwill towards Xiahong, gently patting Qing Tuan's fluffy head to indicate that he should remain calm. Seeing Qingchen and his companion cease hostilities, Xiahong smiled and proposed, "How about this? I, Xia, in my personal capacity, shall promise both of you, should you triumph over your opponents in this exchange match, I shall prepare a silver beast resource for each of you." A resource of silver beast taming. When converted into value, it is estimated to be around 1 million dragon coins. Although neither Qingchen nor Xiao Liang lacks this silver beast taming resource, no one would disdain a gratis beast taming resource. Moreover, it also serves as an opportunity to forge a closer relationship with Xiahong. Thus, both Qingchen and his companion graciously accepted Xiahong's goodwill. As the backstage tensions dissipated on the arena, the Wind Hunter Eagle continually sought angles and moments, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the dragon-armored crocodile turtle. Yet, facing only a single beast's assault, the dragon-armored crocodile turtle was more than capable of defending itself. Therefore, with both sides possessing only one beast, the only way to defeat the dragon-armored crocodile turtle was through overwhelming strength, much like Qing Tuan did previously. However, it was evident that the Wind Hunter Eagle lacked such terrifying power. Consequently, in this match, neither side could gain the upper hand. As the match time ran out, the two hosts announced the results. In the Qingyang Qifeng exchange competition, the first round of the bronze tier ended in a draw, with each side earning 1 point. With the announcement of the outcome, the spectators in the viewing area murmured in disappointment. "This turtle shell is extraordinarily tough. Surely, the subsequent matches won't be this uninspiring. Am I the only one who feels that placing the stakes of the entire exchange competition on such a lackluster bronze tier match seems rather reckless?" Backstage, in the resting area, a staff member informed Xiao Liang to prepare himself, as it was soon his turn to take the stage. "Useless bunch, it's still up to me to take action." Upon learning that he would soon be on stage, Xiao Liang grinned confidently. This time, he would astonish both the Qingyang and Qingfeng cities. As he walked down the corridor towards the arena, Xiao Liang encountered Wei Yu, who had just returned from a draw. He reached out and patted Wei Yu's shoulder. Wei Yu initially thought Xiao Liang was offering encouragement and was about to express his gratitude when Xiao Liang said, "Although you didn't win, you have laid the groundwork for my battle and victory. Rest assured, the entire Qingyang city will remember that it was I, Xiao Liang, who turned the tide and led you to victory." Xiao Liang laughed heartily as he walked away. Wei Yu gazed at Xiao Liang's retreating figure, his fists slowly clenching. As Xiao Liang appeared on the arena, the participants from Qingfeng City made their timely entrance. Qingchen, the contemporary young champion of the second family of Qingfeng City, entered alongside his beast, a fire spirit monkey. It seems that Qingfeng City truly has no one left. Even a mere fire spirit monkey can be deemed a genius. Even if I were to defeat you, people would still question my strength. Upon seeing that Qingzhan's beast was merely an ordinary combat beast, Xiao Liang felt an immediate sense of relief. A small fire spirit monkey could hardly stand against his flame-tailed lion. I hope you feel the same way later. Qingzhan glanced at Xiao Liang, who appeared to have already secured victory, and simply smiled faintly. In recent days, many had underestimated his fire spirit monkey. Yet, regrettably, those individuals ultimately fell to his hands, except for that one person. Just thinking of that scene made Qingzhan involuntarily shudder. Even days later, Xiao Liang noticed this moment and assumed Qingzhan was frightened by him. He scoffed disdainfully before commanding the flame-tailed lion to attack. Chapter 31. The Clown, the Golden Emperor Flame of Strange Fire, the Flame Roar. The flame-tailed lion tightened its throat and opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. On the other side, witnessing the terrifying flame skill unleashed by the flame-tailed lion, Qingchen hardly moved, simply gesturing with one hand. Subsequently, the fire spirit monkey before him clenched its fists and slammed them against its chest. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying golden flame power erupted from the fire spirit monkey's body. Following this, the fire spirit monkey threw a punch towards the surging flame torrent, a simple straight punch, without employing any skills. Yet even so, the instant the fire spirit monkey's fist met the flame torrent, the previously roaring flames dissipated like a punctured balloon, unable to inflict any harm on the fire spirit monkey. This scene not only stunned Xiaoyang but also caused Imonian, seated at the judge's table, to narrow his eyes slightly. A fire spirit monkey fused with strange fire as a diamond beast tamer. Imonian's keen eyesight quickly discerned the secret hidden within the fire spirit monkey. No wonder the esteemed contemporary champion of the Qin family would choose to contract a seemingly ordinary fire spirit monkey. The so-called strange fire is a terrifying existence that ranks among the top 300 of countless fire attribute powers. Judging by its formidable strength, it should not rank low within the top 300. Likely nearing the top 100. Imonian speculated aloud. At that moment, the master of Qifeng Palace, Elcian, also nodded in agreement and spoke. Master Imonian is indeed well informed. Indeed. The fire spirit monkey that Qingchen possesses is fused with the strange fire ranked 125th. The Golden Emperor Flame. The Golden Emperor Flame commands the power to subdue all flames. Unless it is a strange fire that ranks higher, other flame powers would find it nearly impossible to harm it. Thus, is Qingchen your secret weapon? Imonian turned to look at Elcian, who merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying. On the arena, after a brief moment of shock, Xiaoyang finally came to his senses. Strange fire. That monkey's golden flames are undoubtedly strange fire. Realizing this, Xiaoyang's heart sank. As a scion of a prestigious family, Xiaoyang was well aware of the power of strange fire, even within his family. Plans were made for him to seek out a strange fire to fuse with his flame-tailed lion. However, he never anticipated that before his flame-tailed lion could fuse with a strange fire, it would encounter a fire spirit monkey that had already fused with one. While Xiaoyang was lost in thought, the situation on the field had already turned overwhelmingly one-sided after the fire spirit monkey unleashed the Golden Emperor Flame. The fire spirit monkey hadn't even employed any skills. It simply relied on the terrifying might of the Golden Emperor Flame to force the flame-tailed lion into retreat after retreat. If the previous match between Wei Yu and Xiaogang, though dull, was at least evenly matched, this battle was purely a one-sided slaughter. Ha ha ha. Where did Qingyang City find such a weakling? I'm dying of laughter. It's like a father beating his son. That weakling is Xiaoyang from the Xia family, one of the three great families of Qingyang City, claiming to be the best of Qingyang. Is this it? Truly disgraceful. How can the Xia family, having produced such a useless contemporary champion, still call themselves one of the three great families of Qingyang? Are they merely here to fill the ranks? In the viewing area, the audience from Qingfeng City transformed into jesters, reveling in mockery. Meanwhile, the spectators from Qingyang City remained silent, for the disparity on the field was simply too vast to bear. Even if one were to face a disadvantage, this was not the way to compete. At that moment, on the judges' table, seated beside the two palace masters were representatives from the major factions of both Qingyang and Qifeng cities. Among them, Xiaokuan, representing the Xia family, watched the unfolding scene with a face darkened by rage. He never expected that Xiaoyang would not only fail to win, but would also be treated like a dog. This was a complete loss of face for the Xia family. How would others speak of the Xia family in the future? The more he thought about it, the angrier Xiaokuan became, and he resolved that upon returning to the Xia family, he would certainly impose a punishment on Xiaoyang. Returning to the matter at hand. On the arena, as the fire spirit monkey's golden flame-encased fist struck down once more, the already battered flame-tailed lion could no longer withstand the blows, its head drooping as it fell unconscious. In the second round of the bronze tier of the exchange competition, Qingchen from Qingfeng City emerged victorious, earning a point. The current score stands at 2-1. After the host announced the result, staff members rushed onto the stage to carry the flame-tailed lion away for treatment. In light of this outcome, Xiaoyang's face turned crimson, panting heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. He, Xiaoyang, had come to showcase his prowess for Qingyang and vindicate himself. How could he possibly lose? He had even performed worse than the previously drawn Wei Yu. It must be that I simply had bad luck, encountering this so-called prodigy from Qifeng City that appears once in a century. Otherwise, how could I, Xiaoyang, possibly lose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Observing Xiaoyang's frenzied mumblings, Qingchen merely shook his head. Once in a century, indeed, but regrettably, he was unworthy. On the judge's platform, the usually expressionless Xian relaxed, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Master Emonian. It seems that this exchange competition is destined for Qifeng City's victory. In that enigmatic realm, I, from Qifeng City, shall not show any disrespect. Upon hearing this, Emonian turned to look at Xian. Leisurely speaking, Lord Xian, is there yet another round? If Qingyang wins this one, the score will be tied once more. After Emonian spoke, Xian suddenly burst into laughter, as if he could no longer contain himself. Ha! In this final round, no matter who Qingyang sends forth, victory is utterly unattainable. I advise you, Lord Emonian, to prepare yourself for defeat. Upon hearing this, Emonian's brow slightly furrowed. What extraordinary prowess must the last beast master of Qingfeng City possess to instill such unwavering confidence in Xian? In the background, staff members guided Xiaoliang back to the resting area. The moment he spotted Qingchen and Wei Yu, Xiaoliang was the first to speak. Humph, had it not been for this young master encountering that rare prodigy from Qifeng City. How could I have lost? I can only blame my misfortune for being picked over by you two. Both Qingchen and Wei Yu scoffed at his words. Is this truly the demeanor of one in haste? It is indeed amusing. Just as Qingchen was about to retort, a staff member hurried over, beckoning him to prepare for battle. Thus, Qingchen retracted his words and followed the staff towards the arena. Make sure you lose, Qingchen. Watching Qingchen's retreating figure, Xiaoliang silently vowed as for the outcome of Qingchen's defeat, resulting in the mysterious realm becoming the possession of Qifeng City. What concern was that of his? As long as Qingchen faltered, he could manipulate public opinion, ensuring Qingchen would never rise again. Chapter 32. The Prodigy, Qingchen. Next up is the third match of the Bronze Series. Will the leading Qifeng City secure another point for final victory? Or will the temporarily trailing Qingyang strike back to equalize the score? Let us await the outcome on the stage. The two hosts passionately proclaimed the commencement before inviting the contestants for this decisive showdown. From Qingyang, we have Qingchen. From Qingfeng, we have Bai. Unlike the three prominent families in Qingyang, which stand in a stalemate, in Qifeng City, only one family reigns supreme above all others, the Bai family. You are Qingchen, Bai, clad in a simple yet elegant ancient robe, with slightly long hair tied back, appeared like a refined scholar stepped out from a classical novel. In response to Bai's inquiry, Qingchen non-committally nodded, feeling a flicker of familiarity, as if he had met Bai before. In that case, I shall show mercy. After uttering a cryptic line, Bai gently stroked the white cat perched on his shoulder. The cat then gracefully leaped to stand before Bai. Is that so? Then I too shall show mercy. Qingchen replied with a smile, sensing no malice in Bai's words. At that moment, Qingtuan, standing nearby, gripped his golden staff tightly and stepped forward. How intriguing. Let me see just how formidable your panda beast truly is. As Bai spoke, the seemingly ordinary-sized white cat suddenly erupted in dazzling, vibrant light. When the brilliance faded, a majestic white tiger, towering over a man, with a powerful physique and a commanding face, stood before the crowd. To add to its grandeur, the white tiger boasted a pair of strong wings. Like a tiger with wings, Qingchen. Goodness, Qingchen, the beast ranked 88th on the Beast Master leaderboard. Heavens, I can hardly believe my eyes, witnessing a living beast from the top 100. My word. I shudder to think how formidable one must be to contract such a beast. Fool, I dare to think. With the revelation of the white cat's true form, the audience erupted in astonishment. Even on the podium, Emonian's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Emonian, did you see? This is the trump card of Qifeng City. Do you still believe your disciple has any chance of victory? Hearing this, Emonian's brow furrowed slightly. If it were against other opponents, even the fire spirit monkey from the previous round, infused with wondrous fire, Emonian would still have confidence in Qingchen's victory. However, facing an opponent who had firmly contracted a beast from the top 100, the outcome was uncertain. Noticing Emonian's silence, Xian said nothing more. Merely gazing at the battle on stage with a relaxed expression, Qingchen, though Qingchen was taken aback, he felt no fear. This was an excellent opportunity to test Qingtuan's combat prowess. Meanwhile, Qingtuan. Upon witnessing his opponent transform from a small cat into a winged tiger, remained undaunted. Let us see if I can defeat it. And with that, he moved, employing the swift steps of great mastery. Vanishing from Qingchen's line of sight, such speed, truly remarkable. Bai felt the gravity of the situation as he observed Qingchen's uncanny velocity in the arena. Qingchen flapped its wings, vanishing into thin air as it moved. As it maneuvered, Qingchen, relying on his mastery of sensing fluctuations, pinpointed Qingchen's position. With another step, he executed the skill Instant Flash once more. The advantage of having mastered Instant Flash allowed him to seamlessly connect two skills, greatly extending the distance covered. 8 extremes collapse. In a flash, Qingchen appeared before Qingchen, gripping the golden staff tightly and swinging it down. The ninefold shadow of the staff manifested and descended, stirring thunderous roars. Qingchen, confronted by the golden staff, felt an intense sense of threat. In response, it swiftly closed its wings, crossing them to form an impenetrable shield. Block. Golden iron shield. At the intersection of Qingchen's crossed wings, a golden point materialized. In the next moment, it transformed into an ancient, dark bronze shield, positioned before Qingchen's wings. Clang. As the two forces collided violently, an excruciatingly piercing sound resonated through the air. Subsequently, both Qingchen and Qingchen were sent reeling back, each staggering to opposite sides. The great mastery's 8 extremes collapse, combined with the power-enhancing golden staff, could not breach Qingchen's defenses. Qingchen watched in astonishment as Qingchen's strike yielded no results. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of a beast ranked among the top 100 on the leaderboard. It was noteworthy that Qingchen's blow had the potential to shatter most silver-ranked beasts. On the other side, while Bai Yi's expression remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. Though others might be oblivious, he knew well. After Qingchen received the panda's strike, it appeared unscathed, yet its wings trembled slightly. This was unbelievable. Qingchen had previously withstood numerous silver-ranked beasts with that very defense. This was the first time it had experienced recoil damage. Moreover, the opponent was merely a life-class beast. It seemed he could not afford to be careless. Bai Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. After receiving Qingchen's blow, Qingchen's earlier disdain had vanished. This was the first time it faced a true threat among its peers. Consequently, Qingchen was exhilarated. Only by conquering such opponents could it find fulfillment. Thus, this time, it was Qingchen's turn to strike first. With the advantage of its wings, even without using skills, Qingchen's speed surpassed that of 90% of beasts. Shadows flitted past as Qingchen closed the distance to Qingchen. Finally, upon reaching a certain proximity, Qingchen opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar. Tiger's roar shakes the forest. A powerful shockwave erupted from Qingchen's mouth, akin to an ancient volcano's eruption. Sweeping forth with ferocity, this was Qingchen's signature skill, capable of bypassing physical defenses to directly assault the enemy's soul. Faced with Qingchen's sudden onslaught, Qingchen's eyes widened, entering a state of intense focus. He gripped the golden staff with both hands, rotating it swiftly. 6 Harmony's beast. As the golden staff whirled rapidly like a windmill, a circular phantom of a defensive shield coalesced in front of it. This shield, formed through the disturbance of spatial fluctuations, offered a modicum of protection against the soul-shattering sonic attacks of the ferocious Qingchen. However, defense was ultimately a weakness for Qingchen. Even with the 6 Harmony staff technique elevated to a masterful control, it still seemed insufficient against the full-force strike of Qingchen, who ranked among the top 100 of the Beast Master rankings. Thus, Qingchen could only retreat swiftly while fending off the sonic onslaught to mitigate the pressure. After a considerable standoff, Qingchen barely managed to withstand Qingchen's sonic assault, but was left in a rather disheveled state. More critically, the impact on his soul made it exceedingly difficult for Qingchen to maintain the skill of wave perception. This effectively returned him to a state of blindness. On the other side, upon observing Qingchen's unusual condition, Qingchen seized the opportunity to press the attack. Heavenly Annihilation. Chapter 33. Breakthrough. Counterattack. Heavenly Annihilation. Qingchen's muscles tensed, revealing the sinewy veins that coiled like dragons upon his form. In the next instant, a visible tremor rippled through the space above his back. Suddenly, an intensely blinding white light emerged, stretching and elongating until a seemingly unremarkable, simple spear materialized above Qingchen. Yet, at the moment of its full condensation, this spear radiated an overwhelming and tumultuous aura of slaughter. This white spear was the Heavenly Annihilation. It was an innate skill passed down through the Qingchen lineage, possessing unmatched lethality. a powerful offensive technique allowing the Qingchen clan to rank among the top 100 in the Beastmaster rankings. Heavenly Annihilation, Overlord Stab. After conjuring the spear, Qingchen's thoughts stirred. The spear stirred the void, surging with a tidal force of murderous intent as it charged towards Qingchen with ferocity. Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the viewing area collectively gasped in astonishment. Such an offensive aura could likely spell doom for even a genuine Silver Beast Master. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a Silver Beast Master. If faced with that strike, Bai Yi would be begging for mercy on his knees. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Nevertheless, if that panda were to fall to this move, it would at least be with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, on the podium, Emonian was unusually tense. Indeed, the ferocity of Qingchen's attack was overwhelming. Had Qingchen been at his peak, he might have been able to withstand it. But given Qingchen's current state, it seemed nearly impossible. As for the onlooking Xian, he appeared unfazed, having anticipated this outcome. After all, how could a lifestyle-type Beastmaster, even with some aberrant prowess, possibly contend against Qingchen? Ranked 88th among the Beastmasters, in the backstage lounge, Xiaoliang, watching the scene unfold on the large screen, instinctively exhaled deeply. The moment Qingchen appeared, anyone with sense would recognize that Bai Yi was the hidden trump card of Qifeng City. A once-in-a-century prodigious talent, so, predictably, Xiaoliang found himself playing the fool once again. Fortunately, if Qingchen lost to Bai Yi, Xiaoliang could drag him down with him. Otherwise, he would emerge as the greatest fool of this exchange competition, a disgrace that would haunt him for life. Thus, at this moment, Xiaoliang found himself even more eager for Qingchen to lose than the people of Qifeng City, back on the arena. Sensing Qingchen's plight, Qingchen was immediately filled with concern. Just as he contemplated conceding, Qingchen relayed a message to him. The Thunder Emperor technique has finally broken through to minor mastery. In an instant, Qingchen grasped the formidable power of the Thunder Emperor technique at this level, undeniably comparable to the lethal assault launched by Qingchen. In this situation, activating the first skill of the Thunder Emperor technique would suffice. The proficiency breakthrough of the Thunder Emperor technique was unlike other skills. In addition to enhancing the skill itself, it also allowed Qingchen to comprehend an additional technique. Faced with the current crisis, utilizing the first skill would be entirely adequate. Ultimate Thunder. Though wave perception could not be deployed for a brief period, Qingchen effortlessly discerned the trajectory of Qingchen's impending onslaught. Thus, he raised the golden staff, drawing upon the true thunder core within. The next moment, an endless torrent of frenzied thunder erupted from within Qingchen, lashing out at everything nearby. Subsequently, under Qingchen's guidance, the surging thunder coalesced entirely into the golden staff. Soon after, a resplendent orb of thunder, glowing with a glaring radiance, gathered at the tip of the staff, exuding a majestic might that looked down upon the world. In a flash, the lethal spear of heavenly annihilation surged forth. Without hesitation, Qingchen's body sank, driving the orb of thunder downwards with the top of the staff. Solar descent. The spear, imbued with boundless killing intent, struck the descending orb of thunder at the very moment it made contact. The compressed orb of thunder erupted instantly, unleashing a torrent of thunder imbued with absolute destructive power, cascading forth like a breached dam. Boom! The arena was instantly illuminated by an extraordinarily blinding light. Within the brilliance, flashes of blue lightning occasionally flickered, accompanied by deafening roars. Almost everyone present held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail, for if all went as expected, this clash would directly determine the scale of victory. It was hard to believe that a lifestyle-type Beast Master could possess such strength. No wonder Master Emonian held such confidence in him. On the podium, Xian, who had previously appeared so composed, lost his calm upon witnessing Qingchen's display, for the might of the skill he unleashed was no less formidable than that of Qingchen. Emonian refrained from saying much, merely reflecting in his heart. This lad has broken through once again. In the backstage lounge, Xiaoliang was fixated on the large screen, his fists clenched tightly. Qingchen, you must lose. On the arena, as the extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipated, the scene became increasingly clear. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Qingchen remained in the posture of bringing down the staff. Meanwhile, the heavenly annihilation spear, which should have contended against him, had vanished without a trace. Clearly, Qingchen had withstood Qingchen's full force assault. He had succeeded. A miracle indeed. How could a Panda Beast Master achieve this feat? This was the true essence of a science fiction tale. Qingchen, ranked 88th among the Beast Masters, wielding the most adept defensive prowess. Yet, even so, its full-force strike failed to vanquish a lifestyle-type Beast Master. Such astonishment is beyond mere words to express. Among those astonished were the many genius Beast Masters who had previously battled against Qingchen. They had first-hand experience of the terror and despair that Qingchen brought forth. Yet now, the being they had deemed invincible was thwarted by a lifestyle-type Beast Master. What an absurd world this was. Ignoring the rising sounds of astonishment around him, Qingchen, now capable of once again employing wave perception, took a swift step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Now it's time for my stage. Thanks to the high proficiency of his skills, even after multiple uses, Qingchen still had residual spiritual energy. Instant flash. 8 extremes collapse. When Qingchen reappeared, he was already before Qingchen, ready to strike down with his staff, golden iron shield. In the face of Qingchen's onslaught, Qingchen, with dwindling spiritual energy, could only forcefully conjure a defensive skill. After all, he was well aware of Qingchen's destructive power. Relying solely on his physical strength would be insufficient to withstand Qingchen's full-fledged attack. With a resounding explosion, Qingchen was sent reeling backward. Meanwhile, after a few steps back, Qingchen advanced once more, his figure disappearing. How is this possible? Bai exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Qingchen's repeated use of skills. Does this guy possess infinite spiritual energy? It is known that even a beast like Qingchen, at the bronze level, could only muster enough spiritual energy to execute 3 to 5 skills at most. Yet this panda, as a lifestyle-type beastmaster, had executed no fewer than 5 skills by now. Even if he were a mutated beast, such an anomaly was unprecedented. Chapter 34. Show mercy. The outcome is decided. On the podium, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qingchen frowned deeply. However, as a diamond beast master, her perspective was naturally far superior to that of Bai at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen arrived at an astonishing yet highly plausible inference. The panda's mastery of its skills must have reached a considerable level of proficiency. Upon expressing this thought to Qingchen felt somewhat dreamlike. Yet, Qingchen merely smiled in response, offering no words. Nevertheless, the expression on Qingchen's face confirmed to Qingchen that her conjecture was indeed correct. Mastery at a high level. I cannot believe I am witnessing such an extraordinary skill in a mere bronze beast. For a moment, Qingchen felt a twinge of absurdity. She had initially believed that having contracted the formidable Qingchen, ranked among the top 100 on the Beastmaster leaderboard, would render her invincible throughout the county. Little did she anticipate encountering an even more prodigious Beastmaster right here in Qingyang City. On the arena, as Qingchen struck once more, Qingchen found itself devoid of sufficient spiritual energy to unleash its skills that it could only concentrate the meager energy remaining within its body into its wings, crossing them to form a shield for a feeble defense. Bang! Under normal circumstances, Qingchen's defensive posture would enable it to withstand many Beastmaster attacks. Alas, it was now facing Qingchen, a being capable of amplifying its attack potency to the level of a Silver Master. Consequently, it was no surprise that without employing a defensive skill, Qingchen could not withstand Qingchen's strike with mere physicality. However, it was not without reason that Qingchen held the 88th position on the Beastmaster leaderboard. The previous strike from Qingchen was sufficient to obliterate the majority of silver beasts. Yet, when it landed on Qingchen, it only elicited a pained cry. Although it sustained some injuries, they were not life-threatening. Roar! After being sent flying by Qingchen's strike, Qingchen got back up and let out a defiant roar. This was its first time being injured. In response to Qingchen's provocation, Qingchen took another step forward and vanished. Seeing this, Qingchen, who had originally contemplated engaging Qingchen in a physical contest, turned tail and fled. It had presumed that even if Qingchen could execute a few more skills than it could, the subsequent energy depletion would leave Qingchen exhausted. But who could have foreseen that this panda could still unleash skills? Thus, a wise beast does not suffer losses in front of immediate gains. And a discerning individual knows when to retreat. Qingchen decisively chose a strategic withdrawal. This was not cowardice. Can a temporary retreat by a beast master be deemed cowardice? Yet, evidently, Qingchen had underestimated Qingchen's speed. No matter how swift Qingchen was, Qingchen could still close the distance in the blink of an eye, bringing down another strike. A whoa! Qingchen let out a pained cry, continuing its desperate flight. It was soon caught up by Qingchen once more, who struck again, prompting another gasp from Qingchen. Thus, the situation on the arena took on a rather comical turn. Qingchen fled while being swiftly pursued by Qingchen, who struck with each passing moment. In no time, the once formidable Qingchen was left battered and bruised, its proud demeanor now a mere shadow of itself. That in this scenario, who could still discern which was the beast master ranked among the top 100? To be honest, I never imagined I would witness such a scene today. What is happening? Why do I feel somewhat amused by this spectacle? The spectators in the viewing area, observing the sea upon the dais. As Qingchen hailed from Qingyang City, Lucien's gaze swiftly fell upon Emonian. At that moment, Emonian wore an enigmatic smile, as if foreseeing Qingchen's madness. The focus shifted back to the arena. After Qingchen's boisterous laughter subsided, he suddenly extended his right hand, grasping the fabric of his shoulder, and with a swift motion, tore it away. The sound of fabric shredding filled the air, revealing a piece of beast hide interwoven with flesh. Inscribed upon the hide were ancient characters radiating a golden brilliance. The Beast God Society. Qingchen was a member of the Beast God Society. The onlookers were prepared to take action upon seeing the piece of hide adorned with the character for God on Qingchen's shoulder. The entire spectator stand erupted in fervor. The Beast God Society can be simply understood as a cult formed by a group of fervent believers with extreme convictions. Their approach to beast taming starkly contrasts with that of mainstream beast tamers. They do not regard their beasts as companions, but rather as entities to be consumed and merged with. To the members of the Beast God Society, one's own strength reigns supreme. Thus, they choose to devour contracted beasts through certain secret methods, assimilating a portion of their power to enhance themselves, enabling them to unleash unparalleled strength without reliance on their beasts. In fact, within their belief system, it is said that by devouring and merging with 9 beasts, one can ascend to become a beast god, endowed with the power of immortality. This is the origin of the name Beast God Society. Consequently, since the inception of the Beast God Society, their fundamentally divergent ideology has led to a state of irreconcilable enmity with various mainstream factions. Yet, this continent harbors countless individuals who will stop at nothing for power. Thus, even though the major forces have persistently hunted down the Beast God Society, it continues to exist, and in fact, is more formidable than any singular faction. To return to the matter at hand, just as the spectators intended to summon their beasts to shatter Qingchen, they were horrified to discover that they could not feel the presence of their beast spaces. This rendered them incapable of summoning their beasts, stripping them of the very source of their power as beast tamers. Do you see? This is the power system you hold so dearly. It is utterly fragile. On stage, witnessing the panic etched across the faces of the crowd, Qingchen mockingly taunted them. Were it not for this advantage, he would not dare to present himself before such a congregation of formidable beings. But now that he had emerged from the shadows, it was time to reap the rewards. Old comrades, cease your concealment. Come forth. As Qingchen's words fell, several figures leisurely rose from the spectator stands, advancing towards the arena amidst the incredulous gazes of those around them. These individuals were the leaders of some second and third-tier factions within Qingyang City. Do not struggle. This spirit-binding array has consumed a significant amount of our Beast God Society's resources. It not only temporarily obscures your connection with your beast spaces, but can also confine you in place through the beast space, rendering you immobile. Now, let us revel in a grand spectacle of slaughter. With a grand gesture, Qingchen commanded, and soon, numerous individuals were compelled to emerge from the passageways on either side of the arena, among them being Qingchen and others. Clearly, the backstage resting area had been infiltrated by the Beast God Society's agents. Emonian, if the beast tide a decade ago did not obliterate all of Qingyang City, what of this occasion? This exchange event has gathered the most talented beast tamers from both Qingyang and Qifeng cities, along with over 30% of high-end combat power. This time, our Beast God Society will instill terror throughout the entire Long Kingdom. Qingchen grinned wickedly as he gazed at Emonian on the dais, a manic curve gracing his lips. In contrast, Emonian remained composed in the face of such turmoil, simply stating, "This array, while formidable, if I am not mistaken, has also restricted a portion of your strength. Has it not?" Faced with Emonian's retort, Qingchen's smile faltered for a moment. He had not anticipated that Emonian's insight would be so piercing, immediately discerning the array's drawbacks. However, what of it? We can still unleash the power of the early golden stage, and against a group of beast tamers utterly devoid of strength, it will be more than enough to create a one-sided slaughter. Qingchen coldly declared. Subsequently, his right hand, which had appeared normal, suddenly swelled, and a multitude of sharp bone spikes erupted from it. This transformation into a beast-like form is one of the most evident characteristics of the Beast God Society's members. Due to this transformation, Qingchen now exuded a fierce and powerful golden aura under normal circumstances. Such a minor fluctuation of spiritual energy would render the majority of individuals in the arena capable of effortlessly dispatching him. Yet today is different. In the absence of any means to communicate with their beast spaces, even the early golden stage Qingchen could be deemed invincible, just as the atmosphere in the venue reached a near standstill. Qingchen suddenly spoke up. It seems to me that this array cannot restrain bronze beast tamers. The single stone can stir 1,000 waves. And this statement roused many from their stupor. Bronze beast tamers lack a beast space. Thus, the spirit binding array cannot confine them. Chapter 36. Hope. Turn the tide. However, even so, what use is a bronze beast tamer against someone with the strength of the early golden stage Qingchen? Moreover, the Beast God Society members present are not limited to Qingchen alone. Therefore, it was no surprise that upon hearing Qingchen's words, Qingchen momentarily lost his bearings before erupting into laughter. He then launched a punch towards Bai. Qingchen remarked, "You should hit him. Why strike me?" Bai was perplexed, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. In an instant, the small white cat in Bai's arms transformed into a winged Qingchen, and with a swift motion, it manifested as a shield to protect him. Bang! A heavy thundering sound erupted. The Qingchen was sent flying by Qingchen's brutish punch. Unable to emit a single cry before losing consciousness entirely, the disparity between bronze and gold is simply too vast, even though the Qingchen ranks among the top 100 beasts capable of defeating opponents of silver rank. It was utterly insufficient against a bona fide golden beast tamer. Do you see any difference? Qingchen smirked, withdrawing his right arm and casting a mocking glance at Qingchen. There is indeed a difference. Qingchen murmured, before directing his thoughts to let Qingchen engage Qingchen directly. He then shouted, "Everyone, we still have a chance if we fight with all our might. Otherwise, we await death." Thus, as Qingchen raised his staff to strike Qingchen, Wei Yu and others also surged forth, commanding their beasts to combat. Not only that, but among the 30,000 spectators, there were also numerous bronze beast tamers. Upon witnessing the events unfolding in the arena, these bronze beast tamers quickly commanded their beasts to engage in battle. After all, death was inevitable. Fighting back might just yield a miracle. With this mindset, hundreds of bronze beasts charged towards the arena, prepared to employ a human wave tactic to overwhelm Qingchen and his companions. On the stage, seeing this, Qingchen and the others felt a surge of unease. While they were not afraid of these bronze beasts, the duration of the spirit binding array was limited. Should they be delayed, the consequences could be dire. Thus, after Qingchen repelled Qingchen with a punch, he unleashed another punch that shattered the shield formed by the dragon-armored crocodile. Qingchen then stomped his right foot heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding boom, and shouted, "Everyone, if you submit to my Beast God Society now, I, Qingchen, can guarantee your safety. If you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon finishing his declaration, he hurled another punch, obliterating the fire spirit monkey engulfed in golden flames with a single blow. This gruesome scene, coupled with the promise Qingchen had just made, caused many bronze beast tamers to waver in their resolve. After all, their desperate struggle had yielded no glimmer of hope. Yet now, a chance for survival lay before them, naturally leading many to reconsider their willingness to fight to the death. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. Sacrificing themselves served no purpose. Observing the wavering crowd, Qingchen inwardly sneered before L with the momentum on his side. Qingchen once again cast his chips into the fray. Upon hearing his words, the hearts of many bronze beast masters sank. None were foolish enough to overlook Qingchen's intent to incite self-destruction among them. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, trading another's life for one's own became a viable option. Moreover, it was merely the life of a beast. Nevertheless, despite such reasoning, no one dared to be the first to step forward and commit such an audacious act. However, there is always someone willing to take the lead. After listening to Qingchen's proclamation, Xiao Liang's mind raced with thoughts. How was this situation so strikingly similar to his earlier prayers in the background? Perhaps even better, if he could survive while everyone else perished, then all that transpired in today's exchange would remain a secret. After all, this exchange had not been broadcasted to the outside world. Thus, The priority was to ensure his own survival. Once Xiao Liang made his decision, he quietly shifted his focus to the few remaining bronze beasts on stage. While his initial thought was to ambush Qingchen, given Qingtuan's prowess, failure could spell disaster for him. To mitigate risk, Xiao Liang set his sights on the heavily injured dragon armor crocodile turtle, which had been struck hard by Qingchen. Although the dragon armor crocodile turtle excelled in defense, it was currently reeling from its injuries. A surprise attack would surely overwhelm it. Resolute in his choice, Xiao Liang acted without hesitation. A dead friend is better than a living stranger. May fortune favor the bold. With that thought in mind, the flame-tailed lion suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the dragon armor crocodile turtle. The fiery roar echoed as the raging inferno crashed down upon the unsuspecting dragon armor crocodile turtle. Ah! It cried out in a pained wail, collapsing to the ground, charred and gasping for breath. The sudden turn of events left the entire audience in shock. All eyes incredulously fixed on Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang, what are you doing? Wei Yu's eyes reddened upon witnessing his beast severely injured by Xiao Liang's ambush, yet bereft of the dragon armor crocodile turtle. Wei Yu found himself powerless against Xiao Liang. Moreover, in a show of his commitment to his promises, Qingchen stepped forward without delay, shielding Xiao Liang behind him. Well done, my child. Qingchen smiled at Xiao Liang before turning his gaze back to the spectator seats. As anticipated, with Xiao Liang as the first to take action, those bronze beast masters who had previously only entertained the thought of rebellion began to unleash their beasts upon those nearby. After all, in the face of death, human nature cannot withstand the test. Thus, to avoid being ambushed themselves, they resolved to eliminate others first. Embracing this notion, hundreds of bronze beast masters, who had once hoped to stall Qingchen and his cohorts, began to deplete their own strength through infighting. Ha ha ha. Qingchen laughed heartily at the unfolding chaos. With this turn of events, no one could impede the slaughter of his group any longer. As for the bronze beast masters who had aligned with Xiao Liang, he sneered. Oh, do you really think promises must be honored? On the podium, Yin observed Xiao Liang standing behind Qingchen, a rare glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Had it not been for Xiao Liang's betrayal, the situation would not have inverted so swiftly. Damn it, she cursed. I prepared numerous contingencies, yet did not anticipate the beast god would possess such means. She wondered if she could still salvage the situation. After a moment of silence, Yin glanced towards an inconspicuous corner in the spectator area. Chapter 37. How daring! The god of thunder descends. Her gaze landed on a dimly lit corner where a young woman with voluminous waves subtly shook her head. Even she could not intervene. The sight of the young woman shaking her head tightened Yin's chest. During this time, she had been continuously recalibrating her perception of her beast space. That it had shown signs of progress. She merely needed a little more time for success. If only the hundreds of bronze beast masters present could hold off Qingchen and his group a while longer. But unexpectedly, Xiao Liang led a group of bronze beast masters to revolt, causing the entire situation to spiral out of control. Who could now reverse the tide? Yin sighed helplessly, aware that such thoughts were merely wishful thinking. After all, if even the young woman could not temporarily escape the binding spirit array, how could anyone else? On the arena, as Xiao Liang turned against them, coupled with the subsequent attacks from several members of the Beast God Association, only Qingchen remained as the last bastion of strength for the Beastmaster Alliance. Ha! Qingchen, weren't you quite capable? How will you respond to the current predicament? Perhaps you should surrender and accept your fate. If so, I, Xiao Liang, might grant you a swift end. Standing behind Qingchen, Xiao Liang taunted the solitary Qingchen, unflinching in his derision. After all, Qingchen now faced 13 members of the Beast God Association. Although not every member possessed strength equivalent to Qingchen's early gold tier, even the weakest among them were at least late silver tier. With such a formidable lineup, how could Qingchen hope to turn the tide? By sheer stubbornness. Consequently, Xiao Liang believed Qingchen had no chance of a comeback and could only await his demise. Flame-tailed lion, attack. Retrieve the humiliation suffered at the hands of that panda. Responding to Xiao Liang's command, the flame-tailed lion let out an excited howl. It then bounded forward, closing in on Qingchen. The flame-tailed lion refrained from using skills, for Xiao Liang was convinced that in the presence of 13 members of the Beast God Association, Qingchen, a mere bronze beastmaster, would not dare to retaliate. Thus, Xiao Liang intended to humiliate Qingchen with a series of raw, unadulterated slaps. In a flash, the flame-tailed lion extended its right paw, a gust of wind trailing behind as it prepared to strike Qingchen's left cheek. Fool! Qingchen merely scoffed, ordering Qingchen to retaliate. Did he truly believe that 13 members, each barely at early gold tier, could compel him to submit and endure humiliation? Sensing Qingchen's intent, Qingchen sidestepped the flame-tailed lion's charged slap and, in a swift motion, struck back with a heavy blow. 8 extremes collapse. The shadows of 9 rods converged, transforming into an immense force that crashed against the flame-tailed lion's left cheek. The sound rang out, crisp and resounding throughout the arena. The flame-tailed lion was sent flying like a rag doll, tracing a perfect arc through the air before crashing down hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it revealed the flame-tailed lion's left cheek swollen and bruised, with several teeth missing. How dare he? The astonishment on Xiao Liang's face was mirrored among the spectators, including Yin on the podium and the young woman in the shadows, all of whom were taken aback. They were all astonished by the source of Qingchen's audacity. What gall! Tianyun's expression darkened at the sight of Qingchen daring to strike back in their presence. Did he truly consider them trifling? Upon hearing Tianyun's words, the remaining 12 members of the Beast God Association moved in unison, stepping forward. In the next moment, a tempest of spiritual energy, fueled by the combined might of 13 members, surged toward Qingchen like a Category 13 hurricane, forcefully pushing him back 3 to 5 meters to in that instant. Everyone present thought Qingchen was doomed. Even Yin on the podium felt a sense of helplessness. On the arena, as Qingchen steadied himself, a smile unexpectedly spread across his face upon seeing the 13 Beast God Association members before him. Truly, fortune favors me. I have finally found my opportunity. Qingchen turned to Qingchen, knowing it was time for his moment of glory. Meanwhile, witnessing Qingchen's serene demeanor in such dire circumstances, Xiao Liang's fury ignited further. He swiftly approached Tianyun's side, shouting vehemently, "Qingchen, even at death's door, you still wish to play tricks? You may offend me, Xiao Liang, but I am magnanimous enough to grant you a swift death. However, to offend Tianyun and the esteemed members of his group, your demise will be far from merciful." Clearly, Xiao Liang's words were intended to deepen Tianyun and others' animosity towards Qingchen. However, after hearing those words, Tianyun's countenance darkened even further. Yet, time had dragged on far too long from the beginning until now, and the facade had been thoroughly maintained. Therefore, Tianyun had no time to dwell on such matters. He resolved to eliminate the disregarding Qingchen first, before turning his blade upon the formidable Yin and others. "You shall perish," Tianyun declared. Just as he intended to take another step forward, he caught sight of Qingchen not far ahead, clutching the golden staff tightly, lifting it slightly before his chest. In the next moment, a torrent of immense thunder surged forth from beneath the golden staff, crashing to the ground and rapidly spreading outwards. Soon, a circle imbued with a sense of destruction was etched upon the ground, encircling Tianyun and Xiao Liang within it. What on earth is this? This sudden turn of events instinctively alerted Tianyun, prompting him to tighten his grip on the beastly bone spike of his right arm, preparing to unleash a full-force strike. However, at that moment, Qingchen, who had merely raised the golden staff slightly, suddenly exerted strength, hoisting the staff high above his head. Immediately after, a terrifying energy, akin to an ancient volcano erupting, surged forth from within Qingchen, manifesting as boundless thunder that rained down in all directions. The thunder god descends. Lo and behold, 9 world-destroying thunder spears, each over 3 meters long, had inexplicably materialized in the void above. Then, to the astonished gazes of Tianyun and the others, the 9 thunder spears abruptly descended, embedding themselves fiercely into the ground. Following this, intricate and mysterious patterns began to rapidly outline themselves between the 9 thunder spears. In an instant, a brilliantly resplendent thunder formation was established. Within the formation, the expressions of Tianyun and his companions shifted dramatically. They sensed a lethal threat emanating from the seemingly weak panda, now brimming with thunderous power. Judgment. Chapter 38. Breaking the Deadlock. The Terrifying Young Woman. Judgment. As Qingchen's voice echoed, an ethereal, towering blue figure suddenly materialized behind him. The figure raised its hands, and in response, the 9 half-embedded thunder spears returned to its grasp as if summoned by some unseen force. They converged into one, a singular spear crafted entirely from pure thunderous energy, poised downward in the blue figure's hands. In the next moment, as Qingchen, still gripping the golden staff, sank his hands downward. The blue figure brought the world-destroying spear crashing down upon Qingchen and the others within the thunder formation. The spear fell with a resplendent brilliance, imbued with the might of 3,000 world-destroying thunders. No. Witnessing this scene, Qingchen and the others felt their hair stand on end, a surge of life and death crisis erupting within them. They had no time to ponder how a mere bronze panda could unleash such apocalyptic force. All they could think of was surviving the impending doom brought forth by the descending world-destroying spear. Thus, each of them displayed their most formidable defensive skills, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique abilities. Yet, Xiaoliang found himself in dire straits, severely wounded from his beastmaster's flame-tailed lion. He was utterly incapable of self-preservation, with Qingchen and the others now akin to clay figurines crossing a river. No one paid him any heed. Consequently, Xiaoliang could only helplessly slump to the ground, feeling the deadly thunderstorm drawing ever closer, rendering him utterly paralyzed with despair. Why? Why must I still lose like this? It's not fair. This is so unjust. How can Qingchen withstand gold with mere bronze power? Knowing he had no chance of surviving Qingchen's strike, Xiaoliang succumbed to utter despair. He simply could not comprehend how Qingchen had triumphed over him. And this question, it seemed, would remain unanswered for the rest of his life. In Xiaoliang's wide, horrified eyes, the spear enveloped in an endless storm of thunder descended with finality. Boom! It was as if the thunder of the heavens had fallen. Countless bolts of lightning lashed out at the void, and waves of destructive force collided and erupted, reminiscent of the apocalypse drawing near. Observing this scene from the arena, the previously warring bronze beastmasters halted their internal strife. Lifting their gazes to the stage, not just them, but the eyes of everyone present were fixated on the arena. If Qingtuan's strike could truly defeat Qingchen and the others, then the deadlock of the day could indeed be broken. Thus, amidst the anticipation of the masses, the violent, thunderous power gradually diminished, the scene becoming clearer. In that moment, every heart raced with trepidation. Finally, as the thunder dissipated, everything on the stage came into view. Among the 13 members of the Beast God Society, along with Xiaoliang, fewer than 5 remained standing. Furthermore, in the next moment, 4 more upright members of the Beast God Society collapsed to the ground. Thus, only one severely injured member, Qingchen, remained on the stage. Who? We have one. Incredible! Qingchen is simply a small cow flying a plane. Utterly astonishing. Damn, at this moment, I feel compelled to recite a poem. Who dares to stand against me? Only I, the Panda General. Qingchen, you are my idol. Hey, you brat. Seeing that only Qingchen remained on the stage, the entire crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. After all, with only a severely wounded Qingchen left, his power was reduced to a mere fraction. Meanwhile, at least a couple of 100 bronze beastmasters still possessed combat strength, enough to overwhelm Qingchen. With victory within sight, the bronze beastmasters naturally refrained from further infighting. On the stage, Qingchen quickly grasped his predicament. He then struggled to lift his gaze towards Qingchen, determined to remember his visage. It was this very bronze beastmaster who had thwarted nearly a decade of scheming by the Beast God Society, leaving him facing imminent death. Who would have thought that a seemingly favorable situation could be undone by a mere bronze beastmaster? If he had only completed this massacre, he would have had the chance to become a purple-robed deacon. But now, all was lost. Qingchen, even in death, I shall drag you into the abyss with me. Having regained a modicum of strength, Qingchen no longer hesitated, taking a step forward to charge at Qingchen. Although the spirit-binding formation was still in effect, the mission had already failed. Qingchen understood that, in his current state, he could not possibly contend with the other bronze beastmasters present. Thus, he could only attempt to take Qingchen, the root of his misfortune, down with him before anyone could react. On the other side, as Qingchen saw Qingchen charging towards him, he could only manage a wry smile. The devastating strike Qingtuan had unleashed had completely drained all of Qingtuan's spiritual energy. Therefore, facing Qingchen's fierce assault, Qingchen found himself utterly powerless. Was this the end of his rebirth? Qingchen sighed softly. Beside him, Qingtuan's eyes widened in alarm, filled with rage. However, he was powerless. The recently acquired Thunder God descends. Judgment had required immense spiritual energy to unleash. Thus, Qingtuan had no strength left to protect Qingchen. Qingtuan could only inwardly scream in frustration. Yet, he could not halt Qingchen's spiked right arm, which was drawing ever closer to Qingchen's neck. Who gave you the audacity? How dare you harm my people? In the nick of time, a cold, domineering female voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Qingchen was horrified to discover that, despite his right arm being mere inches away from Qingchen's neck, he was utterly immobilized, as though ensnared by some mysterious force. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With the spirit-binding formation in place, no one should possess such power. Qingchen screamed in his mind, shaking his head in disbelief while his eyes darted around, searching for the source of this supernatural interference. However, upon catching sight of the source, he was left utterly dumbfounded. In a nondescript seat among the spectators, a young woman with cascading waves of hair wore a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her alluring curves, her long legs clad in black stockings. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. Indeed, they might even be considered significant. However, the most crucial revelation was that the young woman, after stepping out with one leg, was levitating effortlessly in midair. She was treading upon the void, the mark of a platinum summoner. Yet it is evident that there is more to it, for even under the constraints of the spirit ban array, the formidable beast masters, Emonian and Lucien, have yet to fully communicate with their own beast space. This suggests that the young woman standing there, seemingly out of thin air, possesses strength surpassing even Emonian's. Chapter 39, the finale, Bronze 100, mandatory read ticket bonus. Wow, sister is so impressive. Who was that? How come I've never seen such a powerful female warrior in Qingyang City before? Could it be that I've never encountered her in Qifeng City either? However, this exchange competition is not open to the public. Those who attend should be well-acquainted individuals. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation about the newly appeared young woman, she fixed her gaze intently upon Qingchen on the stage. With a mere thought, a series of fierce beasts manifested behind her. A titan gorilla resembling a small mountain, a soaring phoenix, and a dragon cat enveloped in swirling sword energy, the total of 6 beasts. This means that the young woman in the Cheongsam, despite her youthful appearance, is a stellar beast master, stellar, above diamond. Only beneath the king level, such a figure is deserving of the title of top-tier powerhouse. Regardless of where they are, on the arena, Qingchen's expression turned ashen as he beheld the 6 beasts behind the young woman. A stellar summoner is a rare top-tier powerhouse even in a whole prefecture, let alone in this small Qingyang city. In this instance, I have fallen to the hands of a stellar beast master, rather than to you, Qingchen. Thus, I have no regrets in death. Qingchen shot a murderous glare at the nearby Qingchen, his eyes rife with unparalleled hatred. Although he tried to convince himself otherwise, he knew well that without Qingchen, with a stroke of luck, he might have been able to vanquish the young stellar beast master. If that had been the case, his status within the Beast God Association would surely have soared. Perhaps he could even have met the 8 enigmatic cardinals. Yet, alas, a single misstep led to his defeat by a mere bronze beast master. With a sigh of despair, a dazzling sword light suddenly descended from the heavens, cleaving Qingchen in half. Following that, several streams of sword energy shot across the arena, piercing various locations within. Faintly, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the void. Soon after, an overwhelming aura erupted abruptly from the podium. Clearly, the spirit ban array has been shattered. On the arena, Qingchen sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. It appeared that the crisis had passed. Just as this thought settled in his mind, Qingchen's vision darkened, and he fainted. After all, the contract is bidirectional. Although Qingchen had been battling, Qingchen had also silently endured considerable residual shock from the fight. Thus, when the dust settled, Qingchen could no longer hold on. The young woman, who had long since spread her consciousness throughout the area, swiftly moved to catch Qingchen as he began to fall. In his dreams, Qingchen felt as though he had suddenly plunged into a haven of warmth. It was cozy, imbued with a refreshing fragrance, and possessed a soft, yielding touch. Everything felt just right, utterly comfortable. The moment the young woman caught Qingchen, Emonian also appeared on the arena, albeit a moment too late. Fortunately, it was only a moment too late. Upon seeing Emonian ascend the stage, the young woman handed Qingchen over to him. It was fortunate to have this young man. Otherwise, even with my presence, who knows what might have transpired? The young woman's tone was rather grave, for she too had been bound by the spirit ban array at the outset. Had it not been for Qingchen buying time, no one could predict how many would have fallen victim to Qingchen's treachery during that interval. Indeed, Qingchen's performance has far exceeded my expectations. Now, regarding the matter I previously discussed with you, have you given it thought? Does my disciple possess the requisite qualifications? Although Emonian appeared to be significantly older than the young woman, he spoke with utmost humility. With bronze strength, he eliminated over a dozen members of the Beast God Association, including several platinum summoners. While their powers were suppressed to the early gold tier, they are by no means comparable to typical early gold summoners. With his prodigious talent, he is indeed qualified to join us. The question remains whether he is willing. The young woman's beautiful eyes turned towards Qingchen. Initially, when she reviewed Qingchen's information, she did not find him particularly remarkable, having encountered numerous dazzling talents before. Yet, the facts proved that she had underestimated him. I do have a suggestion in this regard. After a few hushed words exchanged with the young woman, Yin nodded. Then, seemingly pondering something, the young woman turned to Yin, fell silent for a moment, and finally spoke. However, if that is the case, you might already know what I am about to say. Yin preemptively interrupted, saying, my affairs should not hinder Qingchen's development. Moreover, I still have opportunities ahead. After hearing Yin's words, the young woman refrained from elaborating further. Subsequently, with the spirit ban array dismantled and a stellar beast master like her overseeing the situation, the cleanup proceeded swiftly under the direction of Yin and Lu Xian in the Qingyang branch of the Beastmaster Alliance. Qingchen awoke groggily in a room after an indeterminate period. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately tensed up. However, as his memories returned, he relaxed his body and mind. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he spotted Qingtuan soundly asleep not far away. Name: Qingtuan species. Giant Panda level. Bronze 100. Qualification: Silver skills. Focus, Mastery, 30. Wave Perception, Mastery, 25. 6 Harmony Staff Technique, Mastery, 25. 8 Extremes Collapse, Mastery, 20. Instant Flash, Mastery, 20. Thunder Emperor's Art, Minor Mastery, 20. After reviewing Qingtuan's data panel and finding no issues, Qingchen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Qingtuan's level had reached Bronze 100, though he was uncertain when the rewards from this exchange competition would be distributed. Qingchen touched his earlobe, feeling a sense of impatience. After all, once the reward of the Thunder attribute origin is secured, Qingtuan can immediately evolve according to the simplified new evolution route of the system, transforming from a life-type beast into a true combat beast. Thunder Panda, one should not underestimate this transformation. Combat beasts earn their title due to their significantly stronger intrinsic attributes compared to life-type beasts. Currently, Qingtuan's ability to contend with genuine combat beasts and dominate them stems primarily from his exceptionally high skill proficiency and the golden tier weapon in his possession. Without the advantage of these two factors, even with his learned skills, Qingtuan's combat power would not rival that of a typical combat beast. Chapter 40. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, Dragon Team. Just as Qingchen was lost in thought, a sound of the door opening suddenly echoed. Looking up, he saw that the visitors were Yin and the young woman. Upon noticing them, Qingchen was about to rise in greeting when he saw Yin wave his hand. Yin then brought the young woman to Qingchen's bedside. Allow me to introduce, this is my student, Qingchen. This is my former captain, Yafu. Upon hearing this, Qingchen was about to greet Yafu when he noticed her shoot a sharp glance at Yin. Snorting in response, former captain? Who's old? You used to call me Sister Yafu, and now I'm the former captain? Faced with Yafu's inquiry, Yin found himself momentarily at a loss and awkward. After all, with his current elderly appearance, especially in front of his student, how could he refer to Yafu as Sister Yafu as he once did? Yet Yafu paid no mind to such subtleties. She pulled Qingchen over and, with a hint of allure, said, Qingchen, dear brother, don't listen to that old fool's nonsense. Just call me Sister Yafu. Gazing at the striking contrast that is Yafu, even as she stands close enough for Qingchen to feel the softness and fragrance that envelop her, he remains vigilant, observing with his eyes and reflecting inwardly, afraid to entertain even the slightest inappropriate thought. After all, she is a genuine stellar beast tamer. One misstep could spell his doom. Ahem, just as Yafu was about to utter the final word. Team, Yin sensed the warning gaze from Yafu. Thus, Yin could only muster the courage to say, Sister Yafu, Qingchen has just recovered. Let us finish our discussion and allow him to rest properly. Upon hearing this, Yafu regained her composure, her expression turning serious as she extended her left hand before Qingchen. Her slender fingers, pale and delicate, were as smooth as jade. Yet, in the next moment, a violent thunder erupted from her palm. This was the reward from the recent exchange competition, the Thunder attribute essence. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's eyes sparkled with fervor. The evolution of Qingtuan was within reach. However, just when Qingchen anticipated that Yafu would hand him the thunder attribute essence from her left palm. Yafu extended her right hand instead. With a resounding crash, deep purple lightning surged forth, enveloping the room in an aura of utter destruction. Witnessing this, Qingchen's pupils constricted slightly. Clearly, the purple lightning from Yafu's right palm was also a source of attribute essence. And it was significantly more formidable than that from her left. If one were to compare, it was akin to the difference between a firefly and the full moon. However, such a peculiar circumstance must surely harbor ulterior motives. What was Yafu planning by presenting two distinctly tiered thunder essences? On the other hand, Yafu did not keep him in suspense and directly stated, "As you can see, these two sources of thunder attribute essence consist of one ordinary thunder power and the other. The rare Ninth Sky Divine Thunder ranked 89th among extraordinary thunders. Extraordinary thunder, similar to rare fire. It is an elusive resource for beast tamers. If Qingtuan could integrate the Ninth Sky Divine Thunder during its evolution." Qingchen's gaze fixated fervently on the Ninth Sky Divine Thunder. Although the system simplified the evolution pathway, allowing any thunder attribute essence to facilitate Qingtuan's evolution, it was evident that a more potent thunder essence would significantly enhance Qingtuan's combat power post-evolution. "Sister Yafu, how might I acquire that Ninth Sky Divine Thunder essence?" Qingchen's address of Sister Yafu was imbued with genuine warmth, so much so that even Yafu paused momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure. Smiling gently as she continued, "It's quite simple. As long as you join the Dragon Group, the Ninth Sky Divine Thunder essence will be yours." The Dragon Group? This was the first time Qingchen had heard this name, leading him to look toward Imon Yin with confusion. Noticing his bewilderment, Imon Yin began to explain. "The Dragon Group is the most mysterious and powerful organization under the Dragon Kingdom. It gathers the most prodigious beast tamers and the strongest peak beast tamer experts from across the nation. Within its ranks lie the rarest resources for beast tamers throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire continent. There, Qingchen, you can fully unleash your talents." After listening, Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, Imon Yin shook his head, signaling him to continue listening. "But you must also be aware that the casualty rate in the Dragon Group is exceedingly high. As it is a national organization, any unforeseen circumstances are first confronted by its members." At this point, Qingchen's understanding dawned, and a wonder Yafu had presented the Ninth Sky Divine Thunder Essence to entice him into joining the Dragon Group. How to choose? After a moment of silence, Qingchen's gaze gradually grew resolute. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, supplemented by the system, he could not afford to lead an unremarkable existence that in this life. He must embrace grandeur. With his mind made up, Qingchen wasted no time and directly accepted the Ninth Sky Divine Thunder Essence from Yafu's hand. "Excellent." Yafu beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing this. She then stood up, extending her right hand toward Qingchen, solemnly stating, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yafu, the master of the Dragon Tooth lineage among the 5 branches of the Dragon Group, and a 6-star stellar beast tamer. 6-star stellar beast tamer." Upon hearing these words, Qingchen felt as if his heart skipped several beats. Just as the levels of beast tamers are categorized into early, mid, and late stages, within the same overarching rank, the power of beast tamers is further delineated by star ratings that reflect their prowess. The star rating is determined by the levels of the beast tamer's own beasts. For instance, although Yafu is a stellar beast tamer, if only one of her 6 beasts has reached the stellar level, she could only be classified as a 1-star stellar beast tamer. However, being a 6-star stellar beast tamer signifies that all 6 of her beasts have ascended to the stellar level. She stands but a step away from the utmost pinnacle of beast tamers, the king level. Yafu, the lineage master, Qingchen, who had barely regained his composure, momentarily disregarded the implications of the Dragon Group's 5 branches and stiffly extended his right hand to shake Yafu's. After the handshake, Yafu seemed to revert to her previous carefree demeanor. "Qingchen, with this, you are now considered part of my Dragon Tooth lineage within the Dragon Group. A dedicated representative will reach out to you shortly, so do not worry." Yafu stretched languidly, showcasing her alluring figure. Yet both Qingchen and Imon Yin instinctively averted their gazes. "Since our business here is concluded, I must take my leave." Yafu smiled softly, leaving behind her final words. "Little Qingchen, I sincerely hope that when we meet next, you will still call me Sister Yafu." Chapter 41. Devouring Thunder Armor, Evolution. As Imon Yin departed alongside Yafu, Qingchen found himself alone in the room. It was time to allow Qingtuan to evolve. Qingchen gazed at the ninth sky divine thunder essence in his palm, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. However, before he could rise from the bed, an untimely knock on the door interrupted him. Suppressing his eagerness, he stowed the ninth sky divine thunder essence into his storage ring and called out, "Please enter." The door swung open to reveal two individuals. Qingchen recognized them both. One was Bai Yi, and the other was Bai Mengzhu, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Upon seeing them standing together, Qingchen finally understood why Bai Yi looked familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to Bai Mengzhu. "Are you two siblings?" Upon hearing Qingchen's question, Bai Yi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Bai Mengzhu, who pinched his arm, prompting him to change the subject. "Qingchen, we have come to express our gratitude for your protection of Mengzhu in the secret realm, as well as for your assistance in this exchange competition. Without your intervention, not only would Mengzhu and I have suffered, but many powerful members of the Bai family would have been in peril," Bai Yi stated, producing a set of beast tamer gear from his storage ring. This left Qingchen, who had intended to downplay his efforts, momentarily speechless. The gear Bai Yi presented was undeniably impressive. The armor was incredibly lightweight, with lightning occasionally flickering across its surface, accompanied by swirling patterns that resembled black holes, seemingly capable of devouring all. This was the Devouring Thunder Armor, a defensive gear that could adapt to the wearer's size and boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. "I believe this will perfectly compensate for the slight deficiency in defense that the Beast Tamer Panda possesses." After explaining the characteristics of the Devouring Thunder Armor, Bai Yi extended it toward Qingchen with both hands. However, following a moment of silence, Qingchen shook his head. "That I cannot accept this. I do not wish to receive a reward for my efforts, especially when this gift is far too extravagant." Although the allure of the Devouring Thunder Armor was undeniable, Qingchen was acutely aware of the principle of not taking advantage of others. He did not wish to become indebted to the Bai family over a piece of beast tamer gear. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi opened his mouth to argue, but he was suddenly interrupted by Bai Mengzhu's outburst. Without warning, Bai Mengzhu snatched the Devouring Thunder Armor from Bai Yi's hands and tossed it onto the foot of Qingchen's bed. Gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "It's merely a piece of golden-grade defensive gear. What is so precious about it? Are you saying that my life is worth less than this broken thunder armor just because you saved me twice?" With that, Bai Mengzhu stormed out of the room, her earlobes barely betraying a hint of crimson. "Devouring Thunder Armor. You're formidable. You're high definition. You're 1080p. Upon hearing those words, Qingchen found himself utterly perplexed. However, as if a realization struck him, he cautiously addressed Bai Yi, saying, "Is your brother a bit eccentric? He refers to himself as this lady? I must clarify, I am a straight man, as straight as one can be." Bai Yi, upon hearing Qingchen's remarks, was left both amused and bewildered. These two truly seemed to lack a certain common sense. Nevertheless, Bai Yi chose not to confront the matter directly, instead steering the conversation back to the main topic with a serious demeanor. "Qingchen, I understand your concerns, but please believe me, this piece of equipment is of little consequence to the Bai family, and we would never use it as leverage. Moreover, we will meet again in the future. Consider this equipment a form of advance payment for the next time you come to my aid." After speaking, Bai Yi did not wait for Qingchen's response and promptly exited the room. Is it typical for those who give gifts to be so extravagant in this world? Qingchen scratched his head, but since the situation had come to this, he could only accept at the same time. He silently noted this event in his heart, promising himself that should the Bai family ever be in need, he would lend his assistance. No longer dwelling on the matter, Qingchen stored the Devouring Thunder Armor in his storage ring and prepared to awaken Qingtuan for its evolution. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Qingchen suppressed the urge to curse. This time, it was Xiahong. "Congratulations, Qingchen, on your victory in the exchange competition. This is the silver-level beast taming resource I promised you before the match." Upon finishing his sentence, Xiahong produced a booklet from the beast taming space and handed it to Qingchen. A glance revealed it to be a silver-level beast taming skill. "Thank you, team leader," Qingchen expressed gratefully, feeling entirely justified in accepting this prearranged gift. After all, any silver skill is worth at least 1,000,000 dragon coins. Why refuse something free? After engaging in a brief conversation with Xiahong, the latter, perceptively sensing Qingchen's fatigue, skillfully wrapped up their discussion and took his leave. Once Xiahong departed, Qingchen promptly locked the door behind him. He truly could not wait any longer. He hurriedly approached Qingchen, who had just awakened at that moment. Upon seeing the unscathed Qingchen excitedly dove into his embrace. Qingchen lovingly stroked Qingtuan's fur. After a moment, he retrieved the source of the nine heavens' divine thunder and presented it to Qingtuan. Once you absorb this, you will break through to silver level. Upon hearing Qingchen's words, Qingtuan nodded, seemingly understanding, before accepting the nine heavens' divine thunder from Qingchen's hands. With a mere thought, streams of the nine heavens' divine thunder's essence began to flow into Qingtuan's body. Thus commenced Qingtuan's journey of evolution. Watching Qingtuan enter its state of evolution and cultivation, Qingchen refrained from interrupting. Under normal circumstances, as long as Qingtuan completely integrated the essence of the nine heavens' divine thunder, it would successfully advance to silver. Therefore, all Qingchen needed to do was wait for Qingtuan to fuse and break through. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Qingchen picked up his phone, eager to discover what transpired during his 2-day slumber. To his astonishment, he realized he had slept for nearly 2 full days. During this time, the most significant news dominating Qingyang City, as well as the neighboring Qifeng City, was undoubtedly the exchange competition. The once-in-a-century prodigy beast tamer from Qifeng City had emerged, contracting the top 100 beasts on the beast taming rankings. Unfortunately, he still fell short against the 13 members of the Beast God Association, who had appeared at the exchanges in Qingyang and Qingfeng, only to be vanquished by one individual. Who was he? A thorough analysis of the Dark Horse Beast Tamer from Qingyang City, the true number 1 in both cities. Unsurprisingly, while various forums, social media, and trending topics focused on the exchange competition, ultimately, everyone's attention converged on a singular figure, Qingchen, whether it was by who had contracted the top 100 beasts, or the star beast tamer Yafu, who had come to the rescue at the last moment. All were overshadowed by Qingchen's more dazzling performance. After all, Qingchen had single-handedly decimated 13 members of the Beast God Association with bronze-level power. Turning the tide when all seemed lost, our family has long asserted that Qingchen is no ordinary talent. He transforms into a dragon at the first sign of wind and clouds. Brother is so handsome. I adore him. I want to bear his children. Guess where my hand is right now? As Qingchen perused the overwhelming discussions about himself on his phone, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Fame can be a double-edged sword. While he basked in adulation as a genius and hero, he couldn't help but feel that the Beast God Association was surely keeping a watchful eye on him. Perhaps joining the Dragon Group was indeed a wise choice. With a soft sigh, Qingchen set his phone aside and closed his eyes to rest on a small island amidst the vast ocean. There stood an opulent villa gleaming in pure white. Qingchen, how intriguing, murmured a figure draped in a crimson robe, swirling a goblet filled with a viscous red liquid in his right hand. Moments later, he drained the goblet, his vividly crimson lips curving into a dangerously alluring smile. Bring him to me, by any means necessary. Understood. Behind the figure in red, several figures in purple robes knelt, upon receiving the command. They quickly acknowledged and exited in unison. However, perhaps it would not be a bad idea for me to pay him a visit myself. I in the Qingyang branch of the Beast Tamer Alliance. After a period of rest, Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes. I'm hungry. Casting a glance at Qingtuan, who was still absorbing the essence of the nine heavens' divine thunder, he decided to venture out in search of food. As he stepped outside, Qingchen noticed the nearby staff regarding him with expressions of adoration. In response, he could only smile politely before continuing on his way. Wow. Did you see that? Qingchen just smiled at me. Nonsense, he was obviously smiling at me. Oh dear, I'm all flustered. As he encountered more and more people along the way, Qingchen truly experienced the sensation of being a superstar. Wherever he went, incredulous gazes followed. Accompanied by whispers among onlookers, some even discreetly took out their phones and cameras, snapping pictures of Qingchen. A few bold individuals approached him, requesting photos and autographs. After navigating the throngs of admirers, Qingchen finally fulfilled his desire to eat. Due to his presence, the restaurant was unusually packed, and the delighted owner decided to waive Qingchen's bill. Following his meal, after enduring a myriad of trials, Qingchen finally returned to his room. So exhausting. Originally intending just to grab a meal and catch some fresh air, he had not anticipated the extent of his newfound fame, and it seemed wise to limit his outings for the next few days. With a sigh, Qingchen noticed an email notification on his phone. It contained information regarding the Dragon Group. He quickly opened the email and began to read. After some time, Qingchen finally lifted his head, stretching his limbs. The email was concise yet packed with crucial details. including information about the 5 branches of the dragon group. The 5 branches, known collectively as the 5 veins, comprise the Dragon Horn branch, Dragon Fang branch, Dragon Scale branch, Dragon Blood branch, and Dragon Bone branch. Each branch had its specific responsibilities, collaborating to construct the mysterious and formidable dragon group. Thus, upon joining the Dragon Fang branch, Qingchen's primary duty would indeed revolve around combat. He touched his earlobe, realizing that the Dragon Fang branch aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Furthermore, aside from basic information about the dragon group, the email mentioned another vital matter: the newcomer training camp. As a newly invited member of the dragon group, Qingchen must graduate from the training camp to be recognized as a true member of the dragon group. The training camp would commence in 3 days. Qingchen glanced at the time, then at the Qingtuan, which was still absorbing the essence of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. The duration of Qingtuan's evolution should not take more than 3 days. Right? Otherwise, it would be rather amusing. However, considering it was a newly simplified evolution path from the system, no one could ascertain how long this particular evolution would take. Thus, Qingchen had no choice but to wait. This wait extended to 2 days. The day after tomorrow marked the commencement of the training camp. Qingchen looked at the still meditative Qingtuan and shook his head in resignation. In fact, Qingtuan had already absorbed the essence of the 9 heavens' divine thunder a day prior. Yet for reasons unknown, Qingtuan maintained this meditative state for an entire day and night without any change. Soon, another day passed. In the midst of his slumber, Qingchen suddenly felt a warm current flowing from deep within his body, akin to a gentle stream. Then, a transcendent voice echoed in his mind, as if something was splitting apart. In the next moment, Qingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. This sensation was reminiscent of what was described in books: a breakthrough in realm, the opening of the Beast Master space. Had he ascended to the silver level? Instinctively, Qingchen glanced at his right hand, where a previously unknown, formidable power coursed through his fingers. This was the physical response following a breakthrough in level. After further confirmation, Qingchen finally fixed his gaze on Qingtuan, who had just opened its eyes. Name: Qingtuan race, Thunder Panda level, Silver, 0, qualification, Diamond skills, Thunder Law manifestation, Beginner, 0, focus, Mastery, 35, Wave perception, Mastery, 40. 6 Harmonies staff technique, Mastery, 30. 8 Extremes collapse, Mastery, 25. Instant flash, Mastery, 25. Thunder Emperor technique, minor success, 50. Chapter 43. Strengthening and departure, Thunder Law manifestation. Observing the newly appeared skill on Qingtuan's data panel, Qingchen murmured in puzzlement. Immediately afterward, an introduction to the new skill materialized before his eyes. Thunder Law manifestation. Qingtuan can utilize the power of thunder to construct a manifestation of heaven and earth, temporarily exhibiting attributes of 300 from its original form. The introduction of the new skill was succinct yet profoundly impactful. Attributes of 300 from its original form. If Qingtuan were to utilize a skill while in the manifestation state, the results would not merely be a simple addition of 112. Just the thought of Qingtuan summoning the Thunder Law manifestation, bathed in boundless thunder, then unleashing the devastating strike of the Thunder God, left one wondering about the sheer might of such a move. Qingchen shook his head and turned his attention back to the now silver-level Qingtuan. The current Qingtuan had grown considerably larger compared to before, its fur appearing even more pristine and lustrous. Upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle arcs of blue lightning flickering through its fur. Detection of the simplified skill Thunder Law manifestation. Target: Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 dragon coins for simplification? Suddenly, a long-forgotten mechanical voice echoed. 0.1 million dragon coins was a trivial amount for Qingchen at this juncture. Thus, he unhesitatingly selected yes. Simplification completed. Cultivation of Thunder Law manifestation. Do push-ups. The familiar simplification, the familiar formula. Itsu again. System. Qingchen sighed deeply. However, it was not over yet. The system's voice rang out once more. Detection of a simplifiable evolution path. Target: Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 dragon coins for simplification? This reminder from the system took Qingchen by surprise, but he quickly realized its significance. After Qingtuan's ascension to silver, a breakthrough to the gold level was naturally in order. Moreover, the newly simplified evolution path had elevated Qingtuan's qualification from silver to diamond. Therefore, even in the absence of a new evolution path, Qingtuan would smoothly advance to the diamond level. Thus, it was only logical for the system to promptly simplify Qingtuan's gold evolution path. Yes, following the last sale of spirit crystals, Qingchen's finances had reached the millions. Therefore, the system's demands for several 100,000 dragon coins were quite manageable. Simplification completed. Holy Thunder Panda Evolution Path Condition 1. Achieve Silver Level 100-01. Condition 2. Integrate with a rare Thunder Essence ranked within the top 100-01. Upon seeing the completed simplified evolution path, Qingchen's gaze momentarily froze. The first condition was standard, but what about the second? To integrate with a rare Thunder Essence. And it had to be one ranked within the top 100. Despite having effortlessly obtained the 89th ranked essence of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder this time, it was the result of various compounded factors. It was indeed a daunting task. Qingchen sighed, yet he still had time. As long as he could find a top 100 rare Thunder Essence before Qingtuan reached Silver Level 100. It would not hinder Qingtuan's advancement. With this thought, Qingchen suddenly recalled the Silver Beast Master skill gifted to him by Xie Hong. Therefore, he retrieved the small booklet from his storage ring and opened it. Holy Thunder Wall Shield, Silver Level Description. An eternal wall shield forged from the power of thunder, capable of withstanding all attacks. Learning requirement. The Beastmaster must possess Thunder Attribute's spiritual power. Indeed, everyone had recognized that Qingtuan's weakness lay in its defense. Qingchen's expression darkened. Whether it was the White family's gift of the Devouring Thunder armor or the silver skill bestowed by Xie Hong, both indicated a singular truth. They had discerned Qingtuan's defensive inadequacies. If someone were to specifically exploit this weakness in the future, Qingtuan would find itself in an absolute disadvantage. However, with Qingtuan evolving into the Thunder Panda and gaining the power of thunder, both its attack and speed would only intensify. Furthermore, bolstered by the Devouring Thunder armor and the silver defensive skill, Qingtuan's defense was no longer considered weak. Qingchen touched his earlobe. Then, as expected, the system's voice echoed once again. Subsequently, Qingchen spent 100,000 dragon coins to simplify the training method for the Holy Thunder Wall Shield into a mere gesture. Afterward, he presented the Devouring Thunder armor to Qingtuan. Once Qingtuan refined it, the Devouring Thunder armor transformed into countless fine, thin shards, adhering to Qingtuan's body surface. This was one of the significant advantages of the Devouring Thunder armor. It imposed no additional burden on the wearer. Moreover, the Devouring Thunder armor could also conceal itself beneath the skin as per the Beastmaster's needs. It would only manifest in its true form during sudden attacks or upon the Beastmaster's command. Thus, Qingtuan was quite fond of this defensive armor. At this point, Qingtuan had successfully completed its surge in power following its ascension to the silver level. According to Qingchen's estimations, if Qingtuan were to encounter Qingchen now, it could likely subdue it with a single strike. With everything in order, it was time to head to the Dragon Group's newcomer training camp. Qingchen patted Qingtuan's head and began to pack his belongings. It must be said that having a Beastmaster space was truly convenient. It was akin to possessing an enormous portable storage space, capable of holding anything, and with just a thought, one could retrieve it again. Of course, the primary function of the Beastmaster space was still to aid in the training of the beast. However, for Qingchen, who possessed a simplification system, this became secondary. After a brief packing, Qingchen stored Qingtuan in the Beastmaster space, and then stepped out to bid farewell to Mo Nian. Subsequently, he purchased some silver spirit bamboo before officially embarking on his journey to the center of Qinlong County. Qinlong County, one of the 36 counties under the Dragon Nation, encompassed Qingyang City. This time, the Dragon Group's newcomer training camp was situated in the heart of Qinlong County, in Qinlong City. The direct journey from Qingyang City to Qinlong City took approximately 2.5 hours. Qingchen glanced at the high-speed rail ticket in his hand and began searching for his seat. Soon, he found his position, a window seat in a row, facing another row of 3 seats, separated by a small table. Just as Qingchen settled down, he noticed 2 boys and 3 girls, 5 youths with their respective beasts, approaching his direction. "Please, don't come over." Qingchen gazed at the 5 young men, silently lamenting within himself. He was not keen on spending the next 2.5 hours amid such raucousness. However, as fate would have it, upon approaching him, the 5 individuals promptly settled down, squeezing Qingchen into a corner. Chapter 44. On the high-speed train, amongst the elite, it was evident that these 5 youths were acquainted. No sooner had they taken their seats than one of the boys began to chatter incessantly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qingchen opted to close his eyes and rest. "You all know, If it weren't for my family constantly pressuring me to attend that training camp hosted by the first Beast Master Guild in Qinglong County, claiming that the substitute instructor is a platinum Beast Master, I honestly wouldn't want to go. Regardless, my Beast Mastery level has already reached Bronze 50, and it's not impossible to advance to Silver before the school competition. However, if I can enhance my abilities further, why not, right? On the seats, the boy named Zhang Tao, though of average appearance, was clad in designer attire, clearly indicating a wealthy background. Another boy, bespectacled and seemingly modest, nodded along to Zhang Tao's words while occasionally casting glances at the girl seated by the window across from him. The girl, named Tang Shui, donned a white dress, her features exquisitely defined, with long hair elegantly tied up, exuding youthful vitality. The other two girls, slightly plump, gazed at Zhang Tao with expressions of admiration, in stark contrast. Tang Shui wore a look of indifference, even displaying a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Indeed, since their journey began, Zhang Tao had made several attempts to flaunt his superiority in various respects. It seemed he believed that with his current Beast Mastery level of Bronze 50 and his enrollment in a training camp run by a Platinum Beast Master, he was above others. Had these matters been stumbled upon inadvertently, Tang Shui might have regarded Zhang Tao with a modicum of respect. Yet, his incessant boasting of these achievements had become quite irksome, were it not for their long-standing acquaintance as classmates. Tang Shui would have long since silenced Zhang Tao. Alas, she had no choice but to redirect her attention. Thus, it was that Qingchen, seated directly opposite her, became her primary focus, although he had donned a mask to avoid drawing attention. The striking features of his face, his prominent nose and well-defined jawline, spoke volumes of his exceptional looks. More captivating to Tang Shui, however, was the aura Qingchen exuded, an air of composure and confidence rare among his peers. Meanwhile, sensing a gaze upon him, Qingchen instinctively opened his eyes. Tang Shui, lost in admiration of Qingchen's demeanor, was startled upon meeting his gaze, letting out a gasp, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. This outburst left Qingchen momentarily bewildered. Wait, it's clearly you who was staring at me. Before he could voice a retort, Zhang Tao interjected, Classmate, it's quite impolite to stare at others. You should apologize. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's remark, Qingchen was about to counter when Tang Shui quickly interjected. No, I wasn't looking at him. I was startled by a bug. Initially, Tang Shui intended to confess her gaze had been directed at Qingchen, but her modesty prevented her from uttering the words. After absorbing Tang Shui's explanation, Zhang Tao seized the opportunity. Since it's a misunderstanding, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Tao, Bronze 50 in Beast Mastery. Let us just let this matter go. With that, he waved dismissively, as if granting Qingchen a pardon from his supposed magnanimity. This scene elicited a chuckle from Qingchen. When did a Beast Mastery level of 50 become a badge of honor? Just as he prepared to retort, he heard Tang Shui's soft, melodic voice once more. I apologize, classmate. My name is Tang Shui, from Tianhai City. And you? Observing the sincerity in Tang Shui's expression and the blush adorning her cheeks, Qingchen deduced the underlying truth but refrained from exposing her. After all, it was indeed his fault for being so handsome that it rendered the young lady flustered, truly a grave sin. Thus, after a moment of introspection, Qingchen succinctly replied, I'm Qingchen, from Qingyang City. At that moment, however, Zhang Tao chimed in. I'm curious, Qingchen, what brings you to Qinglong City? I'm attending a training camp run by a Platinum Beast Master, Qingchen replied. Upon hearing this, coupled with Zhang Tao's earlier demeanor, Qingchen quickly discerned Zhang Tao's character, a typical nouveau riche, eager to flaunt his wealth. However, to avoid stirring up trouble and delaying their journey to the Dragon Group training camp, Qingchen responded nonchalantly, I'm also attending a training camp. Subsequently, Tang Shui and the others shared their reasons for heading to Qinglong City, all of which revolved around participating in training camps to enhance their abilities, except for the bespectacled boy, who was embarking on a secret realm exploration. Yet, Qingchen found little interest in their tales, recognizing that they were not destined to share a path. After exchanging a few polite remarks, he finally closed his eyes once more. Nevertheless, the incessant droning of Zhang Tao's self-aggrandizement persisted. Qingchen discerned that Zhang Tao harbored an interest in Tang Shui, continually attempting to steer the conversation towards himself to garner her attention. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao's conversational tactics and methods were painfully amateurish, leaving even Qingchen, a mere bystander, feeling exasperated, let alone Tang Shui, who had endured his blather throughout the journey. Finally, the high-speed train to Qinglong City rang the bell signaling its arrival. With a sigh of relief, Qingchen prepared to disembark. Yet, Zhang Tao had other plans. The training camp I signed up for has a shuttle service. I can arrange for it to take you all. Although Zhang Tao addressed the group as everyone. His gaze was fixed solely on Tang Shui, clearly indicating his singular interest. There's no need. I can take a taxi, Tang Shui replied while rising from her seat. Zhang Tao trailed closely behind her. Resembling a devoted admirer, due to the singular exit route, Qingchen found himself compelled to follow closely behind Tang Shui and the others as they left the train. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a throng of buses and taxis surrounding the high-speed train station. Yet peculiarly, a sleek black 7-seater van stood ominously at the center of the exit, shunned by all vehicles within a 10-meter radius, as if it were enveloped in an invisible barrier. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Black Van. What on earth is this? The two slightly plump girls accompanying them stammered, bewildered by the strange black van. This appears to be a designated vehicle for a special department. At that moment, Zhang Tao's astonishment was palpable as he pointed towards the van. They noticed its license plate, a rare white background with black lettering, inscribed with Dragon 001. I've heard that such plates belong to the most unique and mysterious departments of Longhua. Those who can ride in this vehicle are either top-tier powerhouses or extraordinarily gifted prodigies. Zhang Tao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with pride as he glanced at Tang Shui and the others. What do you think? Am I knowledgeable? Then, Zhang Tao, as if struck by inspiration, turned to Qingchen and inquired. Qingchen, since you're attending the training camp, do you know where your ride is? Clearly, Zhang Tao, after boasting about the impressive black van, sought to belittle Qingchen by juxtaposing their transport arrangements, hoping to diminish Qingchen in Tang Shui's eyes. After all, throughout the journey, her gaze had lingered on Qingchen. Zhang Tao aimed to demonstrate that Qingchen was merely an empty-headed pretty boy. Zhang Tao, before Qingchen could respond, Tang Shui interjected sharply, sensing he had achieved his objective. Zhang Tao hastily shifted his tone, feigning innocence. Oh, don't misunderstand. I merely wish to offer a ride to Qingchen out of kindness, no need. My vehicle from the training camp has already arrived. Unable to contain his impatience, Qingchen directly waved his hand to interrupt Zhang Tao's words and proceeded to stride forward. Heh, I am eager to see what training camp this Qingchen can boast about. Zhang Tao muttered audibly enough for those around him to hear. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tao and his companions observed Qingchen walking straight towards a sleek, black 7-seater business vehicle. Heh, trying to show off, are we? I shall see how you suddenly alter your course. Zhang Tao regarded Qingchen's approach to the enigmatic black vehicle with disdain. Firmly believing that Qingchen lacked the qualifications to board in his view, Qingchen was merely attempting to put on a facade, and when he neared the vehicle, he would abruptly turn and walk in another direction. Such a childish trick. Who does he think he can deceive? However, much to Zhang Tao's dismay, Qingchen did not change his trajectory, and the 7-seater vehicle opened its electric door for him. Without hesitation, Qingchen stepped inside, executing the entire process with a remarkable sense of normalcy. Yet, to Zhang Tao and his friends, this was the height of abnormality. Just moments ago, Zhang Tao had clearly stated that this black business vehicle belonged to the most mysterious and powerful organization in Longhua, accessible only to top-tier experts and prodigious beast masters. Why then was Qingchen allowed to board? By what right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just wait. In the next moment, the driver will surely kick Qingchen out. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tao's already unimpressive visage twisted further. But to his embarrassment, after Qingchen entered the vehicle, the electric door closed slowly behind him. The vehicle then started and drove away from the high-speed railway station. This spectacle undeniably confirmed that the elusive black business vehicle was there specifically for Qingchen. Wow! Who is that young prodigy? How could he possibly board that vehicle? Uncertain of the answer, those observing surmised that, given the youth's age, he was likely a genius beast master. I noticed that the young man did not bring any beasts, which indicates he is at least a silver beast master. What? A silver beast master at such a tender age? The high-speed railway station's exit was already bustling with a massive crowd. Upon witnessing Qingchen board the mysterious black vehicle, discussions erupted fervently. With each exclamation and praise directed at Qingchen, it felt as though a dagger was being plunged deeply into Zhang Tao's heart. What have I just done? The thought of boasting about his own prowess in front of a genius beast master while occasionally mocking Qingchen in front of his peers made even the thick-skinned Zhang Tao feel as if he could dig a hole beneath his feet. How is this possible? A silver beast master? Didn't Qingchen say that his beast was injured and undergoing treatment, hence he did not bring it along? Nearby, two slightly plump girls, seemingly innocent, voiced their confusion. Hearing this, Tang Shui shot a cold glance at Zhang Tao before retorting. True geniuses do not resemble certain clowns, who, upon achieving minor accomplishments, are desperate for the entire world to take note. With that, Tang Shui turned away, departing to hail a cab for the training camp. Zhang Tao, already feeling humiliated in front of Tang Shui, lacked the courage to retain her. He could only lead the two naive plump girls and the taciturn bespectacled boy towards the training camp bus that awaited them. Heh, do you really think the training camp bus is your personal vehicle? You can just pick up whoever you wish and drop them off wherever you please, on the training camp bus. Zhang Tao had barely stated his purpose when the driver unleashed a torrent of verbal reprimands upon him. Witnessing this, even the two somewhat naive plump girls realized the situation. After awkwardly bidding Zhang Tao farewell, they each called for a cab to their destination. Aren't you leaving? Do you still expect me to cover your taxi fare? With no girls around and having lost all face, Zhang Tao decided to let go, directly shouting at the bespectacled boy. The bespectacled boy, aware that he had become the target of Zhang Tao's frustrations, nodded submissively. After mumbling an apology, he lowered his head and walked away. As he passed the spot where the black business vehicle had just halted, the bespectacled boy unusually lifted his gaze for a moment, before habitually bowing his head and silently walking off into the distance. Inside the black business vehicle, the driver, clad in white gloves, remained silent after confirming Qingchen's identity. Finally enjoying a moment of peace, Qingchen leisurely gazed out at the street scenery. Due to both being situated within the same large district, the sights of Qilong City were not drastically different from those of Qingyang City. One could only say that as the center of Qilong County, Qilong City appeared more prosperous. Soon, as the black vehicle ventured further away, the scenes outside transitioned from bustling to desolate and remote. Clearly, the rookie training camp of the Dragon Group was not located within Qilong City itself, but rather in a secluded area on its outskirts. Although this was anticipated, when the black business vehicle entered a valley hidden among the mountains, revealing a massive militarized steel base to Qingchen's eyes, he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 46. Entrance Test, Lake Gold. Upon arriving, the driver halted the vehicle at the base's entrance, and the electric door slowly opened. Qingchen stepped out, where two fully armed soldiers stood guard beside the tightly shut iron gate. Upon seeing Qingchen disembark from the black vehicle, one of the soldiers stepped forward, escorting him into the base. Once inside, Qingchen felt an overwhelming aura of solemnity permeating the air for the first time. It was evident that this military base had not been constructed solely for the training camp. It was a genuine military facility that had endured the trials of warfare. The Dragon Group had merely borrowed this place for the rookie training camp. After walking for a while, Qingchen gradually acclimated to the atmosphere of the base. Subsequently, the soldier led him to the entrance of a square steel room. "Student, I have received orders to bring you here. Please enter." "Thank you." Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Then, under the soldier's watchful gaze, he opened the door and stepped inside. Inside the room, it was empty save for a metallic automaton standing at the center. "Qingchen, the rookie entrance test is about to commence. The outcome of your battle against the golden level automaton before you will directly impact your initial evaluation." A refreshing female voice emanated from the speakers within the spacious room, approximately the size of 2.5 basketball courts. Upon hearing this, Qingchen understood and promptly summoned Qing Tuan from the Beastmaster space. In a central hub within the base, a room filled with various display screens housed two seemingly young girls, both intently focused on one particular screen. The figure on the screen was none other than Qingchen. Situated within the steel room, Qingchen, personally recommended by the master of the Yafa lineage. What? Personally recommended by the lineage master? Upon hearing this, a girl clad in red immediately snatched the printed materials from the green-clad girl's hands. Her name was Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had always idolized the Yafa lineage master but had never had any direct interaction with her. Now, learning that a mere rookie beast master was personally recommended by the lineage master stirred both her curiosity and indignation. His beast is a giant panda? Upon noticing that Qingchen's beast was merely a domestic one, Jiang Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed tightly. What qualifications does a domestic beast master have to enter the Dragon Group? However, as she observed Qingchen achieve a remarkable feat of defeating several early gold members of the Beast God Association with his bronze panda, her frown deepened further as a member of the Dragon Group herself. She had witnessed countless prodigious beast masters' impressive records. Yet, the exaggeration of Qingchen's achievements was not something she believed could be attributed to a domestic beast master. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart jolted as a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Qingchen gained entry through connections? Upon reaching this conclusion, her expression darkened. She could not abide by such so-called geniuses who relied on connections. Therefore, even if Qingchen was recommended by her idol, the lineage master of Yafu, Jiang Xiaoxiao, was determined not to allow him to enter the Dragon Group training camp. Mu Qing, adjust the automaton's combat power to late gold. I want Qingchen to understand that entering the Dragon Group is not an easy feat. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Qing's right hand paused momentarily. Generally speaking, new recruits are only required to engage in combat with puppets of mid-gold tier strength. After all, the newcomers attending the training camp typically hover around the late bronze and early silver ranks. Even though they often possess the capability to fight above their tier, their strength typically aligns with that of early gold tier puppets at best. Therefore, utilizing puppets of mid-gold tier strength is the most effective way to assess the various attributes of the newcomers. If the puppet's strength were to be raised to late gold tier, many newcomers might not even have the opportunity to showcase their abilities before being defeated in an instant. Such a test would hold little significance. Did you not review the information? Jiang Xiaoxiao continued. This Qingchen possesses the strength comparable to an early gold tier beast master even at the bronze level. It is evident that Qingchen has now ascended to the silver tier. So his combat power must at least reach mid-gold tier, right? Thus, setting the puppet's strength to late gold tier is entirely reasonable and unproblematic. Despite Jiang Xiaoxiao's seemingly logical analysis, she harbored no belief that Qingchen, who merely contracted a life-type beast, could possess the early gold tier strength documented. She was even less convinced that Qingchen currently possessed mid-gold tier strength. Her intention was solely to ensure that Qingchen experienced some hardship. She was aware that the Dragon Team, even at the level of a newcomer training camp, was not a place one could enter merely through connections. For the moment, Mu Qing could not identify any flaws in Jiang Xiaoxiao's argument. Consequently, he raised the puppet's strength from mid-gold to late gold. Within the steel chamber, as the broadcast announced the commencement, Qingtuan gripped the golden staff with one hand, and with a swift movement, vanished from sight in an instant. He executed the 8 extremes collapse. The next moment, Qingtuan reappeared before the golden puppet, both hands firmly grasping the staff. Following this, 9 ethereal shadows of the staff merged into the golden staff, amplifying Qingtuan's strike with tremendous force. As the golden staff descended, it seemed as though a bolt of divine thunder from the heavens suddenly struck down. The impact reverberated. It was uncertain what material the golden puppet was crafted from. But upon receiving Qingtuan's strike, its right hand unexpectedly extended to form a shield, successfully absorbing the full brunt of Qingtuan's attack. The strength of this puppet was at least at mid-gold tier, if not stronger. Seeing the golden puppet effortlessly withstand Qingtuan's blow, Qingchen's eyelids flickered with surprise. After Qingtuan fused with the 9 heavens' divine thunder and advanced to the silver tier, his full force strike surely possessed the power of early gold tier. Yet, even so, it still failed to budge the golden puppet in the slightest. Then, let us test a new skill, Qingchen thought, sending a signal to Qingtuan. After taking a step back to create distance from the golden puppet, Qingtuan's eyes sharpened as he entered a focused state. He then raised 2 fingers of his left hand to his chest and shouted in his heart, "Thunder!" Dharma form. Booming thunder erupted ceaselessly from within Qingtuan, wildly lashing out at the surrounding void. Shortly thereafter, Qingtuan slightly elevated his thunder-infused right leg and stomped down. This stomp was akin to awakening a thunderous volcano hidden beneath his feet. Unleashing a cataclysmic storm of thunder from below, the thunder dragon roared brilliantly, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, a towering 3-meter-tall thunder panda dharma form emerged. Chapter 47. I apologize for your hardship. Class A. Additional update. Observing the panda dharma form bathed in endless thunder, appearing as if a celestial being had descended, even Qingchen could not help but gulp. In this state, Qingtuan could likely withstand an early gold tier beast without employing any skills, let alone after utilizing his abilities. On the other side, witnessing Qingtuan unleash his skills, the golden puppet did not remain idle. It extended its arms to either side, transforming into 2 gleaming, unparalleled divine weapons. Swish! The golden puppet moved with remarkable speed, characteristic of a late gold tier entity. It darted toward Qingtuan like a gust of wind, then slashed its blade-like arms toward Qingtuan's chest with ferocity. The cold gleam shone. The sword she surged. This strike, if not properly defended against, could severely injure even a true early gold tier beast. However, Qingtuan possessed the mastery of wave perception, and with the enhancement of the thunder dharma form, Even the puppet's rapidity could not evade his senses. In an instant, Qingchen sidestepped, enveloped in boundless thunder, resembling a surging thunder dragon as he shifted positions, trailing layers of crackling thunder arcs. Subsequently, he raised his staff and brought it down. 8 extremes collapse. Empowered by the force of thunder, the originally 1-meter-long golden staff now extended to nearly 4 meters. Thus, Qingchen's strike, as the elongated shadows of thunder coalesced with the golden staff, surged forward, bearing down upon the golden puppet like a colossal wave of thunder. Bang! Under the thunder dharma form, Qingchen's speed far surpassed that of the golden puppet's reaction. Consequently, his strike landed squarely upon the defenseless golden puppet. In the next moment, the golden puppet was sent flying as though it were a football kicked with tremendous force, soaring over 10 meters away. In the central hub of the base, both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing stared agape at the scene unfolding on the screen. They found it almost impossible to fathom how a seemingly innocuous giant panda had transformed so suddenly into such a formidable and imposing figure, especially for Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been anticipating Qingchen and his beast panda to be trounced by the golden puppet. Yet in the blink of an eye, the strength Qingchen exhibited starkly proved the value of their abilities. Did I misjudge? Jiang Xiaoxiao murmured, feeling a sense of confusion. As a diamond summoner and a current member of the dragon team, how could she have underestimated a mere silver beast master? On the other side, Mu Qing, having regained her senses, prepared to announce the conclusion of the training test. However, she was taken aback to see the panda dharma form, shimmering with thunderous energy, coalescing into a resplendent, thunderous sun. Then, it came crashing down upon the golden puppet, whose left shoulder had been completely caved in. Immediately thereafter, an intensely blinding white light enveloped the entire screen, obscuring Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing's view of the steel chamber's interior. That foolish child intends to rely solely on brute force to obliterate the golden puppet. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, though she felt she might have wronged Qingchen. Jiang Xiaoxiao, with her proud and tenacious nature, sought to regain some face. Thus, upon witnessing Qingchen's naive ambition to shatter the golden puppet, she could not help but mock him. This is the latest research from the dragon bloodline. A golden puppet crafted from remnants of the indestructible star gold and the myriad transformation water gold. It possesses self-repair and infinite transformation capabilities. Powers beneath platinum cannot hope to destroy it. Within the steel chamber, after Qingchen's strike had obliterated the golden puppet's left shoulder, Qingchen still awaited the announcement of the test's conclusion. Consequently, he commanded Qingchen to unleash his trump card. Thunder of the extreme. Great sun's fall. If one strike cannot shatter you, then I shall deliver another. If that fails, I shall strike once more. Observing the remnants of the golden puppet scattered across the ground, Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. However, after a while, he still did not hear the broadcast signal. Could it be that such devastation did not qualify as passing the test? Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. His understanding of the dragon team was solely derived from his teacher, Emonian, that he only knew that the dragon team consisted of exceptionally rare genius individuals. Thus, he pondered, could it be that an attack like Qingchen's did not adequately demonstrate its fierce prowess? Was he truly lacking in strength? However, he realized he had yet to unleash his full potential. Indeed, the dragon team lived up to its reputation. The assessment standards were exceptionally high. Then, I must ask for your understanding, Qingchen thought as he gazed at the scattered remnants of the golden puppet, preparing to command Qingchen to unleash a finishing blow that would scatter the ashes of the golden puppet. Golden puppet, politeness, you say? On the other side of the screen, as the blinding light dissipated, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing finally began to discern the scene within the steel chamber, gazing at the fallen parts of the golden puppet strewn across the ground. Both felt a ringing in their ears. Thus, neither Jiang Xiaoxiao nor Mu Qing immediately reacted to announce the conclusion of the trial, only when they saw the panda dharma form begin to gather energy once more. Crackling with thunder, did Jiang Xiaoxiao abruptly come to her senses and hurriedly shout into the microphone, Qingchen, the test is over. The preliminary assessment results will be communicated to you shortly. Subsequently, within the confines of the metallic chamber, Qingchen's figure departed. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao slumped wearily into the chair behind her. The newcomers who had arrived earlier had certainly displayed formidable combat prowess that surpassed expectations. However, when compared to Qingchen, they paled in comparison. Perhaps it was due to an initial lack of faith in Qingchen that each of his actions took Jiang Xiaoxiao by surprise, leaving her mentally drained after a series of tests. Meanwhile, Mu Qing remained unperturbed, unaffected by preconceived notions. After being astonished by Qingchen's capabilities, he decisively inscribed his evaluation on Qingchen's dossier and handed it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Both were instructors for this cohort of the Long Group's training camp. Thus, both were required to provide assessments for the new recruits. Qingchen, proficient in speed, powerful attacks, attributes, thunder, preliminary assessment, Class A. Class A? Upon seeing Mu Qing's rating for Qingchen, Jiang Xiaoxiao momentarily lost her focus. Within the Long Group, everyone is a genius, yet distinctions exist even among geniuses. Therefore, within the Long Group, individuals deemed extraordinary by the average person are further categorized into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D. Naturally, Class A is the highest, while Class D is the weakest. After a brief silence, Jiang Xiaoxiao prepared to pen her thoughts on Qingchen's file. Chapter 48. Assembly, the Cave Maze. Upon exiting the steel chamber, a fully armed soldier escorted Qingchen to a single-occupancy dormitory. The dormitory, though modest in size, was well equipped with essential amenities. After a day of travel and a battle, Qingchen felt a bit fatigued. Thus, he took the tablet provided by the soldier, reclined on the bed, and began to browse through its contents. The tablet contained little information, primarily divided into 3 sections, one detailing basic information about the training camp, another comprising a temporary communication account that consolidated all personal information within the camp, and the final section was a ranking leaderboard. This training camp for newcomers was expected to last 20 days. The camp would employ a points ranking system, with varying rewards based on the final standings. The individual who secured the top position would be awarded a King Tier Beast of exceptional quality. A King Tier Beast. At this revelation, Qingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. A King Tier Beast is the pinnacle of beast quality. With methodical nurturing and evolution, one could seamlessly ascend to possessing a King Tier Beast. What a tempting prospect! Qingchen silently exclaimed in his mind. Setting aside other considerations, he had already attained Silver Tier status. Yet the contract for his second beast remained unresolved. Now, with the Long Group presenting such a coveted opportunity, how could he possibly let it slip away? However, he was acutely aware that he was amidst a multitude of prodigies within the Long Group. Aspiring to be first would not be an easy feat without the courage to scale the heights. How could one ever reach the summit? Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Qingchen's gaze regained its determination. What of geniuses? What of the fortunate? He was a formidable contender, unafraid of challenges. Subsequently, Qingchen accessed his exclusive temporary communication account. The interface was stark, containing only basic information, save for one section that captured Qingchen's attention. Preliminary assessment. Class A. Class A. Was this designation favorable or unfavorable? Qingchen pondered, scratching his earlobe in confusion. He then shifted his focus to the final section, the ranking leaderboard. Upon clicking, a list adorned with numerous names materialized before him. Newcomer rankings: 1.G Wandao, Beast, Swan and I, Preliminary Assessment. A. 1.Zhou Taikun, Beast, Bai Fong, Preliminary Assessment. A. 1.Qingchen, Beast, Giant Panda, Preliminary Assessment. Seeing his preliminary assessment ranked 5th among all newcomers, Qingchen let out a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that while the Long Group's training camp was indeed populated by many talents, it was not as exaggerated as he had imagined. Moreover, he spotted a familiar name on the leaderboard: Bai Yi. Preliminary Assessment. B. As a prodigious beast master from Qingfeng City, he clearly qualified to join the Long Group. Without him, the composition of the Long Group would be difficult to fathom. Nevertheless, when viewed in the broader context of the Dragon Nation, this ratio was still remarkably striking. It is worth noting that the Dragon Nation comprises 36 prefectures, each containing a dozen or so cities, estimating from the leaderboard. This cohort of the Long Group's training camp consisted of just over 100 participants. This equates to merely 3 slots for each prefecture, with an average of 1 slot contested among every 5 or 6 cities. The odds were significantly lower than the annual enrollment figures for the prestigious Qingbei universities in Qingchen's previous life, which were nearly 100 times greater. Ding! Suddenly, a notification sound interrupted Qingchen's reverie. He opened the chat panel to find a notification message. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all personnel are to assemble in the playground for the camp inauguration. After noting this down, Qingchen, already feeling fatigued, set aside the tablet and began to rest his eyes on a night without incident. The following day, as the sun rose, Qingchen promptly opened his eyes, washed up, and stepped outside. Following the tablet's navigation, he made his way toward the assembly ground. Along the way, he encountered several other newcomers participating in the training camp. However, perhaps due to their unfamiliarity, most walked in silence, much like Qingchen. Soon, a wall of soldiers formed before them. Attention all new members. Your current task is to navigate through the cave maze. The quicker you traverse the maze and reach the assembly ground, the greater your priority will be. As he drew closer, Qingchen finally discerned the content of the announcement that had been looping repeatedly. Although uncertain of what priority entailed, it was evident that completing the maze in the shortest time possible was imperative. Thus, Qingchen followed the flow of people to the sole gap in the soldiers' formation. There lay a dark, ominous entrance, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast. This was, without a doubt, the entrance to the so-called cave maze. This apparatus will record all your actions within the maze. Under no circumstances are you to remove it. A soldier at the entrance affixed a palm-sized black device to Qingchen's chest, offering a reminder before ushering him into the cave maze. Gazing at the pitch-black entrance, Qingchen decided to summon his beast, Qingtuan, from the beast space for safety. However, as soon as Qingtuan appeared, the previously tranquil surroundings erupted into commotion, not for any other reason, but simply because Qingtuan was a giant panda, a domestic-type beast. It is he, Qingchen, with his panda beast, received a Class A assessment. Upon seeing the leaderboard yesterday, I was perplexed as to how a mere giant panda could attain a Class A rating. Now, witnessing it firsthand, I am even more bewildered. Do you think it's possible, just possible, that the leaderboard was erroneous, or that the assessing officer was perhaps shaky, or could it be that this fellow has some remarkable background? The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment at Qingchen's seemingly unremarkable beast, the panda, prompting considerable speculation. Given that everyone had viewed the newcomer leaderboard and taken note of Qingchen's unusual dossier, many had committed his name to memory. Now, with the original owner standing before them, it naturally sparked animated discussions. Qingchen, upon noticing this, felt a twinge of helplessness. Although Qingtuan had evolved from a domestic giant panda into a combat beast, the thunder panda, its appearance remained largely unchanged, still resembling a giant panda. However, Qingchen had grown accustomed to such attention, so he refrained from arguing and simply stepped into the cave maze. Chapter 49. Where did the second challenge come from? Within the labyrinthine caverns, as I crossed the dark threshold, I discovered that the internal structure was not quite as I had initially envisioned, that I had anticipated that this cave maze would resemble the pyramid I had encountered previously in the secret realm. However, unlike the pyramid where visibility was utterly obscured, the cave maze offered a relatively clear line of sight, with spacious passageways. Could it truly be just a simple labyrinth for navigation? A sense of uncertainty enveloped me. And curiously, although I had clearly sensed the presence of another just moments before my entrance, there was now no sign of any other newcomers, neither in my immediate vicinity nor behind me. Was it an enchantment? Or perhaps the influence of spatial forces? Cautiously, I proceeded, my senses alert. Soon, after traversing a straight path of 100 meters, I encountered my first fork in the road that I instructed my companion, Qingtuan, to utilize his skill to sense the surroundings, yet regrettably, we gleaned nothing. Thus, we ventured into one of the passages at random. The moment my foot touched the ground, the scene before me abruptly reversed. An array of magic, I reacted swiftly, yet found myself powerless to alter the course of events that I steeled my resolve, eager to observe what would transpire after the enchantment's effect. After a disorienting whirlwind, I found myself in an entirely unfamiliar tunnel. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. In the next instant, Qingtuan, wielding his staff, struck down a bat, roughly half a meter in size, from the air. A bloodthirsty demon bat? I gazed at the lifeless creature on the ground, its skull shattered by Qingtuan's blow, and my brow furrowed slightly. The bloodthirsty demon bat, a common ferocious beast, relishes in the consumption of various types of blood. This must be the true test, I murmured, beginning to surmise the genuine nature of this cavernous trial. It seemed likely that they aimed to compel us to carve a bloody path through the throngs of beasts within the maze. If this is how the challenge is structured, then I shall not be deterred. The unknown is often the most daunting. Yet as I grasped the instructor's true intentions, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Was it merely about slaying beasts? This was Qingtuan's forte. Thus, I pressed on, with Qingtuan at my side, vanquishing all that stood in our way. However, a mere few dozen silver-tier beasts were hardly enough to prove a challenge for Qingtuan. At last, after cutting a swath through our foes, I beheld another peculiar sight. After Qingtuan unleashed his thunderous avatar, decimating 10 early-stage golden beasts, I discovered amidst the carnage a faintly glowing humanoid shield. Qingchen cautiously advanced, clearing away the remnants of the slain beasts that obscured the shield. In the next moment, I beheld within the shield a young girl, her eyes tightly shut, her hair styled in twin ponytails. Had she only appeared after the beast's demise? Could this be a trial for the next stage? I remained uncertain, prompting me to instruct Qingchen to hold back and deliver a strike to the humanoid shield. Bang! Even without utilizing any skills, the power of Qingchen's strike, under the thunderous avatar, was sufficient to rival an early-stage golden beast. Yet, the shield encasing the girl showed no signs of yielding. After a brief wait, I discerned no indication of a notification. Thus, I became increasingly convinced that shattering the shield enveloping the girl was indeed a challenge in itself. Consequently, Qingchen took the matter seriously, channeling a resplendent orb of thunderous energy upon his golden staff. Gathering momentum, thunderous avatar, great sunfall. The overwhelming force of thunder surged forth, akin to a dragon of lightning unleashed, crashing against the shield, distorting it, as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet, only after the culmination of Qingchen's assault did the shield finally succumb. Erupting into a cacophony of shards, shattering like porcelain into countless fragments, it appeared to be a genuine human. My brow knitted in concentration. I fixed my gaze upon the figure unveiled by the destruction of the shield. Initially, I expected the girl to awaken or transform into a fearsome beast upon the shield's breach. However, the reality was that the girl remained in a tranquil slumber, aka loss for the training camp's underlying strategy. I decided to carry the girl on my back and continue onward. Meanwhile, in another realm of the cave maze, an assistant instructor observed his tablet, his expression shifting suddenly. What was happening? How could a newcomer's protective shield have shattered? It must be understood that the beasts within the cave maze are real, untamed entities. The purpose was to authentically simulate combat with these creatures, aiding newcomers in their growth, yet to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. The training camp had equipped newcomers like myself with a life-preserving safeguard, the black box bestowed by the soldiers at the entrance. However, the soldiers did not disclose the true function of the black box to us, intending to ensure that we faced our battles without harboring notions of luck or retreat, thereby prompting us to unleash our full potential amidst life and death scenarios. Now, however, a newcomer's protective shield had shattered. How could the assistant instructor remain calm? After all, the newcomers were exceptional talents among beast tamers. If one of them were to perish during their training, it would be utterly absurd. Thus, the assistant instructor was thrown into a state of panic. If indeed a prodigious beast tamer were to meet their end in his jurisdiction, he would bear the brunt of severe repercussions. Simultaneously, the anomalous situation within the maze was relayed to the chief instructors, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing, via their tablets. Consequently, they ordered the assistant instructor to enter the cave maze and ascertain the circumstances before hastening to the scene themselves. Inside the cave maze, I continued my slow progression, carrying the girl with twin ponytails. Yet, curiously, we had not encountered a single beast along the way. Could it be that we had cleared the challenge? I found myself uncertain. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the air ahead, and a figure clad in military garb materialized before me. So there was indeed a second stage. Enlightenment dawned upon me, and I gestured for Qingchen to initiate an attack. The assistant instructor, just having entered the maze, paused in bewilderment at my words. What second stage? Where did this second stage come from? Before he could process my statement, he was confronted by a giant panda charging towards him. Strangely, as it took a step, this once adorable panda transformed into a formidable avatar, enveloped in an endless storm of thunder. Chapter 50. Escaping the maze, execution. On the path, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing raced with all their might. It had been many years since the Dragon Team's newcomer training camp had witnessed a member's demise during training. If indeed a newcomer were to perish this time, both chief instructors would share responsibility. Thus, Zhang Xiaoxiao appeared particularly anxious. Sun Wu, what is the current situation? Sun Wu, respond if you hear me. However, what further exacerbated Zhang Xiaoxiao's distress was the sudden loss of communication with the assistant instructor responsible for that area. Sun Wu, what was happening, Xiaoxiao? Could it be that members of the Beast God Society infiltrated the base? On the other side, Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, at the base, with Sun Wu's strength as a 3-star golden beast tamer, it was unlikely for him to suddenly go missing. Unless, of course, members of the Beast God Society had indeed breached the base. Upon hearing Mu Qing's speculation, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened. If that were the case, With the enemy lurking in the shadows while we were exposed, it would surely lead to a fierce battle today. In the blink of an eye, after hastening their pace, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing finally reached the exit of the cave maze. By this time, a portion of the newcomers had already emerged from the labyrinth. They gazed at the two figures gliding through the air, their hearts trembling. After all, despite their apparent youth, the mastery of aerial movement exhibited by Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing indicated that they were, at the very least, platinum-tier beast tamers. Who are they? Such young platinum-tier beast tamers. Unclear, but I'm more curious about what transpired within the base that has these platinum beast tamers in such a hurry. Could it be that a mass evacuation is underway? Ignoring the murmurs of those below, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing finally arrived at the exit of the cave labyrinth. At that moment, a group of soldiers stationed at the labyrinth's exit looked on with a perplexed expression upon seeing the two chief instructors in attendance. This wasn't part of the pre-established protocol. What is going on? Have you noticed anything unusual? As soon as she landed, Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly approached the soldiers, inquiring urgently. Unusual? No. Everything is normal, although uncertain. The captain of the soldiers reported the situation truthfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing exchanged no further words. After all, without definitive evidence, it was unnecessary to voice concerns that might disturb the morale of the troops. Mu Qing. I will personally enter the labyrinth to investigate. You stay outside and maintain order, just in case. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoxiao made her decision and prepared to summon her beast. However, at that moment, one of the exits of the cave labyrinth suddenly trembled. Thunder crackled, and a sense of destruction surged forth. This unexpected scene, combined with the sudden arrival of Jiang Xiaoxiao and her companion, startled the soldiers at the exit. Could something truly be amiss? They promptly raised their firearms. Aiming at the exit, these specially modified firearms had bullets capable of inflicting severe damage on golden-tier beasts. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a 3-meter-tall Thunder Panda avatar stepped out from the exit. Due to the numerous silver-tier beasts and 10 golden-tier beasts that Qingchen had slain within the labyrinth, coupled with the final battle against Sun Wu's 3 golden beasts, a palpable, horrifying aura of bloodlust surged from Qingchen, exuding an almost invincible conviction that created an overwhelming pressure in the surroundings. Furthermore, Qingchen grasped an unconscious soldier clad in military attire in one hand, Sun Wu's assistant. Upon recognizing the soldier in Qingchen's grasp, the soldiers at the exit prepared to pull the trigger. Though they were unsure how such a fearsome panda had entered the labyrinth, it was clear that if it had harmed Sun Wu's assistant, it was an enemy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao halted their actions. Then, all eyes turned to see a figure emerging slowly from behind the menacing Thunder Panda avatar, carrying a girl on their back. It was Qingchen. At this revelation, the soldiers were left speechless. They never anticipated that such a terrifyingly powerful panda avatar would be the beast of such a young boy. Good grief, not this kid again. Jiang Xiaoxiao bit her lip lightly. Though unaware of the specifics, it was evident that both the bizarre shattering of the protective barrier and the sudden disappearance of Assistant Sun Wu were orchestrated by Qingchen. No, I must teach this insufferable brat a lesson. Reflecting on how she had suffered 2 setbacks at Qingchen's hands within a mere 2 days, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt her patience wearing thin. Thus, she prepared to take action. Of course, she was mindful of the consequences and did not intend to put Qingchen in mortal danger. At most, she would render him unable to care for himself. Thankfully, at the last moment, Mu Qing intervened to stop Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, stay calm. I believe Qingchen merely treated Assistant Sun Wu and the protective barrier as part of a dungeon run. Protective barrier? Assistant Sun Wu. Surrounding soldiers. After Mu Qing spoke, he found the situation somewhat amusing, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips. Simultaneously, he gained a more intuitive understanding of Qingchen's strength. After all, Assistant Sun Wu was a genuine 3-star Golden Beast Master, indicating that all 3 of his beasts had reached the Golden Tier. Yet even so, Assistant Sun Wu could not withstand Qingchen, who possessed only 1 Silver-Tier beast. What might Qingchen's true strength be, if this were the case? Meanwhile, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, Qingchen slowly raised his head. He then saw a dozen dark gun barrels aimed directly at him. This left Qingchen utterly bewildered. What had he done to warrant a death sentence? Or was it to be executed immediately? A flurry of questions swirled in Qingchen's mind, even if he had been somewhat distracted by the soft touches of the twin-tailed girl while carrying her. It could not possibly warrant such severe punishment. No, this was not merely a crime. It was a violation of cosmic law. Even if the circumstances were favorable, this was far beyond acceptable, wasn't it? just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Another exit of the labyrinth rippled with energy. Soon, a person and a beast emerged, panting heavily. However, as soon as they stepped out, eager to catch their breath, they sensed something was amiss and looked up. They were met with the horrifying sight of a panda avatar surrounded by endless destructive thunder, clutching a soldier in military attire, facing off against a squad of armed soldiers. Chapter 51. The Beast Cavern. The Colosseum. Just as the newly emerged pair stood frozen in place, bewildered, Qingchen's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Qingchen, put down Assistant Sun Wu and the other student, and proceed to the playground over there to report." Upon hearing this, Qingchen felt a quiet sigh of relief within. He obediently set Assistant Sun Wu and the twin-tailed girl down, then walked towards the nearby playground. "You two, come along," Jiang Xiaoxiao coldly reminded the still frozen pair. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng's face fell, and he slowly trailed behind Qingchen, maintaining a respectable distance. Indeed, having just emerged from the labyrinth, encountering a panda beast that resembled a demon god confronting armed soldiers left Feng Feng deeply impressed with Qing Tuan's fearsome image, making him reluctant to provoke Qingchen as well. After all, what kind of beast master could possess such a formidable beast? Before long, Qingchen arrived at the gathering playground. This was a playground of normal size, with a simple platform erected in the center, featuring a large screen. Below, seats were arranged neatly and orderly, with the front rows already filled by earlier arrivals. "Are they all so eager?" Qingchen mused, touching his earlobe, until he noticed a poster positioned at the front of the seating area. The content was simple. Early arrivals could choose their seats first. The closer the selected seat was to the front, the more points one could earn. However, it was still advised that individuals choose seats that match their abilities. The last statement was, in truth, unnecessary. Qingchen understood that anyone who made it to the Dragon Group training camp was undoubtedly among the elite of the elite. And which genius would ever think themselves inferior? Even with preliminary evaluations in place, most would perceive those as mere tests, hardly representative of their true combat power. Thus, given the choice, everyone would naturally opt for the seats at the front. Moreover, had it not been for the rule that only one person could occupy a seat, first come, first served, it was likely that all new members would have rushed to occupy the very first chair. Alas, having been delayed by Assistant Sun Wu, Qingchen had no choice but to sit in the 51st position. Qingchen, with his strength, how could he possibly be so slow? Upon seeing Qingchen arrive just in time, Bai, sitting in the 21st position, wore an expression of disbelief. It was undeniable that at this stage, Qingchen's combat power was certainly not inferior to his own. If he could arrive at 21st place, how could Qingchen possibly be relegated to 51 SD? While perplexed, now was not the time for inquiries, so Bai suppressed his curiosity. Following closely behind Qingchen was Feng Feng. Initially, Feng Feng intended to distance himself from Qingchen, but the seat selection was tied to points, which would ultimately determine the final rankings. Thus, despite his reluctance, Feng Feng gritted his teeth and sat beside Qingchen for the sake of the final ranking rewards. As time passed, more and more new members emerged from the cave labyrinth, arriving at the gathering playground. Gradually, the previously sparse seating area became filled with people. Finally, at a certain moment, a clear bell chimed across the playground. Ding! The sound of the bell seemed to announce the end of one stage and the commencement of another. Following the bell, two graceful figures slowly approached from the rear of the playground, making their way directly onto the central platform. These two were none other than Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Xiaoxiao, the chief instructor for this year's Dragon Group training camp." "I am Mu Qing, your chief instructor." Although Jiang Xiaoxiao and I appear to be just a few years older than the newcomers like Qingchen, many of them have already witnessed Jiang Xiaoxiao and me soaring through the skies. As a result, they seem quite obedient and well-behaved at this moment. As for those who have not seen us, just as they were about to entertain any mischievous thoughts, they were startled by the faintly summoned 5 ethereal beast apparitions behind Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing. 5 ethereal beasts. This signifies that despite their seemingly youthful appearances, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing are, without a doubt, genuine Diamond Beast Masters. Is this the prodigy of the Dragon Team? Such young Diamond Beast Masters. Now that I have also joined the Dragon Team, rounding up, could I become a Diamond Beast Master in a few years? There is a distinct difference between dreams and delusions. Observing the sudden commotion among the audience, Jiang Xiaoxiao nonchalantly waved her hand. Immediately, the overwhelming aura unique to Diamond Beast Masters surged from within her, suppressing all sounds from below. For the next 20 days, We will set various challenge tasks for you all. Your performances during these phases will determine how many points you can earn. Besides the random task challenges, you also have 2 fixed avenues to accumulate points. Jiang Xiaoxiao paused momentarily at this juncture. Qingchen and the others hastily perked up their ears, as they certainly could not afford to miss any opportunities to earn daily points. Seeing the anxious expressions on the newcomers' faces below, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt quite satisfied and continued. The first avenue is the Exotic Beast Cavern, where traversing each level of the cavern will grant you corresponding points. The second avenue is the Gladiatorial Arena, where each person has 1 opportunity per day to challenge another. The challenge cannot refuse, and only those ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher. The victor will claim all the points of the defeated. All the points. Upon hearing these 4 words, the pupils of all the newcomers below constricted sharply. The cost of failure in this challenge is rather steep. All points gone, just like that. Observing the reactions from the crowd, Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded imperceptibly, as this was the outcome she sought. Only with sufficient stakes will these newcomers exert their utmost effort during challenges, unleashing their latent potential. At the same time, this also tests the challengers' confidence in their own combat prowess. Next, based on everyone's performance over the past 2 days, we have compiled an initial ranking for the Gladiatorial Arena, along with the points distribution. Please direct your attention to the big screen. After Jiang Xiaoxiao's announcement, all eyes in the venue were drawn to the large screen above. As it illuminated, a leaderboard materialized. Gladiatorial Arena Rankings. 1.G Wandao, Beast, Swan and I, points. 110 2.Zhou Taikan, Beast, Bai Feng, points. 109.As they continued to observe. Someone astutely noticed an intriguing detail. The current Gladiatorial Arena rankings seem to be based on their respective seating positions. Indeed, when the leaderboard displayed Qingchen at the 51st position, he saw his own name. Furthermore, he discovered that the points were allocated in descending order according to the current rankings. For instance, being ranked 51 out of the 110 newcomers in this training camp, he had earned 61 points. However, there were exceptions. In this instance, 7 individuals had failed to pass the initial cavern maze challenge, thus sharing the same ranking of 104 and scoring 0 points. After reviewing the leaderboard, everyone was well aware of their initial points. But it wasn't over yet. Do you all remember your initial classifications? Different initial classifications would yield varying amounts of points. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon Qingchen. This was when the real spectacle was about to unfold. Following Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, the big screen once again displayed the Gladiatorial Arena rankings. Unlike the initial version, while the rankings remained unchanged, the points had been updated. To summarize, those rated as Grade A in the initial evaluation received 100 points. Grade B 75 points, and so forth in descending order. Consequently, the audience witnessed an exceedingly rare scenario. Qingchen, merely ranked 51, possessed an astonishing total of 161 points. What? Among the few with Grade A initial evaluations, one was inexplicably ranked 51? 161 points. Points typically reserved for the top 25 were now held by a member ranked 51. I always said that initial evaluations do not determine a person's combat strength. Otherwise, how could I possibly be classified as Grade D? Thus, challenging Qingchen, ranked 51, has become the most cost-effective option. Upon hearing this, those ranked 52 and below displayed a glimmer of realization in their eyes. Originally, to earn points, they would have to challenge those in the top 25. Yet now they could achieve the same by challenging Qingchen, ranked 51. What a lucrative deal. It's not that they couldn't challenge the top 25. It's that Qingchen offered greater value. I want to challenge Qingchen. Me too. Count me in. 1. In an instant, the crowd reacted, launching their challenges at Qingchen. And according to the rules, the challenged cannot refuse. Meaning Qingchen was about to face a staggering 58 challenges, 58 one-on-one gladiatorial matches. As for who else had not challenged Qingchen, it was Feng Feng, ranked 52. Despite the overwhelming sentiment among the others regarding the cost-effectiveness of challenging Qingchen, the image of Qingchen's beast, that formidable antagonist bathed in destructive thunder, left Feng Feng momentarily hesitant. As for those ranked above 51, most were lamenting their seating choices, regretting their positions too far forward. Particularly, Chao Manhan, ranked 50, was filled with anguish. Why hadn't he chosen to sit in the 52nd chair? Had he done so, once he defeated Qingchen, combining his points with Qingchen's would have been enough to claim the top position on the leaderboard. especially upon noticing that Feng Feng, ranked 52, had yet to challenge Qingchen. Chao Manhen was engulfed in regret. What a missed opportunity, such a close call. Subsequently, under Jiang Shishao and Mu Qing's guidance, Qingchen and the others arrived at an expansive steel structure. The building was oval-shaped, constructed from a myriad of interwoven steel bars, resembling a bird's nest from the outside. Inside, at the center lay a platform the size of several football fields, surrounded by neatly arranged seating. It is time to begin. Without delay, once she confirmed that Qingchen and the others were seated, Jiang Shaoxiao instructed the assistant instructor to commence the gladiatorial practice. Thus, as the assistant instructor executed a flurry of commands on the control platform, countless spotlights illuminated the central stage, and several large screens descended from above, providing real-time coverage of the platform from various angles. The announcements began. Gladiatorial Arena, Practice Match 1. Rank 104. Shi Yushi challenges Rank 51, Qingchen. As the announcement concluded, two figures rose from the observation area and approached the central platform. Upon raising his head, Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, for his opponent was the twin-tailed girl he had carried out of the cave maze. Be cautious. Due to her prolonged slumber, Shi Yushi had no recollection of Qingchen. After exchanging polite greetings, she summoned her beast, Blue Silver Vine, a rare plant-type beast. It possesses formidable binding and control abilities. Coupled with Shi Yushi's S-grade talent for indomitable resilience, it could exponentially enhance the strength of the Blue Silver Vine's durability. Once ensnared by Shi Yushi's Blue Silver Vine, escaping would be nearly impossible. Binding. As the Blue Silver Vine struck, several thick blue tendrils, akin to giant pythons, swiftly lunged toward Qingchen. Qingchen, with a mere thought, summoned Qingchen from his beast space. Then, with a single step, he vanished. When he reappeared, Qingchen was already poised with the golden staff, ready to smash down upon the main body of the Blue Silver Vine. 8 extremes crash. 9 shadows of the staff, infused with boundless thunder, plunged into the golden staff, unleashing a thunderous explosion. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated. After a brief moment, the thunderstorm dissipated. The Blue Silver Vine had vanished without a trace, leaving only Shi Yushi, who retreated a few steps with a face full of astonishment, soon followed by her head lowered in defeat. Just moments ago, had it not been for her S-rank beast master talent, which granted her beast immunity to death, the Blue Silver Vine would likely have been struck down by that panda's club. As Shi Yushi sorrowfully exited the stage, the announcer's voice rang out. In the first match of the arena, the victor is Qingchen, who earns 50 points. Indeed, while Shi Yushi's current offense may not have been formidable, once ensnared by the Blue Silver Vine, even a beast master of early gold rank would struggle to escape. Therefore, Shi Yushi's preliminary assessment stands at grade C. In the audience, due to the rapid sequence of events, from the Blue Silver Vine's attack to Qingchen's swift counter and victory, the entire process had transpired in under 3 seconds. Thus, when the announcement echoed, the crowd could barely comprehend what had transpired. Was it that Qingchen was exceedingly strong, or was his opponent simply too weak? After all, Qingchen ranked 51 SD, while somewhat weak. He was not comparable to someone ranked 104. Qingchen's victory was fortuitous. It opened a window of opportunity for me to take my turn to challenge. Indeed, 161. No, now 211 points will all be mine. Chapter 53, Consecutive Challenges, Qingtuan's Might. After defeating Shi Yushi, Qingchen's points soared to 211, surpassing the current leaderboard leader, Ji Wandao, by a single point. This implies that anyone who can defeat Qingchen next will immediately ascend to the top of the points chart. This realization filled the upcoming challengers with covetous anticipation. In the arena, the second match commenced. Ranked 104, Zhou Ningtu challenged Qingchen, ranked 51. After an assistant summoned a beast to restore Qingchen's condition to its peak, the second match began. This time, Qingchen's opponent was a colossal King Kong ape, wielding a massive, fearsome spiked club. Yet, it was still swiftly dispatched by Qingchen in a single blow. However, this time only 25 points were awarded. Following that were the third and fourth matches in a mere 5 minutes. Qingchen obliterated all 7 members ranked 104, amassing a total of 225 points and a cumulative score of 386, directly surpassing the first-place score of 176. The 8th match, unlike the previous 7 opponents. This time it was Guazijing, who had genuinely completed the cave's secret realm. Qingchen, Though you effortlessly vanquished the preceding 7, I, Guizijing, am unlike them, Guizijing proclaimed, summoning his beast and charging towards Qingchen. Observing a mere thin black shadow flitting across the arena, Qingchen's eyes twitched. This was a shadow-type beast, characterized by its lack of a physical form, rendering many attacks ineffective against it. Fortunately, now fused with the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Every strike from Qingchen was no longer mere brute force, but infused with overwhelming thunderous might. While shadow-type beasts possess a degree of immunity to thunder, they are not entirely invulnerable. Thus, under Qingchen's terrifying assault, the shadow beast could only endure 2 strikes before nearly disintegrating. Sensing the imminent peril, Guizijing hastily conceded. However, he indeed achieved what he initially claimed, distinguishing himself from the prior 7 challengers. After all, he had withstood 2 strikes from Qingchen before succumbing. In the arena, witnessing Guizijing's evident superiority over the previous 7, it was clear he only managed to withstand 2 strikes from Qingchen. This led many to introspect whether they could achieve the same with their own abilities. Soon, a portion of the onlookers found their answers and began to regret their hasty judgments, blinded by Qingchen's cost-effectiveness. Alas, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. The matches continued. The 9th, 10th, and 11th rounds unfolded. After a relentless 30 matches, Qingchen's points surged to an astounding 800. At this moment, a terrifying thought emerged in many minds. If Qingchen truly triumphed in all 58 matches, to what staggering extent would his points accumulate? It seemed he might not even need to compete further for the top spot in this newcomer training camp. Conversely, what if one were to defeat Qingchen? That would essentially secure first place in the points leaderboard. The closer they were to Qingchen in rank, the heavier their breaths became. Unlike others, they were nearer to Qingchen's ranking, indicating their strengths were more comparable, thus enhancing their chances of victory. Furthermore, although Qingchen benefited from constant restorative assistance from the tutors, he was ultimately human, and humans tire, leading to vulnerabilities under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Qingchen proceeded to challenge another 20 opponents consecutively, without exception, all emerging victorious. Now, only 8 matches remained until the daunting total of 58. Before this, few could have anticipated Qingchen's ascent to this level. It could be said that even if Qingchen lost the subsequent matches, he had already set a record. In the arena, the 51st match commenced. Ranked 60, Dou Yuan challenged Qingchen, ranked 51. On stage, despite Qingchen's previous dominance over his opponents in the prior 50 matches, the sheer exhaustion of battling through such a multitude of diverse beast master skills had taken its toll. Even with the external restorative effects, both Qingchen and his beast were inevitably fatigued, especially as their opponents grew increasingly formidable with each rank. Qingchen, in your current state, you cannot hope to defeat me, Dou Yuan declared, raising his hand, prompting his beast, the sword kite, to soar into the air. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a barrage of sword energy, a torrent of blade-like force aimed directly at Qingchen. The sword kite, an exceedingly rare sword-type beast, boasted an exceptional instant explosive power, though its major flaw lay in its lack of sustained combat capability. Hence, Dou Yuan had been so slow to navigate the cave maze. Indeed, in this condition, it is challenging to overcome you, Qingchen murmured. In the next moment, Qingchen's beast stomped its right foot, and boundless lightning surged forth from all directions, coalescing at the tip of its golden staff. A resplendent thunderous sun suddenly took shape. Thunder's extreme, the great sun falls. As Qingchen beheld the approaching torrent of thunder and fire, he gripped his golden staff tightly and pressed down. A deafening roar erupted as the thunderous force, more tyrannical than that of the thunder-fire double-headed python, exploded from the staff's tip. It transformed into an unstoppable flood, sweeping across the arena. In the next moment, the tension is palpable as the needle's tip meets the grain's point. 2 equally terrifying torrents of destruction collide fiercely, unerring in their path. Boom. The deafening roar resonates instantaneously. At the locus of their clash, the void quivers incessantly, rippling waves visible to the naked eye reverberating wildly. Just as the spectators below anticipate a stalemate, a crisp crack resounds clearly in everyone's ears. Then, to their astonishment, they discover that the once formidable thunderfire pillar, which stood toe-to-toe with the torrential lightning, is fracturing like porcelain. In the blink of an eye, a corner of the thunderfire pillar collapses, followed swiftly by its complete disintegration under the overwhelming force of the lightning torrent. Impossible. Witnessing this, Yuanqing's eyes widen in disbelief. His beast successfully fused with a rare fire and a rare thunder, while both merely scraping into the top 300, should be powerful enough to contend with those ranked in the top 150. Yet now, it cannot withstand the thunderous might of the panda before him. As the lightning envelopes the body of the thunder-fired double-headed python, the duel exercise reaches its conclusion. 58th duel exercise. Victor, Qingchen. Earning 109 points, the announcer's voice booms. This marks the end of Qingchen's unprecedented feat, a shocking 58 consecutive victories in the training camp, a record yet to be matched by anyone, past or future. Prior to this, scarcely anyone could have foreseen Qingchen's triumph in all 58 matches, even those, like Jiang Xiaoxiao, who were acutely aware of Qingchen's prowess, initially hoped for him to win a mere 10 or 20 rounds, which would have been remarkable in itself. After all, while the challengers ranked lower than Qingchen at the outset, rankings do not always equate to true strength. Nevertheless, Qingchen's unblemished record, having defeated 58 opponents in succession, has set a new benchmark for the Dragon team's rookie training camp. My heavens, he actually won them all. I'm utterly flabbergasted. How many points must that be? I did a rough calculation. Not too many. Just over 4,000. Over 4,000? That is more than 20 times higher than the original top score. If Qingchen refrains from challenging those ranked higher, he could almost definitively secure the first place on the leaderboard with his over 4,000 points. This conclusion deflated the spectators like a punctured balloon. Truly, Qingchen's harvest has been ruthless. This total of points is beyond anyone's reach. Yet, where there is sorrow, there is joy to be found. Aside from Qingchen, the happiest individuals are Feng Feng, ranked 52, and Chao Manhen, ranked 50. The former is relieved he was not swayed into challenging such a formidable figure as Qingchen, while the latter is grateful not to have been positioned behind him, lest his own points be reduced to nothing. Instructor, I believe there is an issue with the competition rules. But just then, a tall figure unexpectedly rises from their seat. It is Ji Wandao, the former leader of the leaderboard. Now sitting in second place, that he glances at Qingchen on stage, then turns to Jiang Xiaoxiao. If Qingchen continues to refrain from challenging those ranked ahead, with his current points, we might find it unnecessary to even attempt to catch up. Upon hearing Ji Wandao's words, Qingchen's brow furrows slightly, and he retorts, "What? Is Qingchen exploiting loopholes in the rules? Or was it I who held a blade to their throats, forcing them to challenge me? Since I have rightfully earned my points, what grounds are there for claims of unfairness?" Below, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing, as the main instructors, exchange helpless glances. Such a scenario has indeed never occurred before. However, Ji Wandao is correct. With Qingchen holding so many points, even if he participates in no further rounds, he has an excellent chance of securing the top position on the leaderboard. This contradicts the very purpose of the Dragon Team training camp. Yet, Qingchen makes a valid point. He has earned his points according to the rules, so why should he bear the consequences of any shortcomings in those rules? After a brief discussion with the other instructors, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing stride purposefully toward the platform. As the chief instructors of this rookie training camp, we are delighted to witness someone among you achieve a record, a miracle. However, as Ji Wandao rightly pointed out, we are here to become stronger, not to languish in complacency. Therefore, after discussion with my fellow instructors, we have decided to implement a new rule for the duel arena. Every 3 days, all participants must engage in at least one challenge, or their points will be halved. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's eyes narrow. He is not one to be easily swayed. Yet, just as he prepares to voice his objections, Mu Qing gently taps his elbow and adds, "However, it is evident that this is not fair to you, Qingchen. Thus, we instructors have decided to grant you a rare resource. Qingchen, what do you think? Would you accept this compensation?" The mention of a rare resource draws gasps from both Qingchen and those seated below. Rare resources are coveted and elusive. Yet, no one dares to voice dissent, for a rare resource pales in comparison to a beast of royal grade. On the other hand, Qingchen's eyes flicker with interest. A rare resource. If he could obtain a top 100 rare thunder from the training camp, the path to elevating the Qingtuan would be assured. However, Qingtuan requires not just any rare thunder, but one ranked within the top 100. Thus, Qingchen coolly replies, "I find it lacking." Upon the utterance of Qingchen's words, the crowd erupts in astonishment. No one anticipated his audacity to disregard the esteemed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing in front of so many witnesses. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao is the chief instructor of this training camp. How bold of him to oppose the authority of the chief instructors. On stage, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing's smiles falter. equally taken aback by Qingchen's reaction. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao ponders whether to raise the points for the subsequent training stages, Qingchen's voice rings out once more, unless it is the essence of a top 100 rare thunder. Hearing Qingchen's demand, many in the audience chuckle derisively. The essence of a top 100 rare thunder. In terms of value, while it may be slightly inferior to a beast of royal grade, the difference is minimal. A brazen demand. The essence of a top 100 rare thunder. Even an ordinary combat beast fused with it would likely possess strength rivaling that of the top 100 beasts. That said, had it not been for the rule change, Qingchen would have undoubtedly secured that royal grade beast. I believe Qingchen is attempting to leverage the situation against the chief instructors. Were I in their position, I would have denied any compensation and simply raised the points for the upcoming challenges. However, if rules are altered at will, their very existence becomes meaningless. Listening to the commotion from the crowd, Jiang Xiaoxiao's brow furrows slightly. Her principles have always favored adherence to the rules. Otherwise, she would not have such disdain for those who exploit connections. Yet now, in order to ensure the training camp yields the intended results, she finds herself compelled to violate her own principles, becoming the very type of person she detests, dedicating herself to the greater good. After a moment of internal conflict, Jiang Xiaoxiao is about to speak when Mu Qing interjects first. Agreed. As these two words leave his lips, a ripple of surprise sweeps through the assembly. And even Jiang Xiaoxiao stares at Mu Qing in disbelief. She understands Mu Qing appreciates Qingchen, but so casually conceding a top 100 rare thunder essence is decidedly unwise. Thus, disregarding her reservations, Jiang Xiaoxiao prepares to voice her objections against Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing continues. However, Qingchen, you must secure the top spot on the leaderboard in this training camp. That if you succeed, both the royal grade beast and the top 100 rare thunder essence you seek will be yours. But if you fail, you will still receive a rare resource, though its specifics will be non-negotiable. A wager. Upon hearing Mu Qing's proposal, Qingchen's mind immediately races with the implications of a bet, one that no individual, including himself, could reasonably refuse. If he wins, the rewards would be immense. Alas, the defeat was inevitable, yet there exists a safety net, ensuring that one does not return empty-handed. It can be said that Mu Qing's maneuver was quite exquisite. Not only did it resolve the current predicaments of the training camp, but it also upheld the esteemed reputation of the Dragon Team in the eyes of the new recruits. The Dragon Team is not a petty organization that cannot withstand losses. As long as you possess sufficient talent, whatever you require, the Dragon Team can provide. Conversely, if you fail to meet the standards, it would be unreasonable to blame the Dragon Team. Thus, I, Qingchen, accept this wager. On the platform, Qingchen cast a profound glance at Mu Qing before consenting with a firm nod. Qingchen was acutely aware that pushing further would be excessive. Evidently, the wager proposed by Mu Qing represented the utmost concession they could afford. Should he continue to exert pressure, as spectators had suggested, the instructor group could simply alter the subsequent point allocations. However, such an action would tarnish the image of the Dragon Team. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, neither Jiang Xiaoxiao nor any other instructors wished to tread this path. Upon hearing Qingchen's agreement, the entire instructor group sighed in relief. Consequently, the upcoming training could proceed according to the preordained plan. With Qingchen and the instructor group having established the wager, the tempest surrounding Qingchen's sweeping victory in 58 gladiatorial practice matches, accruing over 4,000 points, finally reached its conclusion. After Qingchen descended from the stage, a dozen individuals sequentially challenged those ranked above them. The subsequent confrontations yielded both victories and defeats. Nonetheless, perhaps due to Qingchen's towering accumulation of points, the later challenges appeared somewhat trivial, for irrespective of their outcomes, they could not alter the fact that Qingchen currently occupied the pinnacle of the leaderboard. When no one remained to issue further challenges, the inaugural gladiatorial practice came to a close. Following this, everyone returned to their dormitories for a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow's training promised to be quite intriguing. Referred to as the treasure hunt, the assistant instructor announced, prompting the audience to disperse with a mixture of disappointment and curiosity. After a restful night, on the following day, upon opening his door, Qingchen discovered a soldier clad in military attire standing at his doorstep. Subsequently, under the soldier's guidance, Qingchen arrived at an exceptionally expansive helipad. The area of the helipad was immense, stretching beyond sight, and it was adorned with numerous sleek and formidable fighter jets. Qingchen, this way please. After walking for a while, Qingchen was ushered onto an armed helicopter. Following the soldier's instructions, Qingchen retrieved his exclusive tablet from the Beastmaster space. Esteemed members, today's training endeavor will be a treasure hunt, lasting 3 days. The helicopter will transport you to the training zone, where your task will be to acquire as many points as possible. After a brief introduction, a plethora of detailed regulations followed. Essentially, within the training area, treasure sites would randomly appear, categorized into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. These treasure sites concealed resources for Beastmasters, placed there by the instructor group. Once these sites were conquered, the resources within would belong to the conqueror. This was precisely why this training exercise was termed a treasure hunt. There were indeed treasures to be found. After 3 days, the instructor group would tally points based on the treasure sites occupied. Furthermore, most crucially, newcomers could form teams or vie against each other. Upon reading this, Qingchen's eyes darkened slightly, for if there were to be a common adversary among the recruits, it would undoubtedly be himself, wielding a substantial amount of points. What is going on? Why do I feel targeted in every training segment? Qingchen lamented, absent-mindedly tugging at his earlobe. Yet, within his gaze, there flickered a glimmer of anticipation. If others could vie for his points, he too could seize theirs. Chapter 56, Bronze Treasure Site, the Crustacean Crab. With a hum, the armed helicopter roared to life and ascended into the sky. Mid-air, the soldier handed Qingchen a black box. Similar to the previous experience in the labyrinthine cave, this was a life-preserving trump card bestowed upon Qingchen and the other newcomers by the instructor group. However, should a newcomer employ the black box, it would signify an immediate end to their treasure hunt, and all points accrued during the process would be reset to 0. Understood? Qingchen nodded at the soldier who had finished explaining. Then, the soldier suddenly smiled and remarked, "Do you remember what I said about how to deploy the parachute?" At this, Qingchen felt a sense of foreboding. In the next instant, the ground vanished beneath him, and a fierce sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. Oh, so that's how we're playing it. Quickly regaining his composure, Qingchen mentally scoffed before yanking the parachute cord behind him. Whoosh! The parachute unfurled, catching the wind. After a safe but thrilling descent, Qingchen immediately summoned his companion, Qingtuan. Given that this training zone was a pure wilderness environment, it posed considerable dangers for newcomers. One could never predict what bizarre and formidable beasts lay hidden within the dense foliage of this primordial forest, lurking and waiting to strike. This necessitated that newcomers remain ever vigilant, lest they be ambushed and eliminated without a moment's notice. Wave perception, however, this intricate wild environment posed no challenge for Qingtuan. With its current prowess, Qingtuan could effectively employ comprehensive wave perception, perceiving every rustle within 100 meters. Nevertheless, to conserve energy, Qingchen instructed Qingtuan to limit its perceptive range to 10 meters, which required negligible effort. Hence, the journey was quite smooth for Qingchen. Even if some inconspicuous beast attempted a surprise attack, it would be swiftly detected and neutralized by Qingtuan. What's the hold-up? Why haven't the treasure sites refreshed? Qingchen mused as he ambled along, occasionally glancing down at his tablet. Indeed, the locations and tiers of the treasure sites would refresh on the tablets of Qingchen and the others, designed to incite competition among newcomers. After all, only through battle can one most rapidly enhance their abilities. Thus, the instructors at the Dragon Team training camp primarily focused on practical combat in their training regimes. After a short while, Qingchen felt his tablet vibrate in his hand that he quickly lowered his gaze to examine it. As anticipated, treasure sites had refreshed. Among them, one bronze treasure site was in close proximity, merely 500 or 600 meters away. Let us test the strength of this bronze treasure site. Perhaps due to this being the first refresh, all 10 newly revealed treasure sites were of bronze tier. According to the rules, occupying a bronze site would not only yield the resources contained within, but also grant 10 points. Without hesitation, Qingchen set off towards the first bronze site. Soon, he arrived at the base of a mountain. Looking up, he noticed a cliff towering 200 to 300 meters high at the bottom. The mountain had split, revealing a jagged fissure over a meter wide, from which clear water flowed gently. Indeed, it must be located within the fissure. Comparing the location on his tablet, Qingchen confirmed that this fissure was indeed his destination for the venture. Qingtuan scanned the area. Upon hearing this, Qingtuan nodded and concentrated the waves previously dispersed around them into a linear probe. Extending into the fissure, this directional perception allowed Qingtuan to investigate nearly 200 meters. Yet, despite this, Qingtuan found nothing beyond the sound of rushing water. It seems we must venture inside. With a firm resolution, Qingchen, accompanied by Qingtuan, cautiously entered the fissure. Fortunately, the water was not deep. Otherwise, Qingchen, who was not a proficient swimmer, might have had to abandon this bronze treasure site. However, as they delved deeper, the narrow, damp passage and the rising water levels began to induce a sense of oppression and agitation within Qingchen. After several deep breaths and persevering for a while longer, Qingchen finally reached the end of the passage. Before him lay a smooth, large stone above the water level, upon which rested an unopened bronze treasure chest. Finally made it, Qingchen exhaled in relief and quickly approached the stone, using both hands to hoist himself onto it. Then, with heightened vigilance, he surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no anomalies before gingerly opening the bronze treasure chest. Clang! The crisp sound of the bronze treasure chest colliding resonated through the modest, tranquil space, creating an almost jarring effect that made Qingchen's heart involuntarily constrict. Following this, Qingchen beheld a small booklet nestled within the treasure chest that it was likely, without a doubt, a skill book for beast taming. Just as he was about to reach for it, the large stone beneath his feet suddenly stirred. In a swift reaction, Qingchen grasped the booklet tightly in his hand and leaped towards a nearby stone pillar. Fortunately, as a silver beast tamer, Qingchen's physical abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation due to the feedback from his advancement in beast taming. Otherwise, such a rapid response would have been beyond his capacity. As for Qingtuan, it had no intention of fleeing. It raised its golden staff high and brought it crashing down. 8 extremes crash. The staff shadow merged with the staff itself, and this strike was akin to a mountain-shattering blow, creating several cracks of finger width in the large stone below. It was at this moment that Qingchen discerned the true nature of the stone. It was not an exotic beast, but rather a legitimate beast for taming. A combat beast at that. Its characteristic was formidable defense and exceptional stealth when submerged in water. As long as it did not actively reveal its presence, it was generally undetectable unless there was a significant disparity in strength, which explained why Qingtuan had not sensed any abnormalities despite maintaining its perceptive awareness. However, even a common silver combat beast, despite being in its domain, the water, would struggle to pose a threat to Qingtuan. Thus, Qingchen's heart remained undisturbed at this moment. Yet, as the silver emitted a cry of pain, the previously tranquil waters suddenly erupted with bubbling sounds. Subsequently, numerous smaller bronze emerged from the depths. This was the infamous crab sea tactic. Chapter 57. The Second Beast, Void Ancient Whale. Qingchen was certain that anyone with a fear of dense clusters would feel their scalp tingle upon witnessing the scene before him. The water's surface was teeming with an overwhelming number of bronze. Each bronze was roughly the size of a basketball, with a hard shell resembling a gray stone on its back, beneath which were powerful, sharp pincers. When many converged, they appeared as a lumpy, fleshy surface, with countless tentacles thrashing wildly above it. With such a multitude of, only one tactic would suffice. Qingtuan's area attack skills were limited, but due to the conductivity of water, as long as it unleashed the thunder's extremity, Great Sun Plummet, it should theoretically resolve the current predicament. Without hesitation, Qingtuan raised its golden staff high. Instantly, a dazzling surge of thunderous power surged forth, converging at the tip of the golden staff. In the next moment, a radiant, thunderous sun of destructive force materialized above Qingtuan's head. However, just as Qingtuan's body prepared to plunge downward, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the void, descending. This unexpected occurrence startled Qingtuan, who could no longer execute the thunder's extremity, Great Sun Plummet. Instead, it swiftly utilized its blink skill to vacate the spot. In the next instant, a massive black silhouette crashed down from above, crashing onto the water's surface and sending countless waves splashing. Simultaneously, its enormous form crushed numerous bronze with ease. Amidst the chaos, Qingtuan stood resolutely before Qingchen, wielding its staff like an eternal, unyielding wall. Although Qingtuan stood only a little over a meter tall, after a while, the scene gradually came into focus. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qingchen's heart raced. What did he see? A colossal whale, measuring at least several hundred meters in length, currently filled the entire fissure passage. The whale exuded an aura of ancient savagery, and on its skin, intricate, mysterious runes flickered and flowed. What was happening? Why was a being of such immense stature confronted by such a frail human? The whale's eyes, resembling full moons hanging in the sky, momentarily froze upon seeing Qingchen. It had clearly sensed the presence of that object and had expended its last vestiges of spirit power to shatter the void and arrive. Yet now, what stood before it was a mere insignificant human. The heavens were conspiring against me. The whale felt a pang of despair in its heart and wearily closed its eyes. Had it known, it would not have contended for that object. Now, while it had obtained the item, it faced its own demise. As the whale shut its eyes, its colossal form gradually became ethereal, transforming into specks of starlight that began to dissipate at that moment. Qingchen stared in bewilderment. He had no comprehension of what had transpired. A whale had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and now it was about to vanish. In his confusion, Qingchen dared not act recklessly. Merely standing quietly alongside Qingtuan, watching the whale slowly fade away at one moment. Just as the whale's form was nearly dissipated, a brilliant white light erupted from within. In the next instant, the whale's body, now resembling starlight, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, flowing back into that radiant light. After some time, the once scattered starlight vanished, replaced by a bright, luminous moon. Subsequently, much to Qingchen's increasing bewilderment, that moon began to sway and drift towards him. Then vaguely conveyed a message: "Covenant, covenant, covenant me." Upon hearing this phrase, Qingchen's eyes sparkled. If this luminous moon was indeed the manifestation of the whale, judging by the immense aura it had just displayed, its strength would undoubtedly rival that of a starry beast. This meant that this moon was likely to be a beast of starry aptitude. Even if it wasn't, its potential would hardly be lacking. Should I take the plunge? Qingchen pondered, touching his earlobe. He had been a silver-level beast tamer for some time, yet had not yet contracted a second beast. Besides the genuine lack of time, he had yet to encounter one suitable for the role. Originally, he had intended to reserve the position of his second beast for the royal-level aptitude beast from the Dragon Group training camp. However, that would still require at least another half-month, and to be honest, it was not a guaranteed success. In the meantime, with the aid of the simplification system, he could easily cultivate a beast to be on par with any other of the same level. Moreover, who said that by the end of the training camp, I, Qingchen, would still be just a silver beast tamer? With this thought, Qingchen ceased his hesitations. He promptly opened his right hand and swiftly constructed a contract ritual array. As the intricate contract array took form, the moon hovering in midair dove straight into it. In an instant, the contract was established. The moon seamlessly entered Qingchen's beast taming space, drawing on the abundant spiritual energy within to begin its cultivation. On the other side, having contracted the moon, Qingchen eagerly opened its data panel, eager to unveil its true identity. Name: none species. Void ancient whale level. Juvenile, 0. Aptitude: royal level skills. Yellow Springs Wrath. Entry: 0. Yellow Springs Wrath. An innate skill inherited by the void ancient whale lineage, capable of invoking the power of the void to directly strangle the souls of enemies within its range. After perusing the information panel, Qingchen's lips curled into a grin that was hard to contain. A royal-level beast. He had struck gold. However, he had no recollection of the void ancient whale lineage. Perhaps he would delve deeper into it once this treasure hunt concluded. For now, I should bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Guyu. Shall we? Within the beast taming space, the moon emitted a gentle glow, signifying its acceptance. After all, it was merely a title, inconsequential. At that moment, the long silent system voice suddenly rang out. Detected simplifiable skill: Yellow Springs Wrath. Target: Guyu. Would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify? The system's words caused Qingchen's eyes to widen. Simplifying right at the onset costs 1 million dragon coins. It seemed this skill was anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, Qingchen chose to proceed. Simplification Complete. Cultivation of Yellow Springs Wrath. Bubble blowing. The simplification was still perplexing, yet Qingchen found it delightful. However, after waiting a while longer, he still did not receive any notification from the system regarding Guyu's cultivation simplification. Chapter 58. The Million Dragon Coin Simplification. Re-encounter. Could it be that Guyu cannot undergo cultivation through the myriad returns technique? Upon this reflection, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, the Wanban Guiju, as a universal beast taming breathing technique, should be cultivable by any beast. Puzzled, Qingchen immersed his mind into the beast space, subsequently initiating communication with Guyu. It was then revealed that the Void Ancient Whale clan possessed its own inherited breathing technique. The Void Ancient Emperor Technique. Through the bond of their contract, the entirety of this breathing technique unfolded in Qingchen's mind. Although he could not comprehend it, as long as the system understood, that sufficed. Indeed, once Qingchen acquired the Void Ancient Emperor Technique, the system's voice resonated once more. Detected. Simplifiable breathing technique. Void Ancient Emperor Technique. Target. Gyue, would you like to expend 10 million dragon coins for simplification? What? 10 million dragon coins. At the mention of this sum, Qingchen's eyes twitched violently. That was indeed 10 million dragon coins. Even for his current self, it constituted a considerable fortune. However, there was no choice. Expenses must be incurred. Gritting his teeth, he uttered a reluctant affirmation and awaited the system's voice to chime again. He was eager to see what kind of simplification warranted such a hefty price. Simplification Complete. Cultivation of the Void Ancient Emperor Technique, breathing to absorb items imbued with void power. What? This was the first time Qingchen had witnessed the system produce two options for simplification. Moreover, the first option involved breathing. This indicated that as long as Gyue was alive, it would be perpetually growing stronger. Worth it. That 10 million was indeed well spent. Qingchen clenched his right fist in excitement. Thus, even while ensconced in a secluded training camp, Gyue could continually elevate its level. And there was also that beast skill book. With a flick of his right hand, a small booklet materialized, as anticipated. It was a bronze beast skill, albeit one pertaining to the wind element, which was incompatible with Qingtuan or Gyue. Therefore, Qingchen planned to exchange this bronze beast skill for other beast resources. Indeed, this treasure hunting expedition not only involved practical combat, but also served as a means for the instructor team to provide new recruits like Qingchen with opportunities to enhance their strength. Consequently, after the treasure hunt concluded, Qingchen and his fellow newcomers could trade any surplus beast resources for equivalent value with the instructor team. Thus, Qingchen's exploration of the first bronze treasure point was thoroughly concluded. Who could have imagined that, within a bronze treasure point, he would stumble upon a king-tier qualified beast? At this thought, Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at his own fortuity for how Gyue had arrived here. It was uncertain, even to itself. Presently, Gyue seemed to have lost a fragment of its memory. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say it retained only a sliver of memory, as it could scarcely recall any prior events. Furthermore, Gyue was still in its juvenile phase, and whether it was the same entity as that colossal whale of at least stellar level remained to be seen. Qingchen quietly murmured within himself. Nevertheless, with the contract array in place, regardless of whether Gyue was indeed that giant whale, it was now his second beast. With that settled, Qingchen led Qingtuan away from this fissured water domain. Not long after Qingchen's departure, Zhang Xiaoxiao arrived with a group of assistants in this area. What is going on? The tablet clearly issued a warning moments ago about a massive energy fluctuation here. Zhang Xiaoxiao surveyed the empty water domain and then turned to her accompanying assistants. Since this area had been designated as a training zone, the instructor team had naturally cleared out any lurking high-level aberrant beasts beforehand. Yet, just now, the tablet had alarmed, indicating an energy fluctuation surpassing the threshold. Was there a newcomer present just now? Observing the open bronze treasure chest before her, Zhang Xiaoxiao inquired once more. This time, she received an answer. Qingchen, how is it him again? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Why was it that every time an unusual incident occurred, it seemed to be linked to Qingchen? How is that lad faring? According to the positioning and feedback data, he seemed to be well. After hearing the assistant's report, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a sudden surge of exasperation. She inexplicably felt as though she was perpetually cleaning up after Qingchen, since there were no issues. She decided to let it go for now, but caution was paramount. Data monitoring must continue. Should any unexpected occurrences arise in this area, neither of them would escape unscathed. After issuing a series of reminders, Zhang Xiaoxiao departed empty-handed on the other side. Qingchen advanced towards the second bronze treasure point marked on the tablet map, which still glimmered invitingly. Suddenly, a shrill cry reached Qingchen's ears. This voice felt somewhat familiar. Qingchen scratched his head, realizing that, in this training camp, the only person he was well acquainted with was Bai. Yet, that voice was unmistakably feminine. Could it be? A thought struck Qingchen. Could Bai be disguised as a boy? Surely not. In this day and age, such a clumsy ruse was hardly plausible. Driven by curiosity, Qingchen hastened towards the source of the sound. Moments later, he arrived at the location where the voice had emanated. Before his eyes lay several thick, interwoven blue vines engaged in battle with a few silver lion dogs. However, it was apparent that, faced with the combined speed and strength of the silver lion dogs, the blue vines were rapidly being overwhelmed, and defeat was imminent. With a swift slash from the silver lion dog's claws, the storm of razor-sharp winds surged forth in an instant. The defensive network formed by the blue vines was completely torn asunder. Immediately thereafter, the silver lion dogs charged towards the beast tamer behind the vines with ferocious roars, endow. The voice of despair did not belong to Bai, but rather to a familiar acquaintance of Qingchen's. Sure you sure. Observing this, Qingchen could not stand idly by. Thus, Qingtuan leaped into action, executing swift movements, and with a decisive strike of his golden staff, one silver lion dog's carcass plummeted from the sky. Following that, Qingtuan stepped forward once more, unleashing a sudden burst of energy. In mere moments, the originally menacing 4 silver lion dogs lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes still reflecting a lingering hunger for flesh and blood. Please no, Qingchen observed Sure you sure, who was still covering her eyes in terror and could only shake his head helplessly before turning to leave. Having rescued Sure you sure in passing was his utmost act of kindness. Qingchen, at that moment, Sure you sure's voice rang out behind him. Chapter 59. Teaming up, 3 against 1. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's foot instinctively halted, and he turned to face Sure you sure. He was curious to see what she intended to do. Noticing Qingchen's pause, Sure you sure exhaled in relief. As long as Qingchen was willing to stop and listen, anything was possible. Qingchen, would you consider taking me along? Upon hearing this, Qingchen couldn't help but smile wryly. The implication was quite clear. Why should he? Subsequently, he turned away, preparing to leave. He was not the type to be ensnared by a girl just because she asked. Seeing this, Sure you sure grew anxious. Hastily interjecting, please, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking for a free ride. You should have noticed my capabilities extend beyond this. I simply lack formidable offensive power. If we join forces, my powerful crowd control with the blue-silver vines, complemented by your beast's terrifying explosive strength, we could conquer this treasure hunt. While Sure you sure's argument held some merit, it was insufficient to sway Qingchen. After all, even without Sure you sure's crowd control, he could venture anywhere he pleased. Moreover, he wouldn't have to share the spoils with anyone, prompting Qingchen to shake his head indifferently and resume his stride. Observing Qingchen's decisive intent to leave, Sure you sure felt a pang of grievance. After all, before attending the long group training camp, her strength and appearance had garnered her admiration wherever she went. Yet now, she was being disregarded by Qingchen. Was it her looks that were lacking? Was her twin ponytail not cute enough? Or was her JK white stockings not alluring enough? Struggling to hold back tears, Sure you sure continued to present her case. Qingchen, I can forego any beast resources from within the treasure point. Moreover, you must consider this. You've defeated so many opponents in the arena. You are undoubtedly the target of many now. With me by your side, at least I can help alleviate some of that pressure. It must be said that this time, Master Sure Yu's words truly resonated with Qingchen. After all, Qingchen acknowledged Master Sure Yu's formidable controllability with her blue-silver vine. Given that Master Sure Yu was willing to forego her beast-controlling resources, it was as if he had stumbled upon a valuable ally without any cost, leaving no grounds for refusal. Thus, Qingchen decisively turned around and acquiesced to Master Sure Yu's request. All right, it's a deal. Qingchen exclaimed, beaming with joy.in contrast. Master Sure Yu shot him a fierce glare before saying, then come over and carry me. What? Hearing this, Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. It was only when he glanced at Master Sure Yu, who was struggling to rise, that he realized she had injured her foot. In a wonder Master Sure Yu had to pay such a hefty price to team up with him. Without his assistance, she would have to abandon this treasure-hunting expedition if discovered by the beasts, given her injured right foot. However, withdrawing midway would mean she would earn no points at all. Now, by teaming up with Qingchen, she relinquished the beast-controlling resources at the treasure points. But if they could secure a treasure point together, the corresponding points would be split between them. For Qingchen, who possessed a vast amount of points, that was inconsequential, but for Master Sure Yu, who had none, it was a substantial fortune. It must be said that Master Shiryu was quite shrewd in weighing the pros and cons having agreed to team up. Qingchen said nothing further and simply lifted Master Shiryu onto his back, heading towards the nearest bronze treasure point. Yet, as he carried her, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, setting aside the sensations he felt from the soft curves behind him. The cool, silky fabric that his hands rested upon sent a rush of warmth through Qingchen's veins. Had he known this moment would come, he would have expedited the process. Why waste so much time? The sooner he carried her, the sooner he could assist a fellow classmate. Qingchen's thoughts tumbled chaotically in his mind. Meanwhile, Master Shiryu, nestled against his back, felt her cheeks flush slightly. After all, the exertion was mutual. Especially on this rugged terrain, the sensations were even more pronounced, causing her, who had seldom been this close to a male, to feel her ears warm with embarrassment. Then, Master Shiryu gradually sensed something amiss. Being on Qingchen's back evoked a familiar sense of comfort, as if she had experienced it before, in a dream. Impossible. How could Qingchen possibly appear in her dreams? Shaking her head in flustered denial, Master Shiryu decided to abandon her tangled thoughts and leaned quietly against Qingchen's shoulder as they progressed. Before long, they arrived at a valley. At the end of their line of sight lay a low-lying basin, in the center of which rested an unopened bronze treasure chest. Upon seeing it, Qingchen's eyes lit up. Having just formed a contract with Guyu, he was in urgent need of a set of beast-controlling skills to enhance Guyu's combat prowess. However, at that moment, three familiar figures suddenly appeared before Qingchen and Master Shiryu. They were Zhou Ningtu, Guazijing, and Dou Yuan, all of whom had previously lost to Qingchen in duel practice. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile upon meeting. The instant they spotted Qingchen, Zhou Ningtu and his companions immediately summoned their beasts. It was one thing for their individual beasts to fall short against Qingchen. But could three equally ranked beasts not overpower him? In the next moment, a colossal golden ape wielding a fearsome wolf-toothed club, an intangible shadow, and a sword hawk filled with sword energy charged at Qingchen. Observing this scene, Qingchen's expression darkened slightly. None of these beasts were to be underestimated, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Entangle. At that instant, Qingchen felt a gentle warmth sweep across the back of his neck. Following that, three robust blue vines surged upward from the ground like colossal pythons, ensnaring the unsuspecting golden ape and its companions tightly. Without hesitation, Qingtuan sprang into action, stepping forward to strike down with his club. Instant flash. 80 extremes collapse. 9 thunderous club shadows surged into the golden staff, and then, with the force of a thunderstorm, one strike sent the defenseless sword hawk crashing down to a critically low health, rendering it powerless. Immediately after, Qingtuan executed a swift sidestep, positioning himself atop the golden ape, and brought his club down with tremendous force. The power of thunder cascaded forth. In an instant, the golden ape lay sprawled on the ground, wisps of black smoke rising from its body. Last one. Chapter 60. A true man born between heaven and earth must possess the ability to bend and stretch. As Qingtuan turned to the shadow bound tightly by the vines, it suddenly exploded into shards. It transformed into a plume of black smoke, breaking free from the restraints of the blue-silver vine and returning to Guazijing's body. The next moment, an unnatural flush crept across Guazijing's face. After casting a fierce glare at Qingchen, he turned and fled as for Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan, who had already lost their beasts. Their chances of escape were now inconsequential. Will you leave of your own accord? Or shall I escort you out? Qingchen spoke softly, observing the dazed expressions on Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan. Upon hearing this, they exchanged a knowing glance and, resigned, activated the life-preserving trump cards provided by the coaching staff. This signified that their treasure-hunting expedition had reached a definitive end. Qingchen, I will remember you. Qingchen, pray that you never fall into my hands. Watching Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan depart while hurling insults, Qingchen frowned, and Qingtuan immediately summoned the manifestation of thunder. This life-preserving trump card was not something he hadn't shattered before. Upon witnessing this, Master Shiryu, perched on Qingchen's back, realized something and her eyes widened in alarm. On the other side, seeing the thunderous panda manifestation approaching with an overwhelming aura, Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan's hearts skipped several beats. Qingchen, what do you intend to do? Qingchen, do not be foolish. Everything here is under the watchful eye of the instructors. Seeing Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan still daring to threaten him, Qingchen could not help but snort coldly. Clearly, they believed he was a pushover if he did not teach them a lesson. Thus, under Qingchen's directive, Qing Tuan raised the golden staff high and then pressed it down, crashing it against the protective barrier before Zhou Ningtu. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Zhou Ningtu was immediately drenched in cold sweat. However, after the tempestuous thunder subsided, he gazed at the unscathed protective barrier, his heart steadied. Yet just as he prepared to mock Qingchen, he noticed Qing Tuan had once again raised the golden staff. Atop the staff, a radiant sun of thunderous might blazed forth. Not daring to gamble, Zhou Ningtu felt a chill run down his spine. After all, winning the gamble would yield him nothing, while losing it could mean his demise. Enough, enough! A true man born between heaven and earth must possess the ability to bend and stretch. Father, I was wrong. Spare me. Just as Qing Tuan was about to bring the staff down, Zhou Ningtu's voice, laced with sincere pleading, suddenly rang out. This plea shocked not only Qingchen, but also Master Shiyu and Dou Yuan, who stared in disbelief. What did we just hear? Father? With immense curiosity, all three turned their attention to Zhou Ningtu. Perhaps that utterance of father had unlocked some restraint upon Zhou Ningtu, as he now appeared utterly disheveled, desperately seeking Qingchen's forgiveness. All right, that's quite nauseating. Qingchen waved his hand, disdainfully interrupting Zhou Ningtu's pleas. Before turning to Dou Yuan, the implication was clear. Given Zhou Ningtu's humiliating display, would she not show any sign of contrition? Thus, with Zhou Ningtu's shameful display as a precedent, Dou Yuan's psychological defenses crumbled swiftly. Qingchen, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Seeing this, Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. He then disregarded Zhou Ningtu and Dou Yuan, knowing that staff members would soon arrive to escort them from the training area. At this moment, Qingchen was far more concerned with the treasures concealed within that unopened bronze chest. Carrying Shiyu on his back, Qingchen swiftly approached the bronze treasure chest. Logically, this short distance should have been fraught with ambushes from various beasts. Yet at this moment, an eerie calm prevailed. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Qing Tuan was still maintaining its Dharma form, surrounded by a relentless cascade of thunder that intimidated nearby creatures into submission. Thus, Qingchen managed to reach the bronze chest without incident, casually opening it with a flick of his wrist. Clang! The sound of a tremendous metallic collision echoed. However, drawing from his previous experience, Qingchen remained unfazed. While Shiyu, startled by the sudden noise, instinctively tightened her grip around him, enveloping him in a fragrance uniquely hers, which wafted into his senses uncontrollably. After a deep breath, Qingchen extracted a skill book for beast taming from the chest. A rare tome intended solely for the cultivation of plant-type beasts. Once again, it was of little use. Yet after a moment of contemplation, Qingchen decided to withhold it from Shiyu for the time being. Silently, he tucked the beast taming skill book into his beast space and continued onward with Shiyu and TOW. At this point, Zhou Ningtu and the others were also being escorted away by a recently arrived teaching assistant. Observing the dwindling points of bronze treasures on the tablet, Qingchen realized that these locations had already been conquered by others. The remaining 2 treasure points were also quite distant, rendering any pursuit unnecessary. After weighing his options, Qingchen resolved to rest in place and recuperate. Setting Shiyu down, he rummaged through his beast space, retrieving some supplies to commence grilling meat. Moments later, the sizzling juices dripped, igniting a crackling sound as the aroma of the roasted meat began to permeate the AIRDS. Shiyu watched Qingchen, who was engrossed in his grilling. Her gaze flickered with intrigue. In the glow of the flames, she suddenly found Qingchen rather appealing. Unbeknownst to her, as the firelight danced across his face, she became entranced. It wasn't until Qingchen waved a piece of the grilled meat before her that she snapped back to reality. That cost you. Hearing Qingchen's playful taunt, Shiyu's cheeks flushed, and she hastily changed the subject, instinctively exclaiming, "Nonsense, I was just thinking, was it you who shattered my protective shield in the cave labyrinth?" Ahem. Qingchen, who had just taken a hearty bite of meat, coughed awkwardly upon hearing Shiryu's remark. How was he to know that thing was a protective shield? Who could possibly think of that? Watching Qingchen's guilty expression, Shiryu pieced together the answer. That moment, she realized why his shoulder felt so familiar. Are you a tiger? Chapter 61. Silver treasure point, angelic beast. After a hearty meal of roasted meat, Qingchen glanced at the tablet, which had updated with 10 new bronze treasure points, and without hesitation, he set off towards their next destination with Shuyusher on his back. That it must be said that with Shuyusher's blue-silver vine providing crowd control, Qingtuan's single-target explosive combat power was considerably liberated. Along the way, they encountered various beasts, all below the golden rank, none of which could withstand a single strike from Qingtuan. Consequently, the conquest of this bronze treasure point became a straightforward affair with the collaboration of Qingchen and Shuyusher. However, the reward from the bronze chest was rather mediocre, merely a bronze-level shield. Considering your sprained ankle, I'll lend you this shield for protection. But remember, you must return it once our treasure hunting expedition concludes. Shuyusher, who had just received the shield from Qingchen, was unable to feel touched before being thwarted by his follow-up remark, straight man, without a house," after silently berating Qingchen in her mind. Shuyusher haughtily snorted, in response. Qingchen rolled his eyes and continued towards the next location. As they progressed, with each treasure point conquered, their loot steadily increased. However, it was peculiar. Perhaps all his luck had been spent on contracting Guyu. But Qingchen was unable to find even a single item among the dazzling spoils that suited him. Oh well, I'll just save them for later exchange, he consoled himself. As time slipped by, the sky gradually darkened. Since treasure points would not refresh at night, and after a long day of exertion, it was time for a good rest. Therefore, Qingchen sought out a small cave, kindled a fire, and prepared to spend the night there. As night fell, the atmosphere within the modest cave grew increasingly awkward. After all, they were a lone man and woman, and Shuyusher had injured her ankle. Ultimately, Qingchen, choosing the lesser of two evils, opted for prudence. The night passed in silence. The following day, the vibration of the tablet awakened Qingchen. Treasure points have refreshed, and for the first time, a silver treasure point has appeared. The silver treasure point, which could yield silver beast resources. Upon this realization, Qingchen's excitement surged. With Qingtuan having reached the silver rank, the previously mastered bronze skills were beginning to fall behind. Had it not been for their isolation in the Dragon Group training camp, Qingchen would have eagerly invested heavily in acquiring several silver skills for Qingtuan. Thus, silver beast resources represented the true treasure in Qingchen's heart. After locating a river to wash up, Qingchen and Shuyusher set off towards the nearest silver treasure point. Although they passed 1 or 2 bronze treasure points along the way, Qingchen remained resolute, unwilling to waste time on conquest. However, unbeknownst to Qingchen, his retreating figure, with Shuyusher on his back, was being closely observed by another individual. Qingchen, this time, you won't escape. Planning to seize that silver treasure point, he intended to teach Qingchen a lesson about the predator and the unsuspecting prey. After a long day of travel, Qingchen and Shuyusher finally arrived at the designated silver treasure point marked on the tablet. Not to be rude, but you might want to consider shedding a few pounds. Qingchen panted slightly, not missing the opportunity to tease Shuyusher. It was fortunate that his body had adapted to the silver rank's feedback. Otherwise, carrying Shuyusher for such an extended period would have been quite impossible. Hearing this, Shuyusher, now fuming, pinched Qingchen's shoulder, retorting that had it not been for her sprained ankle, she would have been more than willing to carry him. Moreover, countless boys wished to carry her, but couldn't. Before Shuyusher could utter another word, an unexpected adversary appeared before them. Floating in midair was a beam of light, flanked by a pair of wings that spread wide. Simultaneously, several feathers of light cascaded gracefully from those wings. That an angel? Qingchen gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Logically, angelic beasts were said to exist only in the Western countries, and were legendary creatures at that. Yet here, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, stood an angelic beast. Was it real? Qingchen could not ascertain, but regardless of its authenticity, this angelic beast was now his foe. Thus, Qingtuan brandished its golden staff. Stepping forward as its form vanished. 8 Extremes collapse. 9 thunderous staff shadows merged into the golden staff as Qingtuan struck down fiercely. Bang! Contrary to expectations of a fierce clash, the angelic beast merely raised a luminous arm, its slender fingers effortlessly catching Qingtuan's blow. Meanwhile, the boundless thunder crackling beneath the golden staff swirled chaotically within the angel's grasp, yet failed to inflict any harm. Impossible! Qingchen could hardly believe that any beast of equal rank could so easily withstand a strike from Qingtuan. Even a legendary angelic beast should not be capable of such feats. What are you waiting for? Control it. At Qingchen's sharp command, Shur finally snapped out of her astonishment with a swift motion. She summoned 5 sturdy blue vines from various directions, ensnaring the angelic beast. In response, the angelic beast flicked its wrist, conjuring a blade of light, and with a swift slash and pull, the radiant sword energy crisscrossed, severing the blue vines into countless fragments. So strong? Qingchen's brows furrowed, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the angelic beast's techniques, though he couldn't quite place it. With no other choice, Qingchen commanded Qingtuan to unleash its thunderous Dharma form. Preparing for a head-on confrontation with the angelic beast, amidst the thunderous scene, a towering figure of over 3 meters, embodying the essence of thunder, ascended from the ground, enveloped in boundless lightning. Shortly thereafter, a staff wielded by Qingtuan summoned a tempest of thunder, overwhelming the angel beast with its ferocity. In contrast, the angel beast merely crossed its arms before its chest, hands extended, and a radiant golden shield materialized abruptly, absorbing Qingtuan's formidable strike flawlessly. Observing this, Qingtuan took a slight step back, raising the golden staff aloft. The pinnacle of lightning, countless bolts erupted from the void, converging at the staff's apex, forming a resplendent orb of thunder that flickered in and out of visibility. In the shadows, Xiao mused, has the angel beast's appearance come too swiftly? Is this not against the rules? Mu Qing, gazing intently at the screen displaying the clash between Qingchen and the angel beast, wore a grave expression. In response, Jiang Xiao shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the Western nations. We are out of time. Chapter 62. 25 individuals, slaying both body and spirit, the silver treasure point. Qingtuan, having unleashed the thunderous manifestation, had already exchanged numerous blows with the angel beast. Yet no matter how Qingtuan attacked, the angel beast effortlessly countered each lethal strike with a mere lift of its hand. It was time to resort to that final move. The situation on the field grew increasingly dire. Qingchen's countenance darkened. The longer it dragged on, the slimmer Qingtuan's chances became. Thus, it was better to seize this opportunity to strike. With resolve, Qingtuan extended his hands before his chest, slightly elevating the golden staff, from which an infinite torrent of lightning surged forth. The violent energy carved a circle of thunder on the ground, ensnaring the angel beast within its center. The angel beast, which should have been on the defensive, seemed to sense something, its facial-like luminescent points flickering erratically. Then, much to Qingchen's bewilderment, the angel beast began to tremble violently. In the next instant, it vanished into thin air. What just happened? At this moment, Qingchen's mind was awash with questions. Even Shur, standing behind, was equally perplexed. Could it be that the angel beast was afraid? Just as Shur voiced this thought, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head, for it was clear that the angel beast did not possess a nature inclined towards cowardice. Moreover, throughout the recent battle, the angel beast had maintained the upper hand. Perhaps the trial's time had simply run out. Qingchen's explanation seemed somewhat reasonable. However, now that the angel beast was no longer obstructing them, did that not mean this silver treasure point belonged to them? With this thought, Qingchen, carrying Shur, could not resist hastening towards the silver chest. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Jiang Xiao stared at Mu Qing, bewildered, and questioned, why did you summon the angel beast back? Even if you favor Qingchen, this is not the way to show it. Mu Qing sighed softly in response. Xiao, at this stage, summoning the angel beast is inherently against the rules. Besides, the angel beast's energy is nearly depleted. If it remains any longer, its secrets will be unveiled to Qingchen and his companion. Upon hearing Mu Qing's explanation, Jiang Xiao retorted indignantly. I see you are merely fearful that the angel beast will exhaust Qingchen's beast combat power, leaving him powerless to face the impending challenges. But I think you are overestimating this. Even if you withdraw the angel beast now, Qingchen cannot possibly break through amidst so many newcomers' assaults. After listening to Jiang Xiao's words, even Mu Qing, usually of a gentle temperament, felt a surge of irritation. She rarely repressed the smile on her face, calmly stating, since you have noticed the encirclement of those newcomers, have you considered that if the angel beast fails to withstand Qingchen's final attack, you would have publicly disclosed the dragon group's most classified information? Hearing this, Jiang Xiao instinctively wanted to argue. But upon meeting Mu Qing's cold and indifferent gaze, she fell silent. After a moment, still unwilling to concede, Jiang Xiao stubbornly spoke. This time, even if I, Jiang Xiao, am in the wrong, I still wish to wager with you. Mu Qing, let us bet on whether Qingchen will be eliminated or not. If he is not, then everything concerning him in the subsequent training will be under your command. Conversely, if he is, then it shall be my way. Upon hearing this wager, Mu Qing, though unsure why Jiang Xiao harbored such a strong bias against Qingchen, accepted the terms to prevent her from acting recklessly in the future. Unlike Jiang Xiao, Mu Qing had utilized the Dragon Group's privileges to investigate Qingchen thoroughly upon recognizing his extraordinary nature. Thus, her understanding of his potential and power was certainly more profound than Jiang Xiao's. Moreover, Mu Qing was acutely aware that, at this moment, Qingchen had yet to unleash his full strength. Returning to the matter at hand, Qingchen, with Sure on his back, had reached the silver chest. Should Qingchen succeed in opening it, it would signify the conquest of this treasure point by the two of them. However, just as Qingchen's right hand rested upon the silver chest, an arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking with ferocity, the cloud-piercing arrow. In a critical moment, a bronze shield materialized before Qingchen. The clash of metal rang out sharply, seizing the opportunity. Qingchen deftly sidestepped away from the elevated ground where the chest lay in the next instant. A barrage of various attacks rained down mercilessly upon the very spot he had just vacated, transforming the once modest elevation into a deep crater. Even the yet-to-be-opened silver chest succumbed to the onslaught, shattering to reveal the beast resources within. It was a plump pill, though its exact purpose remained a mystery to Qingchen, who had no time to ponder it, for at that moment, his gaze was met with a throng of figures and beasts closing in. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 50. Amidst the crowd, a familiar figure emerged, Jing. He had not anticipated meeting him so soon again. Qingchen murmured to himself, realizing that this scene was orchestrated by Jing to ensnare him. After all, he was now a target, easily drawing a crowd to besiege him. Qingchen, this time, I shall see how you turn the tables. From a distance, Jing brimmed with confidence in his side's formation, 25 individuals. He could not fathom how he could possibly lose. No matter how formidable Qingchen might be, could he truly contend against 25 foes? Although Qingchen had previously triumphed over 58 individuals, that had been in a one-on-one practice match with the assistance of tutors to restore his stamina. But now, Qingchen stood alone. How could he possibly create a stir? True, there was also Sure. But she would soon be gone. Sure, if you abandon Qingchen now, we might let you off easy, Jing taunted, his arrogance palpable. In truth, one Sure could not alter the overall situation. But Jing's intent was to instill a sense of betrayal in Qingchen. He desired to see him isolated and despondent amidst the onslaught of his comrades, leading to his inevitable elimination. Indeed, this was the essence of killing both body and spirit. Upon hearing Jing's words, Sure initially contemplated scoffing and disdain, but then a thought struck her. She leaned closer to Qingchen and whispered, "Do you think that, in this scenario, a normal person would surrender?" To this, Qingchen merely nodded impassively. He had never genuinely regarded Sure as a teammate, thus he felt no sense of betrayal. Meanwhile, Sure, witnessing Qingchen's indifferent response, felt a surge of anger rise within her, followed by a wave of grievance. Chapter 63, Qingtuan's Defensive Tactics. I can take on 25. Ignoring you now. After breaking free from Qingchen's grasp, Sure limped away to the side. Qingchen, sensing this turn of events, could only shake his head quietly. Although he was straightforward, he was not oblivious. He understood the implication behind Sure's earlier words, yet it was evident that, given the current circumstances, even keeping her by his side would not be of much use. It was perhaps better to let her escape from this vortex that had nothing to do with her. On the other side, observing Sure retreat from Qingchen's side, Jing reveled in what he believed to be a successful ploy. Now, it is time for Qingchen's demise. Attack! With a thunderous command from Jing, the 24 beasts behind him surged forward in unison. In the next moment, an overwhelming torrent of attacks descended upon Qingchen with the brilliance of shooting stars, hurtling through the void with devastating force. Then, let the true prowess reveal itself. At this moment, Qingchen, undaunted, commanded Qingtuan to surge against the current. Given Qingtuan's inherent lack of defensive prowess, it was utterly implausible for him to withstand the onslaught of numerous beastly attacks. Thus, the only recourse was to systematically dismantle them one by one. thereby minimizing the adversary's combat strength. Devour the thunder armor. Under the cataclysmic barrage, Qingchen summoned this beastly armor for the first time in front of others. Small, delicate scales suddenly materialized upon Qingchuan's skin, each appearing to harbor a slowly rotating black hole, absorbing the residual attacks from the surrounding space, transforming them into defensive power. At present, Qingchen resembled a thunderous panda enveloped in enigmatic dragon scales. Wielding a staff amidst an assault network woven from countless forces of destruction, invulnerable to all. How could it be that this panda possessed defensive equipment that had gone unnoticed before? As Qingchen approached, Guizijing instinctively clenched his teeth. He had not anticipated that the previous 58 rounds of practice matches had failed to draw out all of Qingchen's hidden cards. A shift in strategy was imperative. They could not afford a direct assault. Initially, Guizijing and his companions had intended to employ sheer firepower to obliterate Qingchen. However, witnessing Qingchen gradually breaking through the bombardment, they were left with no choice but to execute their secondary plan, to let each beast exploit its strengths and collectively hunt down Qingchen. For a single beast, there may be strengths and weaknesses, but the coordination of 25 elite beasts would leave virtually no gaps. In the next moment, 10 beasts adept at frontal assaults charged forth to confront Qingchen. Excellent. In direct confrontation, Qingchen never falters. The Thunder Law avatar, a towering panda avatar, exceeding 3 meters in height, emerged with an overwhelming surge of thunder, striking down upon the 10 beasts before him with a single blow. The thunder roared mightily, recklessly lashing out at the surrounding void. While Qingchuan's strike temporarily repelled the 10 beasts, it failed to diminish their ranks. Just as Qingchen contemplated a follow-up assault, another 10 beasts, skilled in long-range attacks, unleashed their abilities. Consequently, 10 torrents of seething energy, akin to enraged dragons, surged forth from the void, converging upon him. Holy Thunder Wall Shield. Faced with the deluge of 10 long-range attacks, Qingchuan's left hand formed a fist. Then he forcefully swept upwards. The formidable wall of thunder coalesced instantaneously, defiantly meeting the approaching onslaught. Boom! A moment of dazzling brilliance ensued. Yet evidently, none of the attacks could breach the defenses of the Holy Thunder Wall Shield. How is this possible? For the first time employing a defensive skill, Qingchen left Guizijing and his companions in a state of disbelief. When had this panda mastered such a formidable defensive technique? Seemingly at least of silver-grade caliber, could it be? Observing Qingchen maintain the upper hand even amidst the coordinated assault of 20 beasts, a bewildering thought began to germinate in Guizijing's mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While Guizijing and the others were momentarily dazed, Qingchen, having broken through the numerous obstacles, finally found a gap and took a decisive step forward. Flash, his form darted like the wind, thunder ever accompanying him. When Qingchen reappeared, he was directly before a 6-armed holy ape, and without hesitation, he brought down his staff. 8 extremities collapsed. 9 staff shadows instantly merged into the golden staff, which then descended with a torrent of thunderous power. No. At that moment, the 6-armed holy ape, sensing the threat of death, could only helplessly raise its 6 arms to shield itself. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder reverberated. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. Before Qingchuan's golden staff, for shields had inexplicably materialized, successfully absorbing his strike. Indeed, among the 25 beasts, the remaining 4 were all adept at defense. This was the very foundation of Guizijing and his companions' confidence. With close combat, long-range support, and defensive assistance in tandem, they were at a loss as to how they could possibly lose. Meanwhile, the continuous failure to secure a decisive victory was rapidly turning Qingchuan's situation dire. After all, the spiritual energy of the beasts was finite. Moreover, as Qingchen became entangled with the 4 defensive beasts, the 10 long-range beasts resumed their energy-draining assaults. Waves of formidable attacks continuously sliced through the void, barreling towards Qingchen. Damn it. If this continues, he will be exhausted to death. Qingchen, observing the unfolding situation, furrowed his brow slightly, yet was momentarily at a loss for a solution. After all, the positioning of those 25 beasts was far too dispersed. If Qingchen were to launch a final strike, he could not take them all down in one fell swoop. And should he unleash that move, Qingchen would be left utterly devoid of combat capability. A way must be found to gather all the beasts together. Easier said than done. In reality, there was little room for maneuver. Thus, Qingchen could only bide his time, hoping for an opportunity to arise. However, this weight plunged Qingchen into an endless cycle of passivity. The entangling interference of the 4 defensive beasts, the supportive attacks of the 10 long-range beasts, and the close-quarter confrontations with the 10 melee beasts. All of this cooperation left Qingchen beleaguered. Were it not for his adept mastery of wave perception, allowing him to identify gaps in the attacks and navigate through them, Qingchen would have long since faced defeat. Yet even so, as time elapsed, Qingchen increasingly felt the strain, the flow of spiritual energy within him becoming ever more arduous. There was no alternative. He could only gamble everything, seeing that Qingchen could no longer hold out for much longer. Yet still failing to find an opportunity, Qingchen gritted his teeth, preparing for a final, desperate stand. Just then, Qingchen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 64. I am useful. One strike to defeat the enemy. The chilling aura of death swept over him like a cold breeze on a wintry night, causing every hair on Qingchen's body to stand on end. In the next moment, he barely had time to turn his head when he noticed a shadow had stealthily approached from behind. This moment, the figure brandished a small, dark dagger, poised to stab directly at his spine. The shadow, Guozijing's beast. Qingchen realized it, but it was too late. The dagger was already perilously close. Just as he believed this would indeed be his final moment, a familiar, delicate fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Then, he beheld a graceful silhouette soaring through the air, blocking the deadly ambush from the shadow. Swoosh, the sharp sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed. Sure you sure. Qingchen's mind went blank, instinctively reaching out to embrace the delicate figure that had fallen from the sky. Before he could utter a word, the weakened Sure you sure cast a scornful glance at the 25 beasts behind Qingchen, then murmured, Cage. Vortex. In the next instant, 3 robust blue-silver vines erupted from beneath the feet of the 25 beasts, intertwining like a giant serpent and instantly forming an impregnable prison. But that was not all. As the blue-silver prison solidified, it seemed a tremendous force was pulling these 25 blue-silver cages in the same direction. Sure you sure? Have you lost your mind? You had a life-saving card provided by the instructor's team and chose to confront the shadow's lethal strike head-on. Witnessing Sure you sure use her body to block the dagger of the shadow, Guozijing felt a rush of panic. After all, he had merely intended to eliminate Qingchen, never expecting it to come to this. Perhaps her refusal to use the life-saving card was to wait for this moment. To imprison all of our beasts, that moment. One beast master furrowed his brow, speculating. But even if we are confined, what good does it do? This blue-silver prison will hardly restrain the beasts for long. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another beast master countered, earning agreement from several others. Exactly. Once the beasts break free from the blue-silver prison, Qingchen will still only have one path, defeat. Unless Sure you sure is confident that Qingchen can defeat all our beasts with a single strike. What a joke. One strike to defeat 25 beasts. She must be dreaming. On the other side, Qingchen, this is the last I can assist you. I am useful, right? Looking at the now faint Sure you sure as she uttered these words, a triumphant expression gracing her pale face, Qingchen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yes, you are indeed useful. Qingchen stammered in response. Then he felt Sure you sure gently twist him, whispering, Then hurry, let me see how you will annihilate this group. Upon hearing this, Qingchen retrieved the Beastmaster skill book from the Beastmaster space and handed it to Sure you sure. Then turned to face the 25 beasts gradually gathering together. Qingchen, sensing Qingchen's emotions without the need for words, raised the golden staff slightly before her chest, the next moment, as Qingchen's arms tightened around the staff. The base of the golden staff erupted with thunderous lightning. After an endless torrent of thunder struck the ground, it spread outwards, swiftly forming a circle delineated by the power of thunder. Within this circle were the 25 beasts ensnared and dragged by the blue-silver cage. The god of thunder descends. With a cold command echoing in her mind, Qingchen raised the golden staff half a meter higher. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of thunder erupted from within her, transforming her into a mountain of thunder on the brink of eruption. Soon after, 9 thunder war spears materialized in the void above, radiating a magnificent celestial might. The 9 spears then descended, piercing the ground. And in that fleeting moment, a vast, apocalyptic thunder formation coalesced. At that instant, the 25 beast masters stationed at a distance felt their hearts race. Even though they were separated by a considerable distance, they could still feel the hair-raising sense of threat emanating from this thunder formation. How is this possible? A silver beast cannot possibly possess such terrifying skills. Such power could rival that of a platinum-level beast. Could it not? I want to go home, Mama. Ignoring the incredulity and lamentations of the 25 beast masters from afar, Qingchen, situated within the formation, noticed many beasts that had already broken free from the blue-silver cage. Her gaze sharpened, and she coldly commanded in her heart, "Judgment." Suddenly, a colossal figure forged purely from thunder appeared behind Qingchen. With hands clasped before her chest, the 9 Thunder War spears that had originally been embedded in the ground seemed to respond to a summons. Flying back towards her, 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears, until all 9 gathered, a spear entirely composed of annihilating thunder emerged in an instant. In the next moment, as Qingchuan's body sank, the thunderous figure behind her grasped the annihilating spear and pressed down with great force. Rumble, rumble. Endless flashes of lightning filled the air. Within the formation, it was as if a tempest of thunder had been unleashed, a chaotic deluge of lightning. The lightning intertwined like serpents, weaving through the formation, disrupting the very fabric of space. After what seemed an eternity, the breath of thunder gradually calmed, and the intricate, resplendent thunder formation began to dissipate. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the center of the formation. They were eager to discover whether any of the beasts could withstand the onslaught of this cataclysmic thunder. The answer was painfully clear: none. The 25 beasts, whether adept in close combat, skilled in ranged attacks, or inherently defensive, all fell equally to the thunderous bombardment, with not a single one spared. Is this truly something a silver beast can achieve? What kind of monster are we living alongside in this era? To defeat 25 foes with a single strike, what was once a jest had turned out to be my own folly. From a distance, the 25 beast masters gazed at the scene within the formation, shaking their heads in self-mockery. Qingchuan's strike had shattered their invincible belief as genius beast masters. They had come to a stark realization. There truly exists a genius beyond genius. Chapter 65. Guyu advances to bronze. New skill. In the shadows, Jiang Xiaoxiao fell silent. She observed the scene on the screen, her expression shifting constantly, yet ultimately, she uttered not a single word. Instead, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back. Perhaps she truly had erred. After Qingchuan's devastating victory over the 25 beasts, Qingchen intended to speak to the unconscious Shi Yushi cradled in his arms. However, unbeknownst to him, Shi Yushi had already closed her eyes. Her breathing faint yet steady. Moreover, her body was enveloped in a thin layer of luminous film, indicating that her life-saving mechanism had been activated. This signified that Shi Yushi's trial had come to an end. Exhaling softly, Qingchen stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the assistant instructor. Unlike previous occasions, after a brief wait, it was not an assistant instructor who arrived, but an armed helicopter. 3 fully equipped assistant instructors descended from the helicopter via a rope ladder. One female instructor approached Qingchen, casting a bewildered glance at him before taking the unconscious Shi Yushi from his arms. The other 2 instructors advanced towards Qingchen and the remaining 25. Ultimately, due to their beasts losing combat capability, Qingchen and the others were compelled to withdraw from this trial. As he watched the armed helicopter ascend and depart, Qingchen weighed his empty arms with a tinge of melancholy. After a long, deep breath, he reoriented his mindset. He then strode purposefully towards the shattered silver treasure chest, retrieving a thumb-sized round elixir. It was indeed a silver-level spirit transformation pill. After obtaining the pill, Qingchen scrutinized its color and aroma, ultimately drawing a conclusion. The spirit transformation pill, as its name suggests, could transform into spiritual energy, enhancing a beast level without any side effects. However, this pill has a tolerance. A beast can only reap the full benefits of the spirit transformation pill the first time it is consumed. Should he give it to Qingchen or Guyu? Qingchen found himself in a quandary. If given to Qingchen, while it wouldn't immediately elevate her combat strength, it would nearly guarantee his successful ascension to the golden level by the end of the training camp. Conversely, if bestowed upon Guyu, the current Guyu resembled an uncut gem. A spirit transformation pill might catalyze a qualitative change in her combat prowess. Advancing to gold was not the goal. Securing the top position on the leaderboard was the objective. Soon, Qingchen clarified his thoughts and decided to administer the spirit transformation pill to Guyu. For only in this way could he maximize his own strength. With a thought, The information regarding Guyu's level materialized before Qingchen's eyes. Level: Juvenile Phase, 80. She is also on the verge of advancement. Qingchen nodded, then tossed the spirit transformation pill into the Beastmaster space. Immediately, upon receiving Qingchen's signal, Guyu leaped and swallowed the pill. However, since the contract with Guyu, she had consistently maintained her form as a luminous moon. Would her appearance change upon advancing to bronze? As Qingchen pondered, the spirit transformation pill that Guyu had consumed began to take effect. Guyu felt an influx of pure spiritual energy flowing within her body, effortlessly integrating into her flesh and bones. In an instant, the moon-shaped form of Guyu radiated a brilliant light. After a considerable duration, the glow emanating from Guyu gradually subsided. Crack. The next moment, a clear and resonant sound erupted from Guyu's body. This sensation was akin to a chick striving to break free from its shell. Qingchen's anticipation grew, his gaze fixated on Guyu. Sure enough, a noticeable crack appeared on the moon form of Guyu. Then came the second and third cracks. Soon, the moon was adorned with a web of intricate fissures. In the next moment, bang! Like porcelain shattering suddenly, Guyu's moon form shattered into countless fragments, which then transformed into specks of starlight, cascading back into her body. When the dazzling light finally settled, what stood before Qingchen was a palm-sized whale. Yet, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a fusion of a whale and a shark. Name: Guyu Race. Void Ancient Quen Level. Bronze Phase, 30. Qualification: Royal Level Skills. Yellow Springs Heavenly Fury. Beginner, 50. 7th God. Kunfall. Beginner, 0. 7th God. Kunfall. Guyu can summon ancient mysterious entities to deliver devastating strikes to enemies within range. With a single fall, all things shall fall. Upon witnessing Guyu's stats, Qingchen was momentarily stunned. What transpired? Guyu had clearly advanced normally from the juvenile phase to the bronze level, yet her race had transformed, from the original Void Ancient Whale to the current Void Ancient Quen. Could it be that the current form of Guyu resembles that of Quen? Qingchen could not ascertain, for he had never heard of either the Void Ancient Whale or the Void Ancient Quen before. Overthinking would bear no fruit, so Qingchen chose to refocus his thoughts to the present situation. It must be said, based on Guyu's data panel, that the silver transformation elixir was truly remarkable. It elevated Guyu's level from a juvenile stage of 80 to a bronze stage of 30, a staggering increase of 50. Moreover, from the skills currently mastered by Guyu, it appeared to follow an output-oriented path. However, unlike Qingtuan's single-point burst, Guyu's skills leaned more towards area damage. This made sense, as if Guyu were to evolve into a creature as colossal as the ancient whale from the beginning. Even a slight movement would likely result in area attacks. Qingchen chuckled lightly, and then the familiar voice of the system echoed, detected the simplifiable skill, 7th Divine, Quen's Descent, target. Guyu, would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins to simplify? There was no price increase, a testament to fairness. Thus Qingchen decisively chose yes. Simplification Complete. Cultivating 7th Divine. Quen's Descent roll over. It was the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste. After completing all of this, Qingchen gazed at the tablet in his hand and proceeded towards the next silver treasure point. After a half-day's journey, Qingchen finally arrived at the second silver treasure point. At this moment, Qingtuan was enveloped in a thick aura of bloodlust, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. This was due to the fact that, perhaps seeking to vent his frustrations, Qingtuan had dealt heavy blows along the way. Nearly every beast that fell under Qingtuan's hand was left in a state of dismemberment. Chapter 66. Mountain Opening Seal, Tiger Biting Boar. With a single step forward, the numerous beasts that had been lurking beside the silver treasure chest were instantly taken aback, their bodies tensing as they turned to face the approaching Qingtuan. With another step, a potent stench of blood surged forth, causing the 100-odd beasts blocking Qingtuan's path to retreat in unison. Clearly, to these beasts, Qingtuan now appeared as a lethal harbinger of death. Someone not to be trifled with. As Qingtuan drew nearer, the horde of beasts retreated step by step. Ultimately, without a single blow being struck, Qingtuan arrived at the foot of the silver treasure chest. However, the moment Qingtuan's left hand made contact with the silver chest, the group of beasts, as if driven mad, bared their fangs and charged at him. Observing this scene, Qingtuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely grasped the golden staff in his right hand and lightly struck it against the ground. Clang! The crisp, melodious sound resonated clearly in the next moment. A 3-meter-tall thunderous avatar erupted from behind Qingchen. And then, with a sweeping motion of his staff, he struck at the oncoming beasts. 8 extremes collapse. The staff's wind roared like thunder, stirring up layers of thunderstorm-like waves, surging towards the beasts before him. Boom! The thunder crackled and flickered in an instant. Over 100 beasts were forced back by a single strike from Qingchen. "Since you're here, none shall leave," Qingchen murmured, and then raised the golden staff above his head. At the top of the staff, a resplendent, thunderous sun revolved and condensed. Thunder's extreme. Great sun's descent. Qingchen thrust the staff downward, and the thunderous sun exploded like a nuclear bomb compressed to its limits. An endless wave of thunderous shock waves surged forward, akin to a flood breaching its dam, sweeping in all directions. When the thunder finally subsided, a charred path emerged before Qingchen, stretching beyond sight. This single strike had undoubtedly obliterated countless beasts. It was clear that when Qingchen placed his left hand upon the silver treasure chest again, none of the beasts dared to approach. Thus, this silver treasure point was effectively claimed by Qingchen. Inside the silver chest lay a small square seal, the base of which bore the inscription "Mountain Opening." When Qingchen presented this seal to Qingchen, the tablet in Qingchen's hand trembled and displayed information about the seal. Mountain Opening Seal, Silver Grade Description, possesses immense weight and the terrifying power to shatter mountains. Trait: can change attributes according to the quality of infused spiritual energy. Upon reading the introduction of the small seal in his hand, Qingchen raised an eyebrow. Though this seal appeared diminutive and of low grade, it was, in fact, a rare piece of beast-controlling equipment. Its potency varied with the quality of the user's spiritual energy. For instance, if Qingchen were the user, endowed with the power of the divine thunder of 9 heavens, the might of this silver mountain opening seal would likely rival that of golden grade equipment. Regrettably, its upper limit could only reach golden grade. Otherwise, it would not merely be a silver grade beast-controlling item. Not bad at all. It was akin to acquiring a piece of golden grade equipment, after entrusting the mountain opening seal to Qingchen for refinement. Qingchen lowered his gaze to the tablet in his hand, his focus locked onto the 3rd silver treasure point. The day was still young. There was ample time to venture forth. Thus, after a brief rest, Qingchen, accompanied by Qingchen, set off again. After engaging in battles along the way, Qingchen finally arrived at the 3rd silver treasure point. However, upon his arrival, he found that this treasure point was already occupied. A temporary team of 4 beast tamers was engaged in a strenuous battle against the beasts guarding the silver treasure chest. "Apologies, but it's all mine," Qingchen stated softly, and then Qingchen sprang into action. Thunderous Avatar. As a panda avatar enveloped in endless thunder appeared, both the beast tamer team and the opposing beasts halted, retreating in unison, their vigilance heightened towards this uninvited guest. "Damn it, it's him. Qingchen, the monster who single-handedly eliminated 25 people? What should we do now? Fight or retreat? Fight. With just the 4 of us, we're not even enough to fill the gaps in his defenses." After a swift exchange, the 4 members of the Beast Tamer team decisively opted to withdraw. After all, even if this silver treasure point was lost, there would be another chance. Yet, if they were eliminated now, they would lose everything. Watching the Beast Tamer team retreat, Qingchen furrowed his brow. Given his previous reputation, he had not yet reached the level where he could intimidate others into submission without a fight. Unless Qingchen's remarkable feat of defeating 25 opponents became known. However, during the treasure-seeking trial, no such information would be disclosed. Thus, there was only one explanation. There must have been survivors from that battle. Or perhaps some opportunistic individuals had witnessed the event. If that were the case, the path ahead would likely grow increasingly treacherous. Qingchen's gaze darkened slightly. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out invites the wind. However, since the news had already spread, overthinking would be futile. After all, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers, and when water comes, it must be dammed as long as his own strength was formidable enough. He would not fear any challenge. In that moment, an aura of invincibility coalesced around Qingchen. After the Beast Tamer team withdrew from the battlefield, they did not entertain any delusions of reaping the benefits. After all, a person of renown cannot be trifled with. They believed that a mere silver treasure point would pose no challenge to Qingchen. Hence, they wisely chose to escape while the beast hindered Qingchen's progress. They were quite perceptive. Watching the Beast Tamer team flee without a backward glance, Qingchen felt a sense of regret. He had initially intended to deal with the beast before capturing the Beast Tamer team to clarify matters. However, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. In that case, he would first handle the beast before him. Unlike the previous silver treasure point, which was besieged by hundreds of various beasts, this silver treasure point was guarded by only 5. Judging by their aura, they were 5 formidable initial-stage golden beasts known as tiger-biting boars. These creatures amalgamated the forms of tigers, dogs, and pigs, embodying the strengths of all 3, attack, speed, and defense. They were undeniably among the more troublesome golden beasts. However, for Qingchen now, they could only be deemed a bit of a hassle. Instant flash, 8 extremes collapse. With a single strike, a torrent of thunder poured down, even with their thick layers of fat for defense. The tiger-biting boars could not withstand Qingchen's blow, being instantly annihilated. Following that, it was a matter of repeating the process. The speed of the tiger-biting boars was far too lacking against Qingchen, who wielded the power of instant flash and thunder. Thus, after 5 strikes, the area surrounding the silver treasure chest was littered with the corpses of the 5 tiger-biting boars. Chapter 67. Golden Treasure Point. Twin Armors. The silver treasure chest creaked open, revealing a small booklet within. Vaporization, silver level description. The body briefly merges with the void, significantly immunizing against damage and detection. Learning requirement. The Beastmaster must possess void attributes. Upon finishing the introduction to the Silver Beastmaster skill, Qingchen's thoughts sparked. Was this not tailored specifically for Guyu? As a void ancient Kuan, Guyu naturally possessed void attributes. Indeed, just as Qingchen finished reading the skill book, the system's voice echoed promptly, detected the simplification of skill. Vaporization. Target. Guyu. Would you like to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify? With a snap, Qingchen swiftly chose affirmative. Immediately, the system's voice resonated once more. Simplification complete. Training vaporization remained motionless. Upon witnessing the simplification effect, Qingchen's CPU nearly overheated. This training method conflicted with another skill training method of Guyu. One required stillness, while the other demanded movement. This meant Guyu could only choose one skill to cultivate. However, upon reflection, it also implied that whether Guyu remained still or not, it was continuously growing stronger during the skill training process. No problem. Time to leave. Having clarified his thoughts, Qingchen glanced at the darkening sky and then at the location of the next silver treasure point. It was too far. There was no need. Moreover, Qingchen had already fought valiantly for an entire day. Excess could be counterproductive, and it was time for a well-deserved rest. Thus, Qingchen decided to conclude the day's expedition. After locating a suitable cave, he kindled a fire and began to roast meat. Lost in thought, Qingchen recalled Master Shuryu. He shook his head, and the night passed without a word. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Qingchen noticed that the tablet had refreshed with the location of a golden treasure. As expected, it remained until the final day, observing the 3 remaining golden treasure points on the map. Qingchen wasted no time and set off towards the nearest one with Qingchen. Traversing mountains and rivers, slaying exotic beasts, it took Qingchen 2.5 hours to finally arrive at the golden treasure point. Looking down at the tablet, he saw that the golden treasure point's marker was still glowing, indicating that it had yet to be claimed. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Qingchen let out a sigh of relief and led Qingchen into the vicinity of the golden treasure point. At that moment, 2 figures, one plump and one slender, emerged slowly from behind a large tree not far from Qingchen. That I must say, Qingchen, you are quite slow in your arrival. Indeed, had it not been for waiting for you, we would have long since captured this golden treasure point. The duo, akin to a comedic duet, teased Qingchen. Yet, upon seeing these 2 individuals, Qingchen's eyes narrowed in rare focus. Not for any other reason, but because these 2 were among the mere 5 rated as A-class at the beginner level. They were prodigious beast masters of equivalent rank to him, with whom he had never before battled. Your gaze suggests you recognize us. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Qingchen, Beast Master, and my beast is the Heavenly Fire Beast. The slender Beast Master slightly bowed toward Qingchen. Instantly, a humanoid beast materialized behind him, adorned with 2 pairs of slender, flame-like wings. The Heavenly Fire Beast, a top-tier combat beast, ranked among the top 100 on the Beast Master leaderboard. And Qingchen's beast appeared to wield an extraordinary flame. likely a rare fire of considerable rank. Then, the plump figure spoke. I am Zhu Tianming, Beastmaster, and my beast is the devouring beast. With a roar, a beast resembling a wolf-tiger surged forth from behind him, its chest marked by a conspicuous black indentation. The devouring beast, in its ultimate evolution, was the legendary Tao Tai, a terrifying entity capable of consuming the heavens, earth, and celestial bodies. Qingchen, Beastmaster, Thunder Panda. Upon uttering these words, Qingchen stepped forward, wielding a staff, with lightning flickering behind him. The panda, a life-type beast, had evidently undergone mutation and appeared to have awakened the power of thunder. However, it remained uncertain how the thunder of this mutated panda compared to the heavenly fire beast's inferno flame. Miao Ingjun remarked, twisting his neck, as the heavenly fire beast's wings trembled, trailing a long stream of fire like a shooting star, darting towards Qingchen. Seeing this, Qingtuan's eyes sharpened, instantly entering a state of focus, and with a swift step, his figure vanished. In a flash, when Qingtuan reappeared, he found himself before the heavenly fire beast. With a mighty strike, he brought down his staff. Eighth extreme collapse. Lightning surged forth, transforming into a beam of annihilation aimed at the heavenly fire beast. Heavenly fire shield, in the blink of an eye. The heavenly fire beast's left arm shot forward, and a small triangular shield materialized instantly. Despite its diminutive size, the shield's defensive capabilities were formidable. Qingtuan's full-strength strike failed to make the heavenly fire beast's arm tremble in the slightest. Such terror. Although Qingchen had long prepared for the heavenly fire beast's formidable strength, the beast's performance now compelled him to recall the angelic beast he had encountered previously. Equally formidable, Qingchen, it is time for your beast to exhibit its full power. This probing attack bears no significance. Miao Ingjuan's seemingly relaxed tone belied the weight in his heart. He knew his own beast's capabilities well, had it not been for the heavenly fire shield being a golden-level defensive artifact, absorbing and mitigating much of the attack's might. The shoulder of the heavenly fire beast would likely have been rendered useless. Yet, just as he had stated earlier, Qingchen's beast had not shown its full combat power. And neither had his heavenly fire beast, true fire form. On the battlefield, the heavenly fire beast first retreated, then flames erupted from every pore of its body, enveloping it entirely. A gust of wind swept through, and a humanoid figure of flames appeared before Qingtuan's eyes. This was the heavenly fire beast's strongest form, true fire form. Fire dragon roar. The heavenly fire beast slashed its hands forward, conjuring two fiery dragon apparitions that surged towards Qingtuan. Instantly, the temperature in the vicinity soared. Seeing this, Qingtuan ceased to hold back. He crouched and leaped into the air. Midair, Qingtuan coldly commanded, Thunder Law Avatar. Endless thunder descended from all directions, converging into Qingtuan's small frame. Then, with a flash of lightning, a 3-meter-tall panda avatar stood resolutely amidst a torrent resembling a thunderous waterfall. Chapter 68. A Fierce Battle. I am ready. Holy Thunder Wall Shield. Under the Thunder Law Avatar, Qingtuan raised a hand, and a robust wall, 5 to 6 meters high, surged forth from the ground. The wall, constructed entirely of thunderous energy, possessed extreme defensive power. In the next moment, the slowly advancing Holy Thunder Wall Shield collided thunderously with the two fiery dragon apparitions. Boom! The two opposing forces rippled and tore through the void. Yet ultimately, the two fiery dragons could not breach the defense of the Holy Thunder Wall Shield, extinguished before this wall forged from thunderous might. This thunder is extraordinary. Witnessing this scene, Miao Ingjuan's expression grew more solemn. It was known that the Inferno Flame commanded by the Heavenly Fire Beast was ranked 91 on the Rare Fire leaderboard. True to its name, the Inferno Flame possessed extremely high temperatures, capable of igniting the vast blue sky and incinerating everything. When combined with his S-rank talent, True Fire Sovereign, and the Heavenly Fire Beast's inherent enhancement of flame power, the might of the Inferno Flame could elevate its rank on the Rare Fire leaderboard even further. Yet despite all this, it still could not break through the thunderous defenses exhibited by Qingchen's beast. There were only two possible explanations. Either the panda commanded a type of thunder on par with the Inferno Flame, or this panda possessed an exceptionally high proficiency with beast skills. Miao Ingjun speculated, but clearly, regardless of which scenario it was not good news for him. Returning to the matter at hand, the Heavenly Fire Beast, finding its attack ineffective, bent its right arm, and a small triangular shield materialized at the fore of its forearm. It was the Golden Beast artifact, the Heavenly Fire Shield. Whoever said shields couldn't be deadly? Heavenly fire, meteor strike. The heavenly fire beast let out a silent roar within, and its figure surged forward, thrusting its right arm. A massive plume of fiery wings erupted from the heavenly fire beast's right forearm, radiating blinding light. In an instant, the heavenly fire beast transformed into a phoenix in flight, charging directly at Qingchen. Like a meteor streaking across the void, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Then, let us see how you fare with the new equipment. Qingchen, gazing placidly at the raging firestorm brought forth by the celestial fire beast, flipped his left hand in the palm of his hand. A small, square seal suddenly materialized, the mountain-breaking seal. As Qingchen's palm trembled, waves of divine thunder surged violently into the mountain-breaking seal, in an instant. The seemingly unremarkable black seal not only expanded in size, but also flickered with arcs of lightning around its periphery. Go forth. With a sharp command, Qingchen hurled the mountain-breaking seal with great force. Whoosh! It soared through the air like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the mountain-breaking seal was astonishing, and the distorted, collapsing void behind it indicated its immense weight, swift and heavy. The combination of these two attributes unleashed unparalleled destructive power. In the next moment, as sharp as a needle against a wheat-awn, the mountain-breaking seal collided head-on with the celestial fire beast, which was enveloped in a sea of flames. Boom. The ripples of endless flames and thunder roared through the air, akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, sending waves surging. The residual shockwaves exploded in all directions. After a considerable time, the strange phenomena in the void began to wane. What lay before the three observers was a seal tumbling backward and the celestial fire beast, which had been forcefully halted in its tracks. So powerful, Taming, who had been watching the spectacle for quite some time, felt a stir of intent within him, preparing to take action. In truth, this was his first encounter with Qingchen. They were not partners in any sense. The only reason they had joined forces was purely to thwart Qingchen. After all, the vast points held by Qingchen posed a significant obstacle to their ascent on the leaderboard. Thus, if they could eliminate Qingchen from this treasure hunt, it would at least hinder his chance to earn points. Under such circumstances, it was conceivable that they might even surpass him by the end of the training camp. Therefore, seeing Qingchen at a disadvantage made Taming somewhat anxious. Do not move. I still have a trump card. Upon noticing Taming's beast about to enter the fray, Qingchen immediately called for a halt. As a genius beast master who had always looked down upon others, Qingchen naturally possessed a sense of pride that he could not believe that anyone of the same rank could surpass him. Even the reputed Qingchen, who had suffered 25 defeats, was merely relying on the assistance of a powerful controlling beast master. I will take the lead. I can do it. Qingchen, unwilling to be outdone, was determined to defeat Qingchen in a fair battle to prove his superiority. Hearing this, Taming merely shook his head nonchalantly, choosing not to intervene. However, in the moment he turned away, a flicker of cold indifference flashed in his eyes. As another top-tier genius, when had he ever needed to be rebuked or instructed by others? If that is the case, then do not blame me. Taming reached out to stroke the head of the devourer beast beside him, his gaze shifting between the celestial fire beast and Qingchen. Taking down both at once should be no problem. On the field, the celestial fire beast, observing Qingchen bathed in endless thunder, gradually steeled its resolve. Subsequently, it raised its arms high above its head. Suddenly, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed sharply. Then, two identical triangular shields emerged on the celestial fire beast's arms. Those were the two celestial fire shields. In the next moment, as the two shields appeared, a torrent of flames erupted from the celestial fire beast's clasped palms, shooting skyward. Heaven's blaze, sword of God-slaying. This strike was the celestial fire beast's ultimate attack, using its body as the hilt, the two celestial fire shields as the guard, and the extraordinary flames of heaven's blaze as the blade. It unleashed its finishing blow. Cut. In the next instant, the celestial fire beast roared mightily. A terrifying sword of fire, exuding a sharp radiance, descended from the heavens. The fiery sword crisscrossed and swept through the void with wild abandon. Witnessing this scene, Qingchen too could not afford to underestimate the gravity of the situation, harmonizing his mind and spirit. He raised the golden staff, while the surrounding void crackled with lightning, akin to a frenzied dragon in a chaotic dance. The pinnacle of the staff, a resplendent, thunderous sun took shape, radiating brilliantly. Thunder's extreme, the great sun falls. Qingchen pressed down with both hands, directing the golden staff towards the descending torrent of 3,000 fiery sword chi. In an instant, the great sun shattered. Lightning surged, and a dazzling beam of thunderous brilliance erupted from the tip of the golden staff, resembling the cataclysmic flow of a volcano that had accumulated power for centuries. Chapter 69. Battling Dual Armors. The staff defeats the celestial fire. It is time. Go forth. Observing the two formidable forces boiling and surging like scalding water in the air, Zhu Tianming gently patted the head of the devourer beast beside him. Subsequently, the devourer beast leaped with all its might, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, landing not far from Qingchen. Annihilation Storm. The devourer beast opened its mouth and unleashed a swirling black tempest. Wherever it passed, even light was devoured entirely. On the other side, Qingchen, who was fully engaged in countering the fiery sword of the celestial fire beast, sensed the devourer beast's ambush. Reluctantly, he was compelled to interrupt his skill and retract the staff. Suddenly bereft of obstruction, the fiery sword of the celestial fire beast instantly crushed the thunderous force before it. Then, it transformed into countless torrents of fiery sword chi, slashing toward Qingchen from all directions. Instant flash. In the blink of an eye, Qingchen could only suppress the backlash from the forced interruption of his skill. Utilizing the fluctuations to sense his surroundings, he sought out openings amidst the relentless barrage of fiery sword chi. Then, as he deftly maneuvered, he evaded each strike one by one. After a moment, all manifestations in the void dissipated. Qingchen stood, slightly breathless, holding the staff firmly. Opposite him stood the celestial fire beast and the devourer beast side by side. Zhu Tianming, what are you doing? Below, Miao Yingjun furiously turned to glare at Zhu Tianming. Just a moment longer, and the collision between the celestial fire beast and Qingchen could have determined the victor. However, due to the interference of the devourer beast, even if Qingchen ultimately lost, Miao Yingjun could not convince himself that he had defeated Qingchen. Such an achievement would surely invite scorn. What am I doing? I need not report to you. Regardless, the goal of exhausting Qingchen has been accomplished. Whether this team persists is of no consequence now, so Zhu Tianming was disinclined to heed Miao Yingjun. In fact, he was still contemplating finding an opportunity for the devourer beast to consume the celestial fire beast as well. You. Upon hearing this, Miao Yingjun was about to retort, but suddenly recalled something. His expression darkened as he silently took a step back. Let us first take down Qingchen. Seeing Miao Yingjun's movement, Zhu Tianming offered no explanation, merely smirking slightly. It was too late. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the celestial fire beast and the devourer beast, responding to their respective masters' commands, erupted with a terrifying aura once more. This is troublesome. Observing this, Qingchen's brows furrowed. Judging by the earlier battle, although Qingchen had a slight edge over the celestial fire beast, if the latter were to join forces with the equally formidable devourer beast, the scales of victory would tip decisively in Miao Yingjun's favor. Just as Qingchen was consumed by worry, the celestial fire beast and the devourer beast launched their assaults. Fallen Fire Meteor. The celestial fire beast maintained its true fire form, extending its arms wide, unleashing countless fireballs like meteors, trailing long fiery tails as they hurtled toward Qingchen. Meanwhile, the devourer beast appeared unremarkable as it stomped its forelimbs, transforming itself into 100. Instantly, 100 devourer beasts surged forth like a black torrent, charging toward Qingchen, faced with the fierce onslaught of the two beasts' ultimate attacks. Qingchen's expression turned grave and oppressive. Just as he was about to make his move, his eyes suddenly brightened. Instant flash. Qingchen murmured softly, his entire being remaining motionless as he abruptly vanished. As if he had never existed in this world, in the next moment, Qingchen reappeared. However, unlike before, this time there were two figures of Qingchen. Both figures raised their golden staffs high, striking down upon their respective foes. 8 extremes burst. Similarly, as the golden staffs descended fiercely, the previously continuous arcs of lightning that had accompanied them did not appear this time. Instead, there was only a single, solidified arc of thunder, as the shadow of the stick merged into the golden staff. Its speed surged abruptly, descending upon the Skyfire beast and the devourer beast with the swiftness of lightning. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the void. Following that, one could see the Skyfire beast. With its arms outstretched, its vibrant flames trembling momentarily before erupting into a dazzling conflagration that cascaded from the air like a grand spectacle of fiery rain. The Skyfire beast had been vanquished. Miao Yingjun, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. Simultaneously, on the other side, the staff wielded by Qingchen accurately struck one of the 100 devourer beasts. The creature let out a piercing shriek. Feeling the sudden emergence of 8 hidden forces within its body as the golden staff descended, with the invasion of the 9th force, it ignited the previous 8, causing a cataclysmic explosion of power within. The might of this eruption resembled a bomb detonating inside it, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy akin to a stampede of wild horses wreaking havoc within the devourer beast, roaring in agony. The devourer beast could not help but tilt its head back and howl, its form collapsing as it plummeted from the sky. In that instant, the 99 devourer beasts that had been advancing forward vanished without a trace. Clearly due to the fact that the one struck by Qingchen was the true body concealed among the multitude. How could this be? How did that panda discern the true form of the devourer beast? Zhu Tianming's eyes revealed an unmistakable astonishment, for the skill just employed by the devourer beast was its signature move, capable of transforming 1 into 100. Unlike other deceptive skills, the 99 illusions cast by the devourer beast possessed a degree of combatability, rendering them, to a certain extent, genuinely existent. How did Qingchen manage to identify the true one? Surely it was not mere luck? As Zhu Tianming grappled with these questions, Qingchen, staff in hand, advanced once more. However, unlike the already weakened Skyfire beast, the current devourer beast, though struck by Qingchen's staff, was still in its prime. Thus, it retained the strength to fight back. I too have my trump card. With a fierce tilt of its head, the devourer beast opened its mouth wide. Simultaneously, the black indentation on its chest began to writhe slowly, subsequently reversing like a vortex. The space above the devourer beast distorted suddenly into a massive whirlpool, from which a menacing and fearsome creatures had emerged. Its jaws agape, great devouring technique. In the next moment, Qingchen felt everything around him twisting and blurring, as an immense force began to drag him forcefully from the ground into the air. Chapter 70. Another defeat for the devourer. The curtain falls, the thunder god descends, judgment. Within the devourer beast's created area of absorption, Qingchen expended his last vestige of spiritual energy to summon a thunderous array. Immediately behind him, a vague visage of a thunder giant materialized. Wielding a thunder spear, which he plunged downward toward the ferocious head in the void. Boom! The thunder erupted violently, scattering into countless sparks of lightning across the void. Following this, the giant head constructed by the devourer beast began to shatter. Roar! Affected by the backlash of the skill, the already injured body of the devourer beast suffered further calamity. Crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from its 7 orifices. Observing this, Zhu Tianming clenched his fists tightly. Torn between the decision to fight or retreat, he was uncertain of Qingchen's current state. If Qingchen still retained a measure of combat strength, he would have a significant risk of being eliminated. At this juncture, Zhu Tianming had no choice but to acknowledge Qingchen's formidable prowess. Should he be eliminated at this moment, all the points accumulated over the past 3 days would be rendered futile. Such a loss was unacceptable. Obstructing Qingchen was not solely his responsibility. Why should he bear the brunt of such a hefty price to delay Qingchen's progress? After weighing his options, Zhu Tianming resolved to make his escape. After all, those who recognize the tides of fortune are wise. Lingering any longer could lead to a misstep. Just as the point tally approached at AS for Miao Yingjun, he could only blame his own misfortune. With his decision made, Zhu Tianming summoned back the devourer beast and swiftly fled into the distance. Watching Zhu Tianming's retreating figure, Qingchen's expression remained indifferent, showing no intention to pursue. But on one hand, the treasure was within reach, and he had no need to sacrifice a watermelon for a mere sesame seed. On the other hand, although Qingchen appeared unremarkable, he was indeed running low on spiritual energy, and his combat power had plummeted. Had Zhu Tianming dared to take a gamble, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, now was not the time to reveal any signs of fatigue, for there was still another opponent present, Miao Yingjun. Qingchen, staff in hand, slowly approached Miao Yingjun. Despite Qingchen's dire situation, he was still in a far better state than the unconscious Skyfire beast. Thus, Miao Ingjun understood Qingtian's intent that in the world of survival, one must always pay the price. Having lost, he was bound to face the consequences. Just as Miao Ingjun prepared to activate his life-saving trump card to escape, a sudden thought struck him, and he said to Qingtian, "Give me a chance, and I shall offer you all the beast-taming resources acquired in this round." Upon hearing this, Qingtian fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Miao Ingjun's points posed no threat to him. Rather, if he were to acquire the beast-taming resources in Miao Ingjun's possession, coupled with his own, it would undoubtedly elevate the combat strength of both Qingtuan and Guyu to a new level. After all, despite Miao Ingjun's defeat at his hands, his abilities were beyond question, making him one of the elite among the 100 newcomers. Thus, he must have secured a substantial amount of beast-taming resources in this round. Upon seeing Qingtian nod, Miao Ingjun immediately felt a sense of relief. With a thought, he summoned forth all the beast-taming resources he had obtained, leaving none behind. Unlike Qingtian's humble beginnings, Miao Ingjun hailed from the renowned Miao family, a prominent clan within the region. Therefore, in his eyes, these resources held far less significance than points. Resources could be acquired again in the future, but points, once lost, were irretrievable. Thus, driven by differing values, this transaction proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After receiving all the beast-taming resources Miao Ingjun had presented, Qingtian honored his promise and allowed him to leave. Once Miao Ingjun had distanced himself, Qingtian redirected his attention to the nearby golden treasure point. It was uncertain whether Miao Ingjun had conferred with others in advance or if the preceding battle had been excessively intense, but thus far, no other newcomers had arrived at this treasure point. Perhaps fearing the guardian beasts within the treasure point would interfere at a critical moment, the exotic creatures stationed here had been dealt with in advance by Miao Ingjun and his ally. Consequently, Qingtian's assault on the golden treasure point was remarkably effortless. As the golden treasure chest opened, a blue orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist, appeared before Qingtian. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the orb, then glanced at the tablet in his hand. Han Shui Pearl, golden gray description. Crafted from spatial stone, it encompasses a vast water domain, suitable for offense, defense, or trapping enemies. Properties. Creates an independent spatial realm. A golden gray piece of equipment with spatial attributes, valued at no less than several tens of millions of dragon coins. And yet, it is precious beyond measure. Upon reading the equipment's description, Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The Dragon Group truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful and enigmatic department in Longhua, presenting resources that were exceedingly rare among peers. This orb shall be given to Guyu. Clearly, it is a dual-attribute beast-taming equipment, more suited for Guyu. Within the beast-taming space, Guyu beamed with joy upon receiving the equipment from Qingtian, feeling the affectionate emotions emanating from Guyu. Qingtian smiled gently. Then, Qingtian turned his gaze toward Qingtuan, his eyes reflecting the current data panel of the entity. Name: Qingtuan race, Thunder, Panda level, Silver, 25, qualification, Diamond skills, Thunder Law manifestation, entry 80. Focus, perfected, Wave perception, perfected, 6 harmony staff technique, perfected, 8 extremes collapse, perfected, instant flash, perfected, Thunder Emperor technique, minor completion, 90, Holy Thunder Wall shield, entry 85, as expected. The key to Qingtuan's simultaneous defeat of both the Tianhua beast and the Tun Tian beast lies in the final moments, when several major skills transitioned perfectly from mastery to perfection. Mastery signifies that the practitioner has comprehended the skill to its utmost limit, leaving no room for further evolution. It is now time to embark on learning a new set of skills. Qingchen stroked his earlobe. After all, reaching perfection in skill proficiency suggests, from another perspective, that Qingtuan can no longer enhance its combat power through its existing skill set. Therefore, to bolster its strength further, acquiring new skills is imperative. Now, with the supplementary beast-taming resources from Miao Ingjun, Qingchen is confident that selecting 3 to 5 new silver-tier skills for Qingtuan is entirely feasible, as Qingtuan requires some time to restore its spiritual energy. And Guyu is still struggling to take the lead. It is best to wait here until the trial concludes, which is imminent. Chapter 71, Settlement and Exchange. In a room filled with screens, Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at one of them for a long while, not uttering a word. She was astonished that even the combined efforts of the two A-class prodigies, Miao Yingjun and Zhu Tianming, could not contend with Qingchen. The only ones capable of potentially suppressing Qingchen were Ji Wandao and Zhou Taiquan. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao was well aware that surpassing Qingchen would prove to be an arduous task for them. In the dense forest, as time passed, a voice suddenly resonated in the ears of Qingchen and the others. Dear students, the time limit for this treasure-hunting journey has expired. Please remain in place and do not move. Staff will come shortly to escort you back. Shortly after the announcement, a thunderous sound of helicopter blades began to echo above the forest. In less than half an hour, Qingchen and the others boarded the armed helicopters that had brought them. Returning to the base, after a while, the helicopters landed. Qingchen slowly descended from the cabin, revealing an outdoor venue of moderate size, surrounded by numerous fully armed soldiers standing guard in front of the elevated platform of the venue. Several new members had already taken their seats. Under the guidance of the teaching assistant, Qingchen arrived at his designated spot. During this process, he spotted Shi Yushi, but refrained from greeting her due to the untimely moment. Nonetheless, seeing that Shi Yushi appeared unharmed, Qingchen felt a sense of relief within. As the last new member took their seat, a loud thud echoed through the venue. Following that, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing, accompanied by several teaching assistants, ascended the elevated platform. Hello everyone, it's nice to see you again. After a few uninspiring opening remarks, Jiang Xiaoxiao wasted no time and activated the large screen behind her. Next, we will announce the data from this treasure-hunting journey. First, out of the 110 students participating in the trial, 48 were eliminated midway and did not earn any points. This figure marks the worst performance since the establishment of this trial by the Dragon Team training camp. As Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke, her gaze instinctively fell upon Qingchen. Had it not been for Qingchen's elimination of 25 participants, this statistic would have been halved. Similarly, those eliminated by Qingchen now directed their fierce glares at him. If looks could kill, Qingchen would have been utterly obliterated by now. Yet, he remained unfazed, treating the hostile stares with indifference. They were merely a group of defeated opponents. Now, let us reveal the list of members who successfully passed the trial and their corresponding points. Jiang Xiaoxiao's announcement shifted everyone's attention back to the large screen. Treasure Hunt Points Ranking. First, Ji Wandao, 360 points second. Zhou Taiquan, 350 points third. Qingchen, 300 points. The rankings were determined based on the number of points earned during this phase. Since Qingchen had shared the bronze treasure point with Shi Yushi, their points were divided, compounded by numerous interruptions, resulting in a slower accumulation of points. Consequently, his total points were naturally lower than those of Ji Wandao and Zhou Taiquan. This list also indicated that the other two golden treasure points were occupied by Ji Wandao and Zhou Taiquan respectively. Following the display of this partial ranking, the overall leaderboard emerged. Overall points ranking. First, Qingchen. Points, 4854 second. Ji Wandao. Points, 473rd. Zhou Taiquan. Points, 459. Upon the revelation of the overall leaderboard, a cacophony erupted in the venue. Observing Qingchen's staggering score of over 4,800 points, all the new members felt as if the breath had been knocked out of them. Even though Qingchen ranked third in this treasure hunt, his score still surpassed that of Ji Wandao, the first place holder, by more than tenfold. How could they possibly compete with that? Forget it. Let us just aim for second place. Below the stage, Ji Wandao glared at Qingchen from a distance, his expression dark. Clearly, he was the top-ranked in the arena and the first in the treasure hunt. Yet, on the overall leaderboard, his points amounted to merely a fraction of Qingchen's. Qingchen, I will ensure everyone knows that you are merely a fortunate beast tamer, unworthy of standing above me. Ji Wandao. He vowed silently that he hailed from the most powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom, without exception, and thus was destined to stand at the pinnacle among his peers, on stage. Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her hand to quell the murmurs among the crowd. She then pointed towards a spherical building at the rear right of the elevated platform. Next, you may exchange any unsatisfactory beast resources obtained during this trial at the exchange center for more suitable ones. Over the next few days, there will be no other trial arrangements. You can earn points and enhance your strength through the exotic beast abyss. Lastly, I remind everyone that the 3-day period for the arena battles has concluded. Everyone is required to conduct a combat practice today. With that, The meeting was adjourned as Jiang Xiaoxiao's final words echoed. The crowd dispersed in various directions. Some headed to the exchange center, others to the arena. While some made their way to the exotic beast abyss for Qingchen, he naturally chose to go to the exchange center first. It was only a short distance away, merely a few hundred meters. And soon Qingchen arrived at the base of the spherical structure. After verifying his identity, a staff member escorted Qingchen to a private room. Qingchen, are there any beast resources you need evaluated? The staff member sat at one end of a large table, holding a professional scanning device. That I might have a bit much, Qingchen replied, preparing to retrieve items from his beast space. The staff member smiled politely at Qingchen's words. A bit much? How much could that possibly be? I've seen my fair share of astonishing things. But the next moment, the staff member was left speechless. Qingchen had flung his hand, creating a small mountain of beast resources atop the table. He continued to pull out more items. Did you raid the beast resource vault? The staff member's mouth twitched, utterly astonished. Although they were professionally trained to remain composed, it was nearly impossible to suppress their shock. Chapter 72. Merits and Skill Evolution. That's all, just these. With that, Qingchen pushed the two small piles of beast resources towards the staff member. Good. At this moment, the staff member was still reeling from the shock, stuttering as they spoke. Afterward, the staff member casually picked up one piece of beast equipment and scanned it with a device resembling a temperature gun, eliciting a mechanical female voice to announce. Ding! Bronze beast equipment. Lifin Kuo, valued at 15 merits. Merits. Hearing this term, Qingchen's interest was piqued. He recalled encountering this term in the introduction of the Dragon Team. In simple terms, merits represent a unique currency system within the Dragon Team. All resources in the Dragon Team's treasury can only be exchanged using merits. Thus, the value of merits within the Dragon Team is self-evident if one were to equate merits to dragon coins. One merit would roughly correspond to 10,000 dragon coins. This means that the bronze equipment he just scanned alone netted Qingchen a staggering 150,000 dragon coins. Next came the second and third items. For a considerable period, the only sound that resonated within the room was the incessant clinking. Finally, as the last beast resource was recorded, the staff let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Qingchen, you have successfully recorded a total of 24 beast resources. Among them, there are 19 bronze beast resources, valued at 200 merit points, and 5 silver beast resources, valued at 550 merit points, totaling 750 merit points. Upon hearing this, Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he was escorted by the staff to another small room. Qingchen, you may now exchange your merit points for the beast resources you require, for the sake of personal privacy. The staff departed shortly after giving a brief explanation. After a simple verification, Qingchen approached the computer, which directly connected to the Dragon Group's treasury. Eagerly, he began to browse through the offerings. After a thorough examination, Qingchen found himself parched and overwhelmed by the plethora of incredible items. Even king-level beast skills and equipment were available for exchange. However, the merit points required for such items were astronomical. The lengthy string of numbers reminded him of his last visit to the Tiandi Bank. With a sigh, Qingchen realized that although he possessed 750 merit points, it was insufficient to acquire even a single golden-level beast skill. Thus, he was left with no choice but to select from the silver skills. Given the limited merit points, Qingchen could only sift through the silver beast skill repository. However, faced with the overwhelming array of skills before him, he found himself momentarily perplexed, even after applying some filtering criteria. Yet, the skills displayed numbered no less than 800. It was impractical to examine each one individually. It would take an eternity. Suddenly, an idea struck Qingchen, prompting him to reorder the skills by placing those requiring the most merit points at the forefront. Since they were all silver skills, those with higher merit requirements undoubtedly possessed greater value. Embracing this rationale, Qingchen casually clicked on several skill descriptions, 0.9 Nether Sun Tracking Arrow, Silver Level Description. After locking onto a target, it automatically tracks the opponent. This arrow is destined to hit its mark. Learning requirement. The beast must possess Dark Attribute Spiritual Power. Price, 200 merit points. Order chain, Silver Level Description. Can conjure chains out of thin air to ensnare enemies, leaving them no avenue of escape. Learning requirement. Only beasts with void attributes may learn this. Price, 200 merit points. Indeed, The merit points required for these skills far exceeded those of other silver skills, which was justified by their formidable power and extraordinary effects. Thus, Qingchen swiftly identified 4 particularly suitable skills for Qingtuan. Combat Principle, Silver Level Description. Upon entering combat mode, it enhances one's attributes. Learning Requirement. Only battle beasts may learn this. Price, 170 merit points. Shadow Shift, Silver Level Description. Significantly boosts one's speed and creates a phantom doppelganger to confuse the enemy. Learning Requirement. The beast must possess attributes that enhance speed, such as lightning, light, or wind. Price, 180 merit points. Mountain Sea Pressure, Silver Level Description. Concentrates power to break through at a single point, greatly enhancing single-point destructive force. Learning Requirement. The beast must have a robust physique. Price, 190 merit points. Eye of Illusion, Silver Level Description. Can see through any disguise and discern the opponent's weaknesses. Learning Requirement. The beast must first acquire a perception-related skill. Price, 200 merit points. With a total of 740 merit points, this selection was quite fitting, so Qingchen promptly acquired all 4 silver skills. Soon after clicking to confirm the exchange, a staff member knocked on the door. Upon entering, they handed Qingchen a sealed box before turning to leave. Once the door was closed, Qingchen eagerly opened the black box before him. Inside lay 4 neatly arranged booklets. The first one he picked up was the leftmost one. Combat Principle. After reviewing its contents, the anticipated system notification chimed in. However, the announcement contained information Qingchen had never encountered before, detecting a skill evolution path for simplification. Target: Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 500,000 dragon coins for simplification? Skill evolution? A flicker of confusion crossed Qingchen's eyes before he decisively selected yes. He had no shortage of dragon coins, and testing the system's functionality felt worthwhile. Simplification Complete. Skill, Focus, Evolution Path. Condition 1. Skill, Focus proficiency must be elevated to perfection, 11. Condition 2. Must possess skill, Combat Principle, 11. Conditions met. Skill, Focus has evolved into skill, Sharpened Edge. Sharpened Edge, passive skill. As long as Qingchen wields a weapon, his attributes will significantly increase. Astounding. After reading the description of the evolved skill, Qingchen couldn't help but gasp in awe. Merely wielding a weapon could enhance his attributes. Moreover, as a passive skill, it required no active activation or additional spiritual power expenditure. Was this not akin to a golden level skill? Qingchen instinctively marveled at the system's prowess. It truly was remarkable. Yet, due to the evolution of the skill Focus into the new skill Sharpened Edge, the original proficiency had regressed to beginner level. However, this was a minor issue, for we have the system detecting a skill simplification for Sharpened Edge. Target: Qingtuan. Would you like to spend 500,000 dragon coins for simplification? 500,000? Upon hearing this, Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, simplification for silver-level beast skills should only cost 100,000 dragon coins. Why had it suddenly surged to 5 times that amount? Calculating the total, both the skill evolution and simplification alongside the training simplifications would require 1,000,000 dragon coins. This was not to say that 1 million dragon coins was unreasonable. The main concern for Qingchen was that after a period of continuous expenditure, his dragon coins had dwindled to a mere few million. Moreover, with 3 more skills pending evolution and simplification, he would need to reserve another 300,000 dragon coins. If this continued, Qingchen's reserves would be thoroughly depleted. No, he needed to devise a plan to earn some dragon coins. Qingchen sighed. While the system was advantageous, it was also a relentless money pit. Regardless, that was a matter for another time. For now, he must spend what needed to be spent. Simplification Complete. Training Sharpened Edge wielding a staff. The effects of the training simplification were consistent with the system's usual style. Following this, as Qingchen flipped through the beast skill books one by one, the system's notifications continued to sound. Ultimately, Qingchen successfully acquired 3 newly evolved skills. Skill: Shadow Shift has evolved into skill. 3,000 Thunder Movements. 3,000 Thunder Movements. A movement skill that transforms the body into lightning, achieving speed comparable to thunder when trained to the utmost. It can manifest a phantom with a certain combat capability. Skill: Mountain Sea Pressure has evolved into skill. Breaking Extremes. Breaking Extremes concentrates all power into a single point, capable of unleashing strength that surpasses limits. Skill: Eye of illusion has evolved into skill. Insightful eye. Insightful eye perceives the world with the heart, can sense all fluctuations, and peers through all illusions. Subsequently, the training methods for these three skills were once again simplified. Training 3,000 thunder movements running. Training breaking extremes punching. Training insightful eye emptying the mind. Finally, after completing all of this, Qingchen opened the latest data panel for Qingtuan.name. Qingtuan race. Thunder Panda level. Silver, 26. Potential. Diamond skills. Thunder Law. Beginner, 83. Sharpened Edge. Beginner, 0. Insightful Eye. Beginner, 0. 6 Harmonies Staff Technique. Perfection. Breaking Extremes. Beginner, 0. 3,000 Thunder Movements. Beginner, 0. Thunder Emperor Art. Minor Accomplishment, 93. Sacred Thunder Wall Shield. Beginner, 88. Only one more staff technique was needed for perfection. Qingchen lightly touched his earlobe, silently committing this matter to memory. With that settled, Qingchen exited the exchange center and proceeded toward the location marked on the map for the Beast Cavern. As for the gladiatorial arena's combat practice, he felt no rush. After the last battle, none dared to challenge him from the ranks below. Most of the Beast Masters ranked above him. Qingchen was confident he could defeat with a single strike from Qingtuan. Thus, in contrast to the unexpected gladiatorial arena, Qingchen eagerly anticipated the uncharted territory of the Beast Cave. After a brief sojourn, Qingchen arrived before a structure evidently fortified with rigorous defenses, following several layers of security checks. He was finally permitted entry into this edifice. This immense construction, situated beneath the surface, was fashioned in an inverted triangular form, with a spiral staircase descending into its depths. The Beast Cave was a training ground for exotic creatures, an essential complement to every military base, designed to ensure that soldiers could effectively respond to these formidable beasts under controlled conditions. After a succinct introduction from the staff, Qingchen was escorted to the first level of the Beast Cave. Qingchen, this way, the staff member gestured invitingly before a pitch-black doorway. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qingchen strode confidently inside. As he entered, a screen roughly the size of an A4 paper unexpectedly emerged from the wall beside the previously nondescript entrance. The display read, Challenger, Qingchen current level, 1 time taken, 0 seconds. It was rumored that Qingchen possessed the prowess to rank among the top 3 newcomers. One could only speculate what his initial performance in the Beast Cave might yield. Just as the staff member's thoughts settled, the screen flickered. Challenger, Qingchen current level, 2 time taken, 1 second what? 1 second to clear the level? The staff member's jaw dropped at the sight of Qingchen's completion time. Although the first level of the Beast Cave presented merely a few exceedingly ordinary bronze-level beasts, achieving this feat in just 1 second was utterly astonishing. Yet, before the staff could fully process this, Qingchen's data refreshed once more. Challenger, Qingchen current level, 3 time taken, 2 seconds. Once again, a 1 second clearance. The staff member was at a loss for words, wearing an expression of sheer disbelief. The staff then retrieved a tablet, preparing to share this astonishing occurrence with others. Snap. The photograph was taken, yet in that brief moment, Qingchen had already advanced to the 4th level, taking only 3 seconds. This left the staff utterly flabbergasted. It seemed that their typing speed paled in comparison to Qingchen's pace of progression. After a moment's hesitation, the staff member decided to send out the image, captioned with the words, leading by a wide margin. At this juncture, Qingchen had ascended to the 7th level, clocking in at 6 seconds. The 7th level featured mid-tier silver-level beasts, yet they proved no hindrance to Qingchen's relentless advance. However, it was perplexing, for Qingchen was merely a silver beast master. Meanwhile, due to the absence of special trials in recent days, Zhang Xiaoxiao found herself with the opportunity to return to her dormitory and unwind slightly. Upon her return, she encountered a message in the group chat from the staff detailing Qingchen's progress. The young lad's performance did not particularly surprise Zhang Xiaoxiao. She was well aware of his capabilities. Based on her estimations, Qingchen should be able to reach at least the 14th level. As for the 15th level, that was an entirely different matter, as it was guarded by platinum-level beasts. Although the difference between platinum and gold was merely 1 tier, the disparity in power was far greater, exceeding tenfold. As one ascends the ranks, the gap in strength between each level expands exponentially. While Qingchen had previously unleashed a strike akin to a platinum-level attack, it was merely a semblance, not an exact equivalence. Furthermore, A blow of the same level could not guarantee a one-hit kill. Conversely, each strike from a platinum beast was undeniably a genuine platinum-level assault. Could Qingchen withstand the first, the second, but the third? Chapter 74. The challenge of the 15th level, Ji Wandao invites battle. Within the confines of the Beast Cave, Qingchen found himself in a circular arena reminiscent of a gladiatorial coliseum. Its periphery defined by towering walls disappearing into the abyss. With each level he conquered, Qingchen sensed himself descending gradually. The 10th, 11th, 12th levels passed in succession. Beyond the 10th level, Qingchen encountered only gold-level beasts. Fortunately, bolstered by the Thunder Law avatar and his golden staff, his strikes matched the intensity of a seasoned gold beast master. Moreover, Qingchen had mastered several skills evolved through system enhancements. While his proficiency with these new abilities was initially diminished, their effectiveness far surpassed that of his previous skills once he achieved full command over them. After all, the former skills were of bronze level, while the latter were the result of integrating bronze and silver skills into an evolved form. Even if they could not rival true gold-level skills, they surely came close. 3,000 thunder movements. Breaking extremes. Throughout the challenge, Qingchen diligently familiarized himself with his new skills, experimenting with their combinations. Soon, he reached the 14th level. Facing an onslaught of 20 late-stage gold-level beasts, Thunder's Extremity, Great Sun's Descent. Lightning erupted and surged throughout the entire space. At this level, Qingchen employed every tactic at his disposal, ultimately vanquishing the last beast in sheer exhaustion. The 15th level presented a solitary adversary, the Shura Mantis, a platinum-level beast, its arms adorned with two flowing crimson blades, exuding an aura of chilling cold. God of Thunder descends. Judgment. A magnificent array of lightning materialized. Grasping his golden staff, Qingchen struck downwards, while a colossal thunderous apparition behind him wielded a thunder spear, plunging it toward the Shura Mantis. In an instant, blinding lightning illuminated the arena, obliterating all within its confines. Outside the battlefield, the 15th level was now guarded by a platinum-level beast. Logically, a mere silver beast master like Qingchen should have no chance of success. Yet, who had ever witnessed a silver beast master triumph over 20 late-stage gold-level beasts? With this thought, the staff members anxiously monitored Qingchen's progress, while simultaneously keeping an eye on their devices. Ever since Qingchen had surpassed the 14th level, chatter erupted in the group, betting on whether he could clear the 15th level. With stakes of 100 merit points, the winners would share the total merit. Among the group, including Jiang Xiaoxiao, only one individual believed in Qingchen's victory, Mu Qing. Hey, more of you need to bet on that brat Qingchen. Otherwise, Mu Instructor's 100 merit points will be split, and we'll each end up with less than 1 point. Despite the recent revelations of Qingchen's extraordinary talent, the consensus was that he still lacked the strength to conquer the 15th level. I concur, so you bet on my recommendation, but I shall abstain. In the room, Mu Qing observed the ongoing conversation with a subtle smile. Choosing not to elaborate further to her, 100 merit points were inconsequential. Should she lose, it would merely serve as a festive gesture. Yet, if she won, suddenly struck by this thought, Mu Qing felt her heart race. The group had over 100 participants betting against Qingchen clearing the 15th level, each contributing 100 merit points, potentially amassing a total of 10,000 merit points. For Mu Qing, already a diamond beastmaster, this sum was considerable. Qingchen, should you emerge victorious, I shall indeed prepare a grand reward for you. Mu Qing mused. However, she was also acutely aware of the improbability, akin to winning the lottery on the other side. Qingchen had concluded his battle and stepped out from the inky darkness of the doorway. Upon exiting, he noted the staff member's dazed expression lingering at the entrance, prompting his curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire, the staff member regained composure. Swallowing hard, he mirrored his earlier demeanor and led Qingchen out of the beast cave. As they made their way, the group buzzed with excitement, urging the staff to swiftly relay Qingchen's progress. What happened to Kaidan? I suddenly have a foreboding feeling. Don't say it, just don't say it. At that moment, as the atmosphere in the group grew eerily quiet, Kaidan, the staff member, finally retrieved his tablet. Glancing at the chat log, he took a deep breath before posting the photograph he had captured earlier. The image was simple, featuring just 2 lines of data. Challenger, Qingchen final level, 15 time taken, 5.5 minutes the 15th level. This indicated that Qingchen had slain the guarding platinum beast. Oh my goodness, a silver-level challenger defeating a platinum-level beast. How on earth did he accomplish this? I seem to be witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the group, when the image was revealed, everyone was momentarily struck dumb, followed by an uproar in two adjacent rooms. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing were both somewhat bewildered, particularly Jiang Xiaoxiao, who with each instance believed she had overestimated Qingchen's combat prowess. Yet the reality consistently demonstrated that Qingchen's strength surpassed her imagination. As for Mu Qing, the primary reason for his confusion was that he had inexplicably gained 10,000 merit points. Splendid, following Qingchen's lead to purchase a villa by the sea. After a moment of reflection, Mu Qing began contemplating how to express his gratitude to Qingchen. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on Mu Qing's tablet. Upon reading it, his expression sharpened, and he immediately exited the room. However, as soon as he opened the door, he encountered Jiang Xiaoxiao, who wore a similarly grave expression that Mu Qing. Did you receive the message? Yes, we absolutely cannot lose this battle. In the Colosseum, Qingchen strolled in, having just navigated through the 15th layer of the Beast Cave, and acquired an additional 1,800 points, solidifying his position as the undisputed leader in total points. Yet, his current rank in the Colosseum was merely 51st. All he needed to do was challenge the individual in 50th place, and complete the tri-daily challenge task. With this thought, Qingchen prepared to challenge Chao Manhen. The individual ranked 50 to 80 that moment. A tall and robust figure obstructed Qingchen's path. Qingchen, challenge me. The newcomer was none other than Ji Wandao, the top contender on the leaderboard. On what grounds? Qingchen retorted, not to mention Ji Wandao's condescending demeanor. If he were to defeat Ji Wandao, he would be thrust into the first position, potentially facing nearly 100 consecutive Colosseum battles next. Even if he were made of iron, he could not withstand such a strain. Moreover, to be frank, Ji Wandao's current points did not entice him. Regardless of the outcome, I, Ji Wandao, will reward you with 300 merit points. Chapter 75. Battle with the Swan and I. A clash for first place. 300 merit points. Upon hearing this, Qingchen raised an eyebrow. How did Ji Wandao know that he was precisely in need of a skill for the Silver Beast Control Staff technique? It seemed like a fortuitous coincidence. Is this for real? Qingchen gazed at Ji Wandao with anticipation. Indeed, when I, Ji Wandao, make a promise, I never go back on my word. Observing Qingchen's interest, Ji Wandao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Merit points are primarily used to exchange for resources from the Dragon Group, something Ji Wandao found inconsequential. After all, he would never lack for beast control resources. What he desired were points. He sought to be at the pinnacle, above all others. As for the possibility of losing to Qingchen, that was out of the question, absolutely impossible. Finally, lured by the promise of 300 merit points, Qingchen chose to challenge Ji Wandao. Qingchen versus Ji Wandao. This announcement immediately drew the attention of many. After all, in a certain sense, both were at the top of the leaderboard, and both possessed exceptional combat strength, undoubtedly among the top 3 of this training camp. A statement no one would contest. Thus, when Qingchen and Ji Wandao ascended the stage, the audience was packed not only with numerous new members, but also with many staff and instructors. They sensed that this duel would determine the true first place of this training camp. Let the betting commence. Qingchen versus Ji Wandao. Wager 100 merit points. The victor takes half. Charge. This time, I have faith in Ji Wandao. Me too. Ji Wandao's beast is the legendary Swan and I, possessing true dragon blood. Qingchen is surely no match. Jiang Xiaoxiao observed the discussions in the group, finding them quite reasonable, and thus placed her bet on Ji Wandao's victory. However, she was soon left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, everyone had been clamoring in the group about Ji Wandao's impending victory. Yet when it came time to place their bets, they all backed Qingchen to win. Ha, you fools. It seems it's my turn to reap the benefits from Qingchen this time. He, as I always say. You buy what I recommend, but I buy what I do not. Everyone's betting on Ji Wandao, so Qingchen must be mine. Initially, everyone was blissfully anticipating that by leading others to bet on Ji Wandao, they could emulate Mu Qing's previous success and sweep the board. Yet, who could have foreseen that everyone was a cunning fox, harboring the same intention, resulting in those betting on Ji Wandao becoming the outliers? Just like Jiang Xiaoxiao. Hey, what's going on with you all? I apologize, but compared to the beast Swan and I have more faith in the panda that has slain a platinum beast. It wasn't that Ji Wandao couldn't afford it. It was simply that Qingchen offered better value. Watching the sudden shift in conversation within the group, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a pang in her chest. Just wait. Once Ji Wandao wins this match, see how I claim victory overall. What Mu Qing could achieve, so too can I, Jiang Xiaoxiao. If Qingchen can defy all expectations, why can't Ji Wandao? Jiang Xiaoxiao thought indignantly that on the arena stage, Qingchen and Ji Wandao stood at opposite ends. Locking eyes, Qingchen, I will make you understand what true despair is, Ji Wandao declared, excitement unabashedly gleaming in his eyes. After this battle, he would undoubtedly be the rightful first, towering above all the newcomers. In the next instant, the referee announced the commencement of the duel. In an instant, Ji Wandao struck the head of the Swan Ni by his side. Immediately, the Swan Ni erupted with radiant golden light, a magnificent aura sweeping forth from its form. The Swan Ni, ranked 49th in the Beast Control leaderboard, was an exceedingly rare light attribute beast. Moreover, the golden light it emanated was extraordinary, likely signifying mastery of a unique luminescence. After a quick assessment, Qingchen dared not underestimate his opponent. With a single step forward, he activated the Thunder Law manifestation. In that moment, a colossal panda formed from pure lightning surged forth. The destructive energy it radiated was not in the slightest inferior to the golden light erupting from the Swan Ni. Was this truly the might of the top two contenders? Terrifying indeed. The mere presence of these two beasts seemed capable of overwhelming the entire assembly of beast controllers. Is this really human? Ignoring the clamor from the audience below, the Swan Ni regarded the aura emanating from Qingchen's panda with fierce battle desire. Subsequently, it tensed its limbs, transforming into a brilliant path of golden light. Charging directly at Qingchen's panda, due to its light attribute, the Swan Ni's speed, even without utilizing skills, far surpassed that of most beasts of the same rank. Yet, the evolved Qingchen's panda bore the power of thunder. Its speed was equally remarkable. Thus, perfectly keeping pace with the Swan Ni, Qingchen's panda raised its staff and struck downwards. Breakthrough. With the enhancements from the sharp edge and breakthrough skills, Qingchen's strike was rapid and powerful. In the blink of an eye, the golden staff came crashing down upon the Swan Ni, with a resounding clang that could shatter eardrums. The two forces clashed that Qingchen's panda immediately felt a terrifying recoil force surging back from the tip of the golden staff. Akin to a tidal wave crashing forth. Is the Swan Ni a defensive beast? Qingchen, sharing information with his panda, was equally stunned that it shouldn't be, as the Swan Ni was a light attribute beast, and how could it possess defensive capabilities? Just as Qingchen was in shock, the Swan Ni seized the opportunity of Qingchen's panda being caught off guard by its mirror rebound skill and launched a swift counterattack. With its mouth agape, a torrent of golden energy poured forth. Purification Ray. Though this golden torrent bore the name of purification, it possessed a terrifyingly corrosive power. After all, reducing the opponent to ashes could also be considered a form of purification. Saint Thunder Wall Shield. Observing the Swan Ni's lethal strike approaching once more, Qingchen's panda, unable to suppress the internal tumult of spiritual power, could only curve its left hand and summon forth a solid wall of thunder, which rapidly rose before it, pressing forward. Just as the Saint Thunder Wall Shield barely advanced, the golden torrent collided directly with it. Instantly, the air trembled as the two forces clashed in a stalemate. However, it was evident that Ji Wandao had no intention of granting Qingchen's panda any respite. Thus, with a mere thought, the Swan Ni rapidly conjured its next deadly move. 9 steps to heaven. This is an exceedingly rare silver skill. Perfected to its zenith, capable of executing 9 steps in unison, its might rivaling that of most golden skills. However, the current Swan Ni can only manage 6 steps. Nevertheless, even so, few beast tamers of the same rank can withstand 5 steps beneath Swan Ni's feet. Let alone 6. 1 step, the sleeping dragon emerges from the mountain. Chapter 76. Ancient Summoning. Judgment breaking extremes. As Swan Ni concentrated all its spiritual energy and took a step forward, a colossal footprint materialized in the void above, crashing down upon Qingchen. Observing this, Qingchen furrowed his brow and swiftly drew forth the mountain opening seal, hurling it with force. In a flash, thunder rumbled and instantly shattered the magnificent descending footprint. Moreover, under the blessing of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, the mountain opening seal retained its momentum, hurtling straight towards the center of Swan Ni's brow. in the blink of an eye, faced with this darting bolt of lightning. Swan Eye merely stepped forward, executing its second form. 2 steps, a battle to fame. In the void, a golden phantom of Swan Eye coalesced and charged headlong into the mountain opening seal, which was accompanied by a tempest of thunder. A crisp sound echoed as the golden phantom of Swan Eye was directly pierced the moment it collided with the mountain opening seal. Witnessing this, Swan Eye remained unperturbed, suddenly taking 2 more steps. 4 steps, a world astonished. In the next instant, a flurry of golden rays emerged from unknown origins, bombarding the approaching mountain opening seal from all directions. From afar, it appeared as though the void was ensnared in a gradually manifesting golden web. With the mountain opening seal destined to be the captured insect, with a swish, countless golden rays surged forth, colliding and dissipating against the mountain opening seal. Gradually, the speed of the mountain opening seal visibly slowed. Noticing this, Swan Eye hesitated no longer, its entire spiritual energy boiling like water, and then it took its final 2 steps. 6 steps, invincible under heaven. In an instant, everyone felt the entire space abruptly darken. Then, above Swan Eye's head, a mysterious halo suddenly materialized. Following this, a massive golden hammer, seemingly forged entirely of gold, slowly descended from the halo. Subsequently, the golden hammer appeared to be grasped by an invisible entity, and it came crashing down towards Qingchen. The sound of rushing wind howled. Where the giant hammer passed, the void twisted and warped. An indescribable force of terror filled the entire arena. Conversely, Qingchen, benefiting from the brief respite afforded by the mountain opening seal, gradually regained his composure from an initial state of chaos upon observing the golden hammer descending from above. At this moment, gazing at the impending golden hammer, Qingchen merely raised the golden rod above his head, and the surrounding void erupted with endless rolling thunder, converging towards the rod's apex. In just a moment, a resplendent sun of thunder coalesced atop the golden rod. Thunder zenith, great sun crash. The golden rod pointed towards the golden hammer, and the next instant, a tremendous force of thunder surged forth like a torrential flood breaking its dam. Sweeping across the distance, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden hammer, engulfed in an overwhelming force, collided with the rising, magnificent, destructive heavenly thunder. Boom! The indescribable surge of energy rippled forth like a tempest in the deep sea, carrying an oppressive sense of terror. Could this energy fluctuation truly be achieved by 2 silver beasts? Nonsense. The golden beasts I have witnessed have never been this formidable. Such terror, such horror. Watching the ferocious remnants of battle radiating from the arena. Even with the protective barrier of the arena array, most of those below felt a chill of trepidation. It is hard to imagine the predicament one would face if they were to find themselves on that stage. Whomever emerges victorious from this clash undeniably deserves to be hailed as the first. As the crowd reflected on this, the energy storm on the stage began to subside. Overall, it was still a stalemate. With neither side able to gain the upper hand, it seems that I must employ that technique. The current situation has far exceeded Ji Wandao's expectations. He anticipated that Qingchen would be tricky, but he never imagined it would be this challenging, effectively forcing him to reveal 9/10 of his capabilities. In that case, let everyone witness just how terrifying my unrestrained battle prowess can be. As this thought settled, Swan Eye slightly bowed its body, and a peculiar golden light flickered within its pupils. The next moment, Swan Eye suddenly let out a howl towards the heavens, a pure golden light erupting from deep within its throat. After a while, as the originally resplendent golden light gradually dimmed, Swan Eye ceased its roar. At this moment, a vast expanse of golden clouds had already coalesced in the void. Ancient summoning, true dragon. As one of the few beast tamers with true dragon blood coursing through its veins, Swan Eye had possessed this skill since its inception. This skill has no rank. Its sole purpose is to summon the hidden power of the true dragon through the strength of its bloodline. Roar! As the golden clouds formed, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed from within the clouds. This is the dragon's chant. Simultaneously, on the other side, Qingchen, upon hearing the dragon's chant, could distinctly feel an unseen weight suddenly pressing down upon his shoulders. This was the oppressive might of the true dragon, a suppression that stemmed from the bloodline. Yet, would a mere dragon's chant compel me to kneel? Qingchen's eyes displayed a resolute determination, and with a thought, He channeled all his spiritual energy into the ever-active eye of the heart skill, eye in the next instant. Invisible to others, a mysterious vertical eye, intricately sketched from countless lines, abruptly opened behind Qingchen. With a sudden clarity, in an instant, Qingchen pierced through the golden clouds, discerning only a dragon-shaped phantom that was faintly swirling within the 10-mile expanse of void at Swan's current level of strength. It was simply insufficient to materialize the true dragon. Therefore, what Swan and I summoned as the so-called true dragon was merely an outline imbued with dragon might. However, despite this, the dragon might was indeed palpable, capable of making the vast majority of beast tamers submit and kneel before it. Of course, since Qingchen had already seen through the truth, there was no possibility of him bowing in submission. The thunder god descends. Qingchen swiftly summoned a thunderous array. S9 thunder war spears descended. The golden clouds above were enveloped within the array. Then, Qingchen coldly commanded within his heart, "Descend." Break extremes. This was the first time Qingchen combined another skill while executing judgment. Previously, Qingchen found it challenging to harness this skill, but with increasing usage and heightened proficiency, he began integrating more augmenting skills to unleash an even more profound force. Thus, what had previously been Qingchen's trump card, now, under the enhancement of break extremes, would reveal its truly heart-stopping fangs. Chapter 77. Victory and Defeat. The storm resurfaces. Upon the arena, a colossal thunderous silhouette erupted. Wielding a spear flashing with boundless thunderlight, thrusting towards the golden clouds with all its might. In an instant, thunder surged. Accompanying the forward thrust of the spear was an intricate web of thunder. With a swish, the thunder spear descended, shattering the golden clouds. An enraged dragon's roar, ascending to the heavens, erupted from within the golden clouds, though it was merely a manifestation of dragon might without physical form. It was not something to be provoked lightly. The resounding dragon's chant pierced through Qingchen's mind like a blade aimed at his very soul. That in that moment, the key to victory lay in who would falter first. Qingchen refused to lose, especially to an opponent that bore no physical form, even if that opponent was a genuine manifestation of true dragon might. Likewise, the dragon's might refused to yield. How could it, as the embodiment of true dragon power, possibly be defeated? Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relent. Yet, suddenly, the dragon's might flickered momentarily. Indeed, the pride of true dragon might was undeniable. But the swan and eye that provided it with strength could no longer endure. Unlike Qingchen, while Swan and eye possessed numerous skills, its level of mastery was not particularly high, resulting in considerable consumption of spiritual energy. After exchanging so many blows with Qingchen, Swan's internal spiritual energy had dwindled to near depletion. Even if it could summon the true dragon's might now, it could not be sustained for long. Hence, sensing the diminished spiritual energy of Swan's dragon might, it cast an indignant glance towards Qingchen that it would not submit, were it not for the insufficient spiritual power of the swan and eye. The outcome of this confrontation might have been uncertain. However, given the current circumstances, no matter how much one resents it, the might of the true dragon, devoid of spiritual energy, must inevitably dissipate into the ether. With the vanishing of this dragon's might, the aura emanating from the swan and eye also drastically weakened as for the Qingchen. Despite considerable energy expenditure, it still harbored enough spiritual power within to vanquish the swan and eye. Observing that the swan and eye was not yet prepared to concede defeat, Qingchen took a step forward, trailing endless thunder as it advanced towards the swan and eye. Then, raising its golden staff, thunder roared. Faced with this, even though he was filled with reluctance, Jiwandao could only coldly utter a few words. "I concede." With those 3 words, the golden staff in Qingchen's hand came to an abrupt halt, and the swan and eye finally succumbed, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground. The spectators below, witnessing this scene, fell into silence for a moment before erupting into a clamorous uproar. Victory! Qingchen has triumphed. I said it all along. Qingchen is the most formidable, undoubtedly the best, top of the rankings. Observing the jubilant crowd, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had arrived midway to the arena, wore a dark expression. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Especially when she saw those individuals in the group, reveling in dividing her hard-earned merits. Although 100, no, 200 merits are not a large sum, it transcends mere points. It is a matter of pride. How could anyone fall into the same pit twice? Surely, no one bet on Qingchen to lose, right? The more Jiang Xiaoxiao pondered, the angrier she became, and she simply flipped her tablet over, choosing not to see. Meanwhile, Zhou Taikuan furrowed his brow. He believed his strength was on par with Ji Wandao's. Neither could overpower the other. Yet now, with Qingchen having defeated Ji Wandao, it proved he could also overcome Zhou Taikuan. Thus, if he wished to ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings, this opportunity might be his only chance. Though the assistant instructor would help restore the beast's spiritual energy, Qing Tuan, having just fought a fierce battle, would not regain its peak strength so swiftly. After much contemplation, while those around him were still immersed in the shock of Qingchen's victory over Ji Wandao, Zhou Taikuan suddenly stood up and declared, "I challenge Qingchen." As soon as these words fell, the venue fell into a sudden hush. However, moments later, everyone reacted, realizing Zhou Taikuan's cunning calculation. On the stage, upon hearing this, Qingchen felt a slight stir within. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had indeed come to pass. Even if he could defeat Zhou Taikuan, there would undoubtedly be others with similar intentions following him. Very well. Today, let them engage in a thorough and exhilarating battle. With this thought, Qingchen sensed the same determination in Qing Tuan, whose eyes ignited with unprecedented brilliance. Today, should 100 challengers arise, it shall vanquish them all. Subsequently, under the assistant instructor's guidance, Qing Tuan first restored its spiritual power, then began preparing for the second duel. Qingchen, acknowledging this, mused that this first-place victory might not be entirely deserved. Upon stepping onto the stage, Zhou Taikuan regarded Qingchen with a hint of regret and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Qingchen shook his head, saying nothing further. He detested such hypocrites. Zhou Taikuan, noticing Qingchen's reaction, maintained an apologetic facade, yet a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Very well. I initially intended to grant you a dignified exit, but you brought this upon yourself. With this thought, Bai Fong, perched on Zhou Taikuan's shoulder, flapped its wings. Instantly, a surge of flames erupted. Bai Fong, ranked 51st on the Beastmaster rankings, is a fire attribute beast whose flames rival those in the top 100 of the unique fire rankings. Moreover, uniquely, Bai Fong possesses the innate ability to devour and merge flames. Thus, as Bai Fong's level rises, its fiery prowess becomes ever more formidable. It is said that among the 12 kings of Longhua, one has cultivated a royal Bai Fong, whose flames could rival the top 10 of the unique fire rankings. That king is often referred to as the Flame King, thanks to his royal Bai Fong. Returning to the matter at hand, as Bai Fong ascended, the temperature of the arena surged several degrees. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, two fiery tornadoes were swiftly conjured, enveloping Qing Tuan in a searing heat wave. Merely a trick. Observing that Bai Fong had not even utilized any skills, Qing Tuan casually flipped its left hand, revealing the Qingchen seal. With a flash of lightning, the Qingchen seal surged forth like a torrent of thunderous auroras, shattering the incoming fire tornadoes, and continued onwards with unrelenting force towards Bai Fong. Seeing this, Bai Fong, utilizing its ability to fly, executed evasive maneuvers in the IT transformed into a comet, trailing a long red tail, darting and weaving through the sky. Attempting to employ a strategy of delay to exhaust Qing Tuan, Qingchen immediately discerned Zhou Taikuan's intentions. He merely hoped to prolong the battle, wearing down the already fatigued Qing Tuan. Unfortunately, speed was also Qing Tuan's forte. 3,000 thunderous movements. A surge of lightning coursed through Qing Tuan. As the thunder flashed and flickered, Qing Tuan effortlessly caught up to the comet-like Bai Fong with a swing of its golden staff. An exquisitely mastered set of 6 harmony staff techniques was unleashed. In the next moment, Bai Fong felt surrounded by countless shadows of mighty strikes descending from all directions. Fiery explosion. With no means of escape, Bai Fong could only gather its internal spiritual power, then forcefully flapped its wings. A concentrated firestorm erupted from within Bai Fong, billowing forth. The dazzling flames were blinding, and the heat waves surged. Qing Tuan was pushed back several steps by the extreme heat. Realizing that it could not match Qing Tuan's speed, Bai Fong resorted to a different tactic, unleashing arcs of flame from its wings. Soon, over 100 fiery arcs coalesced in the air, forming a dense web of flame arcs aimed at Qingchen. Faced with this, Qing Tuan, who initially intended to meet force with force, suddenly smirked. Since you sought to exhaust me with speed from the outset, now let me show you what true speed entails. With this thought, Qingchen activated its keen perception to the utmost. A vertical eye opened on its back. The once swift arcs of flame appeared to Qingchen as sluggish as snails. Slow, far too slow, Qingchen murmured, then took a step forward, lightning flashing behind it. 3,000 thunderous movements. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Qingchen strolled leisurely through the seemingly impenetrable web of flame arcs, effortlessly evading all obstacles. Then, in the astonished gaze of Baifeng, it struck down with its staff, breaking through. As the lightning converged, when the golden staff struck Baifeng, the tremendous thunderous power contained within was unleashed with full force. Rolling forth screech, Baifeng let out a pained cry, its aura suddenly waning. It was inherently weak in defense, and although it had hastily cast a defensive skill moments prior, it proved insufficient against Qingchen's full-powered strike. Its defenses crumbled like paper. After landing a heavy blow on Baifeng, Qingchen did not retreat, nor did it cease its assault. Utilizing the speed of 3,000 thunderous movements and the expertly mastered 6 harmony staff techniques, it relentlessly battered Baifeng as if it were a basketball. This scene resembled nothing less than a powerful beast being reduced to a mere chicken. Damn it! On the other side, Zhou Taichuan gritted his teeth. Witnessing this spectacle, according to Baifeng's true combat strength, it should never have been so thoroughly dominated by Qingchen. However, because of the initial miscalculation in strategy, attempting to exhaust Qingchen with speed, it had instead provided Qingchen with an opportunity to counterattack. Now, with Baifeng at a complete disadvantage, the possibility of a comeback was nearly non-existent. Given this, there was no choice but to make a desperate final stand. Losing in such a humiliating manner was unacceptable. Otherwise, how would everyone view Zhou Taichuan in the future? Receiving his master's intent, Baifeng, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. Thus, it prepared to unleash its ultimate move. The Scarlet Flame Heaven-Burning Formation. A torrent of intense fire surged forth from Baifeng, and suddenly, red-hot lines appeared on the ground beneath it. In an instant, thick smoke billowed. Keen perception. Upon channeling his entire spiritual energy into the skill-hard eye, the ethereal vertical eye behind Qingchen became increasingly tangible, illuminated by an inexplicable sheen at its periphery. Subsequently, the vision sharpened, allowing Qingchen to discern strands of crimson threads weaving through the void, emanating from Baifeng's body and plunging into the earth. This moment, the ground, marked by the formation of red lines, began to unveil a devastating array brimming with searing heat. There was still time. Leveraging the unique property of the hard eye, which perceives all, Qingchen swiftly identified the critical node in Baifeng's array construction. With a deft flick of his left hand, a flash of thunderous radiance erupted forth. Mountain-splitting seal, though the sound was not thunderous, it resonated in the ears of every onlooker. Immediately, Baifeng, who had been elevating his aura to its zenith, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, his energy rapidly waning. The fiery array, which had been mere moments from completion, crumbled into nothingness at the crucial juncture. The backlash from the skill was merciless, compounding Baifeng's misfortune. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was evident. The outcome of this round was sealed. What transpired? Wasn't Zhou Taichuan ranked second? Why does he appear so feeble? I concur, observed Jiwan Dao, who at least managed to corner Qingchen initially. While Baifeng was overwhelmed from start to finish, truth be told, had Baifeng adhered to his strategy from the onset against that panda, the outcome might have been uncertain. I agree, yet Baifeng, in his quest for stability, opted for an unfamiliar approach, unwittingly stepping into the panda's domain, leading to a severe thrashing. Among the spectators, discerning individuals quickly grasped why Baifeng's true prowess was comparable to that of the mythical beast Swan and I. Yet the disparity in battle outcomes was so pronounced. This illustrates the importance of perception and strategy. Thus, myriad factors influence the victory of beast tamers. It is not merely a matter of whose statistics are superior. Otherwise, what would be the point of competition? We could simply compare data. Ultimately, Zhou Taichuan was rendered a cautionary tale, departing amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Initially seeking to seize an advantage, he instead became the subject of ridicule. After triumphing over Zhou Taichuan, Qingchen stood beside Qingchen, gazing impassively at the assembly below. He understood that Zhou Taikuan was merely the first, but certainly not the last. Each individual harbors a streak of luck. Pondering, why can't the opportunity to seize victory be mine? Yet, Qingchen, at this moment, was evidently still at the pinnacle of his power. Any challenges would surely come from the top contenders. Weren't there 5 A-grade prodigious beast tamers in our cohort? Someone inquired, what of the other 2? Indeed, why does no one dare to confront Qingchen in his current state? How embarrassing. Absolutely. If I were an A-grade, I would have already stepped up, with a spark of encouragement. Many beast tamers with ulterior motives began to voice their thoughts, hoping to incite the top contenders to challenge Qingchen, thereby exhausting his energy and increasing their own chances of seizing victory. However, it was unfortunate that no one was a fool. No one wished to be the first to expose themselves and forfeit their points. Noticing the peculiar lull that had settled over the gathering, Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. It was not quite as he had envisioned. Nonetheless, this turn of events also brought him a sense of relief. Just then, a familiar figure slowly rose from the crowd. Chapter 79. Facing an old friend, seizing opportunity. As he beheld the familiar silhouette standing below, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. He could hardly have anticipated that the one rising was Bai, clad in an elegant ancient-style robe. His hair was tied high at the back of his head. Qingchen, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the disparity between us at present, Bai stated, meeting Qingchen's astonished gaze with an unperturbed expression. Indeed, he was not seeking to take advantage of the situation, but genuinely wished to comprehend how much the gap had widened since their last encounter. Upon hearing this, Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Thus commenced Qingchen's third duel practice, wind-walking step, tiger's roar in the mountains. Once again, he faced a familiar adversary, employing familiar techniques. However, the abilities of Qingchen had previously failed to significantly impact Qing Tuan during their earlier exchange. How much less could they affect him now? Accordingly, Qing Tuan activated the 3,000 thunderous movements, raising his left hand to conjure the sacred Thunder Wall shield, effortlessly deflecting all of Qingchen's assaults. In this moment, as Bai confronted Qing Tuan anew, he truly comprehended the extent of Qing Tuan's growth. Whereas previously, Qingchen could contend with Qing Tuan, it was now apparent that Qingchen stood no chance against him. Nevertheless, Bai refused to concede defeat. Even if the outcome was predetermined, he sought to discover how far he could go. In the arena, Qingchen folded its wings against its back, activating its defensive skill. The golden iron shield. Yet this skill, which had once astonished Qingchen, now crumbled before Qing Tuan's might. Breaking the limits, thunder erupted with unrelenting fury, sending Qingchen soaring through the air. Observing this, Qing Tuan chose not to pursue the advantage. Instead, remaining stationary, awaiting Qingchen's resurgence. Roar. Qingchen, gazing at Qing Tuan, let out a frustrated roar. Its eyes filled with resignation. Dai Ti understood that the chasm between its strength and Qing Tuan's was akin to a vast abyss. Still, it refused to concede. Heavenly slaughter, Overlord's thrust. Concentrating all its spiritual energy, Qingchen unleashed its ultimate trump card. Though the same technique as before, its potency had transformed with Qingchen's elevation to silver rank. A long, ancient spear materialized behind Qingchen, enveloping the arena in an aura of savage slaughter. In the next moment, the spear thrust forth, infused with an apocalyptic force of annihilation. Extreme thunder, solar descent, faced with Qingchen's lethal strike. Qing Tuan did not dare to underestimate the threat. He too summoned his most formidable technique that a colossal orb of thunder, compressed to perfection, exploded forth, transforming into a dazzling arc of radiant lightning, colliding with the seemingly indestructible ancient spear. Boom! The clash reverberated, thunder rolled, and the intent to kill surged. Every spectator's gaze was riveted upon the fierce collision of their formidable spiritual energies on the arena. No one had anticipated that Bai, ranked 18th in the arena, possessed such prowess that it was conceivable that he could indeed challenge Qingchen. However, reality soon proved otherwise. The ancient spear, under the relentless torrent of thunder, endured for but a few moments before violently trembling. Following that, it shattered into fragments, disintegrating into nothingness. With the obstruction gone, the thunderous deluge surged forth, threatening to engulf Qingchen entirely. At this juncture, Qing Tuan wielded his staff to dissipate the thunder's power. Clearly, victory was assured. Witnessing this, Bai took a deep breath and addressed Qingchen. This battle was exhilarating. We must strive to be like this. Only by challenging stronger opponents can we truly grasp our own shortcomings. I have learned much. With that, Bai bowed and exited the arena. Many in the crowd were stirred by Bai's words. Indeed, had they not come to the Dragon Group training camp to grow stronger? Why, in the presence of such a prodigious talent, were they shrinking back? Well said. Only by challenging stronger opponents can we recognize our own inadequacies. I shall take the next battle. Thus, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those who had initially sought to challenge Qingchen for opportunistic gains were now a group of passionate beast tamers, eager to grow stronger. They simply yearned for improvement. Consequently, Qingchen's fourth, fifth, sixth, and numerous subsequent duels commenced, perhaps sensing the pure fighting spirit and fervor in the eyes of his opponents. Qingchen chose to engage without fully exerting himself. In truth, while the overall combat strength of these beasts paled in comparison to Qingchen. Some possessed an array of peculiar abilities. For instance, the dreaming illusion butterfly, adept in illusions, the earthwalker beast, capable of subterranean stealth, and the stealthy void beast, skilled in invisibility and transformation, among others. After a series of over a dozen duels, Qingchen began to show signs of fatigue. Observing Qingchen's weariness, the spectators below once again stirred with renewed excitement. I shall take the stage. This time, the challenger was none other than Qingchen's old rival. Zhu Tianming, beast, devourer beast. This time, I shall see where you can escape. Qingchen gazed at Zhu Tianming with an air of indifference. It was evident that Zhu Tianming's intentions were markedly different from those of his previous opponents. He was here to seize an opportunity. Thus, Qingchen felt no need to extend any courtesy towards him. He chuckled to himself, thinking that perhaps it would be prudent to first assess the condition of his beast before making any boastful declarations. At that moment, Zhu Tianming's expression was far from favorable. He had not intended to act so hastily, but the sight of Miao Yingjun fidgeting nearby compelled him to take the initiative. After all, no one could ascertain the current battle prowess of Qingchen, and the last thing he wished was for his chance to be snatched away by Miao Yingjun due to hesitation. Therefore, Zhu Tianming approached the situation with a steely resolve. Meanwhile, Miao Yingjun, witnessing the scene unfold, could not suppress a grin. His earlier intent had not been to engage. Rather, he sought to bluff Zhu Tianming, never anticipating that Zhu would actually fall for it. After all, during their treasure-seeking expedition, if Zhu Tianming had not suddenly faltered, Miao Yingjun would not have relinquished all his beast resources to Qingchen. The thought of this infuriated Miao Yingjun, spurring him to devise a strategy against Zhu Tianming. He intended for Zhu to pay a price. However, perhaps through this battle, he could position himself to take action in the next round. Despite Zhu Tianming's cunning nature, his strength remained formidable, and Qingchen would undoubtedly need to expend considerable effort to overcome him. Little did they know, the ultimate victor would be none other than Miao Yingjun. Having contemplated this, Miao Yingjun's smile grew more pronounced. Though he was straightforward, it did not imply he was obtuse. Otherwise, he would not have previously allied with Zhu Tianming to thwart Qingchen. On the arena, perhaps influenced by the cautionary tale of Bi Bao, the swallowing beast chose not to engage Qingchen through attrition. Instead, it opted for a full frontal assault, showcasing its strengths in a fierce clash with Qingchen. One could not deny the swallowing beast's prowess. After trading blows for several rounds, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Great devouring technique. Faced with the still mighty Qingchen, the swallowing beast resorted to its ultimate move. In an instant, the atmosphere warped and twisted, as a colossal beast's skull emerged from the void, its fearsome jaws snapping open to unleash a tremendous suction force akin to a hurricane, seeking to engulf Qingchen whole. Thunder God descends. Judgment. In the face of such an adversary, Qingchen did not dare to underestimate the situation. That he raised his golden staff, and amidst the dazzling arcs of lightning, a tempestuous thunderous array was swiftly established. Behind him, a massive thunderous figure soared into the air, wielding a battle spear forged entirely from lightning. With a fierce arc of his body, he lunged the spear downward toward the enormous beast's skull, breaking the extremes. At the moment the thunderous spear descended, Qingchen activated his explosive skills, amplifying the already terrifying power of the lightning to its fullest potential. In the next heartbeat, the audience could hear a haunting wail reverberating through the arena. As the wails gradually subsided, the victor of the encounter became apparent. Once again, Qingchen emerged triumphant. However, it was clear that Qingtuan bore a heavier expression of fatigue this time. That I shall go. I shall go. I initiated the challenge first, so I ought to be the one to fight. At this moment, the onlookers sensed an opportunity to capitalize and clamored to enter the fray. Observing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao, seated nearby, wore a frosty demeanor. Although she had consistently suffered at Qingchen's hands, she yearned for a fair defeat, not one orchestrated through a relentless series of challenges. Our gladiatorial practice rules are flawed. It's an endless cycle of defeat. Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked to Mu Qing beside her. She believed this was unfair not only to Qingchen, but also to anyone who might face a similar situation in the future. That it was not a matter of losing to an opponent, but losing to the system, which seemed unjust. Indeed, but in reality, where is their absolute fairness? To Jiang Xiaoxiao's surprise, Mu Qing, who typically supported Qingchen, responded in this manner, seeing the bewilderment and confusion on Jiang Xiaoxiao's face. Mu Qing smiled and continued, "Do you think the Dragon Group training camp has never encountered a situation akin to Qingchen's? While rare, such instances do occur, though not as exaggerated as Qingchen's circumstances. However, I believe that what they can achieve, Qingchen can as well." As Mu Qing spoke, a deeper smile crept upon his lips, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoxiao, perplexed by his mysterious demeanor and reticence, had no choice but to be patient and continue observing. On the arena, with Zhu Tianming's disheartening exit, Qingchen's old rival, Miao Yingjun, returned. "Once again, you two?" "Yes, but this time the outcome shall be entirely different." With that declaration, the fire beast unleashed its true fiery form, charging toward Qingtuan, who responded with his thunderous avatar, prepared to engage. After a furious exchange, the situation became increasingly clear, with the fire beast still at a disadvantage. How is this possible? That panda appeared utterly fatigued. How can it still unleash such formidable power? Indeed, it feels as though once this panda enters combat, its exhaustion dissipates significantly. Could it be due to its skills? But what kind of extraordinary skill could allow such a reversal? As the spectators debated, the fire beast and Qingtuan exchanged powerful blows, resulting in the fire beast's inevitable defeat. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, astonished by Qingtuan's extraordinary condition and unfathomable strength. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The assistant instructor rasped, surveying the remaining crowd. Truth be told, he was profoundly astounded by Qingtuan's performance. Even if he were to lose in the end, he believed that the title of the most powerful warrior belonged to Qingchen without a doubt. Among the remaining challengers, only a few remained, including Chao Manhen, Feng Feng, and Shi Yushi. Of these, Feng Feng resolutely refused to face Qingchen, for he still vividly recalled the image of a panda avatar enveloped in endless lightning, clashing against a squad of armed soldiers like a hellish demon. As for Shi Yushi, he too would not step into the arena at this moment. Thus, one by one, the potential challengers dwindled, leaving only 4, including Chao Manhen, willing to step forth. To challenge or not, the allure of the top rank and the accompanying embarrassment warred within these 4 individuals. Ultimately, one took a decisive step forward, exclaiming, "I am here to challenge myself." Not to seize an opportunity, having hypnotized himself with this resolution, he strode confidently onto the arena. His beast was a mighty dragon elephant, renowned for its overwhelming strength. On the arena, the dragon elephant loomed like a small mountain, its muscles rippling as it charged forward, transforming into the spectral forms of a dragon and an elephant, roaring as it rushed towards Qingtuan. Seeing this, Qingtuan flipped his left hand, summoning the mountain-cleaving seal. The thunder roared as the mountain-cleaving seal, trailing a long arc of lightning, vanished in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the formidable opening mountain seal was unexpectedly sent flying by the direct collision of a dragon and an elephant's ethereal forms. Immediately thereafter, the ethereal dragon and elephant brazenly crashed into the embrace of Qingtuan, devouring thunder armor. At the critical juncture, the devouring thunder armor automatically manifested to protect its master, with slender black scales suddenly sprouting from beneath Qingtuan's skin. In an instant, a suit of black defensive armor coalesced upon Qingtuan's body, adorned with slowly rotating black holes. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the devouring thunder armor, the fierce strike from the dragon and elephant did not inflict any substantial harm on Qingtuan, merely forcing him back a few steps. Nevertheless, The spectators below collectively gasped in disbelief. For the attacker, ranked a mere 80th, to break through Qingchen's defenses and even repel him with a single blow was a striking revelation, indicating that Qingchen's combat prowess had diminished to a perilous level that it was conceivable that Qingchen's remarkable streak of victories might be jeopardized by such an obscure beast master. The beast master, evidently aware of this possibility, bore an unusual flush upon his face. Subsequently, the dragon and elephant received directives from their master, their assaults becoming increasingly fierce and frenzied. In contrast, Qingchen, confronted with the onslaught of the rampaging dragon and elephant, could only muster all his strength to withstand the attack for the time being. Hard-eye. Sensing that the dragon and elephant's relentless barrage had begun to slow, Qingchen promptly channeled all his spiritual energy into the hard-eye skill. As the mysterious vertical eye behind him opened, Qingchen swiftly discerned the vulnerabilities in the dragon and elephant's assault. Then, with the weight of his weary spirit pressing upon him, he unleashed a thunderous solar strike. Thunder's apex, solar fall. As a beast with tough skin and resilient flesh, the dragon and elephant could not be easily defeated by ordinary skills. Thus, even in his weakened state, Qingchen gritted his teeth and executed his ultimate technique. Lest he be overwhelmed after a failed strike, in the next instant, the golden staff descended, the thunderous solar attack erupted violently, unleashing an unparalleled force of destruction that engulfed and overturned the dragon and elephant. Even though Qingchen was not in peak condition, his ultimate blow remained beyond the capacity of any ordinary beast to withstand. The outcome was unmistakable. The dragon and elephant were vanquished. The beast master, filled with indignation and resentment, exited the arena, lamenting how close he had come to victory. Though he had triumphed once more, Qingchen's condition was evidently deteriorating, even with the assistant's aid in restoring his spiritual energy. The mental toll could not be recovered in a short span. Now, Qingchen faced at least 3 more battles as anticipated. Scarcely had the previous beast master left the stage when another one impatiently stepped forward. After all, a swift advance now meant a higher chance of victory later. Shall we begin? The assistant on stage cast a low glance at Qingchen. Originally, such a procedure was not in place. But it was clear that the assistant had been swayed by Qingchen's prowess. However, before Qingchen could respond, the newly entering beast master hastily urged him to accept the challenge. Since you are so eager to grant me points, I shall gladly accept. Qingchen regarded the beast master with a blank expression, wondering if he really believed he was now an easy target. Thus, at the assistant's command, yet another duel commenced. 3,000 thunderous movements. Without granting the opponent any opportunity, Qingchen, bolstered by a surge of spirit, unleashed a torrent of thunderous powered. In the next instant, the arena was filled with fleeting arcs of lightning, rendering Qingchen's form nearly invisible to the naked eye. Breaking the limits. The beast master and his beast on stage had scarcely glimpsed Qingchen before he struck them down from the arena with a single blow, a devastating defeat. Qingchen remarked coolly before recalling Qingchen. At that moment, the beast master on stage felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. If he could, he would have wished to dig a hole and bury himself. It was only at this moment that he realized the vast chasm separating him from Qingchen. Even in Qingchen's fatigued state, his beast was still no match for the opponent. How humiliating. The beast master covered his face and hastily exited the arena. With only 2 contenders remaining, neither side showed signs of surrender. Thus, a new contest unfolded. This time, Qingchen found himself dragged into a prolonged battle, as his opponent was a beast adept in long-range attrition. Consequently, this fight nearly wore Qingchen down. However, in the final moment, he seemed to break through his limits and once again unleashed the 3,000 thunderous movements. Relying on his terrifying speed, he struck down his opponent's beast with a single blow, narrowly securing victory in this round. Now, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Qiao Manen. Anyone with discerning vision could see that Qingchen's condition had deteriorated to its lowest point. To put it bluntly, anyone stepping up now could potentially win. Thus, in a certain sense, Qingchen's streak of victories hinged upon whether Qiao Manen chose to enter the fray. Despite Qiao Manen's rank being merely 50th, at this moment, he posed the greatest threat, even inducing despair. Damn it, I never expected to be caught in this situation at the end. How infuriating, truly. You might wonder if he would forego this opportunity considering the unmerited nature of his victory. What foolishness! What a splendid opportunity lies before him. After today, we both understand that among this year's newcomers, Qingchen stands unrivaled. So to claim the top spot, this is the only chance available. Hearing the clamor of the crowd around him, Chow Manhen shut his eyes and gritted his teeth. He knew his victory was unearned, yet he still wished to give it a try. Why should others seize this opportunity while he cannot? Thus, Chow Manhen stepped forward. I challenge you. His declaration sent ripples through the crowd, stirring a wave of astonishment. The spectacle was about to unfold. As Chow Manhen stood on the stage, Qingchen could only smile helplessly. He had originally intended to challenge Chow Manhen and found himself unable to escape the inevitable. But I apologize, Qingchen, but I truly do not wish to give up. That it was evident that Chow Manhen was still very conflicted. However, upon hearing Qingchen's words, he merely shook his head and replied, "This was always your opportunity, and besides, I might not necessarily lose." Upon hearing Qingchen's words, Chow Manhen's heart trembled, and a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Facing the composed Qingchen, he momentarily cast aside his negative emotions. What he desired now was a fair and honorable duel with Qingchen. Chapter 82. Shattering Heaven, Buddha's Fury, the New King, Thunder-Winged Dragon. Chow Manhen's beast resembled a Western dragon, essentially a large lizard with wings. Although its rarity could not compare to that of an Eastern true dragon, it nonetheless possessed a trace of genuine dragon bloodline within, endowing it with formidable strength. Qingchen, my thunder-winged dragon has mastered the 9th underworld wind thunder, ranked 99th on the unique thunder list, so be cautious. Chow Manhen concluded, his thunder-winged dragon stepping forward to initiate the assault. In response to an opponent imbued with the same thunderous attributes, Qingchen advanced his right foot, summoning the Thunder Dharma formed from the 9th sky divine thunder, ranked 89th on the unique thunder list, which soared into the air. Under normal circumstances, the thunder-winged dragon's thunderous power would be no match for Qingchen. However, Qingchen was currently in a dire state. Thus, when the two clashed, Qingchen found himself being steadily repelled by the thunder-winged dragon's agile and damaging 9th underworld wind thunder. As the balance of power visibly tilted in favor of the thunder-winged dragon, the audience below wore expressions of calm acceptance, entirely unsurprised. After all, this outcome had long been foreseen by the crowd. It could only be said that Chow Manhen truly possessed remarkable composure, which ultimately allowed him to seize this opportunity. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Qingchen retreated again and again, even when employing all his might. He found his attacks effortlessly neutralized by the thunder-winged dragon. My first place. I shall claim it. Chow Manhen's thoughts raced, and the thunder-winged dragon, having completely subdued Qingchen, unfurled its wings, revealing a scene from the 9th underworld behind it. A desolate, dark purple wasteland filled with countless skeletal remains, where the chilling winds howled, echoing with mournful cries, occasionally illuminated by descending shadowy lightning that flickered across the fractured bones. 9th Underworld Wind Thunder Prison. This was a new skill the Thunder-Winged Dragon comprehended after mastering the 9th Underworld Wind Thunder and merging it with its inherent abilities. It could be said to be the Thunder-Winged Dragon's most formidable offensive skill at this stage. Without exception, as the Thunder-Winged Dragon unleashed its full might, the 9th Underworld Wind Thunder Prison descended upon Qingchen like a mirage. The chilling winds pierced through the air, while the shadowy lightning lurked like venomous serpents, ready to strike at any moment. It can be said that the current Qingchen finds itself ensnared within a colossal array fraught with perilous traps that a discerning gaze, suddenly, a vertical eye, outlined by white lines, snaps open, allowing Qingchen to perceive the entirety of the array and its vulnerabilities. However, it must wait, biding its time for a singular, lethal opportunity. Moreover, Qingchen senses that it is on the verge of comprehending a skill, one that is truly its own. Yet it is still just a hair's breadth away. At this moment, the 9 Nether Thunder Prison, under the control of the Thunder-Winged Dragon, is fully activated. The power of the 9 Nether behaves like an invisible, insidious affliction, relentlessly draining and corroding Qingchen's spiritual energy and soul. The chilling winds that sweep through are akin to countless invisible, razor-sharp blades converging upon Qingchen's eye in the shadows. The Yin Thunder stands poised, accumulating strength for a swift and devastating strike. Surrounded by adversity, with every rustling leaf a potential threat, Qingchen remains unperturbed, clutching its golden staff with resolve that it believes in its invincibility. In an instant, Qingchen springs into action, first unleashing a tempest of thunder, burying the oncoming wind blades. Then, faced with the descending thunder from all directions, Qingchen leaps into the air as if defying the heavens. Striking upward into the void above, I shall not let the heavens obscure my sight. 6 harmonies, shatter the heavens staff. With a single strike, countless staff shadows appear behind Qingchen, all relentlessly descending toward the firmament. Boom! The clash reverberates with thunder. This is the collision of staff against the heavens, the clash of thunder against thunder. Following this, Qingchen, having unleashed this strike, seems to be reborn, shedding its previous despondency in its place. A state of perfection emerges, far surpassing its prior peak. Upon witnessing its staff breach the celestial barrier, Qingchen's gaze sharpens, pinpointing the location of the 9 nether thunder prison's supporting pillar. If it can shatter that pillar, the array will collapse without further assault. Thus, let me unleash another strike. Today, even if 100 stand in my way, I shall vanquish them all. I will see all my foes vanish into thin air. 6 harmonies. The Wrath of the Buddha. A towering, thunderous manifestation, over 3 meters high, now resembles a solemn thunder Buddha, bathed in an endless torrent of lightning. With fierce, wide-open eyes, its thunderous might converges into an unstoppable force, gathering upon the staff in its hand. Then, it is raised and brought down. An explosion, an unfathomable explosion, like an ancient mountain that has remained silent for eons. It unleashes all the power it has accumulated over millennia in a single moment. At this instant on the arena, the scene is dominated by a surging tide of thunder, sweeping over all. The 9 nether thunder prison has been ruthlessly shattered by the overwhelming power of thunder. Chow Manhin and the Thunder Wing Dragon have long been rescued by the assistant instructors on the platform. Otherwise, with the Thunder Wing Dragon's strength, it would have been impossible to withstand such a sudden, explosive onslaught from Qingchen, who has regained its peak state. Chow Manhin lost? How can this be? How did that panda suddenly restore its full power? Could it be that it was merely pretending? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No, it had indeed been utterly exhausted moments ago, but at the crucial moment, the panda achieved enlightenment of a skill, and through the feedback of that enlightenment, returned to its peak. Ah, such incredible luck? You call this luck? The audience buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the thunder continued to rage on stage. As the thunder gradually subsided, the crowd finally beheld the unwavering figure of Qingchen, standing amidst the lightning. Wielding the golden staff at this moment, a deep purple bolt of lightning struck down from behind Qingchen, illuminating its entire form. In that instant, Qingchen appeared as an indomitable war god, a new king. Rising steadily, new king. For reasons unknown, at this moment, these 2 words suddenly blossomed in the hearts of everyone present. The pinnacle of the king level, the apex of beast masters, where countless once-renowned geniuses have faded into obscurity on their quest for supremacy. Yet, at this moment, no one would doubt that this figure on the stage could not ascend to the realm of kings, an invincible aura, a reborn monarch. Is this what Mu Qing referred to as achieving? At this very moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart is a tumult of emotions. Perhaps she must concede that the current Qingchen shines far more brilliantly and prodigiously than she ever did. Chapter 83. The DNA stirred. A battle that cannot be lost. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Qingchen? The assistant instructor's words rendered the crowd below silent. Not to mention those with remaining challenges, there were only 2, Feng and Shi Yushi, who were certain not to participate. Just considering the fact that Qingchen had already returned to peak condition, even surpassing its previous capabilities, no one dared to confront it directly. It is no exaggeration to say that Qingchen's combat prowess is now the highest among the new recruits in the training camp. This point is unanimously acknowledged by Ji Wandao, Zhou Taiqun, and many staff members and instructors. After all, Qingchen's first place holds immense significance. 100 battles, 100 victories. If that is the case, let us conclude today's dual training here. Observing the downcast expressions of the crowd, the assistant instructor shook his head, then smiled kindly at Qingchen, giving Qingchen a thumbs up. He had not anticipated witnessing the birth of a miracle. Subsequently, after Qingchen recalled Qingchen into the Beastmaster space, he stepped down from the arena at that moment. Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Mu Qing rose from their seats and ascended the stage side by side. "Greetings, everyone." After exchanging a few polite remarks, Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a deep glance at Qingchen before bringing up the rankings of the gladiatorial arena. Unsurprisingly, Qingchen ranked first. Following that, the total points ranking revealed a rather amusing situation. Qingchen held the top position with over 80,000 points, while the second place, Feng Feng, had only 800 points, merely a fraction of Qingchen's score. As for the third place, Sure, it was even more ludicrous, possessing only 300 points. Beyond that, the rest were equal, all with 0 points. The crowd below looked at this leaderboard, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They had initially hoped to gain an advantage, only to be left with nothing. However, there was some good news. Their current ranking was fourth, but the bad news was that there were over 100 individuals in fourth place. Not on stage, Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but support her forehead, then promptly dismissed the humiliating leaderboard. The acting chief instructor. How did I end up encountering so many peculiar situations? Jiang Xiaoxiao sighed quietly, her expression turning serious as she spoke. Next, we will be altering our training agenda. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward Qingchen, their eyes flickering with curiosity. Could it be that they were going to address the issue of Qingchen's dominance before anyone could speculate further? Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice resounded again. 3 days from now, we will go to Qinglong City to participate in an internal exchange competition. Our opponent will be the Beast Masters from the Sakura Nation, who are doing quite well. With this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Their adversaries were from the Sakura Nation. The DNA of every Dragon Country citizen present stirred. It is well known that the Dragon Country had once experienced a period of weakness in history, during which numerous nations invaded. Among them, the Sakura Nation was the most notorious, committing unspeakable atrocities within the borders of the Dragon Country, resulting in the massacre of millions, including many lowly beast masters. Just as the Dragon Country was on the brink of collapse, powerful beast masters from across the land rose up. They faced sacrifice unflinchingly, putting the greater good before their own, shedding blood and laying down their lives, step by step, until they finally expelled all invaders from the Dragon Country. That era of the Dragon Country can be described as every inch of land soaked in blood, millions of youth and soldiers. Since then, the Dragon Country has flourished, its overall strength developing rapidly. Today, it stands as one of the 5 strongest nations on the continent. Given the current tranquility across the continent and various practical reasons, it is unrealistic for the Dragon Country to declare war on the Sakura Nation. However, should that day ever come, no citizen of the Dragon Country will forget the blood-soaked historical legacy. Buried bones need not be in the land of one's ancestors. Life is filled with green mountains everywhere. Now, although it is merely an exchange competition, facing the Sakura Nation alters its nature entirely. Even Qingchen, who has traversed between worlds, finds himself stirred by the current historical trajectory of the Dragon Country, which parallels his previous life in Huaxia. The chance to mete out retribution upon the Sakura Nation has finally arrived for him. This battle must be won. The crowd below erupted in a collective roar. In the face of national duty, personal interests appeared particularly insignificant. As members of the Dragon Group, the most elite and powerful organization, we inherently represent the Dragon Nation. Thus, this is a battle we cannot afford to lose. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao's countenance was stern, her tone graver than ever before. The crowd below also reined in their expressions, their faces solemn. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao stated, this is a fight that must be won, not lost. The glory and dignity that our forebears secured with their blood and lives shall not be squandered by our generation. Victory is imperative. Victory! The crowd's shouts echoed like thunder. The staff present were equally stirred. If possible, they would have charged straight into Sakura Nation right then. Now, I shall announce the participants for the exchange competition. That a total of 10 individuals are needed, with Qingchen appointed as the team leader. The remaining 9 spots will be determined based on the rankings from the arena 2 days hence. With Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, all eyes fell silently upon Qingchen, though no one dared to utter a word. Qingchen had already demonstrated through his strength that he was indeed the most deserving to join the exchange team. Moreover, with Qingchen in the mix, many felt a sense of relief. After all, Qingchen's combat prowess was undeniably extraordinary. While it was despairing to face him as an opponent, having him as a teammate was undoubtedly a source of reassurance. In the ensuing 2.5 days, everyone must give their all. With that, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing descended from the stage. The fervor in the eyes of the crowd dispelled the shadow cast by Qingchen's earlier dominance, and they immediately immersed themselves in training. Each individual was eager to seize the opportunity to confront the beast tamers of Sakura Nation, for every citizen of the Dragon Nation harbored a simple yet fervent wish to triumph over Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, Qingchen cracked his neck, producing a sound akin to popping beans. With a thought, he strode purposefully towards the exchange station. He still had 300 merit points from defeating Ji Wandao, with the exchange competition against Sakura Nation approaching. He must do everything possible to enhance his strength. Holding this intention, Qingchen returned to the exchange station. After carefully reviewing the Dragon Group's treasury once more, he hesitated for quite some time before deciding to spend 200 merit points to acquire a silver-tier beast taming skill, Order Chains. Indeed, this was meant for Guyu. Based on Qingchen's estimation, with an additional 2 or 3 days of effort, Guyu would surely advance to the silver-tiered AT that time. A silver-tier Guyu would undoubtedly deliver a significant shock to their opponents. Chapter 84. Departure from Qinglong City. Night Stroll. In the following 2.5 days, every newcomer, except Qingchen, was diligently training. Whether it was arena rehearsals or braving the beast caverns, everyone was pushing themselves to enhance their abilities. Qingchen, on the other hand, allowed Qingtuan to rest for 2 days, replenishing the spirit and vigor depleted from battling 100 opponents. He then focused on internalizing the skills and combat responses gained from those 100 battles. Fortunately, with the simplification system in place, even if Qingtuan did not participate in actual training, his prowess would not diminish. Time quietly slipped by as everyone immersed themselves in their respective training. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, as dusk approached, the gathered crowd received a message and hurried to the arena. Once Qingchen and the others were seated, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing arrived punctually. Without any preamble, Jiang Xiaoxiao opened the dual leaderboard. Naturally, Qingchen occupied the top spot, followed by Ji Wandao in 2nd and Zhou Taikuan in 3rd. In fact, the top 5 rankings, after being reassessed over the past 2.5 days, bore little difference from the initial standings. The 5 newly appointed beast tamers, including Qingchen, firmly held the top 5 positions on the leaderboard. The top 10 of the dual leaderboard were announced. Upon hearing this, Qingchen and the other 9 stood solemnly, their postures erect. Next, under the leadership of Mu Qing and myself, we shall depart for Qinglong City. With this proclamation, Jiang Xiaoxiao turned and descended from the stage, with Mu Qing steadfastly following her. Seeing this, Qingchen and the others silently trailed behind, exiting the arena. The remaining individuals within the arena fixed their gazes upon the departing figures of Qingchen and his companions. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, let us rally for the glory of our Dragon Nation. May we return victorious." Immediately, another voice joined in. "Everyone, let us rally for the glory of our Dragon Nation. May we return victorious." Soon, the chants rose in fervor, echoing one after another. "Everyone, let us rally for the glory of our Dragon Nation. May we return victorious." At that moment, countless voices melded into one, resounding throughout the arena. Reminiscent of the valiant departures of those from years gone by, outside the arena, a military helicopter awaited. Once Qingchen and the others boarded, the whirring of the rotor blades filled the air as they lifted off the ground. Qingchen gazed at the diminishing buildings below, the earlier chant still ringing in his ears. His gaze gradually firmed, his right fist clenched. This battle shall not end in defeat. After softly murmuring this conviction, he turned his eyes towards the distant horizon beyond the cabin window. After what felt like an eternity, the helicopter descended slowly atop a towering edifice. As Qingchen and his group disembarked, Jiang Xiaoxiao announced, "The exchange competition will take place tomorrow afternoon. Tonight, you may explore Qinglong City to unwind." Perhaps sensing the weight of pressure on Qingchen and the others, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mu Qing made this impromptu decision. After all, excessive tension is counterproductive, potentially impairing the beast tamer's judgment in battle. Therefore, to ensure that Qingchen and the others could perform at their best, some relaxation was essential. Upon hearing this, Qingchen and the others nodded in agreement. They understood well the significance of the upcoming battle. Should they falter, the shame would not only fall upon themselves, but also upon the Dragon Nation behind them. Hence, the pressure on Qingchen and his companions was undeniably immense. Winning was expected, yet the consequences of losing were all too clear. and they were determined not to be outdone by Sakura Nation. They seized this opportunity to catch their breath and unwind. Thus, Qingchen and his companions set out to explore Qinglong City at night. As the heart of Qinglong Prefecture, Qinglong City was exceedingly vibrant. Towering skyscrapers loomed, traffic flowed incessantly, and neon lights flickered in a cybernetic fantasy. However, amidst this cacophony of dazzling splendor, Qingchen favored the warm ambience of the bustling streets. After navigating through a maze of alleys, he entered a narrow lane. More accurately, a small street, though the street was modest. It was lined with numerous makeshift vendors selling fried skewers, barbecued treats, and fried rice, offering a plethora of choices. The flames danced, releasing enticing aromas. Observing the throngs of people, Qingchen felt a comforting sense of familiarity. He casually chose a stall, seated himself at a low table, and ordered a few items. When the hot dishes arrived, he savored them slowly, feeling an overwhelming tranquility wash over him. This prosperous world, as you wished. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Qingchen stretched lazily. It was time to return to the hotel for rest. Just as he rose and took a step forward, a sudden clatter caught his attention from nearby. Looking up, he saw a stall selling Odin had been overturned, the vendor an elderly woman. Upon witnessing this, Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Then, a series of clumsy Chinese phrases erupted from the scene. "You damned barbarians! How dare you, filthy creatures, steal the noble cuisine of Sakura Nation, and to reduce it to mere street food, no less, and so poorly executed. Are you intentionally tarnishing the reputation of Sakura Nation?" The speaker was a short, stout young man, who, clutching a bowl of Odin, had just splashed its scalding broth onto the elderly vendor. Observing this spectacle, the surrounding youths could no longer contain themselves. In our Dragon Nation's territory, how could we allow a Sakura citizen to bully our people? In the next moment, 3 young men stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves and charging at the Sakura man with clenched fists. "Ha! A bunch of barbarians. Remember your grandfather's name, Mikawa Qingchen," Mikawa Qingchen declared arrogantly, smirking as he suddenly bent down to pick up a metal rod from the ground, wielding it like a weapon against the 3 young men approaching him. A sudden sound pierced the air, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 young men were sent sprawling by a single strike. Wow, how impressive! Truly worthy of my admiration for the Sakura Bushido. Indeed extraordinary. The men of the nation seem rather weak. How pitiful! This blow from Mikawa Kin was met with applause from several young women onlookers, with stars of admiration sparkling in their eyes. Upon hearing such remarks, even Mikawa Kin was momentarily taken aback. He then burst into hearty laughter. Is this truly the Dragon Nation? One of the so-called 5 great nations? What a farce! However, I must admit, I find it amusing. Mikawa Kin began to scan the crowd, eyeing the girls who had just cheered, assessing which among them was somewhat appealing. He had no qualms about indulging himself tonight, as he could simply walk away without any responsibility. What was there to fear? Chapter 85. The confrontation with Mikawa Kin. Utilizing strategy. The so-called Bushido is merely a guise for covertly employing the power of beast summoning. Is it? Truly, how typical of the people of the Sakura Nation, proclaiming their righteousness while engaging in sordid deeds behind the scenes. Just as Mikawa Kin reveled in his own self-satisfaction, a cold voice pierced through the air. Though it was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Upon hearing it, Mikawa Kin was first stunned, then filled with ire, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. After all, anyone who could discern that he had utilized beast summoning was certainly no ordinary individual. As the crowd turned their gazes, Qingchen stepped forward toward Mikawa Kin. However, before Mikawa could retort, the very girls who had cheered him began to speak up first. Who are you to say he used beast summoning? Exactly. Whether he used it or not, can't we tell? Just another average man too afraid to acknowledge someone else's excellence. Hearing this, Qingchen shot a cold glance at the girls, pondering what misfortunes they must have encountered to render them so insufferable. Silence. Following their previous encounter, Qingchen now exuded an aura of invincibility. Though still faint, it imposed a significant pressure on those girls, whose strength was nearly non-existent. Thus, when Qingchen bellowed, they recoiled as if confronted by a feline predator. Too frightened to utter a sound. Sir, addressing young ladies in such a manner lacks chivalry and is utterly crude. At this moment, Mikawa Kin interjected, his intentions clear. He sought to curry favor with the girls. As expected, upon hearing his words, the girls' eyes lit up with approval. and they nodded eagerly, ready to chastise Qingchen. However, upon seeing Qingchen turn to them with a fierce expression, their resolve faltered, and they instinctively retreated 2 steps. A group of individuals, blind to their own arrogance and incapable of recognizing true valor, could hardly be deemed worthy of respect. Qingchen's tone remained calm and unruffled, yet each word struck like a dagger. Piercing the hearts of the girls, Mikawa Ken, emboldened by the situation, sought to exploit the vulnerability of the elder, claiming the 3 young men were in the wrong for standing up against him. How laughable, such shamelessness, since you are so disrespectful. I, Mikawa Ken, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of these fair maidens, you filthy pig from the Dragon Nation, determined to ensure the happiness of his companions that evening. Mikawa Ken tightened his grip on the iron staff and took a step forward. Demon Blade Maiden, assist me. In secret, Mikawa Ken communicated with his summoned beast. Instantly, an invisible malevolent fire enveloped the previously unremarkable iron staff. Thanks to his innate talent and the peculiar nature of his summoned beast, Mikawa Ken could channel the power of beast summoning through his own strength. This was a skill many beast masters failed to recognize. Thus, Mikawa Ken enjoyed masquerading as a master of Bushido, wielding formidable combat prowess without the need to summon his beast. This ruse allowed him to catch his enemies off guard, striking with lethal precision. However, this time, he faced Qingchen. Whether it was Qingtuan's ever-active perception skills or Guyu's innate sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, Mikawa Ken's attempts to summon his beast did not escape Qingchen's notice. As Mikawa Ken prepared to employ his trick once more, Qingchen merely concentrated his thoughts, and within the beast summoning space, Qingtuan leapt forward with his staff in hand, with a resounding crack. Mikawa Ken was sent flying by a single blow. Upon landing, he grasped his forehead with one hand, where a large bump was forming, swelling painfully. Shameless pig from the Dragon Nation, I intended to confront you based on my own strength. Yet you resorted to summoning a beast, Mikawa Ken bellowed. His eyes filled with derision, he aimed to ensnare Qingchen in a web of public opinion, ensuring he could never recover. After all, among the onlookers, only Qingchen could discern Mikawa Ken's use of beast summoning, yet he could not prove it. Thus, if he stirred the pot fervently enough, he could tarnish the reputation of the entire Dragon Nation through Qingchen alone. Upon hearing Mikawa Ken's comments, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly. Indeed, while witnessing Qingchen deliver a sound thrashing to Mikawa Ken was gratifying, the fact remained that Qingchen had summoned a beast, while Mikawa Ken had not. Was this not somewhat unfair? Consequently, several self-proclaimed reasonable individuals stepped forward, voicing their opinions. Young man, we should win with honor and integrity. Indeed, I believe you should allow that Sakura National to strike you first. Oh. No, make it 2 strikes, before you engage in combat. Yes, that would be the fair approach. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's anger turned to amusement as he regarded the reasoning individuals with a look akin to that of a scholar observing fools. The moment they caught sight of Qingchen's scrutinizing gaze, their expressions turned anxious. After all, they were simply analyzing the situation from a purely rational perspective. What was amiss? Rationality must encompass humanity, Qingchen retorted coldly. Just as Mikawa Ken charged forward again, brandishing the iron staff while shouting, "Cowardly pig from the Dragon Nation, dare you face me in a contest of strength?" Observing Mikawa Ken's feeble attempts at provocation, Qingchen merely smiled coldly. Using strategy against someone from Huaxia, what grants him such confidence and audacity? Very well, if you wish to employ deceit, how will you respond? As Qingchen's thoughts settled, Qingtuan surged forward once more, aiming a strike at the other side of Mikawa Ken's forehead. Damn it! How is this Dragon Nation individual so different from what I expected? Mikawa Ken thought, as he observed Qingtuan's imminent approach. Though he could harness a portion of the power from his summoned beast, its might paled in comparison to that of the beast itself. Thus, in this precarious situation, he was far from confident in withstanding Qingtuan's blow. Must he summon his beast after all? But doing so would render his earlier plans meaningless. Just as Mikawa Ken wrestled with his dilemma, a fierce torrent of energy suddenly surged past him, hurtling toward Qingtuan. Chapter 86. The Enforcement Team, the Western Gentleman. Who is it? After Qingtuan narrowly evaded the sudden onslaught, both Qingchen and Mikawa Ken turned to face the source of the attack. Before them stood a small enforcement team consisting of 5 members. You have quite the audacity to engage in open combat. Are you challenging the authority of the Alliance? One member of the enforcement team stepped forward, addressing Qingchen and Mikawa Ken in a loud voice. Summoning beasts for private duels in public is a serious violation of Alliance regulations. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept onto Mikawa Ken's lips as he remarked, "Everyone here has witnessed that I, Mikawa Ken, have not summoned a beast. Instead, it is that Dragon Nation individual who has resorted to such tactics against me. Is this the so-called dignity of the Dragon Nation?" Upon hearing Mikawa Ken's statement, the 5 members of the enforcement team exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Indeed, upon their arrival, they had only seen Qingchen summoning a beast to engage in combat. What complicated matters further was that their opponent was a foreigner. If this situation were mishandled, it would undoubtedly spark a major uproar online. Did they not see the onlookers beginning to pull out their phones to record? "Captain, what should we do?" In the enforcement team, there was a newcomer who had just joined, unaccustomed to such circumstances, leaving him momentarily flustered. "Let's take everyone back to minimize the impact," the enforcement captain quietly decided, gesturing with his right hand, and behind him, one individual approached Qingchen and Mike Kinren. "What on earth are you doing? I am a foreign guest. Everyone present can attest that I did not summon any mythical beasts. Are you attempting to coerce a confession and jeopardize the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Nation? Inciting conflict?" Mike Kinren exclaimed, pulling out a silver bracelet in front of the enforcement officers, striving to incite chaos as expected. With Mike Kinren's loud outcry, the few girls who had looked unfavorably at Qingchen and the rational voices around them began to speak up. "Friends. Who understands? A foreign guest comes to promote friendship, yet is wrongfully accused by a local man. Ladies, in this dark nation, I cannot stay even a day longer. The air in foreign lands is so much freer. Indeed, esteemed enforcement officers, I can vouch for that foreign guest. He has not lied. He did not summon any mythical beast. He is innocent. Yes, our illustrious Dragon Kingdom would never stoop to bullying a guest from afar. So I cannot assist the unjust. He is indeed blameless." Listening to the indignant voices around him, the enforcement team found themselves in a predicament, setting aside the fact that one party was a foreigner. The public sentiment at the scene was such that if they enforced the law with undue strictness, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary disputes. That moment, the vice captain of the enforcement team spoke up. "Captain, I suggest we first take the young man who summoned the mythical beast for investigation. After all, his mythical beast is merely a benign giant panda, lacking any significant background. Even if we mistakenly apprehend him, it would be of little consequence. As for the guest from the Sakura Nation, we ought to refrain from being too forceful. A verbal warning should suffice to avoid any negative fallout." After hearing the vice captain's suggestion, the 3 other members of the enforcement team nodded in agreement. Although the captain felt a slight unease, he recognized that the longer the situation dragged on, the more unpredictable it could become. With no better solution at hand, he resolved to follow the vice captain's proposal. With the captain's order, a binding spirit restraining ring was placed around Qingchen's right forearm. Meanwhile, the enforcement officer close to Mike Kinren merely issued a verbal warning before preparing to let him go. "What are you doing?" Qingchen could no longer hold his tongue. Initially, he had thought everyone would head to the enforcement hall to clarify and resolve the matter. However, witnessing the enforcement team making no move to apprehend Mike Kinren, he could not help but coldly retort. Had he not retracted his mythical beasts into their space to avoid a conflict with the Dragon Kingdom's surface guards, even if the individuals before him were all golden beast masters, they would not have easily subdued him. Yet, unexpectedly, his retreat had become the leverage for the enforcement team to act recklessly. "What we are doing does not require your explanation. You should comply and return with us to the enforcement hall to accept the necessary punishment." The enforcement officer gripping Qingchen's arm declared arrogantly, pressing a button on his remote control. In the next instant, a surge of electricity erupted from the binding ring, instantly rendering Qingchen unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, someone in the crowd stepped forward, ready to voice their objections. However, the vice captain of the enforcement team cast a cold glance, indifferently stating, "What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Then come with us to the enforcement hall for a proper discussion. If not, then silence." Hearing this, the individual clenched and then relaxed their fists. In truth, what would it accomplish to go? It would only bring about more trouble for themselves. Thus, they shook their head and retreated back into the crowd. Observing this situation, many who had been on the verge of acting were compelled to suppress their impulses. After all, one must prioritize their own livelihood. As the atmosphere finally settled, my Qingchen could not help but burst into laughter. "You all are simply splendid." He then approached the group of girls from earlier, leaving the scene amidst their adulation, as if he were a hero. The enforcement captain, witnessing this, called for the team to regroup and proceeded to escort Qingchen into a vehicle. Heading for the enforcement hall, after the two parties had departed, some individuals cautiously stepped forward to assist the brave boys and the elderly woman who had been splashed with hot soup. Alas, how could the world be so? We are all cowards, reluctant to step forward, not even daring to utter a word. Inside the enforcement vehicle, one of the new recruits suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Wait, Captain, we just received word that an elderly woman was assaulted." "What's all the fuss about? It was merely an elderly vendor." The vice captain scoffed at in that situation. "If we had forcibly apprehended that guest from the Sakura nation, we would soon face pressure from above. When that happens, who will bear the blame?" In his mind, an ordinary vendor and a foreign guest from the Sakura nation were not comparable. There are ranks among people. Enforcement should naturally be adaptable. Before long, they arrived at the enforcement hall. Unconscious, Qingchen was taken to a small room and imprisoned. "Let us keep him locked up for 3 to 5 days. The matter will resolve itself," the vice captain remarked. Little did he know, this decision would lead to significant complications for the entire enforcement hall. Chapter 87. The Two Great Kings, Gu Yi and Hayato Battle. The next day, the Qinglong Sports Arena, the largest stadium in Qinglong City and even in the entire Qinglong Prefecture, was usually bustling with activity and lively crowds. However, today, the stadium appeared unusually desolate, as it had issued a rare announcement of a renovation upgrade, closing for a day. Moreover, numerous black vehicles were parked outside the stadium. With several individuals inside observing the surroundings, it could be said that, without special permission, no one could approach within 1,000 meters of the Qinglong Sports Arena today. Clearly, such heightened security was in preparation for the internal exchange match between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Nation. As the time drew near, vehicles bearing special tickets gradually entered the stadium. Soon, people began to take their seats within the arena. "What is going on? Where is Qingchen?" From her seat, Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed that Qingchen's spot remained empty. A sense of unease creeping into her heart that Ji Wandao and the others arrived. Yet Qingchen was still absent. She could no longer contain herself and personally called Qingchen, but to no avail. "Locate Qingchen's position," Jiang Xiaoxiao commanded her assistant. Her brow furrowed in concern to prevent unforeseen circumstances. They had equipped Qingchen's phone with a tracking system. With a few operations from the assistant, Qingchen's location appeared on the screen. "How is this possible?" The assistant gasped instinctively upon seeing Qingchen's location. "What is happening?" Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart raced at the assistant's words. Could it be that Qingchen had faltered at a critical moment? The system indicated that Qingchen's location had remained at the enforcement hall in Qinglong City since last night. This meant that Qingchen had almost certainly been apprehended by the enforcement hall. The assistant expressed disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Group, being the most powerful and mysterious department in the Dragon Kingdom, was afforded privileges across many organizations within the country and beyond. Yet now, a member of the Dragon Group had been quietly seized by the Qinglong City Enforcement Hall. It was utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure, her brows furrowing in anger as flames of indignation surged within her. "What are these rascals up to? They dare to suppress even my Dragon Group members." After a low reprimand, Jiang Xiaoxiao exchanged a few words with Mu Qing beside her and then departed the venue with the assistant who had just arrived. Meanwhile, several prominent figures from Longwan noticed Jiang Xiaoxiao's exit, their brows furrowing ever so slightly. They were acutely aware of the significance of today's battle, and Jiang Xiaoxiao, as the chief instructor of this cohort of the Long Group training camp, leaving the front lines was indeed a cause for concern. However, the delegation from Yinghua country had also arrived, making it unwise for these Longwood dignitaries to display any overt reactions. They could only watch and wait. "Where is Qingchen? Surely he hasn't overslept after last night's festivities. If that is the case, I shall show Qingchen that even in his absence, Ji Wandao, can lead you all to victory." In the preparation area, Ji Wandao and his companion, Zhou Taikuan, observed the continued absence of Qingchen. engaging in lively discussions. Yet, both Ji Wandao and Zhou Taikuan appeared particularly unconcerned that in fact, they hoped that Qingchen would not show up at all, as they were confident in their ability to defeat Yinghua country's adversaries and reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to Longhua. As time passed, the moment for the competition finally arrived, yet Qingchen was still nowhere to be seen. At this juncture, a male and female host slowly took the stage in the stadium. After a series of meaningless pleasantries, the female host commenced the highlight of the day, outlining the rules for the exchange competition. Today's event is divided into two main parts: the individual matches and the team matches. The individual matches will be conducted through a draw, with competitors facing off in pairs, and the victor earning 1 point. No sooner had the female host finished her announcement than a male voice suddenly erupted from the area occupied by the Yinghua country delegation. "I see no need. I alone am sufficient to defeat all the peers from Longhua." His audacious declaration sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Upon hearing such arrogant words, not only did Ji Wandao and the others change their expressions in an instant, but numerous dignitaries from Longhua seated in the observation area also snorted in disapproval. A mere child, utterly ignorant of the vastness of the world. Is this the decorum of the Yinghua people? Truly a nation of pirates. As the Longhua dignitaries spoke, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the young man who had just spoken, akin to colossal boulders weighing down upon him. At this moment, a calm voice emerged from the Yinghua side. "Guyi Shundu has indeed been somewhat impudent. However, what young person is not a bit brash? Therefore, esteemed members of Longhua, it would be better to accept Guyi Shundu's challenge for him to face all opponents in turn. As this voice resonated, it effortlessly dissipated the formidable pressure that had hung in the air, revealing that the individual from Yinghua country possessed extraordinary strength.